The snow-capped mountain had been predicted to erupt countless times, yet it remained utterly still. Scientists repeatedly warned the nation of Izumo that their land would eventually sink into the Pacific Ocean. Still, the pristine conical volcano seemed to toy with humanity, occasionally emitting a few sparks. When people braced themselves for disaster, it merely exhaled a few wisps of smoke before settling back into calm. It was like someone rushing to the bathroom with urgency, only to produce nothing but a puff of air. Yet true disasters always arrive silently and without warning. At this moment, Kazunari Chime grasped his spear, gazing at the distant mountain, once hailed as a symbol of romance, as delicate cherry blossoms gently settled on the spear's shaft. Suddenly, the long-dormant volcano awoke. With a roar that pierced the heavens, ash and lava shot skyward, reaching 5 kilometers into the sky, shattering the dreams of a flourishing world. Lava erupted at the peak, unleashing millennia of pent-up fury, transforming into countless meteor-like volcanic rocks, striking this cherry blossom-loving land like the most fervent blooming peony. The residents of the small town at the mountain's base, still simmering with anger at the morning's tranquility being shattered, stepped out in their wooden clogs, cursing the tourists who disturbed their sleep, especially those from Dacia. They grumbled as they looked towards the source of the sound, their pupils dilating in shock. Scorching volcanic rocks hurtled towards them, leaving no time to react. Lava poured down like a torrential rain, instantly destroying cars, houses, streets, and courtyards. In just 20 seconds, the 6 square kilometer town was reduced to ruins. The following volcanic ash buried everything, erasing all traces of human activity. At that moment, Kazunari Chime's spear fell to the ground as 2 thick cherry blossom branches suddenly pierced through his chest from behind. The branches seemed to come alive, greedily absorbing his blood. In just 10 seconds, his body was reduced to a shriveled husk. The cherry tree retracted its branches, shaking its crown as a blood-red mist of cherry blossoms scattered. Not far away, the entire cherry blossom grove erupted into chaos, with human remains hanging from the branches. They shed petals and bodies, burrowing into the ground. A loud explosion echoed as an anti-tank missile struck a writhing cherry tree, instantly turning it into a fireball. In the distance, armored vehicles and helicopters arrived swiftly, even light tanks appeared. Soldiers quickly formed an attack formation, firing without hesitation at the advancing volcanic ash, as if some terrifying presence lurked within it. 20 seconds later, the volcanic ash swallowed everything. Armored vehicles were overturned, helicopters sliced in half, and soldiers were consumed before they could even scream. Smoke filled the air, and the stench of blood and volcanic sulfur was nauseating, with scattered limbs littering the ground. In the distance, the volcano glowed red from base to summit, topped by a 3-kilometer-high mushroom cloud. The surface temperature of the entire mountain region soared above 80 degrees, resembling a giant steamer. The last cries for help crackled over the radio, only to be crushed. The volcano continued to erupt, lava surging toward nearby cities, volcanic ash burying streets, and tall buildings shattered by volcanic rocks. It was as simple as a child toppling building blocks. Volcanic ash spread like a tide, engulfing much of the massive island. People's screams and prayers were insignificant in the face of this natural disaster. Massive shadows rose from the volcanic ash, forming dense black clouds like locusts, sweeping towards the world. Now, let's move out. Those with the blade 39, those who cut the second cat, those with the ink blade, get in the vehicle with me. Brothers from blade 39 coming to support, gather up. Half an hour later, in a classroom at Dacia Ivy International High School, the early summer sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a gentle glow on Jiang Jiwan's thin cheeks. He lay slumped over his desk, the warm light enveloping him in a soft halo. At the front, Mr. Fan was explaining Shakespeare's influence on Dacia's philosophy in his unique Chicago suburban accent. Jiang Jiwan was quite dissatisfied with the teacher's fully westernized perspective, but at that moment, he was too disinterested to pay attention. Beside him, his seatmate was engrossed in a novel titled, I Was Slashed in a Mental Hospital. This work by Sanjay Wadhai was filled with sweet and colorful plots, capturing his classmates' full attention. Under the combined influence of the warm sunlight and the tedious lecture, Jiang Jiwan drifted off into a timely slumber. In his dream, Jiang Jiwan found himself standing on the edge of a massive chasm. This was a scene he had dreamed of countless times, always appearing whenever he dozed off in the 8 o'clock class. Looking up, he could see only a sliver of sky at the top of the gorge. The pitch-black night was devoid of stars or moon, resembling an ink blot made by the heavens, a darkness that evoked a deep sense of fear. Suddenly, a gigantic shadow swept across the sky, its wings spread wide, covering the entire heavens. Jiang Jiwan looked down and saw a mighty river flowing 1,000 meters below, its roar echoing off the cliffs like thunder in a storm. In the river, a massive creature, perhaps a whale or some other giant beast, breached the surface, crashing back down with a splash that soared 1,000 meters high, striking the rocks beneath Jiang Jiwan's feet. Boom, boom. The river raged within the chasm, its echoes reverberating endlessly, causing the entire gorge to tremble violently. Jiang Jiwan instinctively crouched down, gripping the rock on either side. Every time he experienced this classroom dream, it was accompanied by a woman's soft whisper. Whenever he heard that voice, his mind would become extraordinarily clear, and all the knowledge points that had once puzzled him would suddenly make sense, as if he had the perfect tutor. Could we get a little creative and change the scene? Jiang Jiwan mused to himself. He recalled his seatmate's description of a dream the previous day: a metal-framed bed, a girl in leather wielding a whip, and flickering lights around. Discussing life in that setting must be deep, he thought wryly. In the dream, the familiar whisper resonated again from the top of the sky, the tone reminiscent of ancient Hebrew. Jiang Jiwan had been studying this phrase recently, roughly translating it to, "The fourth Osandir promise is due for repayment. Eastern immortals and the human emperor have vanished into the river of history, leaving hope to mankind and the gods who dare to fight for all beings. The gods seen by humans are mere shells. The epic has been altered, civilization has lost its future, and at the moment darkness engulfs the world, light will face its trial. Countless bodies will form a staircase to heaven, countless souls will sing the hymn of dawn, and the Creator will reshape the shattered era." This time, Jiang Jiwan softly recited the words in Chinese. Suddenly, the fog before him thinned, revealing the scene across from him. To his astonishment, the opposite cliff was covered with giant figures seemingly carved from black stone. These giants climbed upward in eerie postures, their limbs twisted and faces fierce, their powerful muscles tense, with every line and sinew clearly visible. "They're just like us, striving relentlessly yet forever stuck on the path," Jiang Jiwan thought. All the giants' faces were turned toward the mountain's peak, which remained shrouded in mist. The carvings were so lifelike. It seemed a mysterious force had frozen a group of giants clinging to the cliff into black sandstone statues. "This is real sand sculpture," Jiang Jiwan muttered to himself. As soon as he spoke, the mist began to churn violently, swirling faster and faster. A sound like the wailing of a conch or the moaning of ghosts echoed through the air, dispersing part of the fog above. Jiang Jiwan finally saw the scene at the mountain's summit. A tall, graceful woman stood there, also like a stone statue, her hand pointing toward the heavens. Jiang Jiwan took a step forward to get a better look at the woman. Suddenly, he realized she was also staring at him. His heart skipped a beat. She might be the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. She wore a set of European-style female armor, light and textured, covering only the vital parts of her body. Her slender neck, powerful and sharply contoured waist, and long, straight legs were all exposed to the air, her overall appearance reminiscent of a classic Western female warrior. Her face was as exquisite as a work of art, with Western features, three-dimensionality, and Eastern delicacy. Her body was shedding the color of the sandstone, except for her bright blue eyes, which shone like stars and oceans, radiating the brilliance of wisdom and the edge of war. When wisdom and war were apart, all was well, but when combined, they formed an endless whirlwind. "An idol reborn, born because of you." The moment Jiang Jiwan locked eyes with her, he felt his thoughts beginning to twist involuntarily, as if he were falling into some unknown realm. He quickly closed his eyes and stepped back, then opened them again to look at the woman, whispering, "Is it you speaking?" The statue remained motionless. Unwilling to give up, Jiang Jiwan asked again, "What's tonight's lottery number? Are you a system? Can you tell me how to make a photolithography machine? Antimatter, two-dimensional foil, just tell me a bit. I'm a quick learner. If not, can I at least get the school beauty's WeChat? Get lost." The familiar woman's voice suddenly rang out, this time in perfect Chinese. Half a second later, she added, "Prepare to run for your life." Just then, a shout came from the sky, "Teacher, Jiang Jiwan is sleeping in class," followed by the English teacher's cold, raspy voice, "Zhang Zhan, see what Jiang Jiwan is doing with his head down?" Jiang Jiwan felt someone kicking him and heard his seatmate Zhang Zhan's voice. "Teacher, Jiang Jiwan is looking down. He's watching a video. No, he's reading a book." Immersed in his dream, Jiang Jiwan wanted to wake up but couldn't, so he silently chanted, "Zhang Zhan, you're the one watching videos. You're a tattoo artist closing your eyes showing off in front of me." Footsteps approached quickly, and Zhang Zhan's voice grew louder. "Teacher, wait, let me explain." Zhang Zhan's subtle attempts failed to wake Jiang Jiwan from his dream, but Mr. Fan's thunderous methods had an immediate effect. As the desk was yanked away, Jiang Jiwan, losing his support, instantly woke up and found himself face-to-face with Mr. Fan's large face behind gold-rimmed glasses. Bang! The textbook hit the desk heavily as Mr. Fan shouted angrily, "Stand up and repeat what I just said." Jiang Jiwan stood up straight out of reflex and mechanically repeated, Stand up and repeat what I just said. This unexpected response left Mr. Fan stunned, and the classroom erupted in laughter. Quiet! Mr. Fan glared around the room before fixing his gaze on Jiang Jiwan. Don't try to be clever with me. I was just educating you all on why Shakespeare could say there are 1,000 Hamlets in 1,000 people's eyes with such inclusivity 500 years ago. While Desia's literature is full of limitations, Jiang Jiwan frowned slightly. He knew Mr. Fan was a staunch supporter of Western ideologies, which was why he often dozed off in this class. But since he had been called out, he wasn't about to back down. Standing tall, he replied, as early as 1100 BC, the I Ching stated, the benevolent see benevolence, the wise see wisdom. Desia had this kind of thinking long ago. Mr. Fan, while other civilizations are indeed splendid, Desia's culture is no less brilliant than any other civilization in the world. Wow, impressive. Zhang Jin whispered in admiration, quietly hiding his book. The classroom buzzed with low murmurs. Impressive indeed. No wonder he's been top of the class in Chinese for years. Old Fan arguing with Jiang Jiwan? He might not win this one. But with Jiang Jiwan's mindset, is he really suited for our international school? Why did the principal even enroll him here? Listening to the surrounding chatter, Mr. Fan's eyes were almost bloodshot, and he pointed a finger at Jiang Jiwan's nose. Desia civilization is so brilliant. Huh? When Tagore came to Desia, all the scholars welcomed him like a god. Before he could finish, Jiang Jiwan interjected, yes, and one gentleman left halfway through, commenting it was a complete mess. Mr. Fan, that's because he wasn't gentlemanly enough. What right does he have to critique Tagore? Tagore is a world literary giant. Mr. Fan retorted passionately. Jiang Jiwan was not about to back down. Sorry, Mr. Zhou Zhangshou is also one of the world's top 10 literary giants. They're on the same level, so why should he have to indulge Tagore? Mr. Fan was so enraged that the hairpiece on his head bobbed up and down, almost steaming. He roared, Bacon said. Miracles appear in times of adversity. Can you find such wise words in Chinese? Jiang Jiwan calmly responded, when things reach an extreme, they can only move in the opposite direction, for characters can express it. No need for 9. Mr. Fan was momentarily speechless, pointing at himself, and then at Jiang Jiwan. Let me tell you, I've studied in 4 countries and have seen the world, unlike you, without parents, nobody to teach you, just a frog in a well. This struck a nerve with Jiang Jiwan. As an orphan, he was only admitted on a scholarship due to his excellent grades. Faced with a personal attack, he no longer held back. Studied in 4 countries? I heard you didn't graduate from any of them. Look at you, no diploma, yet acting ugly, not smart but trying to be bald. Always touting Western ideologies, yet you're an Eastern product. Couldn't make it outside, so you come back to show off. Why didn't Desia use your face to make bulletproof vests? When your god was handing out wisdom, were you holding an umbrella? Jiang Jiwan's barrage left Mr. Fan reeling, his hand raised as if to strike, revealing his Rolex submariner. Jiang Jiwan's eyes lit up, pointing at Mr. Fan's wrist and mocked. Oh, what a nice watch, so watchful. Mr. Fan stepped forward, looming over Jiang Jiwan, and sneered, nice watch, huh? With your family background, you could never afford it in this lifetime. Jiang Jiwan stood his ground, his gaze unwavering. I may not have a background, but I can be my own support. As a youth, grains of sand accumulate, and in middle age, they become a mountain. Watch as buildings rise and fall, as seas change into mulberry fields. Well said, satisfying, came a girl's voice from the corner, clapping her hands. A little Western education, and you forget your roots? What a fool. A minute later, Jiang Jiwan, Zhang Zhan, and the girl who cheered were pushed out of the classroom. Behind them, Mr. Fan's angry shouts continued. No manners. You dare sleep in my class? If the principal didn't pity you, could you even afford to study here? Jiang Jiwan remained silent. At 8 years old, his parents and grandfather suddenly disappeared, leaving only an uncle who occasionally visited. He told Jiang Jiwan, your mom and dad are on a business trip. They'll send you 3,000 a month. Be good on your own. From then on, Jiang Jiwan understood that something had probably happened to them. Once a cherished child, he suddenly lost everything and was left alone. Zhang Zhen, Jiang Jiwan's deskmate, earned the nickname Zhang Matzi due to his acne. Although his grades were average, he was loyal and had tried to cover for Jiang Jiwan earlier, albeit unsuccessfully. The girl who spoke up for Jiang Jiwan was Xing Fei, considered the bad girl by many. She was pretty, with a chic short haircut, and had a bold personality. Though her grades weren't outstanding, she loved playing basketball after school and was skilled in singing, dancing, and rapping. Rumor had it her family owned the city's largest karaoke bar. Jiang Jiwan was puzzled as to why Xing Fei stood up for him. They had little interaction, aside from her occasionally bringing him a soda during basketball games and the approximately 3-kilometer walk home they sometimes shared. Zhang Zhan, feeling caught in the crossfire, patted Zhang Zhuan on the shoulder and warned, Zhang Zhuan, I know you're firm in your beliefs, but be careful with Mr. Fan. Also, our class monitor doesn't like you. He's the one who reported you. He's also the one who reported you for sneaking out to work. Xing Fei, chewing on a piece of gum she somehow found, chimed in, and he even applied to have you expelled. Zhang Zhuan responded expressionlessly, they don't have the power to do that. Zhang Zhan asked curiously, how can you be so sure? Zhang Zhiwan stood in the hallway with a blank expression, but inside, he was secretly pleased with his recent outstanding exam results. He had firmly secured a spot in the top 3 of his grade, a significant achievement for a student juggling work and study. Zhang Zhan silently gave him a thumbs up, his eyes shining with admiration. Ever since that peculiar dream and the mysterious female voice, Zhang Zhiwan's mind had become exceptionally clear. At this international school, he had leaped from barely maintaining an average standing to becoming a top student, effortlessly surpassing classmates who had private tutors. Moreover, he found himself able to solve complex problems with ease, as if he could grasp all knowledge just by sleeping. Driven by curiosity, Zhang Zhiwan bought a university calculus textbook. Initially, it was all a blur, but after hearing the woman's voice, he understood everything. This rapid progress gave him a chance to compete for the top rank in his grade. Unfortunately, he inexplicably fell asleep during the English exam and only completed half of the paper. Bang! The classroom door slammed shut as Mr. Fan stormed out in anger. He knew he was powerless against Zhang Zhiwan, as other subject teachers couldn't stop praising this student. Through the glass window, Zhang Zhiwan felt a venomous gazite was Zhou Zi, the former top student of the class. Ever since Zhang Zhiwan surpassed him, Zhou Zi's grades plummeted, dropping him out of the top 50 in the grade. He seemed to blame all his resentment on Zhang Zhiwan. As the door closed, Xing Fei quickly pulled out her phone. Zhang Zhiwan looked at her helplessly, thinking she was deliberately trying to get kicked out just to play on her phone. Xing Fei made a funny face at him and focused on her screen. This expression reminded Zhang Zhiwan of the times at the beginning of the school year when Xing Fei invited him to the playground after school, only for him to decline due to his part-time job. Zhang Zhiwan sighed inwardly. I'm not cold. It's just that someone like me, people won't approach, so I can quietly like you for 3 years. Zhang Zhan also discreetly took out his phone, excitedly showing Zhang Zhiwan the love message he sent to the belle of the neighboring class. Zhang Zhiwan, lost in thought, was still preoccupied with the beautiful warrior from his dream. When Zhang Zhan said the belle told him to disappear, he mistakenly interpreted it as miss, believing she was thinking of him. Zhang Zhiwan was astonished by Zhang Zhan's logic and gently suggested he explore other options. At that moment, without looking up, Xing Fei exposed Zhang Zhan's lie, saying she also received the mass-sent love message. Zhang Zhan awkwardly whistled and turned to look out the window. Suddenly, his expression froze. Old Zhang, look at that cloud. Should we run? Zhang Zhan pointed to the distant sky, his voice trembling slightly. Zhang Zhiwan looked up and saw heavy clouds on the horizon, almost crushing the skyscrapers. A blood-red light burst from the clouds, dyeing the surrounding sky with an eerie hue. Simultaneously, a dazzling purplured glow emerged from the horizon, causing countless birds to take flight in panic, forming a sight like a dark cloud. Phenomenon, celestial light? Zhang Zhiwan murmured, and a strong premonition surged through him. He jumped up and shouted, it's an earthquake, run! Zhang Zhiwan pushed aside Zhang Zhan, who was still trying to take a photo, and banged on the classroom's glass window. Mr. Fan glared angrily, about to scold him, but Zhang Zhiwan had already shouted the word, run! Without waiting for others to react, Zhang Zhiwan grabbed Xing Fei and Zhang Zhan and dashed towards the stairway. The teachers and students in the classroom stared at the bizarre scene in the sky, momentarily frozen. By now, the entire sky had turned crimson, and the light on the horizon swirled like an aurora, foreshadowing the impending disaster. The light grew increasingly intense, becoming almost blinding. Class monitor Zhou Zi sprang to his feet and was the first to dash towards the classroom door. Just as he was about to rush out, a realization struck him, and he turned back, shouting, it's an earthquake, run! Before he could finish his sentence, Zhou Zi unexpectedly collided with someone, bouncing off them and hitting the table by the door. A sharp pain shot through his waist, prompting him to curse, damn it, who is it? Normally well-mannered, he couldn't bother with politeness now, rubbing his waist as he glanced back at the classroom door. He saw Mr. Fan, the teacher, fling his textbook aside and bolt out of the classroom with lightning speed, disappearing around the corner in an instant. Zhou Zi stared in disbelief. The very teacher who often lectured on Western values and heroism was the first to flee in a crisis. Before he could gather his thoughts, chaos erupted in the classroom. Screams filled the air as students surged towards the door, nearly jamming it in their panic. Amidst the confusion, Zhang Zhiwan, Zhang Zhan, and Xing Fei had already made it downstairs. To the playground? Zhang Zhan gasped, recalling the disaster drills that always directed them to assemble there. Are you kidding? Jiang Jiwan sharply rejected the idea. Our school's playground is surrounded by power poles. In an earthquake, it's a death trap. He quickly scanned the surroundings and pointed ahead. Across the street from the school gate, there's a vacant lot that hasn't been auctioned yet. It's wide open. Let's go. No sooner had he spoken than a loud crash sounded overhead. Instinctively, Jiang Jiwan looked up and then shouted, "Keep running, don't look back." He shielded his head with his arms and continued to sprint forward. The entire school building seemed to twist under an invisible force, and every window shattered simultaneously, raining glass down like a storm. The shards crashed to the ground with a deafening noise behind the three of them. Jiang Jiwan felt the air around him ripple like ocean waves, the ground beneath him turning into a soft mattress that was difficult to tread firmly. He glanced around to see buildings across the city swaying, cracks appearing everywhere. People on the streets were panic-stricken, like lambs awaiting slaughter. A wave of dizziness hit him, making his breathing rapid and mind foggy. He shook his head to stay alert and shouted, "Run! Don't stop! Stay away from buildings!" The trio finally reached the school gate. Jiang Jiwan instinctively glanced at the guard's booth, noticing the glass smeared with blood and something spinning inside. "Ah!" Zhang Jin screamed. He saw the head of the security guard through the glass, eyes wide open, but the body was nowhere to be seen. Xing Fei also took a look, frowning as she remarked, "The ceiling fan fell. I've always thought ceiling fans weren't very safe." She continued chewing her gum nonchalantly, as if discussing the day's weather. Zhang Jun, usually the tough guy, was now pale-faced, their reactions defying typical gender stereotypes. Without hesitation, Jiang Jiwan darted to the school gate, scaling the fence with practiced ease, a skill honed from years of sneaking out for work. Xing Fei closely followed, quickly climbing and jumping down from the top of the gate. However, 5 seconds later, Zhang Jun, still straddling the top of the gate, suddenly yelled, "Old Jiang, help me! I'm stuck!" Jiang Jiwan kicked the door with such force that the entire doorframe shook. Suddenly, a scream echoed from above, and Zhang Jun tumbled down from the top of the door. After stumbling a few steps, he scrambled towards Jiang Jiwan. "Only you could get stuck on a door. You're like a naked man on a millstone going around in circles making a fool of yourself." Jiang Jiwan couldn't help but mock him loudly. Before that dream in the canyon, his only outstanding subject was Chinese, where he excelled at subtle sarcasm. Just as he finished speaking, the concrete ground beneath them began to shake violently, creating a dizzying sense of weightlessness. Instinctively, Jiang Jiwan took a few steps to the side to steady himself. To the left, a mysterious woman's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Jiang Jiwan whipped his head around and saw that a massive crack had opened up on the sidewalk to his left, snaking across the ground like a monstrous serpent. It quickly expanded, swallowing the entire sidewalk and the trees along it, revealing a bottomless black abyss. "Damn!" Jiang Jiwan shouted, rolling to the right and dragging Xing Fei down with him. The crack roared past them. A Toyota sped by, and the driver saw the crack too late. The screeching brakes were futile as the car plunged into the dark chasm. The crack continued to spread, causing buildings to collapse with thunderous crashes, sending dust billowing into the sky. The screams of people were soon drowned out by the deafening roar of the earth splitting apart. "Luck's on our side. If Zhang Zhan hadn't gotten stuck on that railing, we would have run straight into that crack," Xing Fei said, still shaken by the sight of the world falling apart around them. She turned to thank Jiang Jiwan for saving her, only to hear Zhang Zhan's cries for help. "Jiang, help!" Zhang Zhan was half submerged in the crack, desperately clinging to the edge. Jiang Jiwan, having just steadied Xing Fei, lunged towards Zhang Zhan and grabbed his right hand tightly. "You're heavy!" Jiang Jiwan shouted, feeling himself being pulled down. Despite not looking overweight, Zhang Zhan's heft was more than Jiang Jiwan had anticipated. "Don't let go, Jiang. I'll lose weight once I'm up." Zhang Zhan screamed, clutching Jiang Jiwan's hands tightly while clawing at the edge with his other hand. Suddenly, the weight in Jiang Jiwan's hands lightened. He glanced to the side and saw that Xing Fei was now beside him, also holding on to Zhang Zhan. "Fei Fei, you're my goddess!" Zhang Zhan shouted. "Just don't include me in your group texts next time. It's gross." Xing Fei snapped, pulling Zhang Zhan with all her strength, leaning back as if engaged in a life-or-death tug-of-war. Together, Jiang Jiwan and Xing Fei managed to haul Zhang Zhan up, and the three of them stumbled down the shaking street. Everything around them was collapsing. Billboards and shop signs plummeted like blades, crashing into the ground. "Hold hands and run. Xing Fei, watch above. I'll watch ahead. Zhang Zhan, keep an eye on the ground." Jiang Jiwan shouted, gripping both Xing Fei's and Zhang Zhan's hands tightly. Despite his average fitness, Zhang Zhan's speed while fleeing was astonishing, and he led the way, narrowly avoiding the cracks and falling signs, as if some strange luck was protecting him. "There's a crack ahead," Zhang Zhan suddenly yelled. skidding to a halt and pulling Xing Fei and Jiang Zhiyuan down with him. The ground at his feet bulged, then shattered with a roar. The crack extended from his feet, forming a 3-meter-wide, bottomless chasm. Car coming from the left. Jiang Zhiyuan shouted, pulling Zhang Zhun back with all his might. Zhang Zhun turned to see a silver Tesla barreling towards them, the driver desperately crashing into surrounding vehicles to slow down. Whoa! Zhang Zhun was dragged back by Jiang Zhiyuan, his legs scrambling on the ground. Through the windshield, he saw the driver standing, frantically stomping the brakes. With a screech, the car's wheels barely grazed Zhang Zhun's shoe. The Tesla halted at the edge of the crack, its front wheels dangling over the abyss, spinning in midair, the chassis barely keeping it from falling. The driver, having just caught his breath and ready to open the door, was met with a loud crash from behind. Another car slammed into the Tesla, pushing it into the chasm. A chain reaction of rear-end collisions followed, accompanied by despairing screams as car after car plummeted into the bottomless pit. Buildings on both sides of the road toppled like dominoes. Bloodied individuals crawled from the wreckage, while many others remained buried beneath the rubble. Jiang Zhiyuan and Xing Fei dragged Zhang Zhan to his feet, their limbs trembling but still pushing towards a nearby construction site. Along the way, Jiang Zhiyuan smashed open a roadside fire station, grabbing a fire axe, then used it to break the glass of a nearby vending machine. Xing Fei quickly took off her jacket, wrapping water and biscuits inside to form a makeshift bundle. Beside her, Zhang Zhan was at a loss, muttering, "Come on," to bolster his courage. The three of them hurried to the construction site Jiang Zhiyuan had mentioned, only to find a vast, desolate area with crisscrossing cracks on the ground, occasionally dropping debris with unsettling noises. As soon as they arrived, Zhang Zhun plopped down on the ground, gasping for breath. "We survived, right?" he exclaimed. But before he could finish, a thunderous crash echoed behind them, followed by the sound of collapsing buildings. It was coming from the direction of their school, raising concern for the safety of their classmates, with whom they shared their days but knew so little. The dust from the collapsing buildings filled the air above, and a pungent smell lingered, likely from gas explosions and burning vehicles. The city was filled with the sharp, urgent sound of sirens, but they came too late, mingling with the endless screams and adding to the chaos. "Yeah, we survived," Xing Fei replied, brushing the deep purple bangs from her forehead and wiping away sweat. She pulled out her phone to call her parents, only to see the words "no service" in the top corner, a merciless reminder that only added to their despair. "We'll wait for rescue," Jiang Zhiyuan said softly, glancing at his own phone and letting out a long sigh. Suddenly, a sense of loneliness washed over him. He didn't have a phone, but even if he did, who would care about him? Who could he care about? His world seemed reduced to this empty lot, with only a pretty classmate he had exchanged less than 30 words with in 3 years and a loyal tag-along by his side. "Don't just sit there. If there's an aftershock, you won't have time to run." Jiang Zhiyuan turned and reached out to grab Zhang Zhun. In that moment, his movements froze, his pupils trembling. Emerging from a crack in the ground not far away was a dark, dome-shaped head, about the size of a human's. 2 black antennae protruded from its sides like signal receivers. Its pitch-black eyes were fixed intently on the three of them. Zhang Zhun was still on the ground, absent-mindedly picking at the grass beside him, muttering, "Luckily, my parents are on a business trip. I always complained about them leaving me alone at home. This is the first time I'm glad they're away." As he spoke, he slowly looked up, just in time to see Jiang Zhiyuan's foot flying towards him. Bang! Zhang Zhun was kicked into a somersault. He lay on the ground, shouting, "Old Jiang, what's the deal? You can't kick me just because I mention my parents. Even though what the heck is that?" Before he could finish, a dark shadow swept past him, accompanied by a foul stench. The shadow landed where Zhang Zhan had been sitting, pausing just long enough for the three to see it clearly. It was a roughly 5-foot-long, dark brown, flat insect, with a hard shell-like back covered by 2 pairs of wings, 6 barbed legs, and a mouth protruding with a palm-length sharp weapon that opened and closed continuously. "A cockroach!" Xing Fei screamed, instinctively jumping back over a meter, her short hair nearly standing on end. "A cockroach?" Zhang Zhan felt the world spin at the words. "How can it be so big?" "I don't know. They didn't teach us this in biology class." Jiang Zhiyuan shouted. "I bet Darwin would faint if he saw this thing." "Run." At home, Zhang Zhan would jump onto the couch at the sight of a cockroach the size of his little toe, and now this one was nearly his size. In the next moment, the giant cockroach spread its wings, making a rustling sound, and leapt over Jiang Zhiyuan's head, diving straight for the terrified Xing Fei. Xing Fei instinctively rolled to the side, but the cockroach never reached her. Instead, it crashed down above Jiang Zhiyuan's head with a dull thud. In the moment the cockroach flew over, Jiang Zhiyuan had swung his fire axe into its abdomen. White fluid splattered everywhere as Jiang Zhiyuan quickly dodged aside. Thanks, I owe you one. Xing Fei shouted. The giant cockroach struggled for a moment on the ground before quickly flipping over, darting toward Jiang Jiwan like lightning. He barely had time to react, raising his fire axe to strike at the cockroach's head. With a crack, the axe shattered the hard shell, but the cockroach's impact sent Jiang Jiwan flying backward into something soft. Ouch! Xing Fei's startled cry came from behind him. She had just stood up when Jiang Jiwan collided with her, sending them both rolling across the concrete, seeing stars. But at least the impact saved Jiang Jiwan from hitting the wall headfirst. All right, now I don't owe you anything, Xing Fei said, clutching her chest and gasping for air. Jiang Jiwan didn't bother to reply, quickly getting to his feet in a crouch. His fire axe was still embedded in the cockroach's head, and the creature was struggling, trying to shake off the weapon. Suddenly, Jiang Jiwan let out a hysterical shout. Run! Xing Fei struggled to stand, angrily protesting, why run? The three of us together can take this monster. Run! Run! Following Jiang Jiwan's gaze, she finally understood his terror. From the cracks in the ground, countless cockroach heads were emerging, accompanied by wisps of smoke. More giant cockroaches were swarming toward them, creating a horrifying scene. Cockroaches, when they're just 2 centimeters in size, can dart around your floor with ease. Now, imagine them 100 times larger, moving like slick, black lightning bolts. Jiang Jiwan's pupils contracted sharply as a massive swarm of giant cockroaches surged towards him like a tidal wave, leaving no time to think of an escape route. From deep within his throat erupted a desperate shout, run towards the containers. In the corner, several abandoned shipping containers once used as temporary shelters stood. Jiang Jiwan wasn't sure if the rusty metal could withstand the cockroach's assault, but at the moment, it was the only refuge he could think of. Zhang Zhen followed closely behind, muttering under his breath, heavens above, earth below, send a buddy to save my life. His voice trembled with fear, yet he still sought divine protection. Suddenly, a cockroach with a fire axe on its head charged towards Jiang Jiwan. Its mandibles, sharp as knives, snapped viciously at the retreating Jiang Jiwan. In that critical moment, Jiang Jiwan instinctively shielded his face with his hands and leaped with all his might. His legs exploded with power, kicking fiercely at the cockroach's head, hoping the recoil would propel him out of danger. At that instant, a mysterious woman's voice echoed in Jiang Jiwan's mind. War barrier. Instantly, he felt a weight in his hands, and a golden light flashed before his eyes. A pale golden, translucent wall appeared out of nowhere, like it was made of crystal, with golden characters slowly rotating inside, resembling both Western and ancient Xia script. As his chest surged with energy, the barrier became clearer. The massive cockroach slammed into this sudden shield with a deafening crash. Jiang Jiwan's arms went numb as a powerful force hit him. To his astonishment, the cockroach's entire head caved in, crushed into its body. The impact was so great that its innards burst from the back, creating a gruesome scene. So powerful? Jiang Jiwan looked at his hands in disbelief, recalling the woman's voice. War barrier? Is this a superpower? However, this miraculous barrier vanished in just a second. More giant cockroaches swarmed in from all directions, seemingly unfazed by their comrades' fate, recklessly charging at the trio. Jiang Jiwan shouted in his mind, "Come on, do it again." The woman's voice calmly replied, "No need." In the next critical moment, a 2-meter-wide pale light descended from the sky, slicing a scorching white line across the concrete in front of them. Every cockroach that hit this line exploded instantly, spraying white and green fluids everywhere. Jiang Jiwan quickly looked up at the sky, a scene that would forever be etched in his memoria. Blood-red sky with a man descending like lightning, wielding twin blades, as if to tear through the shroud of death. This mysterious figure landed with a slight bend of his knees, then shot forward into the swarm of cockroaches like an arrow. His swinging blades transformed into 2 30-meter-long silver-white beams, shattering everything in their path, including the giant cockroaches and the surrounding walls and shelters. So cool, Jiang Jiwan couldn't help but exclaim. He took a closer look at their savior, a middle-aged man clad in a complex exoskeleton suit, with metal components protecting key areas like his chest, back, knees, ankles, and neck. He had one intact arm, while the other was a mechanical limb. Each forearm housed a machine gun, with ammo belts extending to his back, where a large metal structure likely concealed massive magazines. He wielded a long blade in each hand, the surfaces etched with channels where a luminescent white fluid seemed to flow. The entire setup resembled a fully armed exoskeleton warrior from a sci-fi movie. Jiang Jiwan thought, perhaps only a man like this can defy fate. Meanwhile, Xing Fei and Zhang Zhan kept their eyes shut, shielding their faces with their hands, retreating in terror. They stumbled over stones and weeds, screaming in panic, trying to dispel their inner fear. At that moment, a thunderous roar came from above. Jiang Jiwan looked up to see a dark green camouflaged Z-8 helicopter hovering overhead. The cabin door was open, and 3 fully armed Dixia Iron Army soldiers aimed machine guns below, unleashing a deadly hail of bullets. The helicopter descended rapidly, the rotor blades whipping up a fierce wind that scattered the cockroach corpses. Jiang Jiwan saw a soldier waving at him, gesturing towards the cabin, clearly urging them to hurry aboard. Jiang Jiwan grabbed his 2 companions, who were flailing on the ground, and dragged them towards the helicopter. As it touched down, they reached the cargo door just in time. "Get in," the soldier shouted, nodding approvingly at Jiang Jiwan's quick response. He had a good impression of Jiang Jiwan. This ordinary high school student had an uncanny ability to accurately predict the landing point of the helicopter, saving them valuable time. At least, they didn't need to deploy an additional soldier to cover their boarding. Above them, 4 helicopters circled, emitting a deafening roar. Jiang Jiwan immediately recognized that 3 were transport helicopters, and the other was Dacia's most advanced WZ-10 attack helicopter. On the ground, soldiers of the Dacia Iron Army were continuously firing at the remaining giant cockroaches, bullets whistling through the air. Once the helicopter picked them up, it ascended immediately. The middle-aged man wielding dual blades made an agile leap, effortlessly jumping over 10 meters into the air and landing steadily inside the cabin. He rolled gracefully to absorb the impact and stood firm inside. The middle-aged man glanced over the 3 students in their school uniforms and slowly asked, "Qingting High School?" Despite the constant roar of the helicopters outside, his voice pierced through the noise, reaching the 3 clearly. "Yes." Jiang Jiwan responded loudly, pondering. "How does he know our school? Did he come specifically for someone here? Could one of my classmates be someone important? Which class? What are your names?" The man's gaze was intensely fixed on Jiang Jiwan. As Jiang Jiwan fastened his seatbelt, he shouted, "Third year, Class 2, Zhang Zhen, Xingfei, Jiang Jiwan." As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed a subtle change in the man's expression. 2 seconds later, the man decisively ordered, "WZ-10, cover 001 for takeoff. The rest proceed to rescue others at the school, over." Instantly, more helicopters could be heard zooming overhead. Zhang Zhen, upon hearing this, widened his eyes. "We're taking off now, leaving the others behind?" The man ignored Zhang Zhen, keeping his eyes on Jiang Jiwan. Jiang Jiwan stood about 1.8 meters tall, with a robust build and slightly tan skin that shone with a healthy glow. His features were quite handsome, not in the way teenage girls might swoon over, but reminiscent of a young Zhu Yan. Suppressing the tumult within, Jiang Jiwan asked as calmly as he could, "Can I ask why the helicopter is only taking us? Are we somehow special?" His mind raced with speculation as he glanced at Xing Fei and Zhang Zhen, wondering if they too had some hidden identity. Jiang Jiwan suspected the man might have witnessed his ability to kill the cockroach with a shockwave. Was this what they called a superpower? Was the helicopter sent specifically for him because they knew about his abilities in advance? And why were armed helicopters deployed for an earthquake rescue? Why were the soldiers fully armed? Unless they had anticipated the emergence of these terrifying giant cockroaches. "Someone will explain everything to you soon." The man offered his hand to Jiang Jiwan. "I'm Yu Tao, from Jingzhou Border Defense. The creatures you encountered are known as geocentric cockroaches. Soon, someone will introduce you to the real world." The helicopter quickly climbed to an altitude of 400 to 500 meters. Through the windows, the 3 children looked down at the city below, both familiar and alien. The ground was cracked like a spider web, with countless fissures spreading outward. The sirens sounded even more piercing from the sky. Blood stained the streets below, with people desperately fleeing, uncertain where death lay in front or behind. Yu Tao asked gravely, "Have you ever seen a 3-meter-long mantis, a 10-meter-long centipede, a 15-meter-long rat, a 30-meter-long weasel, or a 50-meter-long python?" These giant creatures emerged from the earth's crevices, their cold eyes fixed on the humans who once hunted them with ease, their gleaming fangs like the scythes of death. Countless helicopters descended upon the city, the sound of gunfire and the cries of despair filling the air. Looking down, armored convoys sped along the roads. This small city seemed like a massive graveyard, bustling yet filled with the aura of death. Perhaps by nightfall, only crows would circle the skies, and barren branches would cover the graves. The plane's radio continuously relayed urgent calls. Helicopters are only transporting children under 20. Armored vehicles are escorting buses to evacuate adults. 009 is under attack and cannot return. Backup team proceed to the designated location immediately. Convoy 17 is under attack. We can't return. We'll fight them. Backup team, reroute to the designated location. Xing Fei leaned against the porthole, silently gazing at the luxurious neighborhood below. Once opulent villas and expensive landscaped gardens were now reduced to ruins. This place had been her home, the culmination of her father's life's work. Now only rubble and steel remained. Survivors fled with their families through the complex, a heart-wrenching sight. She glanced down at her phone. The screen still showed no signal. Beside her sat Jiang Jiwan, also staring out the window. From above, the buildings resembled rows of blind boxes, ready to collapse at any moment. People on the streets were running in panic. Someone threw a child back to the ground before falling into an abyss. A Daxia Iron Army armored vehicle arrived, just in time to rescue the child. Jiang Jiwan felt a pang of sorrow, imagining how the child would feel seeing classmates picked up by their parents in the future. At that moment, Jiang Jiwan suddenly longed for his mother's sweet and sour ribs. Though he hadn't tasted them in 10 years, the sweet and tangy flavor seemed to linger on his tongue. He sighed deeply, trying to hold back tears, unwilling to witness more of the tragedy outside. Instead, he focused on Yuetao, who was polishing his dual blades, pondering that if he had such power, perhaps he could prevent some of the pain of separation. Xing Fei adjusted her short, deep purple hair, her eyes clouded with sadness. She pressed her red lips together, her pale skin flushed pink from the long escape. This girl, once the aloof and cool figure in the hearts of many boys, was now as lost and desolate as the people on the street. She watched Jiang Jiwan quietly. Despite his disheveled appearance and being covered in the fluid of subterranean insects, he maintained a semblance of calm. His presence offered Xing Fei a glimmer of safety. Suddenly, Yuetao's voice bellowed from deep in his throat, "Prepare for impact." The shrill alarm and flashing red lights filled the cabin. The helicopter tilted sharply to the side, blown by an unknown gust of wind. The seatbelts held the passengers securely, but the immense centrifugal force left them breathless, unable even to scream. Through the porthole, Jiang Jiwan caught a glimpse of an eye larger than the helicopter itself. Yuetao immediately shouted into the radio, "Command center. What's happening here?" The response came quickly, "Captain Yu. The energy monitoring system shows a level 4 creature has suddenly appeared at your location." Yuetao swiftly unbuckled his seatbelt, using the inertia to grab onto the handles on the sides of the cabin. His muscles tensed, and his mechanical arm creaked as it challenged the helicopter's torsional limits. Within seconds, the aircraft stabilized, and the rotors roared back to life. The three young people finally caught their breath. Xing Fei and Zhang Jin asked in confusion, "What just happened?" Jiang Jiwan turned to look outside, seeing a massive serpent's head sweep past, its head alone stretching over 100 meters, its neck as thick as 5 skyscrapers. Its body was covered in scales resembling black volcanic rock, with streams of molten lava flowing over them. Zhang Jin exclaimed in shock, "Oh my god! It has more than one head." The ground of the neighborhood and park began to heave, and rebar, concrete, and luxury vehicles were flung about like confetti. The rising earth formed small hills, the centers glowing red-hot, with the air above shimmering and distorting. Several crimson beams of light shot up into the sky, causing the earth to crack and dissolve instantly. Sinister serpent heads emerged from the core of the earth, their massive bodies overturning 3 commercial plazas and exposing the surface. In Jiang Jiwan's mind, the familiar female voice murmured again, "The Lernean Hydra of Argolis, summoned by the Creator, has returned from the swamp." "It seems like Shangliu from the Daxia mythology," Jiang Jiwan muttered to himself. The voice immediately retorted, "The 9-headed serpent Hydra, which devours ships, has no connection with the ancient god Shangliu, who swallows stars and moons." "Who are you?" Jiang Jiwan silently asked in his mind. "The enlightener of the Cretan tribe, your future mentor Pallas Athena," the woman whispered. Jiang Jiwan pondered, "I only know of an Athena in the Greek Olympian pantheon. You seem like a Westerner who appreciates Eastern monsters." "In my impression, people and gods from the East and West are often at odds, looking down on each other. Don't imagine everything is so oppositional. For this world, we're all just children who haven't grown up," the woman said slowly. After finishing this sentence, no matter how Jiang Jiwan inquired, she remained silent. The colossal beast rampaged through the land, destroying everything in its path. However, humanity was not entirely defenseless. 3 armed helicopters quickly changed direction, unleashing a barrage of 23mm cannons, quad anti-tank missiles, and 32-round rocket launchers at the giant serpent. Explosions echoed continuously, and the night sky was illuminated by fire. When the smoke cleared, the serpent's scales were charred and oozing with blood, yet it seemed even more enraged. Its massive maw opened, spewing a pillar of blood-red fire towards the helicopters. The armed helicopters maneuvered at the limits of their capabilities, narrowly avoiding a fatal strike. But the landing gear was hit by the fire's aftermath, emitting a piercing metallic clang. A pilot's urgent call came over the radio. "The Harriers can't inflict effective damage, requesting fighter support." Zhang Jun, staring wide-eyed out the window, asked, "What kind of monster is this? Even missiles can't kill it?" Jiang Jiwan's heart pounded violently. This scene, so awe-inspiring in movies, was an undeniable tragedy in reality. The serpent's tail swung relentlessly, causing entire neighborhoods to collapse. Humanity's proud concrete and steel constructions were as fragile as anthills before this ancient beast. Suddenly, red lights flashed in the cabin, and a deep voice came over the radio. Confirmed, 4th level biological entity Hydra, designation D009, moving towards a large evacuation point. 5,300 teachers and students await rescue. Nearby Jojo border guards, assemble immediately. Protect them at all costs. Yu Tao exhaled deeply, drawing a pair of futuristic-looking blades from his waist, and walked to the cabin door where the wind howled. He glanced back at the children and said, "A new mission has come. I won't be seeing you off." Jiang Jiwan watched this man, resembling a war god, recalling how effortlessly he had sliced through the monstrous centipede, and couldn't help but ask, "Can you win?" "We can't win," Yu Tao replied expressionlessly, looking out the cabin. "But does that mean we don't fight? Among the border guards, there's a saying, certain death, yet we charge forward." He added with a self-deprecating smile, "In your young people's words, that slogan's pretty cringe, huh? But when the day comes, you'll understand those slogans are just to give yourself a bit of courage when the future is uncertain." With that, he spread his arms and leapt from the high altitude in front of the astonished children. Yu Tao spread his limbs in the air, striving to maintain balance as he approached the Hydra. His speed increased until, at the moment before impact, the alloy backpack on his back erupted with violet red flames, the immense reverse thrust abruptly slowing him down. He performed a backflip, knees slightly bent, landing steadily atop a skyscraper, stirring up a cloud of dust. "Awesome!" Xing Fei couldn't help but exclaim. "Is he even human?" Zhang Jin murmured. Jiang Jiwan silently watched Yu Tao's figure, gripping his right hand tightly, without saying a word. Standing atop the skyscraper, Yu Tao faced the nine-headed serpent. In front of the serpent, he appeared so tiny, not even as large as one of its fangs. He crossed his blades, striking sparks, then let out a long howl, leaping high and clashing his blades together. A 5-meter-wide blade beam erupted from the twin swords, the tremendous recoil even pushing Yu Tao off the skyscraper. The blade beam grew larger and brighter, like a meteor in broad daylight, slicing through the sky and striking the central head of the Hydra, erupting in a silver-white mushroom cloud. The serpent let out a piercing wail, its remaining 8 heads spewing fire columns like high-temperature cutting blades, instantly slicing the building into segments, sending it crashing to the ground. Jiang Jiwan's gaze remained fixed on the Hydra, unable to see Yu Tao. He only saw flashes of various colors erupting throughout the city. Some warriors even stood directly in the beast's path, forced to confront the colossal, swift creature hidden. The radio crackled with resolute voices. "Lao Yu's daylight meteor slash, that's badass. Headquarters, Jingzhou Border Guard Team 6 has reached the designated position. This thing is too strong. I can buy 20 seconds at most." Jingzhou Border Guard Team 27, Mo Dao, "I'm going in. Send my compensation to my mom. Come on, you beast. Qin Biwu, we'll have snake soup tonight." The helicopters roared as they flew over the city's ruins. In the distance, fighter jets soared against the tide. Though these machines, symbols of human pride, seemed so insignificant before the serpent, not even as large as 2 of its scales. The 3 children pressed against the cabin window, witnessing the brutal battle, their ears echoing with the warriors' defiant shouts, their pupils trembling. "We can't win, but we must fight." Jiang Jiwan softly repeated these 6 words. This wasn't some passionate oath, but the attitude of warriors facing the apocalypse if they must die. Let it be on the path of charge. During the flight, Zhang Jun and Xing Fei would occasionally glance up at the radio, waiting for news from Yu Tao, and then look down at their phones, thinking of their families. Their eyes darted back and forth between these 2 objects, as if this could somehow speed up the transmission of news. The battery percentage on the phone screens dwindled, while the signal strength gradually increased, but this offered them little comfort. They kept sending WeChat messages and making calls to their families, their fingers swiftly gliding over the screens, ears pressed to the receivers, hoping to hear familiar voices. However, all they received in return were cold busy signals and silent message boxes. At that moment, they truly felt the solitude of life. The expensive phones, luxurious cars, and the prestige that came with a prominent family background, everything they once took pride in, seemed utterly powerless. Unlike them, Jiang Jiwan seemed less entangled. His gaze pierced through the helicopter window, watching as the aircraft soared through the thick clouds. Below, each city was shrouded in billowing black smoke, resembling an apocalyptic scene. This disaster hadn't just swept across their city. It had engulfed all of human civilization. Centuries of planning and construction appeared so fragile in the face of this sudden catastrophe. The roar of the helicopter's engine drowned out the cries and pleas rising from the cities below. Jiang Jiwan realized that from this height, looking down upon the earth was like a deity gazing at humanity, unable to hear the prayers of mortals. After an hour of flying, Jiang Jiwan suddenly noticed a golden light piercing through the dense clouds. The dim cabin was instantly illuminated. Through the window, he saw a breathtaking sight. A massive, dark green three-legged cauldron hovering in the sky, slowly rotating. The giant bronze cauldron was evidently ancient, its surface covered with primitive patterns that spoke of ancient people's imaginations of gods, mountains, and heavenly laws. It hung high above the clouds, casting golden light downwards, enveloping the vast expanse of the sky. What is that? Jiang Jiwan murmured, unable to tear his eyes away from the strange sight. A soldier beside him explained. It's said to be the Jingzhou Ding. Half an hour ago, the 9 mountain ranges of Daxia crumbled, and 9 bronze cauldrons soared into the sky, creating a protective barrier to fend off beasts and earthquakes. Jingzhou Ding, 9 of them. Are these the legendary 9 Ding of the Great Yu? Jiang Jiwan mused. He recalled the legend of Yu the Great. Yu divided the world into 9 provinces, requiring each to contribute bronze to forge 9 cauldrons, each etched with the geography of its province, symbolizing the 9 provinces. Jiang Jiwan observed the bronze cauldron closely. The patterns around the cauldron depicted deities, while the center bore traces of mountains and rivers. Although the cauldron was scarred, and some patterns were covered in dirt, its overall outline remained clear. As time passed, Jiang Jiwan felt a roaring sound echoing in his mind. He closed his eyes and found himself in a wild expanse, the sky vast and clouds high, with mythical beasts galloping and giant birds blotting out the sun. Ancient people built tribes on this land. Shamans prayed for divine manifestations. Jiang Jiwan even felt as if he would grow wings and soar in that wilderness. Just then, a woman's voice broke through, accompanied by the clatter of galloping horses. Wake up! Don't look! The voice pulled Jiang Jiwan back to reality. Why? Jiang Jiwan wondered, feeling as though he was on the brink of understanding something profound. As he was about to question the woman, an urgent message came through the soldier's headset. All aircraft, close your windows. There's a strong reaction to the Jingzhou Ding from some prodigies who are being struck down by lightning. Cold sweat broke out on Jiang Jiwan's back, realizing the woman had just saved his life. He suddenly understood that someone was deliberately hunting these prodigies, not allowing them the chance to grow. The woman's voice returned, echoing with the howling wind. Beware! The true danger comes from those around you. Explain. Jiang Jiwan implored softly. The people around you may not be people, the woman clarified. They've been replaced. When they detect a prodigy, they trigger lightning, perishing alongside the prodigy. Would it still be called the end times if prodigies were allowed to grow? The woman remarked with a hint of sarcasm. How can we tell them apart? Jiang Jiwan asked urgently. Observe. There's no other way. The woman replied, her voice full of resignation. Who are you? Really? Jiang Jiwan pressed. The enlightener of the Cretan race, once a listener of great principles before the Pangu tribe. Your future mentor Pallas Athena. The woman reiterated her introduction. Jiang Jiwan, a staunch believer in Eastern culture, found the concept of a Western female mentor a bit odd. He only knew of the war goddess Athena and was unfamiliar with the title Pallas. Similarly, while he was familiar with the myth of Pangu creating the world, he had no idea what Pangu tribe referred to. At that moment, he overheard Xing Fei and Zhang Jin animatedly discussing. How is this cauldron flying? Newton must be turning in his grave. After that cockroach incident, Darwin's coffin has been kicked to pieces, can't be glued back together. What do you think is carved on it? A treasure map? This cauldron must be worth a fortune, right? Jiang Jiwan frowned and asked them, when you look at these cauldrons, do you feel anything? Both shook their heads, saying they only thought the cauldron was valuable. Clearly, they didn't share Jiang Jiwan's extraordinary sensations. The helicopter passed through the golden barrier and slowly descended. Jiang Jiwan heard the pilot let out a clear sigh of relief as his gaze swept over the scene below. The ground was crisscrossed with fissures resembling a turtle's shell, stretching all the way to the boundary protected by the golden light. Under the protection of the giant cauldron, the city remained bustling with traffic, and pedestrians were either engrossed in their phones or anxiously waiting for buses, completely unaware of the disaster outside. The helicopter landed in a makeshift military camp on the outskirts, near the edge of the golden barrier. Dozens of helicopters were landing one after another, surrounded by dark green tents. In the distance, survivors who looked like students were either bandaging wounds, sitting dejectedly on the ground, or frantically making phone calls. A soldier unfastened his seatbelt and patted Jiang Jiwan on the shoulder. Go on, someone will arrange accommodation for you. Congratulations, you made it. Jiang Jiwan noticed ground staff refueling the helicopters, indicating they would be returning to the front lines. Stay safe and come back in one piece, Jiang Jiwan said. The soldiers paused, smiled, and nodded. We hope you can reunite with your family too. Jiang Jiwan gave a wry smile. It was a blessing for Zhang Zhen and Xing Fei, but a distant hope for him. Medical personnel conducted basic checkups on them and then guided them through the tents to an open area. Here, countless young people were gathered, with soldiers moving among them, comforting the crying survivors. Zhang Zhen was about to inquire about the situation when Zhang Jiwan stopped him and pointed to a large screen on the west side. It was the screen originally used for advertisements in the center of the square, now broadcasting the news. Two solemn-looking anchors were announcing. Breaking news. At 7:30 this morning, the largest active volcano in Isumo erupted, triggering a chain reaction in the Pacific Rim seismic and volcanic belt. Volcanic ash is swirling at 1,500 meters above the ground, and numerous unidentified creatures are emerging from underground fissures. Within half an hour, 35 million people in the Isumo Empire went missing, and 8.5 million were confirmed dead. The three divine artifacts have ascended on their own, protecting the last three major cities. The volcanic ash is spreading globally and is expected to cover the entire world within 7 days. Areas possessing ancient artifacts are unaffected. The 9 provinces cauldron of Daxia is protecting the largest area of the 9 provinces, 3 times the total of other protected areas worldwide. If you see a golden light in the sky above your city, do not panic. You are within a protected zone. Affected areas are urged to engage in self-rescue and mutual aid. Help is on the way. Today might be humanity's darkest day. We are returning to the food chain and need to re-evaluate our understanding of this world. We regret to say, regardless of age, we must all take up arms and fight for survival. The newscaster's voice echoed across the square, mingling with the increasingly loud and piercing cries around them. Zhang Zhen turned back in confusion to Jiang Jiwan and asked, "What is the ancient Jiuzhou?" Without hesitation, Jiang Jiwan replied, "According to legend, Daiyu, the Great Yu, divided the land into 9 provinces: Yuzhou, Qingzhou, Shuzhou, Yangzhou, Jingzhou, Liangzhou, Yongzhou, Jizhou, and Yanzhou. The approximate boundaries stretched north to the Yin Mountains, Bohai Bay, and Liaodong, south to the ocean, west to Gansu bordering the western regions, and east to the ocean. It covered about half of the current Daxia territory, but during Daiyu's time, it might have been only a third of today's Daxia." Xing Fei suddenly looked up, her expression serious. "So, does that mean people from other regions have to evacuate to within the Jiuzhou area within 7 days?" 7 days is the global time frame, Jiang Jiwan said softly. "Daxia is too close to the Yun Empire, probably just 3 days at most." Zhang Jin and Xing Fei fell silent, pondering whether their families could reach them within 3 days. The three sat down quietly like the children around them. Jiang Jiwan scanned everyone's faces, trying to detect anything unusual, but found nothing. Suddenly, a shout shattered the silence. "Jiang Jiwan is over there. That's the one who abandoned the whole class and ran off." Jiang Jiwan turned to see familiar school uniforms and faces. Zhou Zi, looking disheveled and as if he'd narrowly escaped death, approached with some classmates. Xing Fei whispered, "It must be from the other helicopters. Jiang Jiwan, it seems he's coming for you." Zhou Zi and about 25 others were escorted over by 2 soldiers, the exact capacity of a helicopter. Zhou Zi's shout drew considerable attention from those nearby. Half of his face was covered in blood, his pallid complexion marked by fear. Upon seeing Jiang Jiwan, his face turned a livid shade. Zhou Zi strode up to Jiang Jiwan, pointing at him and yelling, "It was him, Jiang Jiwan. He ran off during the earthquake, otherwise more of us could have survived." He grabbed Jiang Jiwan by the collar, crying out, "It's all your fault. Only 6 of us made it out. 40 others are buried inside." Jiang Jiwan listened to the accusations with a blank expression. He swiftly knocked Zhou Zi's hand away and slapped him hard across the face. Zhou Zi spun around twice from the blow, his teeth loosened. Pointing to Xing Fei and Zhang Zhen, Jiang Jiwan coldly retorted, "Are you spouting nonsense? I ran off alone? Then what are Xing Fei and Zhang Zhen? Ghosts?" Only then did Zhou Zi notice Xing Fei and Zhang Zhen sitting on the ground, leaving him speechless. He had always been the top student since elementary school, but Jiang Jiwan had surpassed him just before the college entrance exams. Jiang Jiwan, an orphan with no money for extra classes and working to support himself, was something Zhou Zi found hard to accept. Just as tensions were about to boil over, a familiar voice called out, "What's going on?" Accompanied by the grinding of mechanical gears, someone approached the two. Jiang Jiwan looked up to see it was Yu Tao. Xing Fei and Zhang Zhen also showed expressions of surprise and relief. Yu Tao addressed Jiang Jiwan. "We saved the people, but we lost 6 of our brothers." His tone was calm, as if accustomed to such losses. Yu Tao had several scrapes, his exoskeleton armor was incomplete, and his left mechanical arm was missing, leaving the fate of the giant serpent uncertain. Jiang Jiwan noticed Yu Tao used the term "we," even though there was no need to report the results to him. Yet Yu Tao not only informed him but did so with a sense of camaraderie. "Captain Yu." The surrounding soldiers stood at attention and saluted upon seeing Yu Tao, indicating his high standing in the camp. Though Zhou Zi had never met Yu Tao, he quickly assessed Yu's status from the reactions of the surrounding soldiers. He immediately shouted, "My classmate Zhang Jiwan was the first to run out during the earthquake," completely ignoring the others. Zhou Zi knew the tactic of making a preemptive accusation and, even if he couldn't truly harm Zhang Jiwan, he wanted to disgust him a bit. Little did he know, Yu Tao had already witnessed Zhang Jiwan fighting a giant cockroach from above. Yu Tao turned to look at Zhang Jiwan, then at Zhou Zi, cleared his throat and asked, "Is this Zhang Jiwan the class teacher?" Zhou Zi shook his head. Yu Tao asked again, "Is he a teacher or the class president?" Zhou Zi shook his head once more. Yu Tao let out a derisive laugh, his voice suddenly rising. "He's just an ordinary student. What should he do when an earthquake strikes?" He suddenly widened his eyes in anger, glaring at Zhou Zi. He should run. Ordinary students have no responsibilities. In the face of disaster, the task of ordinary people is to survive, to fight to stay alive. Do you want him to die under the rubble to satisfy you? Yu Tao was covered in blood, his equipment half destroyed and emitting smoke, clearly fresh from a fierce battle. His pent-up frustration erupted in a shout that scared Zhou Zi into taking 2 steps back. "Did all your classmates make it out?" Yu Tao stared intently at Zhou Zi, his gaze like a hungry wolf eyeing a gazelle, making Zhou Zi's soul tremble and exposing all his hidden thoughts. "No." Zhou Zi's voice was as faint as a mosquito. "You talk so much about responsibility, why didn't you stay behind? How did you get on the helicopter?" Yu Tao suddenly kicked Zhou Zi hard in the chest. With a dull thud, the supposedly refined yet hysterical young man rolled 7 or 8 meters away, causing those around to step aside. "I despise moral blackmailers like you." Yu Tao spat, then turned to Zhang Jiwan, saying, "You, come with me." Dragging his half-ruined exoskeleton, he resembled an aging swordsman, gripping a half-empty jug of wine, leading a thin horse, and heading towards the desolate ancient road at sunset. Zhang Jiwan followed closely behind, admiring Yu Tao's character, his hatred for evil, his uprightness, and his true soldier spirit. A female classmate approached Xing Fei and quietly asked, "Xiao Feifei, does old Zhang know this old man?" The surrounding gaze focused on Xing Fei, as they all seemed curious about the same thing. They just met an hour ago." Xing Fei replied slowly, watching Zhang Jiwan's receding figure, a hint of contemplation in her eyes. From the moment they boarded the helicopter, Yu Tao had been frequently observing Zhang Jiwan, and the captain's interest in him seemed a bit excessive. Lying on the ground, Zhou Zi glared menacingly at the two, thinking to himself, "These people are overly concerned about Zhang Jiwan." Some classmates helped Zhou Zi up, noting that he seemed unusually out of character today. However, in the face of such a great disaster, personality changes were common. With parents missing and futures uncertain, it wasn't just personality shifts. Complete breakdowns were not uncommon. They arrived at a 3-story building on the edge of the square. Originally, it served as the property management office, but now it had been temporarily repurposed into a bustling command center. Zhang Jiwan followed Yu Tao through the bustling crowd, his attention occasionally drawn to the camouflage uniforms and exoskeleton armors moving through the throng. Yu Tao led Zhang Jiwan straight to the 3rd floor, stopping in front of the easternmost office. He knocked lightly on the door, and a deep voice from inside asked, "Who is it?" "It's me, old Yu. I've brought the kid," Yu Tao replied calmly, as if it were just another routine matter. There was a soft sound from inside, and the door swung open on its own. Zhang Jiwan watched in surprise, wondering if someone had the ability to move objects remotely. "Go on in," Yu Tao said quietly before turning to leave. Zhang Jiwan stepped into the office, finding it unusually simple: a desk, a laptop, and a person in a wheelchair. The individual appeared to be around 30, with a fair face and wearing white-framed glasses that seemed both scholarly and a bit flamboyant. The man nodded a greeting as Zhang Jiwan entered, then lifted his chin slightly. The door closed silently behind him, and the sound of a lock engaging was clearly audible. "This door is remote-controlled," the man explained, holding up a small remote. "This used to be the property manager's private office, so while it looks like a mechanical lock from the outside, it's actually an electronic one." Zhang Jiwan realized his imagination had been a bit overactive. The man stood up, retrieved a can of cold Coke from a mini fridge on the desk, and handed it to Zhang Jiwan. Zhang accepted it without hesitation, twisted off the cap, and took a refreshing swig. "Ah," he exclaimed with satisfaction. The man across from him smiled approvingly at Zhang's straightforwardness. He turned the laptop screen towards Zhang, displaying the name Ning Nanqiu in bold characters. "I'm Ning Nanqiu, the chief instructor of the Jingzhou division of the Border Guardians of Zhuzhou. The person you met earlier, Yu Tao, is the captain of the 8th Squad." Ning Nanqiu introduced himself simply. "Could you first explain what Border Guardians are?" Zhang Jiwan asked directly. Ning Nanqiu removed his glasses. Zhang noticed they were just frames without lenses and began to explain. "In Daxia, those with special abilities are divided into 2 groups, the Border Guardians and the Unreturning. The border guardians are responsible for defense and large-scale operations, while the unreturning handle reconnaissance and small-scale raids. He paused, his expression turning serious. 15 years ago, the world realized that humanity's true enemy lies beneath our feet. We've been fighting a hidden war for 15 years. The disaster you're witnessing now is because we failed to hold them back. Ning Nanxio sighed. Over the last 15 years, 3,758 gifted individuals worldwide have sacrificed their lives, and yet, this is the result. These creatures are enormous and incredibly destructive. The Iron Army's firepower is insufficient against them. We need more people with abilities. Zhang Zhuan pondered. So these terrifying creatures have been around for a while. Wasn't there any thought to make this public? People would be furious to learn they've been deceived. Ning Nanxio shook his head with a bitter smile. Those creatures are not limited to the hydras and subterranean monstrosities you've seen. He clicked the mouse, and a video started playing on the computer. The footage showed a businesswoman entering a taxi. The vehicle moved through the dimly lit streets, escorted by the glow of street lamps. Suddenly, the taxi turned into a secluded area and stopped. The driver slowly turned around, revealing a golden feline face with gleaming fangs. The woman screamed and tried to escape, only to find the doors locked. In an instant, the car was awash with blood. A few minutes later, the driver's clothes lay slack. A golden lynx burst through the car window, leaping onto the road. It quickly transformed into the likeness of the businesswoman. Crossing the greenery, it arrived on another street, revealing long legs encased in stockings, and began flagging down passing taxis. Ning Nanxio let out a deep sigh, his gaze heavy as he looked at Jiang Zhiwan. Our enemies are not just the beasts, but also the demons. They exist extensively within human society, behaving almost indistinguishably from humans. He paused for a moment, his tone grave. Do you realize what would happen if we revealed the existence of these creatures to humans? Jiang Zhuan frowned in thought. While Ning Nanxio continued, everyone would start to suspect and guard against each other, carrying weapons wherever they go. Under such pressure, people would imagine others to be demons and might mistakenly harm innocent people. His voice was low. Eventually, the social order of humanity would completely collapse. Jiang Zhiwan's expression turned serious as he remembered a woman telling him about people being replaced. He had considered this possibility. Ning Nanxio nodded subtly at the young man, acknowledging that reaching this conclusion was commendable. Ning Nanxio turned and brought up a chart, pointing at a sharply rising curve. What's more frightening is that humans might suspect the higher-ups of being infiltrated by demons and start questioning those unified directives. At that point, humanity would lose its leadership completely, leaving the world leaderless. He explained. Over the past 15 years, the number of demons we've discovered within human society has been increasing daily. Our investigative experience and technology have improved, but their disguises have also become more sophisticated. Especially in recent days, their numbers have shown explosive growth. Ning Nanxio sighed. The 9 provinces cauldron can temporarily block the volcanic ash and foreign creatures, but it is powerless against the enemies already within the interior of Xia. Zhang Zhuan asked, how do we identify demons? Pay attention to the details, Ning Nanxio replied. Demons resemble humans, but actors are still just actors. They will reveal themselves in the details. We also have some special instruments, but previously, there weren't enough experimental samples. Ning Nanxio went on to explain the current task allocation. The mission of the returnless is to leave Xia and bring back those scientists and builders who are hiding outside. As for us, the border guards, our task is to first rescue our suffering compatriots within Xia, and then deal with the demons that have infiltrated. Jiang Zhiwan stared at the steeply rising curve, realizing that beneath the seemingly peaceful night lay an unseen battlefield of iron and blood. This wasn't a story of superheroes in novels or movies solving threats in secret and then fading into anonymity. It was a reality where everyone must pick up a weapon to face this harsh world. He withdrew his gaze, straightened his back, and looked at Ning Nanxio. You called me here alone because of my awakened abilities, right? I'm in. Ning Nanxio was about to retrieve a document from the safe when he heard this and paused. So determined? Why? Jiang Zhiwan shrugged. Xia has been good to me. After my parents disappeared, I received a monthly pension of 3,000, and there were visits during holidays. I suspect my family has ties to the border guards, so I feel even more compelled to join. He paused. Can I apply for some more money? My phone broke while escaping, and I can't afford a new one. Ning Nanxio's expression froze slightly. Get a phone from Yu Tao. His tone became stern. In the future, many with abilities will emerge. But you, Zhang Zhiwan, are to stay in the rear. Focus on your studies and engage in scientific research. If you go out risking your life, we would be failing your parents. Jiang Zhiwan was taken aback, a whirlwind of thoughts racing through his mind. He had meticulously planned how to leverage his abilities for maximum Gaina cash sum of 50 to 60,000, a 2-bedroom apartment, a Mercedes C-Class, and a license plate that exempted him from speeding fines. He had even rehearsed the verbal sparring in his mind. But Ning Nanchio's outright refusal shattered his fantasies, bringing him abruptly back to reality. Are they part of the high command among the border guards? Zhang Jiwan pondered, reluctantly acknowledging their perceptiveness. Ning Nanchio glanced down at the documents in his hand and began to narrate. This story begins 20 years ago, in the autumn of 2005. It was then that humanity first discovered the remains of the legendary Western deity Prometheus in the East African Rift Valley. Nearby, we also found murals depicting Nuwa creating humans. This discovery sparked significant controversy in both Eastern and Western historical circles, particularly about whether Nuwa truly belonged to the East or the West. Zhang Jiwan frowned slightly. The stories of Nuwa creating humans and mending the heavens were deeply ingrained in his memory from childhood, and every Easterner mentioned Nuwa with profound reverence. Hearing that Nuwa appeared in the East African Rift Valley was difficult for him to accept. Just then, the voice of a mysterious woman echoed in his mind. What he says is the true history. This statement made Zhang Jiwan even more uncomfortable. The woman continued, however, this version is somewhat one-sided. Prometheus was a deity who sided with life, advocating for the perfect bodily construction of the gods to be spread to all beings. During his travels, he saw the flourishing people of the East and Nuwa, who was constantly refining human form. Nuwa gave him something that allowed him to imbue life into clay. Only after returning to the West did Prometheus begin to mold humans from clay. How do you know this? Zhang Jiwan couldn't help but question. I saw it with my own eyes, the woman whispered. Ning Nanchio continued his account. The murals show that Nuwa gave Prometheus a drop of her blood to bestow life upon humanity. After years of secret exploration, we found that drop of blood deep within the rift. A brave team risked their lives to retrieve it, and using special technology, we were able to mass-produce beings with extraordinary abilities for the first time. 10 years ago, mythical beasts and demons began to emerge from the East African Rift Valley. To uncover the cause, the heroes of that era set out once more. In the rift, they not only found traces of legendary Western deities, but also discovered the true method to activate Nuwa's blood. Though they returned with this knowledge, nearly half of them never made it back. Ning Nanchio took a deep breath and continued. Since then, we have used the Great Yu's 9 provinces cauldron, hidden deep within the Daxia mountain range, as a forge to refine this drop of blood, resonating with Daxia's ancient history. Now, Daxia offers a unique opportunity for ordinary people to have a one-time brief interaction with the 9 provinces cauldron, with a one chance of activating their genetic potential to gain extraordinary abilities, a process we call winding. Ning Nanchio slowly opened the file folder and said, if Daxia still has 300 million people of working age, a 1 conversion rate could yield 3 million extraordinary beings. We will not lack warriors, all thanks to those who, despite being hunted worldwide, brought that drop of blood back to Daxia. Especially the captain of that team and his wife, the strongest among them, who had every chance to escape. But to ensure the others' safe return to Daxia, they chose to stay behind, destroying the gorge to halt the advancing hordes. Ning Nanchio held out a photograph, handing it gently to Zhang Jiwan, and said softly, the team named Batian, led by Captain Zhang Qingqian and his wife Ji Shuang. They were your parents. Zhang Jiwan gazed at the photo, and though Ning Nanchio couldn't see his expression, he sensed that Zhang was lost in memories. When Ning Nanchio began recounting this story, Zhang Jiwan had suspected that his parents might be connected to this team, perhaps even members of it, as it was 10 years ago that his parents left. But he never imagined they were so remarkably extraordinary. The photo's background was an autumnal park, with blazing red leaves and bare branches adorned with yellowing leaves. About 50 people stood in 4 rows, dressed in exoskeleton suits similar to Yuetao's. Some stared into the camera, while others checked their weapons. Zhang Jiwan's gaze lingered on the couple in the center, the man handsome, the woman gentle, his parents. They appeared scholarly, like ordinary teachers. Zhang Jiwan gently caressed the photo, his mind awash with memories. Except for the exoskeleton armor they wore, their demeanor, appearance, and expressions were exactly as Zhang Jiwan remembered his parents. Staring at the photo, a whirlwind of emotions surged within him. He couldn't help but think of his gentle mother, Ji Shuang, who always waited for him at the school gate, giving him a big hug before placing him on the back of her electric scooter, buying him a grilled sausage, and weaving through the city streets together. The image of his father, Zhang Qingqian, also surfaced in his mind. That refined man would sit in the car for a few minutes after returning home from work, lighting a cigarette to dispel his fatigue. Only after carefully opening and closing the car door several times to disperse the smell of smoke would he go upstairs with his briefcase to cook. Though life in his memories wasn't affluent, it was filled with joy and warmth. Zhang Jiwan, being clever, would always finish his homework quickly, then his parents would take him downstairs to play soccer. How could such ordinary people become guardians of the world? And how could they bear to leave their child behind to protect others? After a decade without seeing them, Jiang Jiwan thought silently to himself. You became heroes, but I lost my family. Ning Nanxiu paused for a moment and softly explained. We've been protecting you from the shadows, trying not to disrupt your life path. The plan was to make amends for your lost life after you graduated from college. Your parents reclaimed the fortune of all humanity, which is why the current daxia has the broad protection of the 9 tripods. Other countries believe your parents left you a legacy crucial to the world's fate, so they are secretly searching for you. He continued, we altered your records, erasing many traces of your life. Many warriors among the border guards and the unreturning have changed their and their children's surnames to Jiang, also to protect you. Most people would think you've been adopted by us. Jiang Jiwan leaned closer to the photo, scrutinizing his parents' expressions, while his thoughts remained clear. I've never changed my name since birth. How did you manage to pull off such a deception? Ning Nanxiu explained. From the day you were born, your real name in the daxia database has been Jiang Ribo. You should know that your nickname has always been Xiaobo, and your parents hardly ever used your full name in public. Hearing this explanation, Jiang Jiwan softly said, Ribo? No wonder my nickname and full name never seemed related. This name must come from the first line of the second poem in Lin Bu's 2 poems of the Mountain Garden Plum Blossom, right? Seeing Ning Nanxiu's puzzled expression, Jiang Jiwan further explained. My parents' names come from the second line of the first poem in 2 poems of the Mountain Garden Plum Blossom. Sparse shadows slant across clear shallow water. Faint fragrance floats under the moon at dusk. The second line of the second poem is, the sun sets sweetly as spring arrives late. Frost deepens making the night chill. Ribo corresponds to my mother's, Shuaying, and Jiwan corresponds to my father's, Qingqian, hiding a legacy in ancient poetry from 1,000 years ago. This must be daxia's unique romance. Jiang Jiwan continued to ask, was my special admission to that international school arranged by you two? And Captain Yutao coming to the school today, was that to pick me up? Ning Nanxiu widened his eyes in surprise and replied, no, it wasn't. Ning Nanxiu looked a bit awkward as he explained to Jiang Jiwan. It's not like that. Initially, we planned for you to attend an ordinary high school, and the monthly 3,000 yuan compensation would have been enough for you. But your exceptional language skills caught the attention of an international school that had been criticized for neglecting language studies, so they recruited you specially. The 40,000 yuan annual tuition suddenly made the compensation insufficient. Originally, your language teacher was assigned as your guardian. At this point, Ning Nanxiu noticed that Yutao was already assisting Jiang Jiwan, so he turned to help other students. Jiang Jiwan recalled that on his second day at school, a new language teacher arrived, frequently bringing him snacks and even offering to cover tuition fees. He had thought it was because he did well and got along with the teacher, but now he realized it was special care. How can my life be filled with so many twists of fate? Jiang Jiwan murmured, unsure if he was questioning Ning Nanxiu, himself, or the world. Ning Nanxiu continued, the original plan was for you to enter a mid-level 211 university after the college entrance exam, earn a second-class scholarship and support, then join a large corporation controlled by the border defenders. You would climb the ranks step by step, and in about 20 years, you'd be in charge of the entire group, with assets reaching tens of billions or even more. As he spoke, he took out a file from his briefcase. These are the shares your parents left you. They've been in your name for 5 years now. They're currently worth about 30 billion. Unlike regular Iron Army members, we border defenders use our abilities to engage in global investments and expand our influence. Jiang Jiwan took the file and quickly verified its authenticity. Ning Nanxiu lowered his voice. The border defenders are meant to remain in the shadows. We can't let you shine too brightly, lest the secret of your abilities leaks. We know you've been struggling, so we've arranged for you to win small bonuses, like 5,000 yuan in a bottle of iced tea, but you always threw the caps away without checking. Jiang Jiwan laughed quietly, suddenly remembering something. In my first year of high school, I found a bag with over 300,000 yuan in cash, and the man insisted on giving me 30,000 as a reward? Ning Nanxiu sighed. That was supposed to be your living expense. Who would have thought you'd be so principled, taking only 100 as a keepsake? And when you found a discarded scratch-off ticket worth 10,000 on the street, you felt it was ill-gotten and donated it all? Jiang Jiwan had no words. The border defenders had been trying to send him money, and he had managed to avoid it every time. He sighed. Thank you for your efforts. Have my parents' remains been found? Ning Nanxiu slowly shook his head. After Daxia's overall strength increased, we attempted to reach the Great Rift 3 times, but it has become the domain of Western gods. With 3,000 temples and tens of millions of followers guarding it, we simply can't get in. But please believe in our resolve. There are still 2 returnless teams monitoring the area. As long as there's a glimmer of hope, we won't let their spirits remain abroad. Western God's domain. Jiang Jiwan muttered to himself. Then he thought, if I'm not mistaken, Athena is one of the most important deities in Western mythology, right? One of the 12 Olympian gods, the goddess of wisdom and war. Why would she help me? Sensing Jiang Jiwan's doubts, Athena spoke in his mind. He's right, but his understanding isn't complete. Is that so? Jiang Jiwan questioned internally. I want to know, where are the Eastern gods? In the face of such calamity, why do they stand by and do nothing? Athena replied softly, there are no gods in the East. Jiang Jiwan frowned, disagreeing with her. No gods in the East? Then how do you explain Yua's bloodline? Athena whispered, gods are beings that transcend humanity, looking down on all life. They are creatures with high lower limits, but also have limits. They relinquish their divine status to pursue infinity, leaving the world's energy for future generations, delegating the power to become gods. Jiang Jiwan pondered these words, unable to decipher Athena's intention, and remained cautious. Despite feeling that if Athena truly meant him harm, she wouldn't have warned him during the earthquake or shielded him during the Earth core insect attack. His 10 years of hardship had made him wary of sudden good fortune. Athena said in his mind, who would have thought that your status in Xia is so esteemed? The days ahead should be smooth sailing, with you calling the shots. Jiang Jiwan replied quietly, that's just out of respect for my parents. No matter how glorious they were, that's the past generation. If I rest on their laurels and act high and mighty, that would be terribly immature. Athena remained silent. Her previous words were merely a test of Jiang Jiwan's character, and she found him more cautious than she had anticipated. Jiang Jiwan adjusted his mood and turned to Ning Nanxiu, asking, could I have this photo? Ning Nanxiu nodded and responded succinctly, of course. Thank you. Jiang Jiwan, with a blank expression, continued to ask, how many resources can I access? As much as the frontier defenders can provide. There's no upper limit. Ning Nanxiu replied on their behalf, spitting out the words. Jiang Jiwan reached out to Ning Nanxiu, her tone calm, share some with me. I'm short on resources lately. Also, I want to join the ranks and become a warrior. Please allocate growth resources for me. Ning Nanxiu was momentarily stunned. He had seen countless outstanding and promising youngsters, but never someone quite like Jiang Jiwan. Even when facing a massive upheaval in her worldview, she maintained such clarity. He gazed into her eyes, which were like those of a lone, determined wolf pup on the prairie. We can give you money, and we can offer you status. Ning Nanxiu said while gathering other documents. But you need to stay safely in the rear. Your parents sacrificed themselves on the front lines. We can't let their only child step onto the battlefield again. It's not like enlisting in the old days. You've seen today's urban casualty rates. Jiang Jiwan smiled. Thank you for your kindness. But some people have the wind in their blood and can't be held back. Instead of sneaking off to explore, why not forge me into something unbreakable? Ning Nanxiu frowned. Wouldn't it be better to enjoy a peaceful life? After today, all of the seasoned superhumans in Xia will be secretly looking out for you. Whether it's luxury cars, nightclubs, yachts, villas, or traveling the world, everyone will strive to provide you with the best life. Jiang Jiwan looked at Ning Nanxiu, her expression unchanged. I can earn and spend my own money, but I can't spend what my parents paid for with their lives. Ning Nanxiu immediately responded, then you could become a scholar. You love literature so much. We can arrange the best teachers and ample research materials and funding for you. Jiwan, you have such a scholarly demeanor. My parents were even more like scholars, and yet they still went. Scholars like Xian Qiji and Wang Yangming existed too, Jiang Jiwan said, tucking a photo into the pocket on her chest, then murmured, I can't let others say look, Ji Shuang and Jiang Qingqian fought hard, so their son could live in comfort. She straightened up and turned towards the door, leaving behind the words, I will personally seek revenge at the rift. If I die on the way, remember to erect a tomb for the three of us, neat and proper. Ning Nanxiu called after her. What about everything else? Aren't you going to fight for it? Alone and seeking nothing else, Jiang Jiwan replied as she walked out the door. In her mind, Athena's voice echoed. I thought you wanted to be a peaceful prince. What others give, they can take back if they're displeased. Jiang Jiwan strode forward, thinking, what I achieve myself is what I truly hold forever. She walked down the long corridor and turned to descend the stairs. Suddenly, a hand stopped her. It was Yu Tao, leaning against the wall, smoking, and he offered her a cigarette. I don't smoke, Jiang Jiwan said. This is Yellow Crane Tower, 19 yuan a pack. Your father loved this brand, Yu Tao said. Hearing this, Jiang Jiwan accepted the cigarette. Yu Tao lit it for her, watching as she took her first puff. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Jiwan coughed violently. So harsh. So spicy. Her face turned red. Yu Tao leaned against the wall, blowing smoke rings. Your father didn't like fancy smokes or drinks. It was always 19 yuan Yellow Crane Tower, 20 yuan Erguotu, even when he treated us. Living too well makes you afraid to die, makes you forget you should fight for the people. He pointed to himself. That's why no one in the frontier defenders smokes the good stuff. They say if you go down one day, smoking the best, reeking of Moutai, you'd be ashamed to face the old captain. Jiang Jiwan listened, then tried another puff, careful not to inhale it into her lungs, just letting it linger in her mouth. The pungent aroma, with a hint of spice, invigorated her spirit. Yutao pointed to the distant square. If you want to be a rich heir, you'd be the top of Xia, with every seasoned superhuman as your family. But if you want to be a warrior, we can only ensure fairness, giving you the same chance as any other warrior. After all, we can't let others sacrifice for you. Are you sure? Jiang Jiwan nodded, tossed the cigarette, and crushed it under her foot. Then, she strode confidently into the crowd. She's got some serious guts. Yutao muttered under his breath as he watched Jiang Jiwan's retreating figure. The big screen projected an introduction about the winding, and the crowd's emotions were mixed. Some were engulfed in sorrow and despair, while others watched intently, pondering the potential powers they might gain. Shouts echoed from the outskirts of the camp as trucks and armored vehicles continuously arrived, bringing in middle-aged and elderly individuals. At the entrance, cheers and cries intertwined, with the joy of reunions mingling with the pain of loss. A mother brought news of the father's and younger brother's passing, while an uncle returned only to report the grandparents' tragic fate. Children crowded the exit, staring intently at each vehicle, hoping to catch a glimpse of their loved ones. Each spark of hope was repeatedly ignited and extinguished. When Jiang Jiwan returned to the crowd, Zhang Zhan and Xing Fei excitedly waved at him. Zhang Zhan hugged Jiang Jiwan with enthusiasm, bouncing as he exclaimed, "Old Jiang, I've reached my folks. They were on a trip, keeping it from me, just by the Kyushu border." Xing Fei quietly added, "My dad got picked up by the convoy too," her eyes shimmering with tears and a smile. Jiang Jiwan was genuinely happy for them. Suddenly, a loud voice boomed from the square's speakers, "Group 6, prepare to bring the youth from Area 1 to the Winding." Moments later, hundreds of soldiers surrounded the area where Jiang Jiwan stood, enclosing 3,000 students. The students stared blankly at the soldiers around them. On a distant platform, Yutao spoke into a microphone, "Everyone, do you know why we brought children under 20 here by helicopter? Because those aged 18 to 20 have the highest chance of awakening ancient powers. If you succeed, you'll instantly become an honorable warrior. In just a few days, your speed will outshine world record holders, your strength could shatter a boxer's arm, you'll gain superhuman abilities, and the courage to defy fate." Yutao continued, "Now, volcanic ash has already engulfed Isumo, and in just 3 days, it will consume Daxia. You need to spend a morning completing the inheritance process, an afternoon and night on basic training, and then go rescue others back to Kyushu. During this time, our generation will go first. If we fall, we ask you children to follow in our footsteps." A commotion arose in the crowd. Someone shouted, "I can go to college, I don't have to serve. Going out there is a death sentence." Parents who had just reunited with their children clung to them, protesting, "No, no, let us go instead. We can donate money and supplies, but we can't send our children to the battlefield." Jiang Jiwan stood amidst the crowd, observing the growing agitation around him, and sighed deeply. He realized that people had grown accustomed to peaceful times and forgotten that lives are only valued in such times, while the world has always been plagued by war. Contrary to the parents' concerns, some children shouted with fervor, "Fight back! Save them!" Zhang Zhan whispered to Jiang Jiwan, "Old Jiang, as much as I hate to admit it, even though I want to fight, I'm a bit scared." He shrank back and turned to Xing Fei, asking, "Fei Fei, what about you?" Xing Fei took several deep breaths, shook her head and said, "I'm scared too, but when the moment comes, it's better to step forward bravely than to retreat." As she spoke, she tried to steady her nerves. They had just returned from the battlefield, which was like a meat grinder, where most soldiers barely had time to empty a magazine before being lost to the monstrous onslaught. At that moment, Yutao slightly shook his head and flicked his long sword. The off-white blade soared into the sky, which suddenly darkened, leaving only a brilliant point of light casting down radiant beams. Countless white meteors crashed to the ground, striking statues, flower beds, and pools in the square. Over 30 beams, each 5 or 6 meters in diameter, erupted like rocket fire, creating a dazzling spectacle. People screamed in terror, ducking for cover with nowhere to hide. Yutao extended his hand, and the sword returned to him, restoring peace to the sky and earth instantly. Jiang Jiwan was stunned. Yutao hadn't uttered a word, yet he had effortlessly demonstrated the vast gap between individuals. The middle-aged warrior spoke slowly, his voice deep and powerful. "The curtain behind you isn't absolutely safe. By becoming a border guard, you gain the ability to protect yourself and your family. Do you want to fight through the barrage, or let your whole family be devoured by beasts? Think for yourselves." Yu Tao's commanding shout was like a thunderclap, stirring everyone to their core. Among the crowd, Someone looked up at the sky, astonished and fearful at the sudden and fleeting celestial phenomenon, trembling involuntarily under the might of heaven and earth. Yu Tao slowly sheathed his sword, the blade scraping against the scabbard with a resonant clang that echoed far and wide. He surveyed the crowd, his gaze piercing. Young men and women, participating in the challenge is both an honor and a duty. Otherwise, how do you think you can sit comfortably on a plane to come here? His words cut through the air like a sharp sword, striking each person's heart. Standing on the high platform, Yu Tao called out in a low voice. Now, on behalf of Xia, I invite you young ones to step up and become heroes. Group 6, bring the youth from Zone 1 to the challenge. Step up, become heroes. A sudden shout erupted from the crowd, with someone raising their hands in inexplicable excitement. Let's go for it. At worst, it's just death. Dying in a tank is better than being eaten by cockroaches. Xing Fei raised her hand high, her eyes shining with determination. Zhang Jun muttered to himself, makes sense with battle merits. I won't be a pushover anymore. I'll be a leader. His sources of excitement always differed from others. Zhang Jiwan slowly raised his hand, his expression calm. He knew in his heart that he was destined for the battlefield. Above the square, a towering platform stood firm. Near its edge were nearly 100 seats, reserved for those taking the challenge. A special device projected the phantom of a giant cauldron, protecting dozens of cities, onto the platform. The 100 steps rose high, like a staircase leading to the heavens. The kids need to sit in those seats and look at the phantom of the cauldron, someone explained. The genes and the blood of the descendants of Yin and Huang, combined with your experiences and temperament, will give rise to different abilities. Jiang Jiwan remained expressionless, though his heart was turbulent. On the way here, he had already gained some insight into the Jingzhou cauldron and understood the truth behind the sudden deaths of those who had similar insights. Those seemingly glorious paths are actually dead ends prepared by higher dimensional beings, he warned himself silently. Suddenly, Xing Fei nudged Jiang Jiwan with her shoulder, whispering, isn't that Cheng Xingmiao behind Zhou Zi? She's supposed to be Zhang Zhun's dream girl, right? Hearing this, Jiang Jiwan and Zhang Zhun both looked in that direction. Through the dust, a girl in a school uniform walked slowly. She was beautiful, with a delicate oval face and well-defined features, especially her large, expressive eyes that gleamed with a lively sparkle. She had the quintessential first love face, fair, delicate, with eyes that seemed to smile. Jiang Jiwan's gaze fell on the girl who had just been rescued. She was mingling with her classmates. This girl was Cheng Xingmiao, and the first time Jiang Jiwan saw her was in the library. Memories surged back like a tide. That day, Jiang Jiwan pulled Yu Hua's The Boy in Twilight off the shelf and happened to see Cheng Xingmiao walking by with books in her arms. She wore a white shirt, and her long ponytail swayed gently with her steps. Her bright eyes sparkled with curiosity and kindness toward the world. After that, they often ran into each other at the library, though they rarely spoke. In Jiang Jiwan's eyes, Cheng Xingmiao was a diligent girl. Despite her average talent, she persisted in studying late into the night, just to barely maintain an average grade. She was kind to others and had a straightforward personality. Some said Jiang Jiwan liked her, but he never thought much of it, preferring girls with a cooler demeanor. During high school, Jiang Jiwan was fully focused on solving his living expenses. The school covered his tuition, but he needed to manage his daily expenses himself. He understood that as a kid with no background, his only options were studying and working part-time to prepare for his first year of college tuition. Until one day, he heard that Zhou Zi had confessed to Cheng Xingmiao, and the two seemed to be together. At that moment, Jiang Jiwan frowned slightly, then smiled. He thought, this is perfectly normal. Zhou Zi was handsome, academically excellent, and came from a well-off family. Cheng Xingmiao's parents were researchers, making them a well-matched couple. Jiang Jiwan couldn't help but reflect on his own situation, feeling like he was in a fantasy novel. In the vast sea of people, there were countless unlucky ones like him, while only a few achieved perfect endings. Novels depicted protagonists rising from humble beginnings to reach the pinnacle of the world. However, in reality, the gap between rich and poor remained, with only a few fortunate ones experiencing change, not the entire world. Most people's lives were merely a cycle of, don't underestimate the young and poor. 18 years later, the cries and sighs of despair still echoed in the slums. Just then, Cheng Xingmiao turned around, recognizing a familiar face, and her sorrowful expression brightened with a smile. Zhangjin, you all made it out? That's great. In this refugee-laden situation, meeting someone familiar was indeed a blessing. Zhou Zi suddenly pulled Cheng Xingmiao close, challenging Zhangjin. Zhangjin, don't chat up my girlfriend, or I'll beat you up. Girlfriend? Zhangjin frowned at Cheng Xingmiao, clearly unaware of this news. Cheng Xingmiao furrowed her delicate brows and clarified. Z, you only sent me a text last night. I haven't agreed to anything. Zhangjin immediately straightened up. Did you hear that? She hasn't agreed to you. Zhou, you're more delusional than I am. Chang Xingmiao sighed inwardly, witnessing for the first time guys fighting over her. Nearby, Xing Fei watched the unexpected scene with her arms crossed, intrigued. Meanwhile, Jiang Jiwan looked up at the Jingzhou cauldron, ignoring the melodrama unfolding. Zhou Zi stood his ground, pointing at Zhang Zhen and Jiang Jiwan in the distance, shouting, Zhang Zhen, Jiang Jiwan, listen up, Miao Miao is mine, and only I deserve her. As for you, blame your parents for not being capable. They can't make money or climb the social ladder. You'll spend your lives like turtles, stuck in the mud, looking up at us. As Zhou Zi's words faded, the temperature seemed to drop suddenly, sending shivers through many. Just as he was getting carried away, a chill washed over him. Looking up, he saw a figure in an exoskeleton on the central platform, staring at him with eyes that pierced like ice, pupils flashing with sharpness. Zhou Zi had never been to a battlefield and didn't recognize the look of someone ready to kill. Chang Xingmiao's delicate brows knitted, her voice tinged with disappointment. Zhou Zi, didn't you say just the other day that you wanted to head south after graduating to prove you could succeed without your parents? How come today you're relying on your family background? Looking down on classmates you've known for 3 years. She hadn't finished speaking when Jiang Jiwan's cold voice interrupted from behind. Move aside. Before Chang Xingmiao could turn around, Zhou Zi was yanked away by a powerful force. She turned to see Jiang Jiwan, one hand gripping Zhou Zi's neck, the other his waist, lifting Zhou Zi's 140-pound body as if it were a barbell. Jiang Jiwan stood at the edge of the 100-step staircase, holding Zhou Zi with one hand, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Zhou Zi's neck was turning purple, his eyes rolling back as he struggled in vain. I don't care who you date or fight over. Jiang Jiwan's voice was as chilling as ice, but involving my parents? That's a death wish. He lifted Zhou Zi higher, looking down at the thousands of eyes watching below, and sneered, tell me, if I throw you down there, can your parents' power bring a dead man back to life? Jiang Jiwan glanced at Zhou Zi, who was like prey caught in a predator's gaze, his mind blank. Seeing Zhou Zi's terrified expression, Jiang Jiwan's lips curled into a slight smile, and he loosened his grip just enough for him to gasp for air. Help! Murder! Save me! Zhou Zi gasped as he pleaded with the surrounding soldiers. The soldiers frowned, ready to intervene, but were halted by a border guard in an exoskeleton suit who declared, if you have the guts to insult, you should have the guts to take a beating. Only their classmates were still shouting, Jiwan, don't do anything rash. Jiang Jiwan remained silent, releasing his grip on Zhou Zi's neck and instead grabbing his waist, hoisting him into the air. Gasps echoed around them. Wow, I didn't know Jiang had such strength. Working every day, how could he not be strong? Someone replied. Zhou Zi desperately clung to Jiang Jiwan's arm but couldn't budge his iron grip. Just as he was about to scratch with his nails, Jiang Jiwan coldly warned, if I can't hold on to you, you'll fall. Then it'll be your own doing, nothing to do with me. Zhou Zi froze, not daring to move or look at the dense crowd below. His mind fixated on one thought, how could Jiang Jiwan be so strong? Earlier, you insulted my parents. Jiang Jiwan looked Zhou Zi straight in the eye. How about you call me grandpa? In your dreams. Zhou Zi shouted. When my parents get here, they'll make you pay. Before he could finish, Jiang Jiwan suddenly swung him forward. Zhou Zi was scared out of his wits, blurting out, Grandpa, Grandpa, I was wrong. Jiang Jiwan, don't be reckless. Chang Xingmiao's urgent shout came from behind. Jiang Jiwan let out a cold snort, swiftly twisted his waist and turned around, flinging Zhou Zi like a ragdoll towards Zhang Zhen. Zhang Zhen, with quick reflexes, seized the moment and delivered a sharp kick right to Zhou Zi's face. With a loud thud, Zhou Zi's nose began to gush blood, and he lost his balance, rolling 3 times on the ground before stopping at the feet of the onlooking classmates. Jiang Jiwan, Zhang Zhen, I'll remember this. Zhou Zi stood up trembling, eyes blazing with anger as he glared at the two of them. Enough, let's not delay the questioning. The border guard, seeing Jiang Jiwan had vented his anger, immediately stepped in to stop the conflict. Everyone, find a place to sit. Jiang Jiwan silently observed Zhou Zi, pondering to himself. This guy is like a completely different person, as if he's been possessed. Suddenly, Athena's ethereal voice echoed in his mind. When you question the cauldron later, choose one that is strong in real combat, not something flashy. Jiang Jiwan could almost hear the rushing water in the canyon behind her voice. She continued, you possess the great wisdom seed, which allows you to find any of the 9 cauldrons for questioning at any time, even repeatedly. But it seems you'll need to leave the land of Jiuzhou for battle in the coming days. An obvious inheritance will attract the creator's attention, making it easy for him to eliminate you. Why are you, a goddess, helping me? Jiang Jiwan finally found the chance to ask the question that had been bothering him. Those black stone statues you saw on the cliff are all gods. Athena revealed the shocking truth in a low voice. Our physical forms exist in the East African rift, and what you saw was our divine essence, or soul. The gods are the creator's work, and now he is dissatisfied with his creations. So he took away all the gods' bodies and infused them with his will. The gods you know in this world are dead. What lies beneath those divine shells is the creator's will. All Western mythologies and godly epics have been altered. Zeus, Jehovah, they are not what people imagine. This is not a war between humans and gods. It's the creatures of the old era uniting to resist their doomed fate. The great wisdom seed is the last hope I can see. Athena continued to explain, I selected 100 million children worldwide, giving them dreams to climb the rock face. The first child to see me must have the most steadfast will. Zhang Zhuan pondered for a moment and asked, so, are there others also talking to you? Only you are left. Athena replied, the life form that started the disaster has invaded my dream, instilling his thoughts into the children. Anyone whose mind gets invaded becomes his servant. When I discover a child's mind has been invaded, I use the great wisdom seed to burn away all memories in their dream, including the cliff and the invader's will. She sighed softly, your speed is average, like your grades, but you climbed steadily, holding on to the beliefs you learned step by step. These convictions firmly occupy your heart. Even the invasion that the great wisdom seed struggles to resist was blocked by you. Zhang Zhiwan pressed on. What exactly is the great wisdom seed? Is it why my mental abilities have skyrocketed? Is it why I can see the scenes on the 9 cauldrons? No, that's your own will, Athena answered. I don't want you to look closely, fearing your will combined with the great wisdom seed might perceive something earth-shattering, drawing the attention of that being, leading to an early demise. So, we're just using each other? Jiang Zhuan calmly stated. You need me to regain the gods' bodies, and I need you to enhance my strength? Athena was silent for 2 seconds, then quietly replied, yes. Jiang Zhuan asked again, there are divine patterns on the 9 cauldrons, and my parents reclaimed Nuwa's bloodline. I'm certain Eastern gods exist. Where are they? Eastern gods do not exist, at least not in this world. Athena reiterated her point. Eastern gods have abandoned their divine status and left this world. As long as they are around, no new gods would appear on the Eastern land. Are you sure? Zhang Zhuan questioned. How do you know? I've met them, fought against them, and once sought their guidance. Athena's voice remained ethereal. Eastern people's bodies differ from Westerners. Westerners are born with strong physiques, but limited potential. Eastern physiques are relatively weak, but their potential seems to have no bounds. I guess this is the path left by Eastern gods for their descendants. A mountain that's extremely hard to climb, but ultimately one can reach the heavens. Zhang Zhuan pondered for a moment and asked, if they knew of the hardships here, would they come? Athena countered, are you waiting for their salvation? Zhang Zhuan looked up, his gaze falling on the floating image of the Jingzhou cauldron at the center of the high platform, and murmured to himself, all right, heaven helps those who help themselves. I have to rely on myself. Athena did not respond, but Zhang Zhiwan could sense that in the distant rift, the goddess nodded gently. On the high platform, a border guard stood firmly in front of the massive shadow of a cauldron, his piercing gaze sweeping across the young faces around him. His voice boomed, echoing across the open space. You are the first group in this city to undergo the cauldron challenge. He held up a specially designed neural helmet, explaining, soon, you'll wear this. It amplifies brainwaves, allowing you to resonate with the Jingzhou cauldron. The helmet, resembling a pilot's gear, was connected to an oxygen tube, clearly meant to enhance brain oxygenation. The guard continued, once you resonate, you'll witness how the ancient inhabitants of the 9 provinces communicated with mythical creatures to harness their potential. Remember that method, and reflect on it deeply. He pointed to the lights in front of the helmet. These lights help you manage energies your body can't handle and will be very bright. Ability levels range from low to high. Neolithic, medieval, ancient, and primordial, corresponding to white, green, red, and golden lights. His tone turned serious. Remember, know your limits and don't overreach. The human brain can only handle the cauldron challenge once. Failing means you'll remain ordinary forever. Focus on mastering what you can. Taking a deep breath, the guards signaled the soldiers to start fitting the helmets on the children. Each soldier gave a reassuring pat on the shoulder, whispering, stay calm. Focus on what you do best. Zhang Zhun took deep breaths before putting on his helmet, turning to Jiang Zhuan and whispered, Old Jiang, I'm so nervous, what should I do? Xing Fei, on the other side, answered seriously, don't worry, just follow one principle like a thrifty person at a foot massage. What do you mean? Zhang Zhun asked, puzzled. Go for the cheapest option. Xing Fei explained. The 3 exchanged smiles and simultaneously donned their helmets, ready to embrace the extraordinary experience that awaited them. The soldiers stepped back in an orderly fashion as the phantom of the colossal cauldron at the center began to slowly rotate. From the distant sky, The tangible giant cauldron sent delicate strands of light towards its phantom counterpart. The oxygen concentration in the air suddenly increased, making everyone present feel as if they were breathing the fresh air of a pre-industrial world. Simultaneously, hundreds of similar beams of light flickered in the distance, indicating that the cauldron ceremonies in other cities had also commenced. Golden light encircled the platform, resembling both swirling clouds and the murmurs of deities. The previously restless crowd grew silent, enveloped by the ancient aura hovering above them. At this moment, several pairs of eyes were intently focused on Jiang Jiwan. Ning Nanqiu stood in the office corridor, holding a phone, her gaze shifting between Jiang Jiwan and the screen, as if waiting for something. Suddenly, a grayish-white light flashed on the platform, causing an uproar among the crowd below. Did it succeed? Did someone awaken? Why is it only white? Didn't you watch the video introduction earlier? The average success rate for the cauldron ceremony is only 1. If 100 children go up, having one awaken is already meeting the goal. The awakening rate is highest for kids aged 16 to 20, reaching up to 5. Among these children, 5 need to awaken to meet the average. Even a white ability is lucky enough. On the platform, Cheng Xingmiao exhaled deeply, her helmet emitting a hissing sound as the pressure released. A border guard approached her. Congratulations on becoming a member of the border guard. In the future, you'll see higher heavens and a larger world. My name is Qi Boyong, and I train all the newcomers in this city. You can call me Instructor Qi. Cheng Xingmiao stared blankly at her hands, where a faint green light flickered at her fingertips. I have powers now, she murmured. Qi Boyong explained. To be precise, we call the powers obtained from the cauldron ceremony the Jiuzhou legacy. As he spoke, he conjured a crimson blade from his fingertip, drawing a visible cut on his arm. Cheng Xingmiao gasped, watching as the green light at her fingertips coalesced into a translucent vine, covering Qi Boyong's wound. Within 10 seconds, the wound had healed, from stopping the blood flow to complete recovery. Level near ancient, number 084, Qingsong Vitality, a healing type Jiuzhou legacy. Qi Boyong nodded in approval. How did you comprehend it? Cheng Xingmiao recalled. It was like I saw a doctor in the jungle collecting herbs, using this green energy to heal an injured deer. I was fascinated, and then she struggled to describe the realization, as if it was both a flash of insight and a long day spent in the jungle. Qi Boyong gave her a thumbs up. Well done. Take a seat and rest while you wait for your future teammates to appear. Just as he finished speaking, a golden light shot up from the opposite side, accompanied by a long howl and the chants of sages, soaring towards the sky. Everyone's attention was drawn to it. Is that golden light the highest level? Which lucky person has such talent? Didn't you see the promotional clip on the big screen? 1 in 100,000. And that's among those with powers. If Daxia has 3 million people with powers, only 30 can reach gold. He'll probably receive top-tier training from Daxia, like getting into Tsinghua University. That's thinking too small. He might be worth an entire Tsinghua himself. Qi Boyong also looked towards the golden light, where a boy sat upright in his seat, the golden light from his helmet center reaching towards the distant cauldron. That's impressive, Cheng Xingmiao exclaimed. However, Qi Boyong shook his head. He lacks a bit of reverence. In the next moment, the boy's body began to shake violently, quickly turning into convulsions. The golden light above him retracted instantly, and his helmet emitted a deflating sound. Soldiers swiftly moved in to remove his helmet, revealing his hair standing on end, eyes rolled back and mouth foaming, as if he had been struck by lightning. The brain is overloaded. Give him oxygen. Qi Boyong's voice sliced through the chaotic scene with remarkable clarity. As soon as he spoke, the soldiers behind him sprang into action. One swiftly connected an oxygen tank, while another expertly administered an injection at the back of the boy's neck. The whole process was seamless, clearly the result of extensive training. Cheng Xingmiao asked softly, "What's wrong with him?" Her voice was like a gentle stream, almost drowned out by the surrounding commotion. Qi Boyong kept his eyes fixed on the boy, who was gradually calming down, and replied with a hint of helplessness. He tried to do something beyond his capability. He shook his head and continued. The fact that he could trigger the golden light shows he could easily master the near ancient and middle ancient levels of the 9 provinces' heritage. It's a pity, aiming too high, he might just remain ordinary for the rest of his life. Though Qi Boyong's tone was calm, Cheng Xingmiao sensed the regret in his words. It was as if he was witnessing a prodigy fade into obscurity. Cheng Xingmiao's gaze involuntarily shifted towards Jiang Jiwan, hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Should we warn that boy, Jiang Jiwan? He's very determined and never backs down. He might directly challenge the archaic level." Qi Boyong, still facing away from Cheng Xingmiao and looking at Jiang Jiwan, responded firmly, "You're 18 now. You can take responsibility for your own choices." He knew that during the journey, both Yu Tao and Ning Nanqiu would have had a heart-to-heart with Jiang Jiwan. If Jiang Jiwan could achieve greatness, it would be a good thing. But if he didn't awaken, he could still be content as a top-tier heir in Disya. Chi Boyong thought there was no need to remind him again. It all depended on whether Jiang Ziwan's abilities matched his ambitions. However, a question suddenly crossed Chi Boyong's mind. Chang Xingmiao seemed to know Jiang Jiwan quite well. Yet her rumored boyfriend seemed to be at odds with Jiang Jiwan. He silently remarked to himself, "What a complicated kid. She might have chosen the wrong friends, but she still harbors a naive idealism, hoping for goodwill among people." Chi Boyong reflected that among all the inheritors in Disya, there were only about 20 medical officers, as the medical heritage could only be obtained by those with benevolent hearts. The tension at the scene continued to mount. More people triggered white and green lights, but most were forced to withdraw from the state of perception after a second or two due to intense brain pain. In just 3 minutes, helmets were removed from over 40 heads one after another. The lights that flared up and quickly dimmed elicited waves of sighs from the onlookers. Yet, as time went on, people seemed to grow numb. Even when golden and red beams shot up, they no longer marveled but instead waited quietly for the outcome. The scene resembled two elderly women arguing at the village entrance, with onlookers munching on sunflower seeds, waiting for the situation to unfold. Suddenly, another red light appeared. The crowd merely blinked in response, remaining silent. 1 second passed. 2 seconds passed. 3 seconds passed. The red light not only persisted but grew more intense and stable. The atmosphere on site instantly became tense, with all eyes fixed on that unwavering red glow. At that moment, everyone suddenly realized the unusual nature of the situation. A red glow? Ancient inheritance? Among those with special abilities, the red awakening rate is only 0.1. Driven by curiosity, they stood on tiptoe, constantly shifting their positions, trying to catch a glimpse of the lucky individual. For seconds passed. 5 seconds. Chang Xingmiao covered her crimson lips with her hand, her eyes fixed on the awakened one across from her. It was Xing Fei. The usually unremarkable girl was now trembling all over, gripping the handrail tightly as if battling some invisible force. Her once pale skin had taken on a faint purplish red hue, with her veins and tendons becoming more pronounced. Chang Xingmiao bit her lip in disbelief. As a top 50 student in her grade, she never imagined that the average performing Xing Fei would awaken such formidable power. Remembering how Xing Fei's biggest concern used to be helping her father with accounting for his KTV, Chang Xingmiao felt a twinge of envy and regret. She sighed inwardly, thinking she had been too cautious and missed an opportunity. Just then, a hissing sound interrupted her thoughts. The crimson glow continued to flicker as the helmet was slowly removed from Xing Fei's head. She shook her short hair, and a faint purple light flickered in her narrow eyes. Chi Boyong stepped forward to congratulate her. "Congratulations, you're now one of the frontier guardians." However, Xing Fei seemed lost in the world of the 9 provinces, her expression vacant, lost in thought. She looked down at her slender fingers and began to slowly form different hand signs she had just seen. Chi Boyong's smile froze instantly, and he shouted sternly, "Stop!" Meanwhile, a purple hexagram flickered and spun between Xing Fei's hands, its speed increasing rapidly. Hearing Chi Boyong's angry shout, Xing Fei instinctively released her hands. The hexagram immediately transformed into 6 silent purple streams of light, snaking through the air like serpents. Some skimmed the ground, some soared into the sky, and others traced perfect arcs, heading towards 6 awakening students. "Ning Nanxio, protect the students!" Chi Boyong yelled to the audience. From the distant office corridor, Ning Nanxio leaped into the air, his hands swiftly changing in a series of gestures. Prajna Golden Bell. With his incantation, golden light cascaded down like a waterfall, enveloping each child while emitting a deafening bell sound. The purple streams collided with the golden bell, instantly transforming into brilliant fireworks. Some purple sparks embedded themselves in the concrete platform, leaving 5 cm deep purple holes. Chang Xingmiao looked at the hole in front of her, shivering slightly, grateful for the protection of the golden bell. As the purple fireworks dissipated, the golden bell gradually vanished. The students shifted from fear to admiration, all eyes turning to Xing Fei as she stood up. This 18-year-old girl with short hair exuded both youthful energy and a charm beyond her years, leaving everyone in awe of her beauty and poise. Chi Boyong let out a long breath, smiling at Xing Fei. "Your 9 provinces inheritance level is ancient, numbered 022, named Ziwei Tianyan. It's a top-tier attack inheritance, capable of forming dozens of Ziwei meteor arrows at once, covering a range of tens of kilometers at its peak." He gazed at the purple stars swirling in Xing Fei's phoenix-like eyes and added seriously, "But before you receive formal training, do not use your abilities recklessly." Xing Fei, also frightened by her own power, clutched her pounding heart and nodded repeatedly. Chi Boyong sensed the envious gazes of the surrounding instructors, all eager to teach this future prodigy. He quickly announced, "I will be your future instructor, Qi Boyong. Before he could finish, an excited shout came from behind. I did it! I did it! I knew it! I'm destined for greatness. Qi Boyong quickly turned around to see Zhou Zi eagerly removing his helmet, his face flushed as he stared at his hands. Blue electric arcs danced in his left hand, while red flames spun in his right, with a lingering green glow on the helmet. Xing Fei curiously asked, "What kind of 9 provinces inheritance is this?" Qi Boyong explained, "Green glow, medieval inheritance, numbered 055, named Lightning Fire Dance. It allows for the separate use of high-voltage arcs and high-temperature flames in each hand, or the combination of both to form a powerful thunderfire bomb." He muttered to himself, "That kid actually grasped the 9 provinces inheritance? The 9 provinces cauldron must be blind." Zhou Zi walked straight up to Jiang Zhiwan, with electricity and fire in his hands, staring intently at his opponent, who still wore a helmet. He leaned in close to Jiang Zhiwan's ear, gritting his teeth. "Still arrogant? I've grasped a medieval inheritance. I'm now 1 in a million. Destined to—" Before he could finish, pain shot through his back as Qi Boyong's iron elbow struck his neck, knocking him to the ground. 2 soldiers quickly stepped forward and restrained him firmly. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhiwan remained oblivious to everything around him. In the world of the 9 provinces cauldron, he stood on the shoulder of a giant, overlooking the vast earth, witnessing the rise and fall of all beings. The giant was even larger than the Hydra, the 9-headed serpent wreaking havoc in the city. He stood a towering 2,000 meters tall. As Jiang Zhiwan rode on his shoulder, he was already moving through the clouds, with vast landscapes and cities below passing by in a blur. Jiang Zhiwan carefully balanced himself on the giant's muscular shoulder, the bulging muscles resembling mountain ranges stretching across the land. He walked steadily forward, eyes fixed on the blazing sun ahead. With each step, the giant shook the earth, and where his wooden staff touched the ground, massive footprints transformed into lakes. This giant was undoubtedly the legendary Quafu, a mythical figure in the grand history of Xia, embodying resilience and the relentless pursuit of knowledge. His fate is a subject of many tales. Some say he perished in the wilderness while chasing the sun, while others claim he was actually in pursuit of a dragon, resulting in a fierce battle where both were left defeated. Jiang Zhiwan gazed into the distance, watching the sun dip westward as the giant resolutely followed. Athena whispered in his mind, "You actually found Quafu. That's from an ancient race that once slayed dragons." She had to admit, Jiang Zhiwan was indeed resourceful. He had mastered the art of staying inconspicuous, and upon awakening, he sought out physical cultivation techniques that ensured both battlefield prowess and survival without drawing too much attention. Looking down at the giant's powerful muscles, Jiang Zhiwan mused, "I've witnessed the arts of moving mountains and filling seas, the magic of obscuring the sky, and dragons and phoenixes. I can sense them, but they seem superficial on humans. I prefer Quafu's grounded approach, striving with all his might to do what he desires, even if the path is long and ends in desolation." The giant seemed to understand Jiang Zhiwan's thoughts, glancing slightly with his massive 10-meter-wide eye at the diminutive figure. This surprised Athena greatly. In her understanding, the Ding of 9 provinces was merely a collection of historical images, with the children's souls entering as spectators. There should not have been any possibility of communication with these ancient beings. Jiang Zhiwan looked down at the scenery passing beneath him and softly spoke, "Can you understand me? I'm not that great. Never aim to be the best or famous. I just want to survive, to live well." He slowly sat down, his voice quieter. "If someone threatens my survival, I'll fight back. It's as simple as that." Quafu slowly spoke, uttering hoarse syllables like the ancient prayers of early settlers on the yellow earth. Athena couldn't understand the sound, yet Jiang Zhiwan seemed pensive. So Athena watched as Quafu carried Jiang Zhiwan towards the endless horizon. Quafu traversing mountains and rivers, while Jiang Zhiwan's skin absorbed the sunlight, taking on a bronze hue tempered by time. Athena whispered softly, with Quafu's resilience combined with wisdom and the fire of war, "Jiang Zhiwan, are you ready to teach this fragile world a lesson? A lesson in the art of violent beauty." Meanwhile, on the Ding of 9 provinces platform, Zhou Zi was pinned to the ground by 2 border guards, his shoulders nearly breaking. Yet he continued to boast, "I awaken the Middle Ages. What can you awaken?" Before he finished, a blinding light suddenly erupted before him, like a blazing sun, nearly blinding him. The light shot up into the sky, piercing through the clouds that had gathered for days. It emanated from Jiang Zhiwan's helmet. Instantly, the border guards focused their attention on the light's color. It was so dazzling that it was hard to tell if it was white or gold. Zhou Zi's smug expression froze. Being closest, he vaguely sensed a hint of gold on Jiang Zhiwan's helmet. Did he awaken an ancient power? If it's ancient, the spark might be within him. Zhou Zi thought, urging himself to provoke Jiang Zhiwan further to confirm it. He quickly wiped his eyes and looked again at Jiang Zhiwan's helmet, trying to discern if it was truly gold or white. Distant border guards stood up, staring at the far-off light. Someone exclaimed, "It seems golden. It's the brightest gold I've ever seen. Could it be an ancient-level legacy appearing?" 6 people had already attempted to inherit an ancient power today, all failing, and Jiang Zhiyuan was the 7th. At that moment, a dark-painted low-Earth orbit satellite silently drifted overhead. In DCI's base-level database, a high-level encrypted message was instantly transmitted. Detected Special Protected Member Jiang Zhiyuan. Awakening Ancient-Level Legacy 019. Dragon soaring to the sun. Dispatch new guardians. In the vast universe, countless stars seemed like silent eyes, watching the flickering golden light on Earth. In the next moment, the golden light suddenly vanished. Qi Boyong stared intently at Jiang Zhiyuan. His goggles filtered out the extraneous colors, allowing him to see a beam of golden light shooting up from Jiang Zhiyuan's head. What was even more surprising was that Jiang Zhiyuan remained unfazed, without a single muscle twitching. Suddenly, Jiang Zhiyuan reached for the bulb on his helmet, took a deep breath, and gave it a hard knock. Bang! The bulb shattered instantly, shards of glass embedding themselves in the edge of Jiang Zhiyuan's hand. Qi Boyong was stunned, and a gasp rose from the surrounding crowd. What's wrong with him? Maybe he couldn't handle the pressure of the Jiuzhou legacy and forced himself out. Could it be because Zhou Zi was too annoying? Impossible. You can't hear outside sounds with the helmet on. Jiang Zhiyuan calmly removed the helmet, looked up at Qi Boyong, and said nonchalantly, "Instructor, the helmet's broken." Qi Boyong, ignoring the helmet and Jiang Zhiyuan's injured hand, focused intensely on Jiang Zhiyuan's pupils. In those deep, silent black eyes, a golden star flickered briefly. "Did you receive the legacy?" Qi Boyong asked, barely containing his excitement. Jiang Zhiyuan nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over everyone's expressions. Athena had once mentioned that the creator was targeting the bearers of the world's seeds of wisdom, and perhaps that person was among the refugees below. Qi Boyong took a deep breath, about to speak. But Jiang Zhiyuan interrupted. "It's probably something from the Middle or Late Antiquity." Zhou Zi visibly relaxed. Qi Boyong observed Jiang Zhiyuan's eyes closely. The golden light hadn't faded, and his skin began to take on a metallic sheen. The glass shards at the edge of his hand were pushed out by some force, and there were faint signs of self-healing. This was a sign of a high-level legacy. Qi Boyong leaned closer to Jiang Zhiyuan and whispered, "But it seems like it's from the primordial era? Who did you see?" "Quafu." Jiang Zhiyuan replied almost inaudibly. He had chosen a legacy that was both powerful and discreet, matching his own characteristics while shielding against spies. Jiang Zhiyuan murmured, "The high command of the border guards should know, provide the necessary resources, and protect accordingly. There might be something in the sky hunting down geniuses." Qi Boyong raised his voice to address everyone. The primordial awakening failed, but he quickly shifted gears and still obtained a late antiquity legacy. Jiang Zhiyuan added, "Someone kept babbling nearby, which was mentally taxing and disrupted the awakening process, and I ended up breaking the helmet." He glanced at Zhou Zi. Qi Boyong waved his hand decisively. "Zhou Zi, pay for the helmet." Jiang Zhiyuan leaned in and asked, "Is the helmet expensive?" Qi Boyong lowered his voice, "You're joining the border guards. How much recruitment bonus do you want?" 3 million, I guess. Jiang Zhiyuan said offhandedly. "A helmet costs 4 million. Qi Boyong glared at Zhou Zi, his eyebrows knitted tightly. "Why? He broke it himself." Zhou Zi's angry shout echoed across the platform. Qi Boyong turned around, his eyes sharp as knives slicing towards Zhou Zi, his voice low and intimidating. "In the frontier defense, there's no why, only orders. You don't have to compensate, but I can deduct from your future combat points." Xing Fei stood to the side, expressionless, interjecting, "Instructor." Zhou Zi interfered with others during the 9 provinces inheritance. That's an act that undermines the very foundation of Daxia. Her words were like a heavy hammer, though purely accusatory. They showed her adeptness at intimidation and causing trouble, skills honed from growing up in nightclubs. However, Xing Fei overlooked a crucial point. Once the helmet is on, the only thing in the mind is the image of the 9 provinces cauldron, and external sounds can't interfere. Qi Boyong was well aware of this, but it didn't matter at the moment. He nodded heavily, agreeing, "Yes, that's a very serious offense." Zhou Zi was eager to defend himself. "I was just giving him a bit of a push. Without my urging, Jiang Zhiyuan might not have received the inheritance at all." Faced with this sophistry, Qi Boyong was momentarily at a loss. As a soldier who only understood training and combat, he found dealing with such cunning arguments a bit beyond his capabilities. Xing Fei sneered, rolling her big eyes. "Jiang Zhiyuan's IQ is way higher than yours. You've tried everything for a year, and your test scores still haven't caught up to him. I'm more inclined to believe you disrupted Jiang Zhiyuan's awakening." Coming from a background of street smarts, she couldn't stand such pretentious arrogance. "It's just some ancient relic," Xing Fei continued sarcastically. Even that little loser Zhang Matzi might awaken to an ancient power. Zhou Zi scoffed. Zhang Zhen awakening to an ancient power? I'd call him grandpa if he did. Just as he finished speaking, a bright emerald light suddenly shone behind him. It was Zhang Zhen. Zhou Zi's pupils widened in shock, unable to believe his eyes. Zhang Jiwan, thoroughly amused, patted his shoulder. Squad leader, your words are magical, aren't they? You've just acknowledged 2 grandpas today, haven't you? Zhou Zi snorted, stubbornly holding onto his last shred of defiance. You think with his talent, he can successfully comprehend it? That green light will last no more than 2 seconds. However, the green light lasted for a full 10 seconds, bathing the platform in a sea of verdant light. Jiang Jiwan continued to taunt him. Grandson, your mouth is like an old lady climbing stairs, can't help but be impressed. Zhang Zhen wobbled up from his seat, rubbing his temples and complaining, I'm so dizzy. I was just watching 2 dogs fight, and then a fairy flew down and dragged me on a journey through the 9 heavens. Old Jiang, you're awake too. What did you awaken to? Jiang Zhuan replied expressionlessly, nothing much. Zhou Zi thinks the helmet's green light makes one superior. Zhang Zhen looked puzzled. A green light on the head makes you superior? My second uncle has a green light on his head. His girlfriend ran off with my third uncle. His wife left with my grandpa, and even his dance partner was swept away by the limping Zhao next door. He wasn't even aware he'd awakened, let alone understood the meaning of the green light. Zhou Zi took a long time to accept the fact that even Zhang Matzi, the loser, had awakened to an ancient power. What hit him even harder was that Cheng Xingmiao and Xing Fei had also awakened. Once considering himself a prodigy, he now realized that awakening wasn't as difficult as the instructor had made it seem, and his hard-won self-confidence plummeted once more. Cheng Xingmiao, in an effort not to further crush Zhou Zi, didn't even mention that Xing Fei had awakened to a primeval inheritance. Even Jiang Jiwan found it odd the rate of awakening among his classmates seemed unusually high. Athena explained to Jiang Jiwan that the seed of wisdom does indeed influence those around him. These classmates, being in close proximity and spending so much time together, made a high rate of awakening quite normal. Zhang Zhen took a long time to adjust to the envious gazes of those around him. However, when he tried to recall what he had learned, his mind was blank. Even Qi Boyong couldn't discern what ability Zhang Zhen had awakened. Suddenly, Cheng Xingmiao broke the silence. Enough. Zhou Zi. She pushed Zhou Zi back a step. Did the earthquake knock some sense out of you? Isn't it a good thing that so many classmates have gained inheritances? We can all work hard together and support each other. Or are you just jealous that even the spare tire has awakened to an ancient power, and now you're having other thoughts? Zhou Zi sneered and pushed Cheng Xingmiao away. Seeing his goddess being bullied, Zhang Zhen's anger flared. He dashed up to Zhou Zi, raising his fist and shouting, Zhou Zi, damn you! Zhou Zi, not backing down, shouted. Zhang Zhen, perfect timing, electric fire dance. He spread his hands, arcs of electricity and flames appearing instantly, then slammed his hands together. Qi Boyong, already standing between the two, his hands glowing, was ready to stop this potential life-or-death battle. He knew words were useless with these hot-blooded youths, and letting them fight might be more effective. Boom! A loud explosion. Everyone's eyes focused on Zhang Zhen, expecting him to be electrocuted into stupidity. However, Zhang Zhen was merely blown back 3 meters by the shockwave, while a wretched scream came from Zhou Zi's side. Turning to look, they saw Zhou Zi charred black, a wisp of blue smoke rising. What happened? The surrounding students murmured. Looks like Zhou Zi didn't combine them well, and it blew up? I get it. Zhou Zi's physics is just too poor. Qi Boyong stepped between them, frowning. Electric and fire attributes combined in one's own hands have less than a 1 in 10,000 chance of exploding. He turned to Zhang Zhen, asking quietly, did the fairy who taught you the magic mention the name of the technique? Zhang Zhen furrowed his brow, thinking for a long time before finally speaking. I think it was called Heaven and Earth. Can't remember. As he finished speaking, he looked up to see Qi Boyong holding a gun, the barrel pointed straight at him. Instructor, what are you doing? Zhang Zhen asked, eyes wide. Xing Fei quickly pulled Zhang Zhen behind her, shouting, Instructor Qi, what are you doing? Just confirming his abilities, Qi Boyong explained quickly, don't worry, it won't hurt him. With that, he pulled the trigger, simultaneously stepping forward like lightning, reaching out for the muzzle. A mechanical click sounded, no bullet was fired. In that instant, Qi Boyong's hand was also in front of the gun's barrel, ready to catch any bullet that might have been fired. In that moment, the bullet jammed. The action paused for 0.5 seconds, then Qi Boyong looked at the gun in his hand, then at Zhang Zhen, his eyes filled with resignation. Ancient inheritance, number 064, Heaven and Earth longevity. The hallmark of this inheritance is luck. Heaven has decided you'll live to 99, and you won't die a second earlier. You've certainly chosen a good inheritance for yourself. On the platform, Over 100 people heard the statement, and their expressions instantly froze. Could luck really be considered a superpower? This idea stirred a wave of thoughts in everyone's minds. Jiang Jiwan muttered to himself, while the voice of Athena echoed in his heart. Of course, sometimes it's the best ability. Those close to you seem to be influenced by the spark of wisdom, causing a large-scale awakening among those around you. Xing Fei furrowed her brows, her gaze shifting between Zhang Jian and Qi Boyong, clearly finding this ability somewhat absurd. Zhou Zi, paralyzed, barely managed to stand, his body charred and covered in wounds. Seeing this, Cheng Xingmiao sighed softly and was about to step forward to heal him. At that moment, arcs of electricity suddenly formed uncontrollably in Zhou Zi's hands, striking Cheng Xingmiao instantly. She screamed as her body involuntarily fell to the side, landing right in Zhang Zhan's arms. Zhang Zhan's face turned beet red, trying to act nonchalant but betrayed by his upturned lips. He stammered, Xingmiao, I... Seeing the goddess fall into someone else's arms, Zhou Zi became even more furious. He roared, Zhang Matzi, let go of Miao Miao, as electric arcs and flames erupted from his hands again, charging towards Zhang Zhan. Xing Fei quickly stepped in front of Zhang Zhan, a six-pointed star like a purple crystal appearing between her hands, and with a clear voice, she pronounced, Ziwei Tianyan. However, Zhang Jiwan was even faster. He sprinted forward, leaped into the air, and shouted, You tadpole-patterned frog, what are you showing off for? His legs kicked Zhou Zi's hand precisely, extinguishing the electric arcs and sparks instantly. After landing, Jiang Jiwan grabbed Zhou Zi's collar and executed a perfect overthrow. Zhou Zi screamed as he was flung 2 meters away, rolling down the steps, clinging desperately to the edge with his hands. Taking advantage of the situation, Xing Fei walked over and casually stepped on Zhou Zi's fingers. Zhou Zi screamed again, rolling completely down the steps. Xing Fei feigned surprise and shouted, Sorry. As Zhou Zi groaned and rolled down the steps, he kept his eyes fixed on Jiang Jiwan, as if trying to engrave his every move in his mind. Qi Boyong observed and quietly asked Jiang Jiwan, Why didn't you throw him down earlier? Why now? Jiang Jiwan replied earnestly, Earlier, he was cursing, and I hit him. It was mutual fighting. But now, he was about to attack, so I was being a good Samaritan. Qi Boyong asked again, The electric arcs and high-temperature flames affected you earlier, but they didn't seem to harm you. It's like you're heat-resistant and insulated. What's your Jojo inheritance? Jiang Jiwan joked, Give me his 4 million and I'll tell you. Then, with a serious expression, he whispered, This Zhou Zi wasn't like this before. Qi Boyong frowned. But, demons can't receive inheritances. Jiang Jiwan also frowned. Not a demon? Has Zhou Zi really gone mad? He silently watched Zhou Zi at the bottom of the steps and asked again, Are you sure? Qi Boyong hesitated. Sure. I guess. Demons would manifest under a heritage helmet, but today's world is turned upside down. Past experiences are just a reference at best. Anyway, we'll monitor his behavior. Meanwhile, inside the office building, Ning Nanxiu edited a message and sent it out. The low-frequency, low-cycle signal bounced between towers, instantly reaching the phones of every high-ranking border guard and wanderer in Daxia. On Dongji Island, the easternmost point of Daxia, someone at a watchtower repeatedly read the message on their phone. Young Master Jiang has awakened the ancient powers. The Jiang family has an heir. They suddenly leapt off the lighthouse, rushing toward the distant camp. Dongji Island, the easternmost part of Daxia, is said to be where the first rays of sunlight touched the land, spreading warmth to all living things. Unfortunately, today, Dongji Island saw no sunlight. The sky was filled with flashes of lightning and torrential rain, as thick, rolling clouds loomed ominously, just 500 meters above the ground. Amidst the vast ocean, a solitary island stood firm. Suddenly, a lightning bolt, as striking as a silver serpent, tore through the dense black clouds, illuminating the entire sea. On the water's surface, countless vessels scrambled to escape. Fishing boats, cargo ships, and even large military ships from other nations were all speeding towards Daxia. Behind them, volcanic ash advanced like a massive mountain range, concealing terrifying creatures within. In the sky, enormous creatures spread their wing-like membranes, casting shadows over the island's searchlights. On the sea, tentacles stretching 50 to 60 meters long wreaked havoc, easily capsizing fishing boats. In the dark waters, unknown creatures swiftly shredded any fisherman who fell overboard, leaving a bloody scene in their wake. Meanwhile, warships bearing the Daxia flag surged against the tide. Destroyers and frigates unleashed a barrage of missiles, raining them down towards the volcanic ash. Some missiles were intercepted by the tentacles in the air, others knocked aside by dragon-like beasts, but many reached their target, igniting bursts of fire in the dark ash. Urgent conversations crackled over the radio. Where are the torpedo boats? All gone. The number of these creatures is beyond estimate. Repeat the mission. Cover the fishermen and cargo ships returning to Disya until the protection range of the Jingzhou cauldron extends to the coastal waters. How long will that take? Unclear. But we must hold on. There are 150 million people along the coast waiting for evacuation. We are the last line of defense. Requesting permission to use nuclear weapons. Denied. North America tried that, and it destroyed 3 cities instead. Then we'll take the nukes and manually and detonate them. 35th Company, 3rd Assault Squad requests the mission. The horizon was pitch black, indistinguishable from the sea. Suddenly, a giant whale burst from the volcanic ash, smashing the reefs on the edge of Dongji Island and crashing onto the shore, collapsing the bunkers there. The rocks tore open its belly, releasing countless red, spider-like creatures. These sea spiders, half a meter long with slender legs, raced across the shore with astonishing speed, like flashes of crimson lightning. Sea spiders, a soldier identified the creatures. They usually live in Yokohama, feeding on moss and plankton. Before he could finish, a sea spider leaped at his face, its 10 pairs of sharp, knife-like limbs piercing his head, spraying blood everywhere. Achoo! The shout from a comrade behind him pierced the air, accompanied by the sound of gunfire. A bullet accurately struck the sea spider clinging to Achi's face, causing its bright green bodily fluids to splatter instantly. As soon as the fluid touched Achi's face, it began to rot. His body shook violently before he collapsed stiffly to the ground. 2 comrades rushed forward to pull him away, only to watch in horror as Achi's body rapidly decayed from the face, revealing stark white bones. In a mere 30 seconds, a living person had turned into a mixture of decaying flesh and bones. What is this thing? The 2 warriors of the Great Xia looked around in terror, realizing that in just 3 seconds, they were surrounded by fiery red sea spiders. Trained to perfection, they immediately stood back to back, covering each other, and quickly donned protective masks, ready to break through. We'll break through at the 4 o'clock direction, requesting fire support. One of them shouted loudly. Before he finished speaking, heavy machine guns from 2 directions opened fire, turning the incoming sea spiders into a mess of green goo. Seizing the opportunity, the 2 warriors swiftly maneuvered through obstacles, reaching the nearest stronghold in just 20 seconds. Suddenly, one of the warriors came to an abrupt halt, shouting, "Stop!" His comrade, reacting a bit slower, took 2 more steps forward. At that moment, the ground beneath them trembled violently and cracked open. The warrior lost his balance and fell, but managed to grip the edge of the ground with both hands at the last second. Turning his head, he gasped in shock. A gigantic crocodile, 35 meters long, was slamming against the sea cliff. Its skin no longer appeared biological, but rather as if covered in thick rock. The machine gun fire from the stronghold merely stirred up dust and gravel, unable to penetrate its tough shell. A chaotic voice came through the radio. "What the hell is this monster? We need artillery support. You 2, get down. Fire support is incoming." With this warning, 5 rockets streaked through the sky like white swords with long vapor trails. They transformed a 50-meter radius around the gigantic crocodile into a sea of fire. The warrior who had nearly fallen hauled himself back onto the edge with incredible arm strength, barely catching his breath before the ground shook violently again. From the flames, the giant crocodile, dragging its battered body, roared and advanced. On the distant sea cliffs, more gigantic whales and sea crocodiles charged relentlessly, like suicide torpedoes, tearing at the easternmost island of the Great Xia. In an instant, the tide became their battle hymn, enlightening their banner. Thousands of unknown creatures swarmed, claiming the territory of humans. At that moment, humanity's proud modern weaponry seemed utterly powerless. The 2 warriors found themselves with nowhere to stand, surrounded by either sea spiders or cracked ground. Despite the most rigorous training and the most advanced personal equipment, they were trapped in a dilemma. In front of them surged an endless tide of mutated creatures, while behind them, their comrades provided continuous fire support. Machine gun barrels smoked from overheating, and rocket launchers fired round after round. Their comrades carefully cleared enemies around them, but this protective firing limited the stronghold's firepower. The 2 warriors exchanged a glance and shouted in unison, "Sergeant, don't worry about us. We can't let these creatures reach the coastal cities of Great Xia. For the sake of 100 million people, fire on our position." More and more creatures surrounded them, and their comrades lay on the stronghold with tears in their eyes. They were unable to fire on their own comrades and powerless to rescue them, plunged into a deep sense of helplessness. Just then, a cold voice suddenly came through all the 02 stronghold radios. "All 02 stronghold Great Xia Iron Army, retreat to 03 stronghold. I am Bugue Ren Jianru Song, and I will take over here." The warriors looked up to see a green light streaking across the distant sky. It was a swordsman in a smoke blue Chinese robe, appearing to be around 40, with a square face and some stubble. He came stepping through the volcanic ash from afar, walking on air with incredible speed. High in the sky, the swordsman gripped the 4-foot-long sword on his back. As the sword was drawn, it was like a green lightning bolt cutting through the sky. One by one, pterosaur-like monstrous birds that crossed the path of the green sword shadow were instantly sliced in half. These monstrous birds, clad in volcanic lava-like shells that had previously withstood heavy machine gun fire, could only be cracked by anti-aircraft artillery, but not brought down. Yet this swordsman in green traversed 10 miles, with a single sword stroke filling the air with a mist of blood, even severing several tentacles of the giant beasts dancing in the ocean. He landed steadily beside the two warriors. Upon landing, a circle of blue-gray shockwaves spread out in all directions, hurling countless sea spiders high into the air. Sword energy sliced through the air, and the sea spider was instantly reduced to a green mist of blood. With a wave of his hand, Jian Rusong created a powerful gust that swept up two warriors. He spoke with a deep voice, "Report to position 03. The first line is now in the hands of the Bugue Run." The warriors nodded in unison and quickly retreated. A disgruntled voice crackled over the radio, "Sword Immortal, why did the Bugue Run take so long? The eastern island defenses are nearly obliterated." Jian Rusong looked towards the towering volcanic ash, letting out a sigh. "We have been here for a while." Before his words faded, dozens of streaks of light shot out from the volcanic ash. Silence fell over the radio. Through binoculars, they saw the Lights Bugue Ren's elite fighters, including the exiled immortal Gu Yongchuan and the healing immortal Shan Qingzi. Along with sword immortal Jian Rusong, the three immortals of Bugue Ren were assembled, undoubtedly their strongest lineup. Gu Yongchuan landed with a cold steel spear, but the momentum forced him to take several steps back. Shan Qingzi gently landed, shaking a steel fan, and let out a weary sigh. "We can't win." Gu Yongchuan stared intently at the blue shadows flickering within the volcanic clouds, his tone grave. In the command post, the soldiers peered through their binoculars to see the disheveled state of the three immortals, battered, pale, and breathing heavily. Other members of Bugue Run were in even worse shape, some collapsing directly onto the shoreline. All eyes were fixed on the flickering blue shadows within the volcanic ash. Suddenly, a loud laugh echoed. "Humans of Daxia, have you become so arrogant as to call yourselves immortals? When the gods created humans, they set limits, you fools. Kneel and welcome the pioneer of the creators, Neptune, the lord of the endless seas." As they spoke, a brilliant blue figure emerged from the vast volcanic clouds. A colossal giant, towering over 100 meters tall, appeared. His skin was alabaster, with curly golden hair, and his eyes were nothing but eerie whites, lacking pupils. His muscular physique exuded power, perfectly proportioned for an upright being. He was clad in azure scale armor, marked with white scars from countless battles, and the scales gleamed brighter than a searchlight. In his hand, he held a golden trident, which he lightly pointed at the sea, instantly raising towering waves that capsized a destroyer. The aftermath swept over, overturning a dozen fishing boats, and the crew aboard were instantly torn to shreds by sea creatures. With a casual strike, he crushed humanity's most advanced technology with ease. On shore, countless cannons and missiles were launched, drawing white lines in the sky as they headed straight for the giant. The giant sneered, and a blue mask descended over his face. The roar lasted for 30 seconds before gradually fading. When the smoke cleared, the giant stood unmoved, the edges of his scale armor glowing faintly red, seemingly absorbing the intense heat, yet remaining unscathed. "What kind of monster is this?" someone asked in horror over the radio. "One of Rome's chief gods, Neptune, lord of the sea," replied Gu Yongchuan, gritting his teeth. Jian Rusong glanced back towards Daxia, where a giant cauldron hung high, slowly shifting eastward. He knew that it was the young people of the Bugue Run, pushing the Yangzhou cauldron. When Du divided the 9 provinces, Daxia's coastal lands were nowhere near as vast, with many bustling cities formed in recent years through sediment accumulation and human development. Without moving the Yangzhou cauldron, these coastal cities would be engulfed by volcanic ash within an hour, turning billions into mere food for the carnage. Use the last bullet, fight to the last person, and hold out for 1 hour. This was the Bugue Ren's order to all combat forces along Daxia's coast, and the line Jian Rusong swore to defend. Yet only 10 minutes in, the first battle was lost so thoroughly. Though they had annihilated tens of thousands of creatures from the volcanic ash, they had also lost dozens of meticulously trained warriors. But witnessing the volcanic ash firsthand revealed that tens of thousands of these creatures were hardly worth mentioning. Shan Qingzi placed a hand on the backs of the two immortals, a pale white light flowing through their meridians, rapidly healing their flesh wounds at a rate of 3 centimeters per second. Gu Yongchuan rose with a long howl, transforming his spear into a silver-white magic dragon that spanned 10 miles, illuminating the entire world in silver white. In an instant, he reached Neptune, tearing apart the creatures that emerged from the volcanic ash along the way, even slicing through the massive beasts that had previously withstood rocket fire. Neptune, have you ever seen that Song Hai Long In? Gu Yongchuan shouted, thrusting his spear at Neptune's chest. Neptune stood firm, welcoming the attack with his chest. The spear struck the scales on his chest, sending visible shockwaves in all directions, shattering fishing boats and splitting creatures. Gu Yongchuan could no longer concern himself with the fishing boats. The priority was halting Neptune here to buy Daxia some breathing room. Neptune's steps faltered slightly as he looked at the dragon's phantom before him, sneering, humans reaching this level is impressive, able to contend with young gods. A fierce glint crossed his eyes, but only just contend. Before the words were fully spoken, Neptune's chest muscles flexed, shattering the indomitable dragon into rays of white light. Gu Yongchuan spat blood, plummeting to the ground, caught just in time by Shin Qingzi and Jian Rusong. Neptune continued forward with a cold smile, his pale eyes fixed on the giant cauldron protecting Daxia in the distance. More and more creatures emerged from the volcanic ash, including demons and dragons. The ash concealed the deepest despair of this world. Can the three of us hold him back? Whispered Shen Qingzi, the healer, to his comrades. The gap between humans and gods is much greater than imagined. Gu Yongchuan wiped the blood from his mouth. Perhaps only old Jiang could have hurt him. Jian Rusong's eyes were sharp. Is this the rule set by the gods Neptune mentioned? By the way, did old Jiang leave any world-opening techniques? Gu Yongchuan looked at Shen Qingzi, who was the only one present when old Jiang passed. Shen Qingzi's eyes flickered, and he looked silently towards the rear. Letting out a long sigh, he left himself. The volcanic ash drew closer, and one by one, the Bugueran warriors landed, standing tall, wielding swords and blades against the impending catastrophe. Neptune's 100-meter divine form shone brightly, standing over the sea, looking down on all beings with the might of heaven and earth. They came in a mighty wave, unstoppable and despair-inducing. Behind the island, a transport helicopter slowly landed, its doors opening to reveal dozens of soldiers rushing inside. From the chilly interior, they wheeled out an ice coffin containing an elderly man. He was unrecognizable, his grayish skin paler than death, with blackened veins crisscrossing beneath his skin like old tree roots. His eye sockets were deeply sunken, and his skin had lost all elasticity, dried like a 50-year-old newspaper, as if a breeze could turn him to dust. Yet, the old man opened his eyes. His black eyes, devoid of whites, reflected the impending calamity looming over the sky. His lips moved slightly, as if uttering a single word was an immense struggle. Neptune, he slowly uttered, the syllables echoing within the ice coffin, transforming into high-frequency sound waves that shattered the coffin's lid. The old man stared intently at the rolling dark clouds above, letting out a long, heavy sigh. 5,000 years, and they couldn't hold back any longer. At least I can still make it to this battle. The crowd gasped in astonishment as they saw the elderly man within the ice coffin. A dozen warriors clad in modern armor quickly surrounded it. They had just retreated from the volcanic ash, their bodies still bearing unhealed wounds, and the thick bandages they wore were stained with fresh blood. They carefully supported the ice coffin, their eyes fixed on the old man's face. Teacher, didn't you ascend to immortality 3 years ago? One warrior asked, his voice trembling. Teacher, did you use liquid nitrogen to freeze yourself for 3 years? Another warrior exclaimed in surprise. Commander, we couldn't hold the line, someone said, bowing their head in shame. All eyes on the battlefield were now focused on this scene. The young warriors exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend why these almost godlike immortals held such reverence for this frail, skeletal old man. The old man slowly sat up in the ice coffin, his joints creaking from 3 years of inactivity. He slowly turned his head, taking in the faces of those around him. This was Jiang Hengshua, the commander of the Immortals, once the mightiest warrior of Daxia. Years ago, when Daxia faced the threat of divine beings, he had opened the gate of heaven in fury, standing against the gods with the body of a mortal, driving back enemies from all directions. Although the backlash left him with only an hour to live, he froze himself to be there for Daxia when the end times came. Chunping, Zhou Tai, Dong Jianzhong, he murmured, reciting names of those who had grown from boys to men. Some of them were now over 40, yet they hung their heads like guilty children. Commander, we thought we were strong, but against true gods, we're powerless, one warrior said in frustration. Yes, the commander pushed us to train hard, but we never listened. Another added in self-reproach. You've done well, the old man said, extending a withered hand to gently touch the faces of a few children, a loving smile breaking across his face. To carve out a place for humanity under the hands of gods is to defy fate itself. He looked up at Neptune's azure blue in the distance. I have opened the gate of heaven and seen beings from higher dimensions. Only then did I realize how little humans truly know. With the help of those around him, the old man stood and stepped out of the ice coffin, surveying the blood-stained warriors. Though they were now prominent leaders, commanding vast armies, they stood before him with the reverence of children. Stop crying, the old man said with a smile. Lead the iron army of Desya to retreat. Preserve some living strength for Desya. Commander, the immortals of Desya live and die together, someone shouted. The immortals of Desya stand with the commander. The crowd echoed in unison. Silence! Zhang Hengshua suddenly commanded. His voice, though hoarse and weak, still carried authority, and silence fell immediately. Zhang Hengshua looked around, letting his gaze linger on each face as if to etch their images into his memory. You are the pinnacle of Desya's combat power, built with immense resources, the hope for survival of billions in these troubled times. Your lives are not yours to throw away. He chuckled softly. I, Zhang Hengshua, have less than an hour left. A general should die on the frontier, not wrapped in horsehide. If you feel uneasy, I have a grandson, Zhang Jiwan. Consider yourselves uncles to him, and let him live a safe and happy life. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, Commander, the border guards have found Zhang Jiwan. Everyone turned to see a middle-aged man running over with a phone in hand. We've just received word. Jiwan didn't want to be ordinary. He's joined the Ascension and awakened an ancient legacy. The old man's frail body trembled violently, and he looked up at the middle-aged man. Ancient. Whose legacy did he receive? Rumor has it, it's Kwafu's dragon galloping to chase the sun, symbolizing Desya's unyielding spirit. The man exclaimed excitedly. Commander, I'll have the border guards set up a video call. The old man's cloudy eyes glimmered with a strange light. His back straightened slowly, as if regaining the glory of his youth. He laughed heartily. I was foolish to doubt. This child is indeed a Jiang, with the backbone to defend the nation. How could he settle for a life of peace? Meanwhile, Zhang Jiwan had just stepped off the Ascension platform when Yu Tao pulled him into an office. What's going on? Zhang Jiwan asked, puzzled. Your grandfather has returned, Yu Tao whispered. Zhang Jiwan looked bewildered. Yu Tao gave no further explanation, simply shutting him inside the office. On the large screen inside, Zhang Jiwan saw his grandfather, Zhang Hengshua, but he didn't recognize him. In his memory, his grandfather from 10 years ago was a tall, thin old man, spirited despite a leg injury that required a cane. He always smiled while making Zhang Jiwan's favorite sweet and sour ribs. As a child, Zhang Jiwan loved visiting his grandfather's house because, unlike his parents, his grandfather would secretly fill his pockets with chocolates and candies. On the screen, a frail, skeletal old man stands with his back to the camera. Two assistants are helping him don an ancient suit of armor, its cold gleam catching the light. Another assistant respectfully presents a long weapon to the old man. This weapon is a mashua, an ancient heavy cavalry weapon, similar to a lance but requiring more sophisticated craftsmanship. Its blade extends 60 centimeters, with an octagonal edge designed to pierce armor. The old man reaches for the long shua, turning slightly. A hint of color returns to his pale face as he speaks. Jiwan. Zhang Jiwan stares at the screen, scrutinizing the zombie-like figure of the old man. He struggles to connect this image with the loving grandfather he remembers. The old man grips the lance firmly, exhales deeply, and addresses the camera. Our Zhang family has lived up to the world and humanity, but we have let you down. In the distance, three immortals are once again repelled. Their combined attack, capable of destroying the heavens and earth, still fails to breach Neptune's defenses. Three streaks of light fall back from the volcanic clouds, crashing into the sea and sending up splashes dozens of meters high. Zhang Hengshua continues, his speech quickening. I heard you joined the border guards. Your grandfather is reluctant but also proud. He slowly rotates the lance, locking eyes with Zhang Jiwan on the screen. The men of the Zhang family have integrity. Since you've chosen this path, I have only one request. Live with passion, die with honor. Grandfather. Zhang Jiwan finally recognizes the features of his grandfather in the aged face. He is shocked, unable to comprehend why his kind grandfather would appear in such a form. Zhang Hengshua responds with a sorrowful smile. How wonderful, to see my grandson at the very end. Jiwan, from now on, our family has only you. I'm sorry, but this path you must walk alone. Grandfather, what are you going to do? Zhang Jiwan shouts, his heart already sensing Zhang Hengshua's resolve. Zhang Hengshua's gentle demeanor turns resolute as he commands. Zhang Jiwan, cadet of the Jingzhou border guards, listen to my orders. Zhang Jiwan instinctively straightens his posture. Life and death are trivial. Do not cry later. Zhang Hengshua continues, remember this for the rest of your life. Fight without retreat. Live as if born to die. Jiang Hengshua laughs heartily, stepping forward. In the distance, Neptune steps onto the reefs of the eastern island. One by one, the desperate fighters rise into the air, only to be struck down, some reduced to mist mid-flight. The disparity in power between humans and gods is overwhelming. Someone ties a blood-red cape around Jiang Hengshua. The sea wind howls, lifting the cloak high. The armor makes the old man appear tall and mighty, his silhouette like that of a young war god. Dark clouds loom over the city, the coast battered by storm and rain. Lightning dances like dragons and snakes as Neptune steps onto the land of Dacia, arrogantly pointing his trident at the Dacia camp, shouting, "Dacia is nothing. Kneel before me." The golden trident gathers dazzling lightning, becoming the brightest light between heaven and earth. As the lightning strikes, all modern weapons aimed at Neptune disintegrate into dust. Nothing can stop the lightning. All modern technology seems laughably obsolete in the eyes of a god. Athena, do you have a plan? Zhang Jiwan asks urgently in his mind. Athena's voice echoes in his head. Look at those pale eyes. He's been stripped of his original soul, turned into a tool for the creator's world-altering plans. All we can do is see how long your grandfather can hold out for Dacia. Zhang Jiwan stares at the screen, at those pale eyes and his grandfather's frail body, asking, can my grandfather win? You follow your own path, and don't let his sacrifice be in vain. Athena whispers. The golden lightning streaks across the coast, sinking fishing boats and snapping ships in two. The beams of light from the warriors are easily extinguished. In an instant, the once crowded, weapon-laden coastline becomes a sea of fire. Everyone watches in despair as the devastating lightning approaches. Suddenly, a flash of cold light tears through the golden glow, slicing through the golden lightning and striking the trident. A thunderous explosion shakes the earth, and Neptune involuntarily steps back. He looks up towards the coastline. At the boundary of fire and waves, an old man stands alone, holding a long lance, his red cape billowing in the fierce wind. He grips the shaft with both hands, the lance's point aimed defiantly at the god. The old man's voice, aged yet unwavering, echoes along the Dacia coastline. Jiang Hengshua stands firm. Dacia will fight. Jiang Hengshua stood tall with his spear raised to the sky, the cloak behind him blazing like fire, reflecting the final brilliance of his life. Neptune looked up, a flicker of surprise crossing his pale eyes before he coldly remarked, "Your time is running out." Jiang Hengshua gripped his spear horizontally, his gaze sweeping over the vast sea before turning back to the land he deeply loved. He calculated silently, hoping he could hold out until the radiance of the Yangzhou cauldron reached the shores of Dacia. At this moment, Zhang Jiwan turned to Yu Tao and urgently asked, "What is my grandfather's true identity, and what is he trying to do?" Yu Tao placed his hands firmly on Jiang Jiwan's shoulders and explained gravely, "Jiang Hengshua, the general of the unreturning army, is the only one in Dacia who can stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods. Your grandfather froze himself at the end of his life so that he could ignite the last of his strength and fight with all his might when Dacia was in peril. Young Master Jiang, your parents and grandfather are the greatest heroes of Dacia." Jiang Jiwan felt a heavy weight in his heart, a bitter smile forming. Is fate really so absurd? Giving me a sweet moment, only to strike me down threefold? By the sea, the raging waves intensified. The creatures amidst the volcanic ash were silent with fear, while Dacia's iron army quickly retreated under the command of the unreturning army. The fierce wind made it hard to stand. This vast sea became the world's largest stage, leaving only Neptune and Jiang Hengshua. The confrontation of two kings seemed a sin for mere mortals to even glimpse. Neptune sneered, "The 9 cauldrons of Dacia can only hold for a while. Even if you throw your life away here, how long can you protect them?" With that, he raised his hand, unleashing a massive tidal wave towards Jiang Hengshua and the small island. "Lance of Jiang!" Jiang Hengshua shouted, wielding his spear to slice through the vast waves. The flames of his cloak surged like the wings of a phoenix, rapidly closing in on Neptune. Though Jiang Hengshua appeared as small as a thumbnail in Neptune's eyes, the sea god no longer underestimated him. Neptune gripped his trident tightly, adopting a defensive stance. Jiang Hengshua raised his spear, condensing the endless sea into a towering water column at its tip. He swung fiercely, tearing through the air with sonic booms echoing across the sea, like 1,000 thunderclaps exploding simultaneously. This strike created a 3,000-meter-high tsunami. The two tidal waves collided with a thunderous roar, shaking the entire coastline. Neither man would yield an inch. Neptune's pale eyes remained fixed on Jiang Hengshua, coldly saying, "I heard your child also died on the battlefield. Your bloodline is at an end. What are you still holding on for? You're risking your life to preserve others' bloodline. What's the point?" Jiang Hengshua laughed heartily. "You gods, obsessed with lineage, can't grasp the meaning of homeland. To a warrior, The mountains and rivers of Dixia are parents. Its people are all children. Jiang Hengshua's pale skin cracked under immense recoil, blood pouring out, but he was oblivious as he swung his spear to fight on. Watching helplessly from the screen, Jiang Jiwan clenched his teeth until they ached, burying seeds of hatred deep in his heart. Suddenly, Jiang Hengshua laughed, his spear emanating a bloody radiance, each strike igniting mushroom clouds in the sky. His power far exceeded human limits, and at this moment, Jiang Hengshua, with a mortal body, stood equal to the divine. Neptune gritted his teeth. Though far stronger than Jiang Hengshua, he dared not attack recklessly. Jiang Hengshua's every move was without defense, his spear sweeping wide, plunging sea and sky into chaos. His reckless, life-for-life fighting forced Neptune into a defensive stance. Ning Nanqiu watched the screen, muttering, "Old Jiang is buying time." Jiang Hengshua held the absolute offensive, but Ning Nanqiu understood. Old Jiang was laying down his life here to buy time for Dixia, allowing the Yangzhou cauldron to advance and secure the coastline. Jiang Jiwan asked through gritted teeth, "Is there anyone who can help? Or what about a nuclear warhead?" Ning Nanqiu sighed, "Nuclear radiation is like nourishment to the gods, and the explosion's force and heat can't kill them." Jiang Jiwan understood. Those words summed up to four powerless. The entire Yangzhou depended on his grandfather, trading life for time. For a full 15 minutes, this aged warrior held on, until the flames behind his cloak gradually extinguished, and Jiang Hengshua's breathing grew heavy. Neptune stared at Jiang Hengshua, coldly sneering, "You can't hold on any longer." He finally awaited the moment Jiang Hengshua's strength waned, ready to strike back. But Jiang Hengshua suddenly smiled. "You lack Neptune's soul." Neptune's actions faltered for a moment. Jiang Hengshua raised his weapon, pointing it directly at Neptune's eyes. His voice thundered, "You are like a product off an assembly line, always rational, never making mistakes, but also lacking the courage to fight to the bitter end." He continued, "The moment I opened the heavenly gate, I sensed it. All the deities felt the same, like replicas with different attributes." These words struck Jiang Jiwan like a heavy blow. He suddenly recalled what Athena had once told him: the gods had been stripped of their divine essence. Athena's voice echoed in Jiang Jiwan's mind. "In the past, we were moved by the indomitable spirit of humans. Admiration for the weak and overwhelming emotions provoked the Creator's wrath." She explained further, "The Creator established a strict hierarchy. Higher dimensional beings should dominate lower dimensional ones. When lower beings encounter higher ones, they should kneel in gratitude, even if they are slaughtered." Jiang Jiwan was filled with indignation. "What kind of reasoning is that?" Athena calmly replied, "It's like humans boasting about how free the chickens and ducks are in the wild. Yet in their hearts, these animals exist solely to be eaten." Jiang Jiwan was left speechless, unable to refute such a brutal analogy. At that moment, Neptune seemed to have been activated by a switch. His eyes shone with a cold, mechanical light, and his voice was devoid of warmth. "That is the Creator's gift. Lower beings must not judge higher beings." With that, he raised his trident, pointing it at Jiang Hengshua. In that critical moment, Jiang Hengshua, though exhausted, suddenly had a spark of brilliance in his eyes. He leaped up, landing steadily on Neptune's trident. Neptune instinctively shook the trident, a small action that caused a dramatic change. The torrential rain in the sky froze instantly, then transformed into a mist. Jiang Hengshua seized the fleeting opportunity, streaking through the rainy night like a rainbow and crashing into the volcanic ash. His cloak quickly ignited in the intense heat, and the flames soon engulfed his armor, consuming him entirely. Just before vanishing into the ash, Jiang Hengshua let out a thunderous cry, "All who follow me, return to Daxia and secure its future. Today, I pave the way for you. In the days to come, pave the way for those who follow." As his words echoed, a blinding light tore through the thick volcanic ash. Neptune looked down at his trident, which emitted a sharp crack and broke in two. Struggling to speak, Neptune's voice was filled with disbelief. "This is not human power. Humans and gods are different." Before he could finish, a red line appeared on his neck, and in the next instant, the god's head slipped off. Jiang Hengshua turned back and roared, "To hell with humans and gods being different." He hurled his spear back toward the Yangzhou coast. At that moment, his entire body pulsated with golden red light, his veins and muscles tearing outward. He let out another earth-shattering cry, "Remember this, humans will triumph over heaven." Before the words had fully left his mouth, he charged into the volcanic cloud. Suddenly, a massive mushroom cloud erupted within the volcanic cloud, its blinding light forcing everyone to close their eyes. At the island's edge, countless voices shouted, "Humans will triumph over heaven. Jiang Hengshua will be remembered forever." Three immortals removed their helmets and saluted in the direction of the mushroom cloud. They then put their helmets back on and resolutely declared, "We who do not return, continue the fight." Jiang Jiwan stood before the screen, his lips trembling, unable to speak. He could only silently raise his hand in salute to the blooming mushroom cloud. Yu Tao stood behind him, whispering, "Jiang gave his entire life to Daxia." He didn't know how to comfort the young man who had just lost a dear relative. Jiang Jiwan remained silent for several seconds, his eyes still reflecting the mushroom cloud. He knew this was the last time he would see his family. From now on, he was alone. Finally, Jiang Jiwan took a deep breath, holding back tears, and turned to Yu Tao. "When you face the Hydra, is this what you thought?" Yu Tao pondered for a moment and nodded. "Every border guardian thinks this way." Jiang Jiwan exhaled slowly. "Thank you for setting a boundary for Daxia." His voice grew firm. "I'm not asking for privileges. I only ask for the toughest training and the most combat opportunities." Far away, the volcano in Izumo continued to erupt. A crimson pillar of light pierced the oppressive sky, and the giant crater, several kilometers wide, loomed over the land like a pair of eyes. A stunning goddess clad in golden armor stood at the volcano's edge, her waist swaying like a serpent. She murmured, "Lord, the infiltrator reports that Daxia has awakened 3 ancient ones. The Jiang lineage is suspected to be from antiquity. The world's seed of wisdom does not seem to be with him." The black rock at the volcano's edge trembled slightly, and the goddess seemed to understand its rhythm. She quietly withdrew, stepping into the towering volcanic ash, embarking on her journey. Throughout the vast lands of Daxia, over 300 ceremonial platforms stood tall. People gazed in confusion as the warriors suddenly straightened their backs like towering pine trees and silently saluted eastward. Some even shed tears quietly. In just over an hour, thousands of new inheritors emerged across Daxia. These young individuals were filled with anxiety and uncertainty, aware only that they had gained extraordinary powers but clueless about their future missions. Qi Boyong, with a stoic expression, led a team of 150 to a nearby training ground. This area, outside the protective boundary of Jingzhou's ceremonial platform, was a ruined residential complex devastated by an earthquake. As the young people stepped out from the golden light, a palpable tension spread among them, and the fear of earthquakes and mutated creatures resurfaced on their faces. Standing beside Qi Boyong were over 20 elite warriors of the Daxia Iron Army, positioned at the forefront of the group. With eyes as sharp as a wolf's, Qi Boyong scanned the faces of each young person. "Tomorrow at 6 in the morning, you will set out to rescue compatriots across Daxia, bringing them hope for survival, just as we appeared before you today." Seeing someone hesitating to speak, Qi Boyong sternly declared, "You have the privilege of priority rescue because you have the potential to save more lives." Instantly, the students fell silent, with some showing fear in their eyes. They had just escaped from hell, only to be thrust back into danger. Gazing at their youthful faces, Qi Boyong continued, "Let me be blunt. The world is about to face severe energy shortages, wealth will be redistributed, and 90 of industries will vanish. Most people will only find shelter in temporary housing, and surviving this winter is uncertain. But you and your families will have safe housing with heating. Even if you make the ultimate sacrifice, your families will receive the best care." A student in a worn school uniform and tattered sneakers suddenly asked loudly, "But the rich will still be rich, right?" It wasn't clear if he came from poverty, but he certainly wasn't wealthy. Qi Boyong responded coldly, "I said all wealth will be redistributed." Just 2 hours ago, 75 flights and 21 merchant ships from Izumo arrived at Daxia's ports seeking humanitarian acceptance. Our stance is clear. We welcome young laborers, those skilled in industrial technology, and even Izumo soldiers and ninjas. But for businessmen, our demand ICE exchange resources for residency. He elaborated, "In this disaster, labor and industrial technology are fundamental to humanity. Those with strong combat abilities will be placed at the borders after surrendering their weapons, reducing the casualties among our Daxia warriors. But businessmen, the post-disaster world doesn't need finance. Money is just paper. Global financial trade has temporarily collapsed after the volcanic ash. Currently, 7,800 famous Izumo businessmen are stranded at the port, with no one tending to their needs, while their bodyguards and servants are already being used as labor." Qi Boyong outlined the future societal structure. Only the brightest children will continue their education, while others will enter short-term vocational training and then go straight to work. In other words, bankers and CEOs might become assembly line workers, while factory technicians will see their status rise. Programmers will no longer develop games, but will work on the core algorithms of automation machinery. Everyone's basic needs will be distributed based on labor and centrally coordinated. These words ignited hope in some eyes, while others showed displeasure. Zhang Jin whispered to Xing Fei, "Fei Fei, what about your family's KTV?" Xing Fei smiled confidently, "KTV? That kind of property can't be taken with us. If it's gone, it's gone. I'll complete my tasks well, earn money, and let my parents open a new one in the new city. Believe me, even in chaotic times, entertainment is needed, or people will go mad. Chi Boyong pointed to the Daisya Iron Army warriors beside him and announced the training schedule. From now until tonight, you'll learn 10 subjects, including basic shooting, climbing, search and rescue, combat, and rappelling, and you'll need to pass the assessments. Those who don't pass the tests won't rest. Starting now, every 2 instructors will be responsible for one subject. The disaster struck suddenly, leaving no time to establish rules and regulations, making even the training seem improvised. As long as you pass the final assessment, no one will interfere with your training methods. We should start with climbing and combat, Zhang Jiwan whispered to 2 newfound friends. Why? I want to play with guns. Zhang Zhen protested. Xing Fei suddenly understood. Everyone thinks that way. So there will be the most people learning shooting. Zhang Jiwan nodded and quickly ran toward the training area. Throughout the journey, Zhang Zhen's curiosity was like an ever-flowing spring. He persistently asked Zhang Jiwan about the specifics of his inheritance. Although Zhang Jiwan claimed it was a secret, inside he felt as if ants were gnawing at him knew nothing about his own legacy. Does Quafu have any special abilities? Zhang Zhen continued to probe. Is he fast? Does he travel far? Or is it the sun chasing? Zhang Jiwan didn't answer because they had reached the training grounds. 10 minutes later, Zhang Jiwan easily passed the rock climbing test, while the other 2 trainees were just learning how to put on their gear and listening carefully to the safety instructions. Another 25 minutes passed, and Zhang Jiwan watched the instructor's demonstration of basic combat moves without blinking. When it was his turn to spar, he nearly injured his opponent severely. Zhang Jiwan felt something igniting in his mind, allowing him to learn instantly and master quickly. Is this the Great Wisdom Seed? Zhang Jiwan asked Athena in his mind. The full name is the Great World Wisdom Seed, Athena explained. It's one of the treasures of Olympus, as rare as the roots of Yggdrasil in Norse mythology. Can you tell what my inherited abilities actually are? Zhang Jiwan pressed further. Athena paused, seemingly choosing her words carefully. A kind of fearless, indomitable spirit. Zhang Jiwan felt disappointed, thinking to himself, that sounds so dull. Not even as exciting as a fireball spell. And they call this an ancient legacy? Good thing I crushed the golden lamp, or else if others came to witness my ancient legacy, I couldn't possibly say my spirit is commendable. Just then, Athena suddenly exclaimed, Whoa! Your body is undergoing amazing changes. Your endurance is significantly improving, your pain nerves are evolving into sensory nerves, and your resistance to extreme temperatures and even lightning is rapidly increasing. Your muscles are restructuring, cooling faster, and your recovery ability is becoming nearly perfect. Zhang Jiwan was a bit puzzled. Can you simplify that? Athena immediately used gaming terms to explain: health regen max, mana regen max, stamina recovery max, sensory sharpness max, toughness max, magic resistance max, and you ignore magic shields when attacking. Under my influence, you have a subconscious war instinct, and you'll gradually master powerful combat skills. Except for not having magic or the ability to fly, you're practically a glitch. You are the blade that slays dragons, the arrow that chases the sun, destined to forge ahead. Seeing Zhang Jiwan still looking confused, Athena added, have you played League of Legends? It's like Nasu's with movement speed runes, fully geared with defense items. Early game you're just tanky, but after stacking Q for 3 hours, you can one-shot Baron. Zhang Jiwan was surprised to find Athena's tone suddenly resembled that of a game NPC. Sensing his thoughts, Athena explained, during my travels on Earth, I spent days at home playing Zelda and Genshin Impact. They were so much fun. In his mind, Zhang Jiwan couldn't help but picture a stunning Valkyrie shedding her armor, tossing aside her spear, and lounging lazily on a sofa, engrossed in her Switch controller. This image completely overturned his perception of gods. Guys, if you've read this far, please leave a 5-star review. Zhang Jiwan silently quipped in his mind, putting a full stop to this absurd scene. Zhang Jiwan passed all the assessments in just 3 hours, a speed that left Chi Boyong utterly astonished. He immediately summoned all the instructors to confirm whether anyone had given Zhang Jiwan any unfair advantage. The instructors all denied it, some even expressing irritation, noting that Zhang Jiwan's skill proficiency was nearly at their level, speculating he might be an extreme sports enthusiast. Chi Boyong knew very well that Zhang Jiwan's life over these 18 years had been anything but ordinary. Extreme sports? The boy never even had the chance to participate. His only extreme sport had been the struggle for survival. While other trainees were being pushed by their instructors through grueling exercises at the training ground, Zhang Jiwan was independently practicing shooting, driven by his own motivation. He quickly exhausted 2 boxes of ammunition and approached Chi Boyong for more. It's the end of the world. Bullets are expensive. Chi Boyong gritted his teeth. Those are blanks for training. Zhang Jiwan retorted. Blanks are expensive too. Use them sparingly. Chi Boyong glanced at the ammunition stockpile behind him. Of the 15 boxes prepared for 150 students, Jiang Jiwan had already used up 2. If you're stingy, give me the number for the no returners, and I'll ask them myself, Jiang Jiwan said expressionlessly, extending his hand. Chi Boyong didn't dare let Jiang Jiwan do that. If the other frontier guards and no returners found out he was being stingy with the young Master Jiang, they'd definitely come knocking. But the fact remained, they were running low on bullets. As night fell, the trainees finally returned to the protective barrier of the Jiuzhou Ding, ready to wash up and eat after a long day of training. Despite the early summer evening, Jiang Jiwan felt a chilling cold. In the cafeteria, Zhang Zhen shamelessly tried to chat up Cheng Xingmiao, who was drying her long hair with a towel, visibly unaccustomed to the Spartan living conditions. Through the cafeteria windows, the distant square was visible. There, dark green tints were pitched, and people sat on the ground, gnawing on white bread rolls and sipping vegetable soup. Supplies had suddenly become scarce, and someone was angrily confronting the Daxia Iron Army in front of the tents. A passing frontier guard witnessed this and promptly subdued the person with a shoulder throw, dislocating their shoulder. This scene made Jiang Jiwan's eye twitch slightly. As Jiang Jiwan dined alone, Xing Fei suddenly sat across from him. Uncomfortable, Jiang Jiwan asked, "Why aren't you sitting with your girlfriends? Today was hectic, and I forgot to thank you." Xing Fei smiled, droplets from her recent shower still on her face. "No need to thank me. I wouldn't dare wander off alone. Having you two around at least makes me feel I won't die alone," Jiang Jiwan said, looking down at his food. Xing Fei lowered her voice and asked, "I guess you have family among the frontier guards, right? Otherwise, that helicopter wouldn't have just taken the 3 of us. I've never seen your parents. They must be on a mission, right?" "Yes, they were part of the frontier guards and sacrificed themselves during a mission," Jiang Jiwan admitted calmly. They ate in silence until a young Iron Army soldier rushed into the cafeteria to report to Chi Boyong. After listening with a frown, Chi Boyong stood up and approached Xing Fei. "Xing Fei, come with me for a moment." Jiang Jiwan curiously asked, "What's going on?" "It doesn't concern you, just eat," Chi Boyong ordered quietly. He led Xing Fei aside and whispered, "Xing Fei, the convoy escorting your parents lost contact 3 minutes ago in a city 160 kilometers from here." Xing Fei's face went pale. Chi Boyong quickly added, "Don't worry just yet. Signals are unstable in all the cities now, so it could just be a regular signal disruption. But because you're a member of the Frontier Guards, as per regulations, we'll dispatch a rescue team immediately. Given your combat skills exceed those of the average Iron Army soldier, please prepare to join the rescue team." Xing Fei took a deep breath and resolutely said, "Yes, instructor. I'll set out immediately." As she turned, she saw Jiang Jiwan wiping his mouth. Jiang Jiwan wasn't looking at her but stared directly at Chi Boyong. "Old Chi, that's not fair. You promised to call me for any real combat opportunities. It's none of your business. I've assigned you a training program." Chi Boyong glared at Jiang Jiwan, his eyes flashing with an undeniable authority. Jiang Jiwan shrugged it off, casually grabbing a napkin from the nearby table to wipe the grease from the corner of his mouth. He glanced up at Chi Boyong with a confident smirk. "Training can't compare to real combat. Why don't you fill me in on the specifics over there?" Chi Boyong lowered his voice, leaning in close to Jiang Jiwan's ear with a stern tone. "You're practically a soldier now, so follow the rules." Jiang Jiwan chuckled dismissively. "Soldiers follow rules, generals have their own plans. I've finished my training, it's time for real action." Just as he finished speaking, Zhang Zhan's raspy voice came from behind. "Old Jiang, Fei Fei, what's going on?" Zhang Zhan looked conflicted, clearly torn between loyalty and hesitation. Xing Fei softly thanked him, her eyes shining with gratitude. Jiang Jiwan waved it off with a smile. "No need to thank me, I just don't want to stay on the training field." Zhou Zi's gaze is as piercing as a thorn in my back. Xing Fei knew this was just an excuse from Jiang Jiwan. Little did she know, upon hearing about the chance to go on a mission, Jiang Jiwan's eyes had already lit up with excitement. Athena had once told him that when fighting any creature, the wisdom seed could help him learn their attack and defense methods, constantly accumulating combat muscle memory from different beings. Not far away, Zhou Zi approached, expressing his desire for combat experience as well. Chi Boyong snapped irritably, "You haven't even completed your training. Get back to it." Chi Boyong arranged for Jiang Jiwan to board a transport helicopter that had just returned from Jiangxi with children. Along with Xing Fei and Zhou Zi, they formed a 10-person team with 7 elite soldiers from the Great Xia Iron Army, led by a ridge-level expert, Yu Tao. They were fully armed, faces painted with camouflage, and helmets equipped with neural signal blocking materials. The High Command had decreed that every mission Jiang Jiwan undertook must be led by a ridge-level expert, with others secretly providing backup. This precaution stemmed from a tragic incident involving an ancient-level genius in Yangzhou. Now, all border guards dressed uniformly when deployed, ensuring safety. As the helicopter ascended to 1,300 meters, Jiang Jiwan stood alongside Yu Tao. Yu Tao explained the differences between various levels. The wilderness level was like a light machine gun hidden among the crowd, the hill level akin to a redita launch mortar, the mountain level resembled an advanced main battle tank, and the ridge level surpassed conventional weaponry, akin to a humanoid destroyer. When discussing Zhou Ziyi's situation, despite the logical explanation, Jiang Jiwan felt uneasy and asked Yu Tao to keep an eye on it. As night fell, the entire camp was brightly lit, with helicopters, armored vehicles, and ships bustling about. It was destined to be a sleepless night. Zhang Jun leaned against the cabin window, speaking to Xing Fei. There was an undeniable hint of awe in his voice. Just 12 hours ago, he had been like a lost dog, frantically boarding a plane and being rescued to this place. Now, he was clad in tactical gear, ready to re-enter the devastated city ruins as a true warrior to save lives. Through the cabin window, Zhang Zhan saw vehicles racing towards the safe zone, filled with the joy of survivors. Meanwhile, more convoys were leaving the safe area, representing the hope of countless lives. As they passed through the protective perimeter of Jingzhou-ding, everyone instinctively tightened their grip on their rifles. The air was thick with tension. In the cockpit, Yu Tao spoke succinctly over the intercom to the soldiers in the cabin. This is a search and rescue mission. A convoy with 150 people went missing near Pingxiang City Hospital, identified as P1105, and we haven't received any signals from them. Our mission is straightforward. Find as many survivors as possible and bring them back. A local 20-member security and rescue team headed to the designated location 10 minutes ago. Once we land, we move into action immediately. Before he finished speaking, the helicopter sliced through the night sky. Below was a harrowing sight. Towering plumes of black smoke, with roars and gunfire echoing non-stop. Battles were raging in every corner of each city. About 20 minutes later, the helicopter began descending. Inside the cabin, a soldier whispered in disbelief, "Is the entire city without power?" Indeed, the city below was shrouded in terrifying darkness, with only a few beams of flashlight cutting through the night. The city was eerily quiet, with thick smoke forming columns that pierced the sky. The helicopter hovered over the rooftop of the city hospital, its emergency power seemingly depleted, plunging the building into darkness. An unknown fear gripped everyone. Everyone, put on your night vision goggles and do a final check of your weapons. Bring as much ammo as you can carry. Yu Tao barked, quickly unbuckling his harness and moving into the cabin. As the hatch opened, Yu Tao was the first to grip the rope and jump down. "Rooftop secure," he called out. Then, the ropes were lowered, and the soldiers descended one by one onto the rooftop of Pingxiang City Hospital. Team 1, check the stairwell. Team 2, secure the building perimeter. Yu Tao ordered decisively. Team 1 consisted of 7 elite soldiers, while Team 2 included 3 young recruits. "Stairwell secure," one of the elite soldiers called out. "Perimeter secure," Zhang Zhan echoed, trying to imitate them. Suddenly, Jiang Jiwan reprimanded softly, "Zhang Zhan, are you sure it's secure? Look at that bus outside the guard post. Isn't it from convoy P1105? He knew Zhang Zhan's tendency to be hyperactive and sometimes unfocused, so he made a point to check where he was looking. Everyone's eyes turned to the guard post. Several charred buses, now just empty shells, were scattered on the road. Nearby, there was an armored vehicle and a light tank, both seemingly having suffered heavy attacks, with the tank's barrel twisted and its tracks removed. Xing Fei's heart sank at the sight. Undoubtedly evidence of P1105, or another evacuation convoy meeting a tragic fate. Yu Tao reassured them. There's no sign of bodies near the vehicles, just a little blood. The civilians likely encountered some creatures and fled on foot. He then gestured. Let's check the tank. Soldiers don't usually abandon their weapons unless absolutely necessary. The others quickly descended the stairs, while Yu Tao leaped down to the ground. His presence outside ensured that if a large creature suddenly appeared while the soldiers were in the stairwell, he could either eliminate the threat or provide a warning. 10 people moved quietly and quickly, descending the stairs in turn. The empty hospital was filled with the pervasive scent of disinfectant. The night was as dark and thick as ink, and the 15-step staircases on each floor seemed endless. The oppressive sounds of breathing and footsteps echoed all around, and the team members frequently glanced back, as if pursued by something other than humans. Zhang Zhan glanced down at the device on his arm and muttered, "Is this life detector broken?" They all carried highly sensitive life detectors, yet after descending 2 floors, none had shown any response. "Where is everyone?" Zhang Zhan continued to mumble under his breath. Even if the hospital staff had time to evacuate, could bedridden patients have done the same? Suddenly, Jiang Jiwan spoke coldly. "Didn't you see the sign at the elevator? Stop thinking about girls and pay more attention to your surroundings." Zhang Zhan was taken aback. "Old Jiang, how do you know?" Jiang Jiwan gritted his teeth and gave him a frustrated glare. Suddenly, 3 knocks echoed from within the walls of the stairwell, the sound of fingers tapping against a hand, signaling everyone to be on alert. Instantly, the team stopped in their tracks. The soldiers of the Daxia Iron Army swiftly dispersed to the sides of the stairwell, one clinging to the railing, the other to the wall. Xing Fei and Zhang Zhan tried to recall the meaning of the triple knock and quickly pressed themselves against the wall. Only Jiang Zhiwan silently moved to the front of the group. Leading them was Luo Wei, nicknamed Old Crooked, a reconnaissance soldier who had been discharged for 2 years and urgently recalled by the Iron Army that morning. Jiang Zhiwan whispered, "What's going on?" Luo Wei stepped back slightly, giving Jiang Zhiwan space to observe. Following Luo Wei's pointing finger, Jiang Zhiwan saw flickering light in a room on the 6th floor, suggesting an open window and someone inside. Jiang Zhiwan gestured behind him, indicating he would investigate and for his comrades to provide cover if necessary. He crouched low, moving along the wall into the dark corridor, with a dagger in each hand. A breeze blew through the cracks of the open windows, producing a sinister whistling. After taking a few steps, Jiang Zhiwan turned back to see 2 comrades aiming their guns at the door. Relieved, he quickly approached the hospital room, taking a swift glance inside. It was a standard 3-bed hospital room. The ceiling fan wobbled, and 4 drip hung by the bed, its needle lying on the mattress, letting saline drip and soak the sheets. The first 2 beds were empty, clearly vacated in haste during the disaster. Only the last bed was occupied by someone trembling under the covers, occasionally peeking out. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a long shadow into the hallway. Jiang Zhiwan signaled behind him that there was a living person inside, but acting suspiciously. He found it odd that this person remained when others had fled. If frightened, shouldn't they have locked the door, drawn the curtains, and hidden under the bed? Footsteps softly approached from behind as Luo Wei joined him. Believing Jiang Zhiwan lacked combat experience, Luo Wei decided to check himself. With just a glance, he muttered, "Huh, just a coward." He patted Jiang Zhiwan's shoulder. "Come on, let's ask her what happened here." Jiang Zhiwan wanted to observe further, but Luo Wei had already entered, pulling back the covers. The bed held a woman, dressed in a hospital gown, curled up and shaking. As the covers were pulled away, she was about to scream, but Luo Wei quickly covered her mouth, pointing to himself and saying, "Daxia Iron Army, we're here to save you. Blink if you understand." The woman stared at Luo Wei for a moment, then blinked. 2 more soldiers entered the room, while others guarded the door or watched the corridor. Luo Wei released her, leaned closer, and asked softly, "What's your name?" "Chen Lin," she answered in a small voice, her eyes unfocused, as if in shock. "What happened in this hospital? Where is everyone else?" Luo Wei pressed on. They ran," Chen Lin said, pressing her lips together. Her cheek muscles lifted, and her eye corners twitched slightly. Jiang Zhiwan felt he had seen this gesture before but couldn't recall where. "What about the people in those buses outside?" Luo Wei asked next. Outside the room, Xing Fei focused intently on Chen Lin upon hearing this. They ran," Chen Lin repeated in the same tone. Jiang Zhiwan noticed her lips remained pursed, like an old woman without teeth. Xing Fei relaxed slightly. "Where did they run to?" Luo Wei leaned even closer, trying to reassure her. Chen Lin pointed to the wall. "They hid inside." "You mean in the adjacent room?" another soldier asked. Chen Lin withdrew her hand, nodded, and placed it by her ear. "You guys, go check it out," the soldier called to his comrades outside. The 10 dispersed quickly, especially Xing Fei, who moved with urgency. "Xing Fei, come here." Jiang Zhiwan suddenly called out, stopping Xing Fei. The others looked at Jiang Zhiwan with puzzled expressions. He silently pushed Luo Wei aside slightly, using him to block the view of the patient chart, then quietly asked, "Chen Lin, why are you hospitalized?" Chen Lin's eyes darted towards Luo Wei. Suddenly, the unmistakable sound of a bullet being chambered echoed in the room. A few hushed voices scolded, "Jiang Zhiwan, what are you doing?" Chen Lin whipped her head around, her body tensing. Jiang Zhiwan had a gun pointed at her temple. It was a handgun used by border guards, high energy, high penetration, capable of taking down even a second-level creature with one shot. "Old Jiang, stay calm," Zhang Zhen urged, thinking Jiang Zhiwan might have been driven mad by the darkness. Luo Wei frowned and barked, "Jiang Zhiwan, put the gun down." Jiang Zhiwan's face was expressionless as he tightened his finger on the trigger. In that instant, everyone held their breath. Jiang Zhiwan's finger had just brushed the trigger when Lin Chun, like a nimble leopard, suddenly leaned backward, her legs springing out with explosive force. Jiang Zhiwan was kicked away, crashing heavily against the opposite wall. With a dull thud, the entire white wall shivered as if it were about to collapse. Athena's cold laughter echoed in Jiang Zhiwan's mind. "You've been observant, but your combat experience is lacking. Letting the prey escape like that." Zhang Zhen exhaled in relief, silently grateful. "Phew, good thing this girl reacted quickly. Otherwise, if old Jiang had shot at a civilian, it would have been a disaster." Xing Fei couldn't help but comment, "You're subtly clever." Her hands quickly formed a seal in front of her chest, a pale purple hexagram materializing between her fingers, ready to strike at any moment. Unexpectedly, Zhang Jiwan seemed entirely unaffected by the impact. As soon as his back touched the wall, he pushed off with his legs. His body arced gracefully through the air like an arrow leaving the bow. Somehow, the gun in his hand had transformed into a pair of sharp daggers, glinting like two cold moons as they slashed toward Lin Chun. Lin Chen's response was equally astonishing. She sprang up from the hospital bed, grabbing the ceiling fan above her. Zhang Jiwan's attack missed, but he didn't pause, swiftly twisting his body as the daggers whistled through the air. Two sharp whooshes pierced the air, followed by Lin Chen's shrill squeal. Her hospital gown and skin were sliced open, but instead of blood, a mass of gray fur emerged. What? The soldiers below gasped in unison, aiming their guns at Lin Chun, their eyes filled with shock and caution. Lin Chen now resembled a beast cloaked in human skin, screeching wildly as she leapt gracefully onto another bed. Her posture was entirely inhuman, her legs deeply bent, hands on the ground, and her eyes now an eerie green locked onto Zhang Jiwan. Zhang Jiwan gestured to his comrades not to shoot. He called out to Athena in his mind, "Lend me a war barrier." He had exhausted his daggers and was reluctant to fire in a building that might harbor other creatures, fearing it would expose their team's position. No need, Athena curtly refused. Zhang Jiwan was prepared for this, not pinning all his hopes on Athena. He leaped lightly onto another bed, launching into close combat with Lin Chun with a powerful knee strike and elbow jab. Lin Chun let out a sharp squeak, blocking with her arms. With a thud, she was knocked back 2 steps, slamming heavily against the wall. "Xing Fei," Zhang Jiwan called out. Xing Fei understood immediately, stepping forward as the hexagram in her hands spun rapidly, forming a dazzling purple orb. "Go," she commanded, and a purple energy arrow shot forth, snaking through the air like a spirit serpent, piercing Lin Chen's heart with precision. With a sizzling sound, Lin Chun let out a piercing scream as her skin ignited with deep purple flames. The second arrow followed, severing her neck and silencing her cries. Lin Chen's limbs convulsed, but the invisible arrow seemed to pin her to the wall, rendering her immobile. Within 5 seconds, her human skin was completely burned away, revealing the true form of a massive monkey. The gray fur quivered under the purple flames, and within 10 seconds, her body convulsed violently before disintegrating into a pile of purple ash that gently settled on the floor. "This power is so domineering, like corpse-dissolving powder," Zhang Jin muttered, stepping back with shock written all over his face. Having dealt with Lin Chun, Xing Fei turned to Zhang Jiwan and asked, "What exactly was that thing?" Before Zhang Jiwan could respond, Luo Wei interjected, "A demon?" Zhang Jiwan frowned slightly, puzzled. The border guards had told him that ordinary people weren't supposed to know about demons. How did Luo Wei know? Sensing Zhang Jiwan's doubt, Luo Wei quickly explained, "Captain Yutao warned us to be wary of demons that can disguise themselves as humans." His pupils trembled. "I didn't expect her to look so real. No different from a human." Zhang Jin looked curiously at Zhang Jiwan. "Old Zhang, how did you figure it out?" Expressionless, Zhang Jiwan stood on tiptoe to retrieve the daggers lodged in the ceiling, replying as he did so, "I've told you repeatedly to pay close attention to detail." Zhang Jiwan's sharp gaze swept across the room, quickly capturing every detail. She spoke, "Chen Lin, height 160 centimeters, fair skin, average looks, above average build, slightly chubby around the waist, shorter legs, longer arms." Zhang Jin listened in astonishment, as if hearing a report from an expert appraiser. Zhang Jiwan continued her analysis, her tone calm and confident. "She needs to look at the card on the bedside table to say her name. If you cover it, she can't describe her condition. When she speaks, she presses her lips together to hide her not fully transformed canines. She habitually brings her hand to her ear, like a macaque scratching its head. When she smiles, her cheekbones lift excessively, and her eyes squint, resembling a monkey's warning grin." She paused for a moment before continuing. "A normal person would close the doors and windows when scared, but she leaves them wide open, as if announcing her location to the monster. Her frequent glances outside are actually to monitor Captain Yu Tao's movements." The surrounding soldiers hung their heads, ashamed of their oversight. Zhang Jiwan sensed the change in atmosphere and added, "However, without knowledge of demons, it's hard to think along those lines. In these chaotic times, many people's behaviors become unusual." Zhang Jin marveled, "Old Zhang, your observation skills are incredible. Where did you hone them?" Just as Zhang Jiwan was about to respond, Xing Fei interjected, "Maybe it's from being cautious in everyday life, always reading others' expressions. Afraid of being cheated while working, bullied at school, over time. She developed this sharp insight." Zhang Jiwan was momentarily taken aback, admitting to herself that Xing Fei had hit the nail on the head. Her keen observation wasn't linked to the great wisdom seed. but was simply an instinctive response from years of guarding against others. Unwilling to show weakness, she rolled her eyes and retorted, "You speak as if you know me well." Xingfei snorted softly, eyes revealing the seasoned experience of someone who has seen many. "I've seen many girls like you in KTVs from other provinces, always wary of bosses shortchanging them and customers making empty promises. I've also seen countless new customers, equally guarded against the girls' feigned affection and our hidden charges." The atmosphere in the room became subtly charged from this exchange, each person lost in their own thoughts. Jiang Jiwan suddenly realized that, like those girls, his keen insight stemmed from the wariness that poor people have towards the world. This defensive mindset, born from insecurity, had become one of the most effective survival skills in the apocalypse. His thoughts shifted abruptly to Zhou Zi's unusual behavior, which was disturbingly hysterical. Can demons receive inheritances? Jiang Jiwan asked Athena. It's difficult, but there's no demonic aura around Zhou Zi. Athena replied succinctly, then urged, we should get out of here quickly. We don't know how many demons are in this building, and the noise we made will attract them. Jiang Jiwan quietly signaled to the others, scanning the hallway to ensure there were no immediate threats outside. Luo Wei pressed the radio communication switch. Team 1, report your status. Su Erdwa, all clear. Zhou Hao, all clear. Zhang Jinji, all clear. Chun Jinan, all clear. Depan, all clear. The voices stopped abruptly, and Luo Wei's heart tightened. 5 people reported, plus himself makes 6. But their team had 7 members. Where's Lin Ping? Report your status. Luo Wei shouted as he rushed outside, gripping his rifle tightly. A tense atmosphere enveloped everyone instantly. A professional soldier wouldn't forget to report in. For a well-trained soldier to disappear silently in the corridors meant their enemy was far more formidable than expected. At that moment, Yue Tao's voice crackled through the radio. He's with me. Everyone was taken aback. Jiang Jiwan quickly returned to the window of the ward. He saw Yue Tao standing on the ground below, a massive macaque corpse hanging from his left hand's steel blade, while his right hand supported a weakened Lin Ping. No need to search, Yue Tao's voice was steady and strong. These monkeys are incredibly fast and have keen senses. If there were anyone in the building, they would have been caught long ago. Everyone, head downstairs. The entire building seemed like it was made from giant blocks of black pudding, with team members squeezing through the dark crevices. As they descended, the smell of blood grew stronger, yet strangely, they saw no complete corpses, only scattered limbs. In the square, they found Yue Tao had already placed Lin Ping in a corner. Lin Ping appeared to be unconscious, his shirt torn open, revealing only a few shallow claw marks on his back with no significant wounds. Yue Tao, what happened to Lin Ping? Luo Wei asked as he examined Lin Ping's injuries. Yue Tao pointed to the giant macaque corpse, which was even larger than Qin Lin, and explained, he was caught by that monkey. The blood claws of these macaque demons have a potent neurotoxin. Even 0.1 grams can induce a deep coma. A soldier suddenly remembered. Jiang Jiwan was also kicked by the monkey earlier. Could he be poisoned too? Everyone's gaze immediately focused on Jiang Jiwan, and Yue Tao scrutinized him from head to toe. Feeling uncomfortable under their stares, Jiang Jiwan glanced at his chest, noticing a few small holes in his shirt, likely from the monkey's claws. Zhang Zhun quickly pulled open Jiang Jiwan's shirt, revealing the Welton muscles refined through the 9 provinces' inheritance completely unscathed. No punctures on the skin. The monkey's claws must have been too short. Zhang Zhun sighed with relief. Yue Tao remained silent but noticed faint pink spots on Jiang Jiwan's slightly tanned skin, the color of new flesh. This indicated that within minutes, Jiang Jiwan's muscles not only healed but the blood toxin had no effect on him. Secretly astonished, Yue Tao thought, this kid just received the inheritance a few hours ago. Yet his resistance and healing abilities are nearly equivalent to someone who's been training for a month. The Jiang family truly produces prodigies, each more extraordinary than the last. Jiang Jiwan took a slight step back, buttoned up his shirt, and approached Yue Tao, asking Yue Tao, any findings from the convoy? Come take a look. Yue Tao called everyone over. Luo Wei carried Lin Ping, and the group crossed the hospital square. Only a few scavenging crows circled overhead, with no human presence in the convoy. That was until Yue Tao opened the tank's hatch. With a piercing screech, the heavy hatch opened, releasing a nauseating stench. Wow! Xingfei couldn't help but exclaim softly. Inside the cockpit, it was a blood-soaked mess, with shredded clothing and blood-stained controls. Most horrifying were the 2 hands hanging from the control stick severed at the wrists, as if something had wrenched them off, leaving only these hands as silent witnesses. The people were likely taken by demons, Yue Tao said gravely. Demons drain humans of their life force, leaving them as empty shells, and then inhabit them to move among us. They don't drain 150 people at once. Instead, they prefer to keep humans as pets, switching to a new host once the old one rots. I've ordered the rescue teams to search in 4 directions. As he spoke, Yue Tao retrieved a syringe and vial from his belt, expertly administering it to Lin Ping. Lin Ping began convulsing, vomiting white fluid, and finally regained consciousness. Reports from various rescue teams buzzed over the radio, with sporadic gunfire echoing throughout the city. Humans, beasts, and demons, all the malice and abandon reveled in this night. People often said the city was a steel jungle. Now, this metaphor had become a bloody reality, survival of the fittest. As time passed, Xing Fei's heart sank lower and lower. She felt she was so close to her family, yet it was like groping through fog, so near yet so elusive. This sense of despair was suffocating. Just then, an urgent voice burst through the radio. Team 4 has found them. It's a trap. Retreat quickly. Let's move. Team 4 is at the northwest bank. Yu Tao's voice boomed like thunder. Border guards and Iron Army, split up. Zhang Jiwan, keep yourself hidden. Yu Tao led the charge, sprinting ahead while the rest of the team trailed behind. Zhang Zhan, looking puzzled, turned to Jiang Jiwan. Old Jiang, why does Captain Yu want you to hide? Is he protecting you? I feel like I need protection more. Jiang Jiwan didn't respond, instead following Yu Tao closely, moving swiftly along the shadows of the buildings. Seeing this, Zhang Zhan turned to Xing Fei, only to find the short-haired girl had already vanished. With an assault rifle in hand, her long legs propelled her even faster than the Iron Army soldiers. Their target was a city branch of the Urban Development Bank, a 12-story classical European-style building on the edge of a pedestrian street. The formidable high door was ajar, with darkness inside, only intermittently illuminated by flashes from gunfire, making it impossible to discern the situation within. Team 4, respond. Team 4. Yu Tao called into his headset as he ran, but there was no reply. The entire bank building was shrouded in an eerie atmosphere, like the gaping maw of a dragon, its fangs glinting with danger. Despite knowing it could be a trap, the urgency of the situation left Yu Tao with no choice but to take the risk. He ran down the center of the street, drawing two long blades inscribed with glowing white runes. With a powerful leap, he launched himself like a missile, crashing through the 8th-floor window. The Iron Army squad followed, tossing flashbangs through windows and doors before 7 of them swiftly climbed in. Their movements were precise and efficient, but once inside, they vanished without a trace. Zhang Jiwan opted to enter through the 2nd-floor ventilation duct. The radio was filled with static, as if something was jamming the signal. He held a dagger in his right hand and an M500 revolver in his left, moving carefully while wiping the sweat from his palms and steadying his breath. This North American-made revolver, chambered for 12.7mm Magnum rounds, packed a tremendous punch. Its cylinder held only 5 bullets, but its muzzle energy was double that of a Desert Eagle, with recoil strong enough to break an average person's arm or dislocate their wrist. It said a single shot could incapacitate a full-grown elephant, but its massive recoil and deafening noise made it unpopular with regular troops. However, border guards often undertook secret international missions, facing extraordinary targets. Hence, their weapons were often sourced from the West, boasting immense power. The deeper he went, the more unsettling the atmosphere became for Jiang Jiwan. The silence inside the bank was unnerving, and he was tempted to fire his gun just to shatter it. Suddenly, he froze. Through a vent, he saw a rescue team member undressing. The person pulled off their clothes, along with their scalp, dropping a complete human skin, hair and eyeballs included, to the floor. What was revealed was a weasel standing nearly 1.6 meters tall, covered in tawny fur. Clearly, this was a monster that had infiltrated the rescue team. The earlier distress signal was likely a trap set by them. The 4 inheritors had been lured inside. The weasel spoke. Next, block all the exits. Once we have their skins, we can infiltrate the border guards' ranks. A sharp voice, younger in tone, emerged from the darkness. We've already captured over 100 people, enough to control this block. Once the border guards, a slap interrupted him. The older weasel, speaking in a hushed tone, said, "Do you think the inheritors' team is full of fools? We can't confront the inheritors directly, but we can use their identities to lead those ordinary soldiers to clear out those monkey demons." Listening, Zhang Jiwan felt a chill run down his spine. These monsters were not only organized and strategic, but also bold. Moreover, there seemed to be racial divisions among them, with internal strife for power. He wiped his sweaty palms again, preparing to take action. "What do you plan to do?" Athena suddenly asked. Zhang Jiwan thought to himself, "These weasels claim they have over 100 people here, likely referring to that convoy. I have 2 options. First, locate the convoy. Second, find a way to contact Captain Yu, as only he can turn the tide." Thinking of 2 options in such a short time is not bad. Athena paused. "What else?" "Else?" Zhang Jiwan furrowed his brow slightly. "I could fire a warning shot, but that would give away my position. I don't know the strength of these weasels. Have you ever played single-player games? If you can't win, just reload. Athena said softly. As the goddess of wisdom and war, isn't that a bit too down-to-earth? Zhang Jiwan reminded her timely. Athena cleared her throat, adopting a more serious tone. A smart person thinks in a crisis, what should I do? But a wiser person asks, yo, did I get into this crisis? Zhang Jiwan began to retreat. What are you planning? Athena asked quietly. Restart, head back outside. Zhang Jiwan's eyes glinted with determination. They know we have 4 inheritors inside. Meaning there's a lookout outside. I'll take out the lookout and use the gunfire as a warning, which might lure the monsters out. You're right. I shouldn't play on their board. I need to create a new battlefield. Zhang Jiwan retreated after dark, turning at a junction in the ventilation ducts and quietly exiting from the other side of the building. This side faced a pedestrian street, a bustling kilometer-long thoroughfare. The street began with a development bank and ended with a Sichuan cuisine restaurant, surrounded by numerous European-style buildings. These structures were complex yet monotonous, with a square and orderly overall layout. The city was dominated by 2 church bell towers, and through his night vision goggles, Zhang Jiwan clearly spotted figures moving near one of them, scouts from the demon clan. He quickly moved to the base of the bell tower, cautiously peering inside. A spiraling iron staircase came into view, and Zhang realized that no matter how light his steps, the iron stairs would inevitably produce vibrations and noise. His recent encounter with Qin Lin made Zhang understand that, given his abilities, swiftly confronting a demon heathen was nearly impossible. He moved to the east side of the bell tower, taking a simple climbing hook from his tactical backpack. This position allowed him to use the bell tower to block the view from another scout post. But there was a catch: had to climb the 25-meter-high bell tower silently in the still of the night. Zhang hooked the climbing device onto his foot, took a deep breath, and wedged his fingertips into the brick crevices. The night wind enveloped him, and the stifling heat clung to his skin. He knew the alloy climbing hook would make a grating noise against the wall, so he had to be extra cautious. Relying on the strength of his arms, he climbed slowly, inch by inch. In the vast darkness of the sprawling city, Zhang Jiwan was like a lost ant, continuously ascending. Tension seeped into his bones, making his body involuntarily tense. Every half-meter he climbed, his wrists ached more, and his arms grew numb, threatening to dislocate at any moment. But Zhang gritted his teeth and persevered. Though not naturally inclined to help others, Yutao had instructed him to take the hidden path, making him the last hope for the entire team. A child never expected to bear such weight was now willing to risk everything. His muscle fibers seemed on the verge of tearing, yet with every exertion, they healed themselves, as if his brain commanded them. Don't break. And so, they became even more resilient. Athena's voice resonated in his ears, like a gentle teacher encouraging a hopeful student. Don't be afraid, relax. As you approach the top of the bell tower, press your ear against the wall and use the sound to sense the enemy's movements. Zhang Jiwan slowly and steadily grasped the edge of the bell tower, gritting his teeth as he pulled himself up with one arm. He saw the weasel standing upright on the edge, pacing back and forth, sometimes observing the bank, sometimes scanning the pedestrian street. His right arm felt stronger, anchoring himself to the edge, as his left hand raised a revolver, aiming at the weasel's chest. In that instant, the weasel's head turned around. Unlike humans, this creature didn't need to turn its body to rotate its head 180 degrees. In the dead of night, a weasel with its back to Zhang could still fix its long, pointed head on him, eyes glowing with an eerie green light. The bizarre sight sent a chill down Zhang's spine. Screw you, Zhang growled, pulling the trigger without hesitation. A deafening bang shattered the night silence, and the weasel's head exploded into a crimson mist, scattering in all directions. Zhang flipped over onto the bell tower, immediately pointing his gun toward the opposite tower where no one was in sight, leaving him uncertain if the enemy had left or was hiding. Ignoring the weasel, Zhang turned and aimed at the bank's large copper doors. One shot. The gunfire and the thud of the bullet against the copper door combined, like a morning bell, awakening the entire city. Countless birds took flight in alarm. Then, 3 rapid shots. 1 slow, 3 fast, a signal used by border guards to indicate danger when radio communication was lost. The bank erupted instantly, awakened by the gunfire. With the sound of assault rifles firing in quick succession, Zhang felt countless eyes on him in the darkness, and inside the bank, many green lights flickered, resembling the eyes of weasels. With so many eyes watching him, Zhang's breath caught involuntarily, and his mind felt a bit dizzy. There's something strange about these weasel eyes, Zhang thought, recalling novels he had secretly read in class, which claimed that weasel eyes could enchant and beguile. He made a quick decision and swiftly retreated. As Zhang Jiwan was removing the climbing hook from his foot and securing it to his right hand, he skillfully maneuvered to the back of the bell tower. Taking a deep breath, he leaped. As his body plummeted through the air, Athena's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Your body isn't yet strong enough to withstand a 25-meter drop. Jiang Jiwan's heart tightened, but he didn't hesitate. He quickly slammed the climbing hook against the bell tower's surface. The metal scraped against the rock, sending sparks flying and numbing his entire right arm, but it significantly slowed his descent. With the ground approaching fast, Jiang Jiwan pushed off the wall with a powerful kick, propelling himself outward. He landed precisely on an awning outside a cafe, the canvas tearing with a sharp rip under his weight. The sturdy awning absorbed the impact, preventing a harsh landing. Jiang Jiwan rolled off the shredded awning and landed on an outdoor sofa. He silently quipped to himself, "Your timing is impeccable. Maybe next time. Wait until I'm actually splattered on the ground before you warn me." "Understood. I'll remember that," Athena responded calmly. Not in the mood to argue with an AI, Jiang Jiwan shook his numb right hand and began removing the climbing hook. Just then, a vivid green light flared from the treetops nearby. The light transformed into two beams, shooting straight at Jiang Jiwan. In a split second, Jiang Jiwan's legs tensed, and he twisted midair, performing a backflip over the back of the outdoor sofa, deftly avoiding the beams. The green light struck the sofa, instantly coating the bamboo-woven surface in a layer of ice, cracking ominously. A second later, the sofa shattered with a sharp crack, scattering bamboo and ice shards everywhere. Jiang Jiwan rolled across the ground and quickly took cover inside the cafe. Almost simultaneously, a gray-yellow blur descended the tree trunk like lightning. A weasel, moving in an erratic pattern, charged toward the cafe, its speed nearly impossible to track. Just as the weasel was about to enter, a flash of steel appeared from within the doorway. Jiang Jiwan had been waiting in ambush, thrusting the climbing hook into the weasel's pointed face. Without giving the weasel a chance to react, Jiang Jiwan grabbed a cafe chair and smashed the back of it against the climbing hook lodged in the weasel's head. Once, twice, thrice blood and flesh splattered. Finally, he spat on the ground, kicked the weasel's corpse aside, and sneered. "All that fancy footwork, and you still had to come through the front door?" Suddenly, Athena's voice chimed in again. "Watch out, there's a weasel." Jiang Jiwan's muscles tensed as he scanned his surroundings warily. "Another one? Where?" "The one you just killed," Athena replied calmly. Jiang Jiwan was momentarily speechless, then recalled his earlier quip and sighed with resignation. "You did say to warn you later," Athena added with a hint of smugness. Jiang Jiwan had no comeback, only managing a wry smile internally. Jiang Jiwan's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. He was eager to uncover the true nature of Athena. Wasn't this goddess supposed to be exalted, understanding the mysteries of the universe and looking down on mortals as if they were insignificant? How could she throw a tantrum like a young girl who loves comics and video games? Just then, gunfire erupted inside the bank, and screams echoed throughout. Suddenly, a loud shout pierced the night sky. "Daylight meteor slash." In an instant, the bank's windows exploded with blinding white light, and countless beams shot skyward, as if a grand light show was being staged on this doomsday night. Jiang Jiwan furrowed his brow in suspicion. Even if he had signaled danger, with the skills and experience of these warriors, how could they not have noticed anything? Athena's tone suddenly calmed, explaining, "They were bewitched by the weasel demons. These creatures set up an ancient witchcraft array, filling the entire bank building with the power of mind control. Even Yu Tao would experience disorientation and sluggish reactions inside. Your shots at the bronze door woke them up." Jiang Jiwan was enlightened. In a semi-conscious state, a loud noise is indeed the best remedy, much like when his teacher's shout woke him from dozing off in class. "Because I was outside, I didn't feel this mind control?" He found a plausible explanation. Athena snorted softly. "Your will is exceptionally strong, giving you great resistance to mental control. That's why I chose you. You've inherited your father's legacy, which is the pinnacle of physical cultivation, relying heavily on willpower. When you climbed the bell tower and fired, the green light in the weasel's eyes was a kind of mind magic, but you felt nothing. After you fired the warning shots, dozens of weasels looked at you, and you only lost focus for 0.3 seconds. Once you fully adapt to this legacy, there will be almost no mental control in this world that can affect you." Jiang Jiwan smiled confidently. "Their mind magic doesn't work on me, huh?" he said, striding forward with determination, loading bullets into his revolver one by one. After killing 2 demons, his tension vanished. He rubbed his arm muscles, and within a minute, the soreness had completely disappeared, replaced by an overwhelming sense of power. Inside the bank, Zhang Zhan and Xing Fei stood back-to-back against the door, firing in succession to keep the swarming weasels at bay. Green beams continuously cut through the dark space, freezing everything around them, which then shattered. They slowly retreated until their backs were against the massive bronze door. "Zhang Zhan, the squad inside can't hold on much longer. We need to break in," Xing Fei shouted. "No, hold the middle door. If old Jiang wants to help, he'll come through here." I need to give him intel, Zhang Zhan said, shooting down another weasel. How do you know which way he'll come? Xing Fei asked, surprised, thinking to herself that despite her 6-month crush on him back in the day, she never understood him like this. He's my brother. Zhang Zhan grinned. Just then, a weasel over a meter long suddenly leaped from the bronze door, landing on Zhang Zhan's head. Damn! He yelled as the impact knocked him to the ground. The weasel bared its teeth, drooling foul saliva over his face. Damn! Qi Boyong lied to me. I'm not lucky at all. Zhang Zhan screamed. Old Jiang, help! As he shouted, he slid his palm and locked his forearm around the weasel's neck, preventing it from biting his face. Old Jiang isn't here, but I am, Xing Fei shouted, ready to turn her gun, but was blocked by 5 or 6 more weasels charging at her. She had to empty a clip to drive them back, then realized her magazine was empty. I'm out of bullets, Xing Fei shouted. What about your gun? Out of bullets, used it as a club to bash the weasels. Old Jiang should be here by now. Where is he? Zhang Zhan yelled, holding the weasel's throat with all his strength as its teeth inched closer to his pockmarked face. Xing Fei gritted her teeth, ready to smash the weasel with her gun butt. Suddenly, a hand reached from outside the bronze door, grabbing the weasel by the scruff of its neck with lightning speed. Next, the barrel of a revolver was shoved into the weasel's gaping mouth. Bang! The trigger was pulled, sending blood and brain matter flying. As Xing Fei reloaded, she turned to see Jiang Zhiwan holding the weasel's corpse with one hand, kicking open another bronze door. He tossed the carcass aside, kicked over another passing weasel, and shot it in the head. Damn! How did you know old Jiang was here? Xing Fei asked Zhang Zhan. He's my brother. Zhang Zhan laughed heartily, leaping to his feet and shouting loudly, everyone get down. My brother's here. Jiang Zhiwan glanced at Zhang Zhan silently without saying a word. Just then, a bright green beam suddenly lit up the darkness. Concealed within it was a creature, and the intensely cold light burst forth, covering the area of the 3-person team. Jiang Zhiwan reacted swiftly, grabbing a folding chair leaning against the wall with his right hand. He stepped forward and forcefully swung the chair at the beam. Careful, this beam can freeze people solid, Xing Fei warned loudly. Jiang Zhiwan muttered under his breath, frozen things are even harder. Before he finished speaking, the beam had already coated the folding chair with a rapidly thickening layer of frost, turning it into a solid block of ice. The frost began to creep up Jiang Zhiwan's arm, but he remained fearless, hurling the ice-covered chair directly at the creature hidden in the darkness. Bang! The chair struck the target with force, driving the weasel's head into its chest. Ice shards and brain matter splattered everywhere. Jiang Zhiwan didn't give the creature a chance to recover, raising his gun for a precise headshot. Turning swiftly, Jiang Zhiwan asked sharply, are there any of our own in the hall? No, Zhang Zhan replied while groping around on the floor for his gun. Captain, you want to find their leader. The Iron Army squad is rescuing people, and we're holding the hall. Good. Jiang Zhiwan quickly issued orders. I'll cover the left. Zhang Zhan, you take the right. As he spoke, he pulled out 2 grenades from his belt, biting off the pins and rolling them across the floor like bowling balls. Explosions and flashes of fire instantly engulfed the hall, bringing the brutal scenes of modern warfare to life. Jiang Zhiwan then turned to Xing Fei, issuing a brisk command. You. Suppressive fire. Xing Fei felt a surge of safety wash over her. She quickly set down her rifle and began forming hand seals rapidly in front of her chest. In an instant, a massive hexagram appeared before her, and the immense energy lifted her feet off the ground. Her hand seals shifted continuously as she muttered, so you're the ones who took my father? Ziwei Tianyan. As soon as she finished speaking, countless deep purple arrows shot out from the hexagram, buzzing through the air. These arrows seemed almost sentient, tracing serpentine paths as they flew in all directions. The sound of impact was constant, and objects around were struck, igniting with purple flames. Murals, chairs, the reception desk, even the bulletproof glass of the bank counters cracked like spider webs. The entire first-floor hall turned into a scene of chaos. Purple fireballs burned everywhere, and the hit weasels ran about, screaming in panic. Xing Fei's body trembled in the air, the hexagram between her hands flickering. 10, 20, 30, until the 48th arrow flew, transforming the surroundings into a living hell. Suddenly, Xing Fei's body went limp, and she fell from the air. Zhang Zhan quickly caught her, but the legacy didn't grant him enough strength, and they both collapsed to the ground. The remaining yellow weasels seemed paralyzed by the purple light show, some cowering in corners, others fleeing up the stairs in a panic. This girl is a real powerhouse, Jiang Zhiwan remarked, looking at the utterly exhausted Xing Fei. This girl is heavy, Zhang Zhan shouted. No sooner had he spoken than Xing Fei raised her gun, striking Zhang Zhan's forehead with the butt. Jiang Zhiwan bent down slightly and asked with concern, Xing Fei, how are you holding up? Can you move? Xing Fei struggled to stand, trying to move her legs, but found herself weak and powerless. Seeing this, Jiang Zhiwan advised, "Your inherited power is too destructive. Be mindful of your limits when using it in the future." He quickly removed the assault rifle from his back and the ammo belt from his waist, tossing them in front of the two of them. After leaving the conventional weapons with Zhang Zhun, Jiang Zhiwan followed the path of the yellow weasel, heading for the bank's underground vault. Glancing back, he saw Zhang Zhun easily helping Xing Fei to her feet, settling her aside. Then, Zhang Zhun fired 8 precise shots in succession, efficiently taking down 5 yellow weasels lurking in the shadows. Jiang Zhiwan thought to himself, "This guy is an above-average soldier. He slacks off when there's someone to rely on, but becomes a force to be reckoned with when there's no one to depend on." As he reached the edge of the stairs, Jiang Zhiwan abruptly stopped. On the ground lay 2 bodies, Lin Ping and Su Erdwa. Each had a gruesome wound on their neck, clearly bitten through by the yellow weasels. Blood flowed like a small river down the steps. "Son of a gun!" Jiang Zhiwan cursed under his breath, saluting his fallen comrades. Suddenly, the ground beneath him shook violently, followed by a loud explosion from the vault. The staircase trembled, tiles cracked, the ceiling split, and dust fell from above. Below, a blinding light shot skyward. Luo Wei's voice pierced through the chaos. "Run, run, everyone get out, as many as can make it." A large hole had been blown in the wall beside the vault door, revealing the inadequacy of the City Development Bank security. A disheveled man poked his head out of the hole in panic, scrambling out and rushing upwards without looking back. Close behind was a woman in a high-slit cheongsam, barefoot on the debris-strewn ground, ignoring the pain as she scrambled to escape. The opening was crowded with heads, countless people crying out and reaching for a chance to escape to the outside world. Jiang Zhiwan didn't hesitate, pulling people out one by one while shouting, "Luo Wei! Luo Wei, what's the situation inside?" Only screams and gunfire answered him. Jiang Zhiwan strained to look inside the hole but was blocked by the dense crowd. He pulled out a portly middle-aged man, who almost got stuck in the opening. With a strong tug, Jiang Zhiwan tore the man's lower garment. Grabbing the man, Jiang Zhiwan shouted in his ear, "What happened inside?" The middle-aged man, though panicked, retained some composure and quickly explained, "Our convoy was attacked by dozens of monkeys, biting anyone they saw. We fled to the bank, and some employees led us into the vault. Damn it, those bank staff were yellow weasels in disguise. Luckily, the Iron Army soldiers came through the ventilation ducts and are covering us now." Jiang Zhiwan suddenly understood. The convoy, after being attacked by monkeys, fled into the bank, unaware it had been taken over by weasels. Led into the vault, they were trapped, which explained the lack of signals. Luo Wei and his team discovered the weasels' hiding place and entered the vault through the ventilation ducts, blasting open the wall to allow civilians to escape. Jiang Zhiwan continued pulling people out, his mood growing heavier. The gunfire inside the vault was becoming sporadic, occasionally punctuated by the booming of grenades. "Damn it, let me in!" Jiang Zhiwan roared, forcefully pushing through the crowd at the entrance, creating a small space. He leaped in, nearly knocked down by the surging crowd. People swarmed the opening again, desperately fighting for a chance at life. Even Jiang Zhiwan struggled to push his way through. He noticed a frail man below the hole, trampled and unable to move. The man seemed dead, mouth agape, eyes wide, blood pouring from his nose and mouth. Inside the vault, a few yellow weasels remained, wearing the skins and uniforms of bank employees, with blood-red claws pulling back the stragglers. Their shrill cries filled the air as small yellow weasels poured from the ventilation ducts above, launching a frenzied attack on the panicked crowd. The vault was littered with bodies, leaving only Luo Wei and Depan from the Daxia Iron Army. They stood back to back, their guns constantly rotating as bullets whizzed out. Some missed, some hit the yellow weasels, and others ricocheted off steel plates, even injuring civilians. Jiang Zhiwan lay on the ground, feeling countless feet trample over him. In this moment, all sense of order and decency had vanished, and everyone was fighting for their lives. Faced with death, the beastly side of human nature was laid bare. Luo Wei ran out of bullets and resorted to frantically smashing the yellow weasels with his gun stock. However, as an ordinary man, his strength was limited, and he was quickly overwhelmed by 7 or 8 weasels, each half a meter long. "Get the hell out of my way!" Jiang Zhiwan roared, slamming his palms on the ground and forcing his way out of the crowd. The people standing on him were thrown off balance and toppled over. Seeing Luo Wei entangled by the weasels, Jiang Zhiwan knew that shooting at close range was too risky. He leapt over the crowd, grabbing the tails of 2 weasels with each hand, swinging them into arcs before smashing them together. The 2 weasels went limp instantly, blood frothing from their mouths. Jiang Zhiwan tossed them aside and swiftly grabbed a third weasel. He gripped its front and hind legs, exerting force downward while pushing upward with his knee. A sickening crack echoed as the weasel's spine snapped, and it let out a piercing scream. With 3 weasels down, Luo Wei, surrounded by the creatures, was finally revealed. Once a robust man, he now looked ashen, his skin shriveled and wrinkled, his muscles seemingly melted away, like a half-deflated balloon. Jiang Jiwan felt a chill. He knew these creatures could drain vitality, but he hadn't realized it happened so quickly. Jiang Jiwan quickly pulled away the remaining weasels, supporting Luo Wei with one hand and murmuring, "Hang in there, I'll get you out." His other hand drew a revolver, firing several shots at the weasels on the ground. The .50 caliber magnum bullets obliterated their heads and shattered the tiles beneath. "Xiao Jiang," Luo Wei's weak voice emerged, the once strong man's words now as fragile as paper. Trembling, he pulled a phone from his waist and stuffed it into Jiang Jiwan's pocket, struggling to say, "Brother, I'm not getting out. Tell our old squad leader that Luo Wei didn't disgrace him. The recon squad has no cowards." "Don't you dare talk like that. You tell him yourself." Jiang Jiwan spat, supporting Luo Wei, who felt like a skeleton wrapped in thin skin. "Brother, don't try to comfort me. My body's done for." Luo Wei's voice grew weaker, struggling for each breath. "Do me a favor, leave me a grenade. I won't let this skin of mine become a tool for those damned creatures." He reached for the grenade at Luo Wei's waist, but Jiang Jiwan quickly stopped him. "Trust me this once. I can get you out of here." Jiang Jiwan said firmly, "You saved Japan and these civilians." Luo Wei's breathing became more labored, as if every breath took all his strength. "Look around," he weakly pointed out. Jiang Jiwan scanned the surroundings warily. Japan was loading his last magazine, while from the ventilation duct above, a weasel standing about 1.7 meters tall emerged. It wore a white robe of unknown origin, its slender body wrapped in the loose garment. A gruesome scar ran across its face from the left eye down to the right hip, bleeding continuously. The creature fixed its remaining right eye on Japan, and in an instant, the chaotic atmosphere in the vault seemed to freeze. The civilians, who had been fleeing in panic, suddenly stopped, as if turned into lifeless statues. A few on the periphery were instantly pounced upon and dragged away by the creature. Luo Wei ceased his actions, his flesh withering at an accelerated pace. With his last ounce of strength, he yanked a grenade from Jiang Jiwan's belt. This time, Jiang Jiwan did not stop him. Luo Wei placed a hand on Jiang Jiwan's shoulder, his mind still clear, but his breathing more rapid. "Let your brother Luo teach you one last lesson. In this post-apocalyptic wasteland, there's no difference between the wounded and the dead. Just hold on. Let me deal with this thing." Jiang Jiwan shouted, leaping in front of Japan to shield him. The robed creature seemed surprised that Jiang Jiwan was unaffected, letting out a soft "huh." It floated slowly in front of Jiang Jiwan, its eyes glowing with a sinister light, emitting a sharp, high-pitched sound. "What do I look like to you?" Hearing this, Jiang Jiwan's mind was suddenly struck with intense pain, as if the sound pierced his very soul. "You look like a damn walnut waiting to be cracked," he roared, grabbing a dagger and driving it into the scar on the creature's face. The weasel let out a piercing shriek, and a blood-red bead suddenly shot from its mouth, hitting Jiang Jiwan in the chest. Jiang Jiwan's breath caught as he was sent flying, crashing heavily against a row of safes. "A demon beast's core?" Athena gasped in his mind. "How is that possible? A beast below the 3rd tier shouldn't have a core. Has the world's order been altered?" In the distance, the creature pulled the dagger from its face, its voice chilling. "Damn human, resisting our tribe's mental magic? This one must not be allowed to live." It floated towards him, swallowing the fiery red bead. Jiang Jiwan lay on the safes, secretly loading bullets into his revolver behind his back. "Die!" The creature lunged, its claws like blood-red daggers, closing in on Jiang Jiwan with terrifying speed. In a split second, Jiang Jiwan spun around, revealing the gun hidden behind him. Bang! 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 He fired 5 shots without hesitation. The creature's expression shifted as it managed to deflect the first 3 bullets, but couldn't evade the last 2. One struck its chest, while the other tore into its abdominal wound, ripping it open and spilling its guts and blood, knocking it unconscious. Jiang Jiwan landed on his feet, glancing toward Luo Wei. "See? I told you I'd get you out." His words died in his throat. 5 smaller creatures had already surrounded Luo Wei, leaving him almost just a shell of a man. He grasped the grenade with one hand, the pin in the other, both arms hanging limply. The sound of the grenade being armed was unmistakable. "I saw it. Damn impressive." Luo Wei whispered his final words, a faint smile mixed with deep regret on his face. With a thunderous explosion, he and the small creatures became a massive, bloody firework, rising, brilliant, falling, turning to ash. Jiang Jiwan paused for half a second, a storm of emotions churning within him, unexpressed yet uncontainable. The civilians regained their senses, rushing to escape once more. Dapan came to, using his last magazine to pick off the remaining creatures, fighting alone to buy time for the civilians. Once his magazine was empty, Dapan raised his rifle by the stock, using it like a club. Jiang Jiwan grabbed him by the collar, tossing him toward the fleeing crowd. Seizing Dapan's rifle, he gripped the hot barrel with both hands, smashing it down on the creatures, turning them into mangled messes. Dapan watched, stunned, as Jiang Jiwan's relentless assault continued, the rifle bending and breaking under the force. Jiang Jiwan discarded the shattered weapon, grabbing a leaping creature by the head and tail, tearing it apart with his bare hands. Blood splattered across his face, but he paid it no mind, picking up an aluminum case from the ground and swinging it at the next creature. The creatures fired icy beams from their eyes, but they couldn't quench the fiery vengeance burning within the young man. Athena observed Jiang Jiwan inwardly, murmuring softly, "Dragon challenging the sun. A perfect blend of will and flesh, though not just a berserk state. This boy is a born war machine." Dapan, witnessing the carnage, was reminded of a story from his youth. At Changban Bridge, Zhao Yun's rescue, frightening Cao Cao's million soldiers. The name Zhang Fei, forever famous, a bold and reckless man. Brothers, Deng Deng needs your 5-star reviews. As Dapan pushed the last survivor through the blown open hole, he turned back to witness a horrifying scene. Jiang Jiwan silently followed behind him, carrying 3 bloody human skins over his shoulder, those of his fallen teammates. The skins were still clad in tactical camouflage uniforms, as if silently condemning the brutal battle that had taken place. The interior of the vault was in chaos, littered with the mangled bodies of yellow weasels. Jiang Jiwan was drenched in blood, leaving dark red footprints with every step. Even for Dapan, who had seen countless battlefields, a chill ran down his spine at the sight. The aura of death emanating from Jiang Jiwan was more terrifying than any monster. Jiang Jiwan walked silently out of the broken hole, casually lifting the bodies of Lin Ping and Su Erdwa from the entrance. Along the way, they passed more corpses, both civilians and yellow weasels. Among them, a few weasels wearing Taoist robes stood out, each cleaved cleanly from brow to groin, a testament to Yu Tao's handiwork. At the entrance of the bank, Jiang Jiwan spotted Yu Tao. A transport helicopter had landed in the square, and Zhang Zhan was efficiently organizing the civilians to board. Members of the Iron Army were using special devices for iris recognition, a simple method to identify humans from monsters, though only effective for those who had recently assumed human form. Children, elderly, women first. Move inside. Zhang Zhan barked, holding his rifle as he stopped several men trying to board forcefully. "You, a grown man, what are you pushing for? Want me to knock some sense into you?" Yu Tao, holding dual blades, scanned the surroundings vigilantly. One of his swords still bore the corpse of a yellow weasel Taoist, blood dripping slowly from the blade. Jiang Jiwan noticed the stout man who had earlier detailed the vault situation. He was now holding Xing Fei, gently patting her back while crying loudly. Jiang Jiwan guessed this must be Xing Fei's father. Silently pushing through the crowd, Jiang Jiwan headed for the cabin. Hey, you, the big guy. Where do you think you're?" Zhang Zhan started to stop him, then recognized Jiang Jiwan. "Whoa, Lao Jiang, what happened to you?" Jiang Jiwan didn't respond, walking straight into the cabin. He carefully stacked the 5 human skins together on a seat. Black, foul-smelling blood oozed from the skins, quickly pooling on the floor. The surrounding passengers gasped at the gruesome sight, instinctively shifting away. Jiang Jiwan glanced at them, his icy stare enough to make them hold their breath and remain still. Pansy quietly reported Jiang Ziwan's actions in the vault to Yu Tao. Yu Tao watched Jiang Jiwan in the cabin from a distance, seemingly searching for a familiar shadow in him. Jiang Jiwan sat next to the human skins, retrieving a polishing cloth from the overhead equipment box to clean his blood-stained revolver. With practiced ease, he took 5 bullets from a small cartridge box and loaded them into the cylinder. Pansy, seated on the other side of the skins, pulled out a can of injectable glucose and drank it down to replenish his energy. Xing Fei, upon seeing Jiang Jiwan, pulled her father over to him. As she was about to speak, her eyes fell on the stack of camouflage-clad human skins, and her face turned pale, words escaping her. "Lao Luo didn't want his skin to fall into those weasels' hands," Jiang Jiwan said quietly. "He took my grenade and blew himself up." Dapan is the only survivor from the Iron Army. Xing Fei was speechless, glancing back at her father. To save one person, so many had perished. The saved would likely carry the weight of guilt for a lifetime. Yu Tao's voice suddenly came from behind. A convoy with 150 civilians went missing, and it was meant for a squad of the Great Xia Iron Army to rescue them. He saluted the human skins with his exoskeleton armor, then looked at Xing Fei and Jiang Jiwan. "You did everything possible, saving 64 people and destroying a monster stronghold, giving other survivors in this city a greater chance of survival." Xing Fei, Because your father was in this convoy, it at least ensured there were a few inheritors in the team, at least ensured Depan could return alive. Yu Tao patted Depan on the shoulder. This mission earned you plenty of honors, enough for you to retire and spend time with your family. Great Xiao will arrange work for you. Depan lowered his head, his expression inscrutable. Despite Yu Tao's reassurance, Xing Fei's guilt remained, and her father sighed deeply behind her. Mr. Xing, how come little Fei Fei joined the army? In the aircraft cabin, a few flamboyantly dressed women stood up to make room for the middle-aged man, curiously asking him. They were wearing either shimmering sequined bodycon dresses or boldly modified sailor outfits, both adorned with scratches and tears that caught the furtive glances of the men nearby. Zhang Jiwan noticed the scene and was immediately drawn to the middle-aged man. No idea, the man replied, scratching his head. He then took small steps towards Zhang Jiwan, extending his hand for an introduction. Hello, young man. I'm Xing Dashan. Thanks for pulling me out of there. At 180 pounds, squeezing through that small hole was no easy feat. Xing Fei nudged Xing Dashan with her elbow, adding, he's my classmate, Zhang Jiwan. Quite impressive. Thank you, thank you. Xing Dashan warmly shook Zhang Jiwan's hand. When my new KTV opens, you're welcome anytime, on my tab. Xing Fei quickly pulled him away. Another helicopter roared in, evacuating the remaining survivors. Amid the thunderous rotor blades, the aircraft slowly lifted the rescued individuals. Zhang Jiwan and Depan stood guard over several human skins, the cabin already filled beyond safety takeoff weight. Suddenly, a disdainful mutter came from behind. Even those skins need seatbelts? Depan frowned, well aware of such self-serving individuals who take others' sacrifices for granted. Zhang Jiwan spun around, his gaze sharp as a knife directed at the speaking middle-aged man. The man, with shattered frameless glasses and a suit covered in cuts, bore the wrinkled skin of someone who had encountered the yellow-skinned beast. Zhang Jiwan coldly replied, if they hadn't stormed into the vault to save you, you'd be just another skin. The middle-aged man retorted with an expressionless face. Isn't that their job? If they're afraid of dying, they shouldn't be in the Iron Army. With a click, Zhang Jiwan's revolver was already aimed at the man's forehead. Damn it, Luo Weilin and Ping Zhen were blind to save a beast like you. Zhang Jiwan. Yu Tao's angry shout came from behind. Put down the gun immediately. Zhang Jiwan didn't move, his finger tight on the trigger. Yu Tao snatched the gun away. Zhang Jiwan, who had been invincible in the bank earlier, now had no strength to resist. Do you think he deserved to be rescued by us? Zhang Jiwan asked, flexing his numbed hand. He doesn't. Yu Tao looked at the middle-aged man, but our guns should never be pointed at civilians. The middle-aged man adjusted his suit and tie as Yu Tao approached him, quietly asking, do you think it's only right that we sacrifice ourselves to save you? Isn't it? The man replied, patting his tie. Don't you love to portray yourselves as so noble? Before he could finish speaking, Yu Tao abruptly turned, his mechanical arm gripping the man's collar, the other hand parting the crowd as he dragged him towards the cabin door. Let go! Let go! The middle-aged man's furious shouts echoed through the cabin as he desperately pounded on Yu Tao, trying to break free. Yet, Yu Tao's iron grip remained unyielding, and the man struggled in vain like a kitten held by the scruff of its neck. Outside, the wind howled as the helicopter slowly descended. The pilot seemed to understand Yu Tao's intent and adjusted the altitude accordingly. Even Zhang Jiwan looked small in Yu Tao's grasp, let alone this middle-aged man. Yu Tao looked down at the man with an icy gaze. Yu Tao of the Jingzhou border defense, he said deliberately, go ahead and file a complaint. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Yu Tao abruptly reached out and tossed the man out of the still partially open cabin door. The man's screams were quickly drowned out by the roaring wind. He landed heavily on the rooftop of a building. The helicopter was only 3 meters above the rooftop, a height not immediately fatal, but survival in this city seemed a distant hope. Yu Tao turned and sat beside Zhang Jiwan, his expression calm. Border defenders can't kill civilians. But when it comes to despicable people, we can choose not to save them. That's the biggest difference between border defenders and the Iron Army. Zhang Jiwan stared blankly at the now-closed cabin door and murmured, but you threw him out in front of everyone. Yu Tao glanced at his mechanical arm and replied nonchalantly, I didn't throw him. The mechanical arm malfunctioned. I'll have the tech department write a report when we get back. It's got nothing to do with me. After a few gasps, the cabin quickly returned to calm. Most faces showed no expression, as if nothing had happened. Serves him right. Xing Dashan snorted. I wouldn't even let someone like that wash dishes at my KT. The helicopter plunged into thick black clouds. Xing Dashan squeezed through the crowd to Zhang Jiwan's side, striking up a conversation. It turned out that over 40 of the 150-person convoy were Xing Dashan's employees, explaining the large number of flamboyant young women. Xing Dashan's KTV operated differently from others. He registered a cultural business company and acted as an agent himself. The girls entertained online during the day and in person at night, giving wealthy patrons a sense of superiority. This business model made his KTV the largest in the city. When the earthquake struck, Xing Dashan was leading his employees in a cheerleading routine at the storefront. He decisively commandeered a bus from a tour company and took a shortcut to the Iron Army's base. Along the way, he maneuvered through car crashes and monstrous obstacles, managing to bring 32 of the 45 people safely to their destination. 5 minutes later, Xing Dashan put his arm around Jiang Zaiwan's shoulder and introduced him to the young men and women behind him. Come on, meet your brother Jiang. Hello, brother Jiang. The synchronized greeting left Jiang Jiwan at a loss. Xing Fei stayed hidden in a corner until the helicopter landed. By then, it was 2 a.m., and the distant Windantai still flickered with lights. The Iron Army brought coffins to respectfully place the arranged human skins into. Jiang Jiwan saw Cheng Xingmiao quietly assisting a doctor, using Qing Tsang's vitality to treat the severe wounds of the injured. Zhang Zhan approached to speak, but was dismissed by Cheng Xingmiao, pointing to the wounded beside him. The following tasks involved finding the deceased families, distributing compensation, and arranging stable jobs for them. Zhang Zhen and Xing Fei were taken for a new life assessment. The border defense rules were unyielding even at midnight. Jiang Jiwan washed quickly and went to sleep. As he drifted into dreams, he found himself back at the cliff. The waters were deep and the sky was high. He stood between two mountains, facing sand sculptures made of black sandstone. But this time, the Athena statue on the rock wall was gone. Athena! Jiang Jiwan shouted. Behind you, Athena's voice replied. Jiang Jiwan turned to see a young woman sitting on the rock wall behind him. Her golden hair cascaded over her delicate shoulders, and her skin glowed with a luminous white. She glanced at Jiang Jiwan with eyes that held the stars and a hint of sorrow. Her refined features were breathtaking. Delicate eyebrows, eyes full of starlight and sadness, a high nose, and a small mouth glowing with a red hue. Her oval face was full yet graceful, with a chin as beautifully curved as a spring brook. She stood about 1.75 meters tall, embodying the ideal physique of a Caucasian. Enveloped in golden light, she wore a golden wreath on her head, a golden ribbon around her neck, and a breastplate and arm blades on her upper body, revealing a strong, slender waist and smooth, fair upper arms. Below the golden skirt that barely covered half of her thigh were battle boots wrapped in soft metal. The armor's fit and exquisite craftsmanship were nothing short of perfect. Jiang Jiwan couldn't help but hold his breath, his eyes fixed on the scene before him. Athena sat gracefully at the edge of the cliff, her long legs gently swaying in the air. Jiang Jiwan had never seen such a beautiful girl before, and for a moment, he was completely entranced. Suddenly, Athena gently floated up and landed lightly in front of Jiang Jiwan. The wedge heels of her battle boots, about 8 centimeters high, brought her to eye level with him. Her sapphire-like eyes locked onto Jiang Jiwan's, and a subtle smile played on her lips. How does it feel, your first battle? Athena asked softly. Jiang Jiwan looked down at his arms, replying with excitement, I feel like my strength is a bottomless pit, getting stronger the more I fight. In the vault, the more I fought, the stronger I became. But after the battle ended, my strength quickly diminished, and now I'm probably only about 10 stronger than before I set out. He paused to think and added, if I could maintain the state I had in the vault, Captain, you definitely wouldn't have been able to take my gun so easily. Athena's smile widened as she explained, that's called the will of war, and it comes from me. A general on the battlefield becomes braver as they fight. Blood makes the timid tremble, but it excites the strong. Your power will accumulate in battle, eventually forging you into a warrior tempered like steel. She continued, the essence of the will of war is accumulation, while the essence of Kwafu's will is endlessness. In theory, this ability can accumulate infinitely. If you could keep fighting for several hours, or even days. Athena's gaze lingered on Jiang Jiwan, and she blinked her captivating eyes. At that point, you could take down Yu Tao with one hand. Jiang Jiwan felt his blood boil with excitement, but then he shook his head. Where am I going to find a battle that lasts for days? A hint of sadness flickered in Athena's eyes as she softly said, such a war is destined. I hope that when the time comes, you will have donned your armor, gripped your spear, and be ready to face your fate in battle. Jiang Jiwan instinctively glanced at the black stone statues behind him. These towering sculptures reached futilely towards the heavens, as if beseeching some unattainable power. They might have once been revered deities, but in the presence of higher beings, life is so fragile that it could be snuffed out with a mere flick of a finger. What exactly are these creators you speak of? Jiang Jiwan asked, his eyes filled with curiosity and confusion as he gazed at the ink-black sky. Athena sighed softly. They are humans with divine lineage, able to sense the watchful gaze and summons of the creators. You should know, the lives of gods are chaotic, and they left behind many offspring among humans. I know, in your Western mythology, half of an epic is just a family tree. Jiang Zhiyuan couldn't help but quip. He recalled reading Greek and Norse myths out of curiosity, where the complex relationships among gods, and between gods and humans, or even animals, spawned countless descendants, leaving him utterly bewildered. Athena pointed at Jiang Zhiyuan's head. What these people perceive is just a small fragment of the creator's emotions and language. A single syllable from a creator can contain volumes of information, like an epic. They recall these visions in their minds and create countless indescribable creatures and worlds, but that's merely a tiny emotional fragment. Jiang Zhiyuan, making a quick connection, suddenly felt the vastness of the universe. A vision of the creators gazing down invincibly upon the multiverse flashed in his mind, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "That's how a real man should be." Athena was pleased with Jiang Zhiyuan's reaction. She suddenly lowered her voice and said, "By the way, about that Weasel Taoist's inner elixir, you should ask the frontier guards around you about it. I have a feeling something's not right. In the folklore of Daxia, it's normal for demons to cultivate golden elixirs." Jiang Zhiyuan replied. Athena shook her head gently and began to explain in detail. What they call a golden elixir and an inner elixir is an organ that forms within a sentient animal, coexisting with its body. You could think of it as a controllable tumor. These beings use this tumor to absorb radiation from the heavens and earth, whether it's solar radiation, geothermal radiation, electromagnetic waves, or nuclear radiation. Your legends speak of fox demons and snake demons swallowing their inner elixirs under a full moon. And in the West, there are legends of werewolves appearing under a full moon. In fact, the evolutionary methods of creatures around the world are similar. A second-tier being's body begins to absorb and utilize radiation. A third ear can form an inner elixir, and a fourth ear can form a golden elixir, which can fight independently. That weasel barely qualifies as a second-tier being. So where did it get an inner elixir? After hearing this lengthy explanation, Jiang Zhiyuan excitedly slapped his thigh. "So I can deal with second-tier beings now? I'm flying high like a cow on a plane." Seeing Jiang Zhiyuan's smug expression, Athena planned to show him the true vastness of the world later. "All right, is there anything else you want to ask me?" she inquired. "Just one last question," Jiang Zhiyuan said. Athena blinked her large eyes, waiting for his question. "Why do you have the aura of a mature woman but look like a young girl?" Jiang Zhiyuan asked, puzzled. Hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Athena's lips. She tried to maintain a serious expression and stared at Jiang Zhiyuan, asking, "Are you ready?" "What?" Before Jiang Zhiyuan could react, Athena swiftly grabbed his wrist. With a light flick of her boot, Jiang Zhiyuan lost his balance. Then, with a clean and swift move, she threw him over her shoulder, slamming him hard onto the ground. Before Jiang Zhiyuan could get up, Athena grabbed his shirt from behind, lifted him high, and hurled him towards the cliff. "Athena, you, ah!" Jiang Zhiyuan's screams echoed through the canyon, rising and falling. Overhead, birds continued to circle, and below, whales frolicked in the water, creating a scene of harmony that starkly contrasted with Jiang Zhiyuan's plight. For the entire night, Athena put Jiang Zhiyuan through special training in the canyon. She punched and kicked him while explaining the principles of close combat to his bruised and battered self. The pain in the canyon seemed to extend into the real world, and with the pain came the repeated honing of Jiang Zhiyuan's muscles. At 5 o'clock the next morning, a piercing whistle jolted Jiang Zhiyuan awake. He felt waves of soreness wash over him, despite his pain receptors being less than one of an average person's. Anyone else would have likely fainted. Around him, he heard the groans of others in pain. "This early? I feel like I just finished the assessment and fell asleep. Oh heavens, give me a break," someone moaned. Jiang Zhiyuan looked around. Their camp was a makeshift shed, with 8 bunk beds in a single room accommodating 16 people. Zhang Zhan slept on the bunk below him, sprawled out in his camouflage uniform, having likely finished his assessment in the early hours. Qi Boyong stormed into the tent, grabbed Zhang Zhan by the ankle, and dragged him off the bed. "You've still got 4 assessments to pass, and you dare to come back and sleep? Get up," he shouted while pulling. Startled awake by the sudden commotion, Zhang Zhan groggily cried out, Xing Miao, don't kick me. I'll go get breakfast right away." This exclamation woke up Zhou Zi, who was sleeping on another bed. He sat up abruptly, eyes wide with anger. "Zhang Zhan, are you after my girlfriend again? I won't stand for this," he yelled, ready to charge over. The tent erupted into chaos, with shouting and shoving echoing throughout. 10 minutes later, the newly awakened children gathered at the square. The large screen continuously displayed rescue information and convoy routes from various cities, while newly added bulletin boards on either side were covered with names. The square was teeming with people, all eyes glued to the names, exclaiming in awe. Qi Boyong stood in front of the bulletin board, raising his voice to announce, "As of noon, 11,974 people across Daxia have received inheritances. We've listed the top rankings based on inheritance level and number. The celestial list for the top 10 and the Earth list for the 11th to 30th. Those on these lists will receive better resources, but will also face tougher tasks. We, in Jingzhou, have done well with 4 people making it onto the lists. Jiang Jiwan looked up at the Celestial and Earth lists and quickly found Xing Fei's name. 4th on the Celestial list, Jingzhou Xing Fei. Ancient Inheritance 022 Ziwei Tianyan. Harnessing the power of Ziwei stars to create meteoric divine arrows with unpredictable trajectories, unleashing a barrage. Xing Fei sighed softly as she saw her name. Only 4th. I thought I'd be first. Zhou Zi, standing behind, heard this and his face darkened. He had assumed his awakening of a medieval inheritance was impressive, but Xing Fei had received an ancient one. He couldn't help but scoff. It's so unfair that someone who doesn't even study hard gets an ancient inheritance. The 9 provinces must be blind. Jiang Jiwan heard everything clearly and glanced at Zhou Zi. For some reason, that glance made Zhou Zi instinctively take a step back. Jiang Jiwan gave Zhou Zi another sidelong glance, thinking to himself, so what if she's not a top student? Making mistakes on a test doesn't mean you're a mistake as a person. Last night, Ning Nanqiu sent a message, shattering Jiang Jiwan's brief tranquility. They had upgraded their scanning techniques once again and examined Zhou Zi's inherited helmet. The results remained perplexing. Zhou Zi was indeed human, but his neurons were severely damaged. Was this the result of a head injury while escaping, or a new tactic from the Demon Clan? Regardless, higher-ups decided to secretly monitor Zhou Zi during future missions. This was to prevent any reckless actions from the neurologically impaired individual, and if it was indeed a new enemy tactic, they could use Zhou Zi to draw out the mastermind. Upon learning of this decision, Zhou Zi was livid, while Jiang Jiwan had already shifted his attention elsewhere. His gaze fell on the second name on the heaven-ranking Lin Ran, also from Jingzhou. Lin Ran's ancient inheritance is 10,000 bones wither, derived from the ancient Jali's curses, capable of softening flesh and aging bones. It seems to be a curse-type inheritance, Athena suddenly spoke in Jiang Jiwan's mind, applying a debuff around, significantly reducing the opponent's attack, defense, and mobility, easily allowing for an underdog victory. You're a goddess, can you stop using gaming jargon? Jiang Jiwan retorted in his mind. Athena scoffed, goddess or not, it's all just human imagination. To an ant, humans seem like gods, but that doesn't stop people from groveling before their bosses. Xing Fei was fixated on the name Lin Ran on the screen, murmuring as if particularly interested in this person. Zhang Zhen leaned in and added quietly, Lin Ran is part of the 4th batch to receive inheritance, from a martial arts school. His inheritance is powerful, and his fundamentals are solid. 6 from their school received inheritance, and 1 has a grudge against him. During training yesterday, he gave that person a hard time. By the way, Fei Fei, I heard Lin Ran is quite interested in you. Wants to challenge you to cement his status as the #1 in Jingzhou? Xing Fei furrowed her brows slightly and said nothing, only glancing at Jiang Jiwan. She didn't see Jiang Jiwan's name on the heaven ranking and recalled witnessing him smash a light bulb with his bare hands on a high platform, the light faintly tinged with gold. During the battle in the bank vault last night, she also clearly felt that Jiang Jiwan's strength far surpassed her own. Why was he so reluctant to draw attention? This question lingered in Xing Fei's mind. Jiang Jiwan wasn't surprised that his name wasn't on the heaven ranking. He quickly scanned the list and found that the last person in the top 10 had an ancient level inheritance, 037 Heavenly Mechanism Seal, a hand sign attack inheritance. The last name on the Earth ranking was a medieval level, 050 Snow Covers Chang'an, an ice-based weather inheritance. No wonder Zhou Zi was gnashing his teeth in frustration. His inheritance number was 055, just 5 spots away from having his name etched on the globally watched list. Jiang Jiwan's gaze finally settled at the very top, heaven ranking #1, Yuzhou, Li Beishue. The ancient inheritance 006 Devour the Land, a mysterious first-time appearance with abilities yet to be verified. At that moment, Qi Boyong's voice rose above the murmurs of over 100 people below. Now, the heaven and earth rankings you see are arranged by bloodline. But in 3 days, this list will be reordered based on your points and will update every 3 days. Currently, we have 155 people in our camp who received inheritance yesterday. You will soon be divided into groups of 5, forming 31 teams to take on tasks. Note, members on the heaven and earth rankings may not team up with each other. You are the elite. Learn to be leaders. He surveyed the crowd and shouted, heaven-ranked members Lin Ran, Xing Fei, earth-ranked members Zhao Ichio, Yu Wuyang, step forward. In the crowd, 4 young individuals stepped out, some with heads held high, others with trepidation. Before Xing Fei left the crowd, she turned back and gestured to Jiang Jiwan to check his phone. Jiang Jiwan took out his second-hand Xiaomi 6 and saw a message from Xing Fei. You be the actual leader. I'll follow your lead. Jiang Jiwan smiled slightly, knowing that despite her cold exterior, Xing Fei was quite perceptive. She recognized Jiang Jiwan's heaven-ranking level strength and his composed demeanor, making him more suitable as a leader. Zhang Zhuan replied, "You be the leader for appearances. I'll lay low." Lin Ran stepped confidently to the front. Standing about 1.76 meters tall, he carried himself with pride, his muscular build a testament to his martial arts school background. Though his appearance was decent, Zhang Zhuan didn't like the arrogance in his eyes, too haughty, as if no one else was worth his time. Xing Fei and Lin Ran arrived almost simultaneously beside instructor Qi Biyong, their eyes locking in a tense exchange. Lin Ran smirked with a hint of disdain. "I didn't expect the one to awaken the Zaiwaishan Yin to be a pretty girl. You're lucky, but a vase is just a vase. Inheriting the Wangu Quanku only proves your luck." Xing Fei responded with a cold smile, a glint of frost in her eyes. "If you enjoy provoking others so much, I'll make sure you go home crying for your mommy." In contrast to the tense atmosphere at the front, Zhao Ichio and Yu Wuyang were politely making their way forward, showing mutual courtesy. Yu Wuyang had inherited the Zhonggu 047 Wuyue Chaozong, while Zhao Ichio held the 050 Shui Man Chang'an, both ranking quite low on the Earth list. Qi Biyong turned to face the four of them, his voice booming. "Now, it's time for the 4 members of the Heaven list to exercise your first privilege choosing your teammates. Remember, the 4 teammates you select today will be your life and death partners for the next 3 days, so choose wisely." As soon as he finished speaking, the remaining 151 people tensed up. Whispers rippled through the crowd. "This is so unfair, right? Yeah, the Heaven list members will definitely pick the 16 best people. I was hoping to find some strong allies. It's too dangerous outside the 9 cauldrons range. There's nothing we can do. In the end times, the law of the jungle is the greatest rule." Lin Ran stepped forward and loudly declared, "I'm Lin Ran, and I'm sure everyone knows me. Second on the Heaven list, and I'll take the first spot soon enough." He pointed towards a direction in the crowd. "Today, I have a warning for you. No one is allowed to pick that guy over there. Xiechingen, got it?" All eyes followed Lin Ran's finger to a bruised and battered boy standing there, his eyes burning with anger, his jaw clenched in silence. Xing Fei watched the boy with interest, thinking, "This guy is like a young lion in the grass, with a stubbornness in his eyes that reminds me of Jiang Jiwan, who was once desperate to climb higher." People around Xiechingen stepped back, distancing themselves. Seeing this, Lin Ran laughed triumphantly. At that moment, Xing Fei suddenly spoke, her voice clear and resolute. "Xiechingen, right? Join my team. I've got your back." The crowd of hundreds fell silent immediately, and a tense atmosphere filled the air. Lin Ran abruptly turned his head, his eyes sharp as daggers, piercing towards Xing Fei. He gritted his teeth, his voice low and threatening. "Are you determined to go against me? I heard that a classmate who crossed you yesterday had a rough time. That must have been Xia, right?" Xing Fei let out a cold laugh, meeting Lin Ran's gaze without backing down. "I think anyone who dares to oppose you must have a strong sense of justice." The air between them seemed to freeze, and one could almost see sparks flying where their eyes met. Amidst this tense standoff, a timid voice emerged from the back of the crowd. Xiechingen, with his head lowered, spoke with evident fear. I'm sorry, maybe I shouldn't come. Thank you for your kindness, but I don't want to cause trouble for everyone." His words were laced with defeat, clearly shaken by the previous night's events. Hearing this, Lin Ran's face broke into a smug smile. He turned to Xing Fei, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Miss Flower Vase, it seems your chosen one isn't willing to follow you. Even he knows that women can't be trusted." Before he could finish, a resolute voice rang out from the crowd. "Brother, you can lack arrogance, but not backbone. What are you afraid of? What can he do to you?" All eyes turned to see Jiang Jiwan and Zhang Zhan standing beside Xiechingen. Jiang Jiwan, while patting Xiechingen's shoulder, chuckled, "Your name is Cheng'an, right? Your parents gave you a big name, meant for you to keep peace, yet you can't even stand up now." Zhang Zhan chimed in, fueling the fire. "Exactly. No matter how tough he is, would he really dare to shoot you here? Just follow him quietly someday and jab him from behind." Lin Ran's eye twitched in anger, his fury mounting. He barked, "What are your names?" Xing Fei elegantly pointed a slender finger at the two. "The one with the unfortunate looks is Zhang Zhan. He's under my protection. The other is Jiang Jiwan, who protects me." She then turned to Jiang Jiwan. "Jiang Jiwan, what role are we missing?" For a moment, Lin Ran couldn't untangle the complex relationships, while Jiang Jiwan ignored the banter and continued encouraging Xiechingen. "Brother, what's your Jojo heritage?" "Grateful," Xiechingen replied quietly. "Near ancient heritage, 088 Iron Horse Ice Spear, can summon ice shards from the sky and earth, though the number is a bit low." Jiang Jiwan shook his head, speaking firmly. "Low heritage? No worries. As long as the number's auspicious. My lineage is 080, strong attack and witchcraft." Then he shouted to Xing Fei, "I'm the warrior, you're the ranged shooter. Xiechingen is the control mage. Zhang Zhan is the mascot. We just need a healer." Xing Fei immediately caught on, turning to Cheng Xingmiao not far away. Xingmiao, are you still a pair with Zhou Zi? How about joining us? Cheng Xingmiao agreed without hesitation, infuriating Zhou Zi. Cheng Xingmiao, what do you mean by this? Zhou Zi growled angrily. Cheng Xingmiao faced Zhou Zi, her voice firm. I mean nothing, just that I'm simply disappointed in you. Zi, we can be arrogant in youth, but we can't categorize people as inherently superior or inferior. If someone surpasses you, keep striving rather than clinging to past glory. With that, she joined Xing Fei, her face slightly pale, clearly having used up much of her courage. Zhou Zi was soon recruited by Lin Ran, his 055 lineage second only to the Tianyi ranking. He glared at Jiang Jiwan, Zhang Zhan, and Cheng Xingmiao with a mixture of emotions. Jiang Jiwan also observed Zhou Zi, feeling that his old class leader was becoming increasingly unfamiliar, as if someone else was playing his role, yet showing no signs of any demon. After recruiting Zhou Zi, Lin Ran exhaled with relief, inwardly scorning Xing fearing Zhou Zi, a dual fire and thunder mage, in favor of a bunch of nobodies, destined for failure. Despite this, he was somewhat dissatisfied, as Cheng Xingmiao's beauty had captivated him, and he had hoped to recruit her as well. Confident in his charm, he believed he could win her heart. The young and ambitious Lin Ran indulged in the fantasy of being the protagonist of a success story, imagining himself invincible, with beauties across Jiuzhou falling for his charisma. His eyes gleamed with ambition and arrogance, as if he could already see himself ruling the world. He even forgot to comprehend what Xing Fei had said. Jiang Jiwan is the one looking out for his sister. The choices made by the 4 members of the Heaven and Earth rankings triggered a chain reaction, with students eagerly selecting their teammates. Jiang Jiwan's shout to Xing Fei was like a bolt of lightning, illuminating everyone's thinking. The battlefield, much like a game, required a variety of classes. Warriors, mages, supports, assassins, and marksmen were all essential. While the power of inheritance was crucial, compatibility was equally important. Amidst this selection, Lin Ran appeared particularly agitated, forming a team composed entirely of mages. As the selection concluded, the large screen displayed a dense list of over 200 tasks, categorized into escort, search and rescue, material transport, and clearance missions. Qi Boyong stood before the crowd, pointing to his chest as he explained the points calculation method in detail. Each task had fixed points, divided among the 5 team members. He emphasized that each person's helmet and chest would be equipped with recorders and sensors to track the killing of mutated creatures and task completion. 1 point might be equivalent to a month's salary for an average person. Qi Boyong's voice resonated throughout the hall. Points determine your future prospects and quality of life. His gaze swept across the youthful faces, some excited, some weary, some confused. Turning to the flag behind him, Qi Boyong spoke with conviction. Regardless of your past, from today, you have one identity: border guardians. In the face of the glory of defending our nation, the past is insignificant. Once you step beyond this curtain, you become the superheroes of Xia. His words ignited a fire within the hearts of these 17 and 18-year-olds. Qi Boyong continued, return alive, and you will wear medals in front of millions, sharing the glory with your families. If you don't return, your names and deeds will be etched on a towering monument, protecting the rise and fall of humanity, and your families will receive the best care. Facing the red flag, Qi Boyong raised his right hand. Now, everyone, swear with me. Countless youths raised their right hands, swearing in unison. From today, we pledge our bodies and souls to forge the frontier. With our blood, we dye the flag. As long as we breathe, we fight on. No matter the path, no questions about the return. This journey is to ensure Xia's prosperity for millennia. The stirring oath echoed beneath the curtain, and as these young people set out, no one knew how many would return safely. Taking a deep breath, Qi Boyong pointed to the tents behind him. Now, team leaders, choose your missions and then proceed to the tents behind to collect your equipment. Depart immediately. Xia awaits your achievements and hopes for your safe return. The crowd quickly dispersed into small teams. Following Jiang Jiwan's suggestion, Xing Fei chose a material transport mission. Although such missions had lower fixed points, Xing Fei believed Jiang Jiwan was being cautious. The 5 of them boarded an armored troop carrier, with Jiang Jiwan assigning Zhang Zhan to drive while he sat in the front passenger seat. Muttering to himself while holding a tablet, these fools are only focused on the fixed task points, not considering the variables. Curious, Xing Fei leaned over the back of the front seat and asked, what variables? Jiang Jiwan explained, material transport missions are mainly about relocating supplies from major cities before the volcanic ash arrives. On the surface, these missions don't score as high as search and rescue missions. But when the apocalypse hits, people either hide at home or take refuge in places like supermarkets and hospitals because they have ample supplies to last a long time. So, those waiting for rescue in these places might outnumber those in search and rescue missions. Chi Boyong drove to Yu Tao's base and, without a word, pulled Yu Tao away from his duties of preparing the next batch of new recruits. The two men sat silently in the jeep. Chi Boyong pulled out a crumpled pack of Huangalu cigarettes from his pocket, took out two, handed one to Yu Tao, and put the other in his own mouth. How did Xiao Jiangye perform yesterday? Chi Boyong asked in a low voice after turning off the engine. Yu Tao paused to think and shook his head. He performed normally. Chi Boyong frowned slightly. Just at a recruit's normal level? I think Xiao Jiangye is holding back. When he threw Zhou Zi off the platform, he showed. Before he could finish, Yu Tao interrupted with a puff of smoke. I meant he performed at the level of a regular soldier. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Chi Boyong's face, and he shot Yu Tao a look. What did you and Ning Nanqiu say to Xiao Jiangye? At his age, full of vigor, he's hiding his abilities from his peers. Don't let his sharpness fade. Yu Tao glanced at Chi Boyong with a look that suggested he was being foolish. That day on the platform, Xiao Jiangye unscrewed a light bulb right in front of you. I wanted to ask you, why did he do that? How would I know? Chi Boyong spat out a cloud of smoke in frustration. The kid's been running around with Xing Fei, inseparable. He just wants to hang out with his old classmate, wasting the Jiang family's reputation. Yu Tao silently took out his phone and played a video. This is from yesterday, footage I got from the bank's database, recorded by the vault's camera. Chi Boyong took the phone impatiently, while Yu Tao lit another cigarette. As Chi Boyong watched the screen, his expression changed. After 5 seconds, his face turned calm. After 10 seconds, his facial muscles began to twitch. After 20 seconds, his pupils dilated. This kid, standing his ground and growing stronger. Even that yellow-robed Taoist sneak attack couldn't harm him? Is he made of iron? Chi Boyong murmured. But if he has such capabilities, why isn't he fighting for more? Yu Tao exhaled a cloud of smoke. Because he's well-versed in history. I've seen Xiao Jiangye's profile and the books he reads. He's very interested in Daxia's history and culture. So what? Chi Boyong was puzzled. Studying history teaches you about human nature, and he's being cautious. Yu Tao squinted slightly. Both the frontier guards and the exiles call him Xiao Jiangye. Deep down, we know it means crown prince. Chi Boyong's body stiffened at those words. Yu Tao continued. A crown prince who suddenly emerges in his youth disrupts all the plans the powerful have laid for years. Xiao Jiangye is wary of these people. He doesn't know if there are such individuals among the frontier guards and exiles, or if they want to see him grow, so he's observing. It's like two old men playing chess by the roadside. He wants to join the game, so he watches a few rounds first, occasionally feigning weakness to be underestimated. Yu Tao pointed at the phone screen. If it weren't for Luo Wei's life being in danger, this kid wouldn't have acted so openly and boldly. Don't underestimate Xiao Jiangye's mind. He knows when to be steady and when to let his passion take over. He's mature beyond his 18 years. A flash of insight crossed Yu Tao's eyes. Our crown prince doesn't have arrogance. If a beggar extends a hand, he will shake it. But he has pride. If a god tries to bully him, he will defy that god with his mortal strength. Chi Boyong lit another cigarette. You're that sure? Absolutely. This kid has never backed down. Yu Tao retrieved his phone, deleted the video, and said quietly, Don't worry, I've already wiped the bank's database. Suddenly, a bucket of water slammed against the car window, jolting both men awake. They looked around to see new recruits running over with buckets, shouting, Oh no, the instructor's car is on fire. It's full of smoke. Meanwhile, a convoy of armored vehicles, light tanks, and heavy trucks was speeding away from the protective zone of Jingzhouding. Jiang Jiwan's team was headed for Hengyang, a city located at the southern foot of Mount Heng, which originally had a population of 6.6 million, with 2.4 million now within the protection of Jingzhouding. As a relatively prosperous city, Hengyang had welcomed 9 teams of new recruits, either for rescue or combat missions. Jiang Jiwan's squad's mission was to collect emergency supplies from several large hospitals and transport them back to Jingzhou by truck. If possible, they were also to secure the docks, allowing cargo ships to travel up the Xiang River to dock and quickly unload other supplies. The team consisted of 5 Frontier Guard recruits and 9 trucks, each carrying a fully equipped squad of 10 Iron Army soldiers. Suddenly, a surprised voice came from inside the armored vehicle. Is this dragon-scale body armor? So Daxia has this technology too. They retrieved an unfamiliar bulletproof vest from Xing Fei's gearbox. The vest's fibers were intricately woven, reminiscent of medieval chainmail, and its fine craftsmanship hinted at its considerable value. Jiang Jiwan turned to look at Xie Qingyan, who had suddenly become excited. Xie Qingyan eagerly grabbed the vest, explaining as he caressed it. This is a bulletproof vest developed by Apex North America, codenamed Dragon Scale. It's made from small ceramic ballistic tiles and a new type of ballistic fiber woven in a scale-like pattern. Tests have shown it can withstand 40 hits from a 7.62mm standard round at a distance of 6 meters without penetration, and it can even stop steel core armor-piercing rounds. It costs 5,000 to produce, and the price is even higher. Examining the patterns on the vest, he added, however, the patterns on this one differ slightly from Apex's, suggesting it's a version produced by Desya. Hearing this, the others immediately checked their own gearboxes. Although their bulletproof vests were more standard, their ballistic plates were made of high-density ceramic, also quite valuable. Besides that, each person's gearbox contained similar items: a satellite phone, a flare gun, 3 grenades, a Scar assault rifle with 6 magazines, a triangular bayonet, and a Desert Eagle pistol with 1 standard brass magazine and 1 steel core armor-piercing magazine. Only Zhang Jiwan's box had an additional 10 special 12.7mm Magnum rounds, specifically for the M500 revolver. The bullets featured threaded engravings on their tips, with faint golden glimmers deep within the carvings, seemingly designed as aerodynamic tips to enhance penetration. The convoy moved slowly over the fractured road surface, stirring up dust that hung in the air. In the distance, shadows seemed to flicker by the roadside, but it could have been just a fleeting illusion. The desolate landscape showed no signs of life. The road stretched endlessly before them, flanked by vast fields and rustic village houses. The earthquake's force had mercilessly torn through the fertile land, destroying homes that lacked solid foundations. Above, crows circled as if waiting for something. Thick black smoke rose into the sky, while dust and ash settled heavily on the road and fields like a gray blanket. The new arrivals had left the protection of the Jingzhou ding with laughter, but as the convoy drove onto this devastated road, their voices grew somber. Many vehicles were parked along the way, mostly reduced to wreckage, with shattered glass and bloodstains telling tales of tragedy. The 9 convoys parted ways at each junction. The radio crackled with farewells, each tinged with uncertainty and concern for their companions. This is Team 1, moving out. See you at the camp tonight, brothers. Over. This is Team 2, heading out. By the way, does Xing Fei have a boyfriend? One of our guys wants to invite you for a late-night snack. Over. Xing Fei rolled her beautiful eyes and picked up the radio, her voice tinged with a mix of resignation and determination. This is Team 6, Xing Fei speaking. First, stop calling me a goddess. Second, I don't have a boyfriend. Third, I don't like late-night snacks, nor do I appreciate confessions over the radio. Over. This is Team 4, Linran here. My team has the strongest combat power. Anyone in danger can call on us first. Over. Hearing Lin Ran's voice, Xiechingen's expression shifted slightly. Xing Fei noticed it and snapped her fingers in front of him. What's the deal between you and Lin Ran? Xiechingen was straightforward. He always wants to be the boss, which makes me uncomfortable. He looked at Xing Fei and added slowly, I prefer being alone. Xing Fei shook her head. You can be alone in life, but not on the battlefield. She pointed to Cheng Xingmiao. At the very least, you need to help protect our medic. Driving, Zhangzhen quickly turned his head and shouted, I'll protect Xingmiao. He twisted around, trying to see Cheng Xingmiao, his face full of smiles. Xingmiao, I sent you some messages yesterday, then had to leave. You're not mad, right? Cheng Xingmiao looked puzzled. You messaged me? She checked her phone and shook her head. Didn't get them. I blocked you because you were too annoying. Zhang Zhan's hand shook, and the armored vehicle almost veered into a ditch. Zhang Jiwan grabbed the steering wheel, steadying the vehicle and hissed, Do you have to act like a lovesick puppy during a fight? I'll break your legs. Zhang Zhan hunched his shoulders, looking pitifully at Zhang Jiwan. Xing Fei and Xiechingen turned away, unable to watch the awkward scene. Zhang Jiwan glared at Zhang Zhan, landing a punch on his shoulder. Don't start a romance on the battlefield, or else. Cheng Xingmiao seemed unfazed, focused on her phone with no signal, as if accustomed to Zhang Zhan's pursuit, or perhaps to being pursued by many. Xing Fei couldn't take it anymore and put her arm around Cheng Xingmiao's shoulder. Xingmiao, give us a straight answer. First, are you done with Zhou Zi? Cheng Xingmiao replied softly. I made it clear to him before we left Jingzhou Ding. I was disappointed in him. Hearing this, Zhang Zhan's face lit up with a smile, almost stretching to his ears. Zhang Jiwan sensed trouble. Zhang Zhan was loyal but too eager in matters of the heart. At 18, what's the rush? Xing Fei decided to settle the matter once and for all. Second question, does Zhang Zhan stand a chance? Cheng Xingmiao pondered for a long time, her expression as if she were solving a complex problem. Her eyebrows knitted together, and she occasionally glanced at the hopeful Zhang Zhan in the driver's seat. Let's survive these 3 days first, Cheng Xingmiao sighed. I used to think that studying hard, getting a good job, and finding a husband with good looks, conditions, and character would lead to happiness. She looked at Zhang Zhan, who kept glancing back. But after Zhou Zi, I realized I need to rely on myself, become strong, and then make my choice. Zhang Zhan hesitated, wanting to speak. Zhang Jiwan had to remind him again. Keep your eyes on the road. He forcibly turned Zhang Zhan's head back, but Zhang Zhan couldn't help sneaking glances at Cheng Xingmiao. Just then, Zhang Jiwan noticed something unusual at the roadside. Zhang Zhan, brake, he shouted suddenly. Huh. Zhang Zhan turned his head in confusion. Jiang Zhiwan decisively pulled the handbrake, and the Tintin light armored infantry vehicle screeched to a halt on the dusty road, its brakes emitting a piercing squeal as it began to skid. Everyone in the armored vehicle was tightly strapped into their seats by seatbelts, their fingers turning white from gripping the handles with all their might. The vehicle shook violently, as if trying to fling their insides out. Jiang Zhiwan decisively straddled Zhang Zhan, gripping the steering wheel with all his strength. The vehicle tilted, its tires slipping on the dusty, overgrown road, almost losing traction. Jiang Zhiwan realized that if this continued, the strong inertia would inevitably cause the vehicle to flip, and worse, the convoy behind could rear-end them. Step on it! Jiang Zhiwan shouted. Zhang Zhan froze, his mind briefly flashing back to the earlier command to brake, leaving him momentarily confused. Zhang Zhiwan, with one hand on the wheel, quickly unfastened Zhang Zhan's seatbelt and threw him to the back of the cabin. Ouch, ouch, ouch! Zhang Zhan cried out as he bounced around in the turbulent cabin. Jiang Zhiwan slammed on the accelerator while swiftly adjusting the steering wheel. Despite having only 10 minutes of driving training, his exceptional mind retained all the basic theories. At this moment, his senses seemed to extend to every detail of the vehicle. The vibration of the steering wheel, the roar of the engine, the operation of the gearbox, the cushioning of the suspension, the friction between the tires and the ground, the intense work of the braking system. All this information flooded into his brain, swiftly processed. His intuition told him that turning and braking could no longer counteract the inertia. Only power could. He pressed the accelerator again, corrected the direction, repeating the process until the vehicle gradually stabilized and finally came to a slow stop by the roadside. Phew, that scared me to death. Zhang Zhan stood up shakily, bruised and speaking incoherently. Suddenly, his vision went dark as his collar was yanked tight. Jiang Zhiwan had somehow rushed up to him, grabbing his shirt and lifting him up, his eyes blazing. If you want to be a pushover, go back to Jingzhou, find a factory, screw bolts in the morning, and be a pushover at night. No one's stopping you. Jiang Zhiwan roared. Where are we? This is a battlefield. At any moment, creatures could come out and claim the lives of over 100 of us. Is an armored vehicle your place to flirt? He dragged Zhang Zhan in front of Cheng Xingmiao and continued to berate him. Want to chase a girl, huh? The heavens saw you struggling to chase a girl and gave you a chance to be a hero, and you're still distracted? Luo Wei, Lin Ping died right in front of you yesterday. Think about their faces when you dream. If we weren't so incompetent, would they have died so horribly? With that, Jiang Zhiwan forcefully threw Zhang Zhan towards the back door of the armored vehicle. With a loud bang, Zhang Zhan hit the door in a spread-eagle position and then slowly slid down. Jiang Zhiwan turned to leave the cabin, brushing past Zhang Zhan, their eyes meeting briefly. They gazed at each other for a moment, then looked away. The two brothers whispered softly, "Nice acting, really convincing." The atmosphere inside the car was relaxed and cheerful with the 5 young people until Jiang Zhiwan suddenly reprimanded Zhang Zhan harshly, causing the other 3 to tense up and the mood inside the car to become heavy. Why did you brake just now? Xing Fei asked while skillfully opening the equipment box and quickly assembling the Scar assault rifle. This weapon from Belgium's FN company was well-crafted with numerous accessories. Xing Fei completed the assembly in 5 seconds, which was fast for a novice, but still insufficient on a rapidly changing battlefield. I saw some people by the roadside, Jiang Zhiwan answered briefly, pushing open the car door and picking up the walkie-talkie. Team 2, Team 3, check the west side of the road 300 meters behind my location. I think I saw 5 people, over. Team 2, Team 3 received. Searching along the main road, over, came the quick response from the walkie-talkie. Do we need to switch to heavy armor? Xing Fei asked Jiang Zhiwan. They had set out wearing only lightweight water-cooled fiber vests, which could block close-range handgun shots and animal attacks, but offered significantly less protection than the heavy body armor in the equipment box. Jiang Zhiwan was already equipped with his beloved M500 revolver. While checking the ammunition, he replied, "You're the team leader, you decide. Better safe than sorry, put it on," Xing Fei said without hesitation, quickly removing his camouflage suit and lightweight vest to reveal a black undershirt. Jiang Zhiwan donned his bulletproof helmet, confirming that the built-in communicator was working properly. He glanced at Zhang Zhan without saying much. A hastily trained 18-year-old managing to remember a few tactical moves was commendable. But this harsh world forced them to take up arms and step onto the battlefield. And even if they were unprofessional, they could only rely on their passion to fight death and protect their compatriots. Since they dared to face the battle, no one had the right to criticize them. Just as Jiang Zhiwan was lost in thought, a call suddenly came through his helmet. Border guards, this is Team 2. You better come and take a look." Jiang Zhiwan immediately jogged forward. Zhang Zhan grabbed the equipment box, assembling his weapon as he went. Xing Fei led the other 2, following closely behind. The 5 moved without coordination, their tactical movements clumsy and amateurish. Guided by 2 soldiers, Jiang Jiwan reached the roadside embankment, recalling the figures he had seen earlier. When he stopped, the sight before him was shocking. 5 charred corpses frozen in running postures, some even glancing back. Their skin and flesh clung tightly to their bones, resembling mummies scorched by desert flames. Scattered around were the ashes of burnt clothing. When Cheng Xingmiao and Xie Qing'an arrived, their pupils dilated simultaneously. Cheng Xingmiao covered her mouth, struggling to suppress the urge to vomit. Xing Fei surveyed the area, pointing to a nearby farmhouse. Old Xie, go to the roof and keep watch. Assign one person from each team to the car roof. Xie Qing'an hesitated for a moment, and Xing Fei explained, yes, you, from now on, you're old Xie. She reached out to pat Xie Qing'an, who dodged slightly, his face reddening as he quickly walked away. Hey, why is old Xie's face so red? Zhang Jin noticed Xie Qing'an's odd behavior, but no one paid attention to this small incident. All eyes were focused on the 5 charred corpses. Jiang Jiwan crouched down to examine them closely. Cheng Xingmiao overheard whispers from nearby soldiers. This kid's impressive, so young, yet not afraid of such a gruesome sight and even daring to touch them. That short-haired girl is also good, calm in the situation and organizing the watch. Though we had someone on watch when we stopped, she felt a pang of discomfort. It was understandable for Jiang Jiwan to excel, but why was Xing Fei also better than her? Was it because she hadn't trained hard enough yesterday? Where did she go wrong? The thought quickly passed. She saw Jiang Jiwan stand up and say, these people seem to have been burned dry by some sort of passing flame. How do you know that? One of the soldiers asked. Jiang Jiwan pointed to the messy footprints on the ground. They were wearing shoes in one step, and in the next, their clothes and shoes were completely burned away, leaving only their feet. Everyone looked closely and saw it was true. Half a meter away were shoe prints, but now, only dry feet remained. Does it matter how they died? The soldier asked again. Jiang Jiwan nodded. These people died while still running, their skin and flesh intact, indicating the attack lacked impact force. It might have drifted in like dandelion seeds, or even burned from the inside out. We need to understand the enemy's attack method to defend effectively. Moreover, the flames were extremely hot, as ordinary biological remains would leave some grease after burning. He held up the fingers that had touched the corpses, but they seemed carbonized, leaving no grease behind. This kind of death reminds me of a ghost fire beetle from a novel. Yes, a kind of beetle, the soldier interjected. It lands on people, and they instantly burn to ash. Terrifying. There was a sudden clicking of guns being aimed at the corpses. Jiang Jiwan straightened up, activating the camera on his chest, and spoke softly. Jingzhou Integrated Command Center. This is Border Guards Gang Team 6, requesting video call. 2 seconds later, a response came. This is Jingzhou Command Center. Jiang Jiwan carefully filmed every detail of the 5 bodies with the camera while explaining, we lack experience and cannot determine what kind of attack these people encountered. Please analyze for us. As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp intake of breath was heard from the other end, as if witnessing something incredibly frightening. The clouds above grew heavier, and the distant mountains swayed slightly in the cold wind. Suddenly, Jiang Jiwan heard a loud shout from the other end. Border Guards Gang Team 6, evacuate the area immediately. Repeat, leave the area now. Run. Jiang Jiwan's furious shout pierced the night sky. His eyes anxiously scanned the distance, focusing on Xie Qing'an, who had just climbed onto a rooftop. Old Xie, get back to the car. Although Jiang Jiwan didn't fully understand the urgency from the command center, he was acutely aware of his responsibility to protect these people's lives. At his command, the Iron Army soldiers sprang into action. They retreated in an orderly fashion, while the soldiers in the trucks aimed their guns in every direction. The wheels began to turn slowly. As the soldiers on the perimeter jumped onto the truck beds, the vehicles immediately accelerated away. Zhang Jun, start the car. Xie Qing'an, jump onto the nearest truck. Jiang Jiwan shouted orders as he backed away, staying behind to cover the retreat. Xie Qing'an seemed not to have heard clearly and yelled, huh, as he ran toward Jiang Jiwan. Just as Jiang Jiwan was about to speak again, he caught sight of something unusual out of the corner of his eye. His gaze fixed on a glimmer coming from the mouth of a nearby desiccated corpse. Faint golden glow was emerging. Cedra's flame. It's European black magic? Athena's voice suddenly echoed in Jiang Jiwan's mind. Is it powerful? Jiang Jiwan asked. Run. Athena replied succinctly. The golden glow zipped toward Jiang Jiwan's face. Despite its hummingbird size and seemingly weightless appearance, it moved with incredible speed. Reacting swiftly, Jiang Jiwan propelled himself backward, dodging it by a hair's breadth. As he hit the ground, he used his left hand to push off and rolled sideways. After rolling several meters, he sprang to his feet, only to find that the golden glow seemed to have locked onto him and was relentlessly pursuing. Seriously? Jiang Jiwan cursed, ducking behind a large tree at the field's edge. The golden glow veered after him, but some couldn't turn quickly enough and crashed into the tree trunk. Astonishingly, the 5 or 6 turtle tree turned yellow in seconds. Its bark dulled, and its green leaves withered, falling as brittle, lifeless yellow leaves. Jiang Jiwan watched as the leaves, completely drained of moisture, crumbled like fragile wafers, making a soft crunch as they hit the ground. Suddenly, the entire tree burst into a crackling golden flame. In mere seconds, it was reduced to a charred husk, and with a gust of wind, branches snapped, sending dark smoke billowing. Jiang Jiwan continued to retreat, executing a graceful backflip over the field ridge to the roadside. Xie Qing'an, oblivious to the situation, arrived beside him, halting in confusion at the sight of the burning tree. With quick reflexes, Jiang Jiwan grabbed Xie Qing'an and hurled him toward a passing truck. Xie Qing'an, a trained martial artist, twisted midair, grabbing the truck's tailgate and pulling himself up. "Thanks," he shouted after a moment's hesitation. Truck after truck sped by, soldiers on high alert with their guns, yet unable to locate any visible enemy, only witnessing Jiang Jiwan's evasive maneuvers and the spontaneously combusting tree, as well as Xie Qing'an being tossed onto a truck. Jiang Jiwan's focus was unwavering on the golden flames. He calculated that initially, there were 16 flames, for had stayed with the tree, leaving 12 still pursuing him. It seemed the flames weren't limitless. He quickly grabbed a handful of stones and hurled them at the flames. However, the stones ignited before even reaching the flames, disintegrating into ash. Stones can't block the flames? Jiang Jiwan's eyes widened as he watched the drifting flames, raising his gun. Just then, a commanding shout rang out, "Iron Horse Ice Spear." The ground under Jiang Jiwan's feet trembled as sharp ice spikes erupted, 1/2 meter in diameter and 2 meters tall, forming an ice wall between him and the flames. Jiang Jiwan glanced sideways to see Xie Qing'an had somehow leapt off the truck, his hands forming seals as he controlled the growing ice spikes. The flames hit the ice, igniting in brilliant golden fire. "Ice can burn? What kind of fire is this?" Jiang Jiwan yelled as he moved toward the road. "Why did you jump down? The comic says a man shouldn't be a coward." Xie Qing'an shouted back, his face flushed. Jiang Jiwan thought to himself that this guy seemed socially awkward, a bit of a loner, and somewhat childish, which might explain why he didn't get along with Lin Ran. He had planned to use large stones to deal with the flames, but Xie Qing'an's ice wall, although temporarily helpful, was quickly overwhelmed by the flames in just a few seconds. In just 3 seconds, Jiang Jiwan and Xie Qing'an sprinted 50 meters down the road. Their footsteps were urgent, their breathing tense, with a looming threat close behind. At that critical moment, an armored vehicle suddenly reversed at high speed from behind, its tires screeching loudly against the pavement. The vehicle came to an abrupt halt in front of them, kicking up a cloud of dust. "Get in!" Xing Fei shouted from the back door of the armored vehicle, her voice filled with urgency. Without hesitation, Jiang Jiwan pushed Xie Qing'an into the vehicle, swiftly snatching the assault rifle from his hands. He quickly adjusted his stance, pressing his left eye against the scope and pulling the trigger. Bullets fired rapidly, hitting the elusive golden specks with precision. A burst of dazzling golden light erupted in the air as the struck specks scattered like fireworks, igniting golden sparks on the ground before burrowing deep into the earth and vanishing. "Impressive!" Xie Qing'an exclaimed in genuine admiration. Despite the small and drifting nature of the translucent golden specks, Jiang Jiwan managed to hit 4 out of 8 shots from a moving vehicle, a truly remarkable feat. Once steady in the vehicle, Jiang Jiwan immediately contacted the command center. "Command center, I'm temporarily safe. Can you tell me what we're dealing with?" The voice from the command center responded, "First of all, congratulations on your successful escape. The rearguard action by newcomer Jiang Jiwan and the cover provided by Xie Qing'an were impressive." Then, the voice lowered. "This is a type of black magic flame created by the dark mage Count Sidra 600 years ago. It seems European dark mages have entered Daxia. Be cautious. Dark mages have a penchant for using people as prey and sacrifices. Don't let them target you." Jiang Jiwan recalled Athena mentioning Sidra's bonfire earlier, realizing that Daxia's understanding of it seemed on par with Athena's. Sensing Jiang Jiwan's thoughts, Athena added, "Sidra is a black magic that drains cellular fluid, originating from the era of rampant alchemists. Ancient European alchemists used the bodies of the poor as raw materials to invent this flame. It can germinate like a seed within corpses. When using this flame, the caster can't be too far away. Their valuable black gold wand has a casting range of only 500 meters. Jiang Jiwan, trouble has arrived in Daxia. The 9 cauldrons protected the vast eastern lands and have become coveted by others." Jiang Jiwan quickly analyzed the information, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding damaged buildings. He pondered, "The caster can't be too far? Black gold? Valuable?" He then asked, "Is there any way I can get some long-range magic to counter them?" "Yes, mental magic," Athena replied. Jiang Jiwan's eyes lit up, eagerly asking, "Where can I find it?" Athena simply responded, "A commendable spirit. If I ever meet the creator, could I inflict real damage by attacking him with my good deeds diary and 5 good family medals?" Jiang Zhuan silently mused to himself, deftly fastening several grenades to his belt. He looked up and asked, "Can I handle a dark sorcerer?" "Yes," Athena replied succinctly. Xing Fei leaned against the bulletproof glass of the passenger seat, her gaze fixed on the 5 mummified corpses not far away. These once vibrant lives now stood frozen like statues, their clothes burned to ashes, leaving no identifiable features. She couldn't help but imagine that perhaps these 5 people were once a family, together from the moment they arrived in this world to the moment they left. Suddenly, Xing Fei heard the sound of grenades rolling behind her. She turned to see Jiang Zhiwan expressionlessly fastening grenades to his waist, methodical and focused. She recognized that look all too well, reminiscent of the moment outside the bank when Jiang Zhiwan charged into the vault alone. "What are you planning?" Xing Fei couldn't help but ask. Jiang Zhiwan's gaze remained fixed on the distance, not turning his head as he replied. "The command center says the European dark sorcerer has arrived." He expertly spun the cylinder of his revolver, the bullets clicking into place with a crisp sound. "It's only polite to return the favor. I'm going to find him." Athena remained silent in Jiang Zhiwan's mind. She realized she had spoken too much, especially when she mentioned the black gold staff, worth a fortune. Those words were a deadly temptation for someone who had once been desperately poor. For Jiang Zhiwan, the status and significance of being young Master Jiang were intangible. Only money could provide him with a sense of security. Xing Fei had thought the most difficult to control in the team would be the temperamental Miss Cheng Xingmiao, or the lone wolf Xiecheng. Unexpectedly, the first to act on his own was the seemingly most reliable Jiang Zhiwan. The command center also seemed to have heard Jiang Zhiwan's decision and immediately issued a warning. "Jiang Zhiwan, do not take unnecessary risks. We will dispatch a special team to search for the dark sorcerer." "How many points is a dark sorcerer worth?" Jiang Zhiwan retorted, ignoring the command center's warning. He promptly turned off the camera on his chest, signaling Zhang Zhun to accelerate past the military vehicle in front. As the armored vehicle and the military truck brushed past each other, Jiang Zhiwan pushed open the door and somersaulted onto the roadside embankment. He rolled a few times in the muddy ground to reduce momentum and, using the dust raised by the speeding vehicles as cover, quietly slipped into the nearby village. The village was silent, a fissure from an earthquake splitting the small community of a dozen households in two. At the village entrance lay the mummified remains of 2 chickens and a pig. Jiang Zhiwan cautiously advanced along the walls. The armored vehicle halted 300 meters ahead, tasked with drawing attention and buying Jiang Zhiwan time. Jiang Zhiwan glanced at the life detector on his arm, which indicated only one life form in the village, located in the attic of a 2-story building at the village's center. As he approached, the temperature noticeably rose, as if something was burning. Yet there was no sound, just an unusual golden flame. "This is the place, right?" Jiang Zhiwan asked softly. "Yes," Athena replied, still brief. "Is it just the dark sorcerer in there?"
Yes.
"Are you sure I can take him?"
Yes.
With confirmation, Jiang Zhiwan unhesitatingly pulled the pins from 2 grenades, holding them for 2 seconds before hurling them towards the second-floor window. 2 loud explosions followed, shattering the window, followed by a deafening blast. Red flames burst through every pane, tiles on the roof flew off, and the building's walls began to crack ominously. "These grenades are way stronger than the ones from yesterday," Jiang Zhiwan exclaimed, surprised by their power. "Yes," Athena responded calmly. Just then, the flames that had erupted suddenly contracted, as if drawn back by some force. Jiang Zhiwan felt a chill. The flames were like a dragon's breath, inhaled back, making the surrounding air unbearably hot. Reacting swiftly, Jiang Zhiwan propelled himself with a powerful leap, flipping away as the wall in front of him exploded into a massive hole. The fiery red flames pierced through the earthen house's wall, slicing through the courtyard wall beyond. Buildings in a straight line were skewered like candied hawthorns. Though he dodged the fire column, the spreading shockwave flung Jiang Zhiwan into a mud wall, smashing a large section of it. "Are you sure I can handle this thing?" Jiang Zhiwan gritted his teeth, questioning Athena. "You can't," Athena replied succinctly. "Then why did you say yes when I asked?" Jiang Zhiwan asked angrily. "I meant yes," as in questioning, Athena explained. At that moment, the earthen wall ahead shattered again, another red beam of light rushing toward him. The beam swept the ground, leaving a scorching trench in its wake. Jiang Zhiwan quickly sprang from the debris, sprinting sideways while shouting internally, "Could you be a bit more clear? You told me to be aloof." Athena's voice was icy, devoid of emotion. "I did." Sweat beaded on Jiang Zhiwan's forehead as he dashed and leaped through the village like a cheetah, shouting, "Sis, I was wrong. You look even more stunning when you're passionate. Please, don't be aloof." Save me. The fabric of his pants was nearly scorched through, and Athena's voice still questioned in his mind, really? How beautiful. More beautiful than the whole world combined. Jiang Jiwan roared, vaulting over a wall. The earthen house behind him exploded with a thunderous crash, the entire structure severed by the red beam. As he leaped over the wall, he pulled the pins on 2 grenades and hurled them roughly in the direction of his opponent. 2 more explosions echoed, followed by a muffled groan in the distance as the fiery beam dissipated. A low voice in English muttered, "Damn Daxia people! Sidraling butterfly!" The voice called out. Suddenly, the areas touched by the fiery beam, those smoldering with sparks, came to life. The sparks transformed into fluttering butterflies, taking flight and filling the sky. As they passed trees, they ignited them instantly, turning them into charred remains in an instant. Thousands of spirit butterflies swarmed over the entire village, leaving Jiang Jiwan with nowhere to hide. Jiang Jiwan leaped gracefully, landing softly on the rooftop. His gaze locked onto the so-called dark magician, a gaunt figure clad in a voluminous black silk robe, adorned with intricate ancient patterns, painted perhaps with blood or pigment. Before the dark magician floated a black and gold staff, inscribed with a series of hieroglyphs glowing with golden light. These symbols transformed the crimson flames from a grenade explosion into 2 fiery rings encircling his wrists. The dark magician lifted his ashen, withered face and sneered, "Young man, why have you come here? Is it the inspiration from Daxia? A few seemingly passionate words driving you young ones to risk your lives for those aged beneficiaries? How foolish. What do you think?" Without hesitation, Jiang Jiwan raised his 2 revolvers, aiming at the dark magician. He smirked and retorted, "No one sent me. I heard your staff is worth a fortune, and I need the money." The sneer on the dark magician's face froze instantly. He shouted, "Sidra spirit butterflies, turn him into stone." Before he finished speaking, a swarm of butterflies surged toward Jiang Jiwan. Simultaneously, Jiang Jiwan squeezed the triggers, unleashing 10 bullets in an instant. He swiftly turned, holstering his guns, and with a sweeping motion of his arms, he faced the oncoming spirit butterflies and shouted, "Oh, most beautiful Athena, lend me a hand. You handle the butterflies, I'll handle the man." A feminine voice echoed in Jiang Jiwan's mind, and he felt a third of his strength drained. A golden light descended before him, forming the image of a triangular battle shield. The spirit butterflies collided with the shield, bursting into golden sparks. No matter how they fluttered and changed direction, the shield unfailingly blocked each one. "I'll take care of these flames for you." Athena's voice chimed with amusement. "Go on. Show these European dark magic heretics the true path of the world." Jiang Jiwan sprang forward, instantly appearing before the dark magician, his iron fist aimed directly at his face. The dark magician floated backward, pointing at Jiang Jiwan's arm and shouted, "Bind." The fiery rings flew out, landing gently on Jiang Jiwan's wrists, tightening fiercely, the scorching flames burning his skin. Yet Jiang Jiwan didn't flinch, continuing to punch, landing a heavy blow on the dark magician's shoulder blade. The dark magician screamed, spinning like a top. "Why can't it bind him?" he croaked incredulously, staring at the still-burning rings on Jiang Jiwan's wrists. Jiang Jiwan felt the heat and slight pain on his wrists, but it didn't hinder his movements. The dark magician roared, "Sever him." The rings began to spin rapidly, tightening. "The hell with your sever." Jiang Jiwan grabbed the dark magician's collar, executing a fierce overthrow, slamming him to the ground. He then leaped high, channeling all his strength into his elbow, driving it hard into the dark magician's chest. The dark magician coughed up black blood, struggling to escape. The foul, toxic blood splattered onto Jiang Jiwan's camouflage uniform, corroding a large hole. Yet Jiang Jiwan remained unfazed, slamming his knee into the dark magician's lower body. The dark magician's eyes rolled back as he passed out, and Jiang Jiwan grabbed his ankle, swinging him back and forth on the ground. The surrounding shield and butterflies vanished, leaving only the dark magician, eyes rolled back and tongue out, being flung from wall to corner. Jiang Jiwan bent down to pick up the black and gold staff from the dust, simultaneously pulling a grenade from his belt and tossing it toward the dark magician without looking back. With a booming explosion, the blast wave hurled Jiang Jiwan over the courtyard wall, sending him headfirst into the yellow earth at the entrance. The dark magician's dismembered limbs, spattered with black blood, flew in all directions, some landing on Jiang Jiwan and burning a large hole in his groin. With his head buried in the dirt, Jiang Jiwan mumbled indistinctly, "Why is this grenade so powerful? It seems like the border guards were worried about you having an accident, so they gave you grenades that get more powerful each time." Athena analyzed, then added with a disdainful tone, "Who told you to act like a cool guy and never look back at explosions? I want to master that skill too." It's said to be a must-learn for becoming an expert. I'm doomed, I'm suffocating. Jiang Jiwan's head was still deeply buried in the ground, his voice muffled. Suddenly, he felt lighter as someone pulled him out. Zhang Zhen and Xiechingen stood behind him, casting strange looks at Jiang Jiwan's scorched clothing in the crotch area. Jiang Jiwan felt secretly grateful. Zhang Zhen, usually unreliable, really came through when it mattered. What are you guys doing here? Jiang Jiwan asked awkwardly, clamping his legs together. Zhang Zhen looked around in amazement. You almost tore down the whole village. How could we not come? What exactly did you do, boss? Only then did Jiang Jiwan notice the trail of destruction behind him. The flames from his running had flattened the village buildings. He straightened up, trying to appear authoritative, punishing the wicked. As soon as he finished speaking, a pale head fell from a tree, landing squarely on Zhang Zhen's helmet. His head buzzed, and he fainted with his eyes rolling back. At the same time, a spray of toxic blood splattered on Xiechingen's chest, quickly corroding his shirt. Xiechingen hurriedly took off his clothes to prevent the toxic blood from spreading. At this point, both the barely dressed Jiang Jiwan and Xiechingen set their eyes on the unconscious Zhang Zhen, or more precisely, his intact clothes. When Xing Fei and Cheng Xingmiao arrived on the scene, they were stunned. Jiang Jiwan was adjusting his pants, Xiechingen was busy putting on clothes, and Zhang Zhen lay on the ground, left only in his bulletproof vest and SpongeBob pattern boxers. What happened to Zhang Zhen? Xing Fei exclaimed. Jiang Jiwan explained with a straight face, he was affected by a mental toxin. He wouldn't stop burning his clothes, no matter how much we tried to persuade him, so we had to knock him out. Xiechingen, face flushed, nodded vigorously. Yes, Zhang's right. The dark sorcerer's withered, pale head fixated on the four of them, with a strange gleam emanating from his hollow eye sockets. Among the scattered severed limbs on the ground, black blood slithered like tiny snakes, emitting a nauseating stench. Cheng Xingmiao's face turned ashen, and unable to hold it back any longer, she stumbled to the side, retching. Jiang Jiwan absent-mindedly searched the lining of his clothes, only to realize that the black gold staff that was supposed to be there had vanished. He immediately called out in his mind, Athena. The goddess's voice echoed in his head. Where's the black gold staff? Jiang Jiwan asked through gritted teeth, already suspecting the answer. Don't be stingy, let me study it, Athena replied cheerfully. That was hard-earned money. Jiang Jiwan protested, unwilling to let it go. Athena advised earnestly, young people shouldn't focus too much on money. Look to the future. Jiang Jiwan couldn't help but retort, you're sounding like a greedy capitalist. Are you the goddess of wisdom and war, or the god of middlemen? Athena responded seriously, the god of middlemen is Hermes, the protector of commerce, travelers, and Theavisa, rather sleazy middle-aged man. Determined to confront Athena in person, Jiang Jiwan closed his eyes, and his consciousness instantly transported him to a cliff. There, Athena stood with arms outstretched, her fingertips dancing as the black gold staff disintegrated like nanoparticles. What are you doing? Jiang Jiwan appeared behind Athena, his gaze fixed on the staff in her hands. Athena glanced back at him briefly, continuing her work with focus. She explained, the essence of dark magic is to absorb life and construct death. The black gold staff itself isn't of much value. The true treasure lies in the dark and death energy it contains, which can't be measured in money. Jiang Jiwan suddenly understood and glared at Athena, accusing, you told me the black gold staff was valuable on purpose, didn't you? I don't like deceiving people, and I don't like being deceived. Athena scoffed, listing Jiang Jiwan's various crimes. You just teamed up with Xiechingen to trick those two innocent girls. Next, you're planning to deceive Zhang Jian into believing he stripped himself. You deceive the world, making it think you only have ancient potential. Oh, and you intended to keep the black gold staff for yourself? Feeling guilty but trying to defend himself, Jiang Jiwan replied, all right, enough. I do like deceiving people, but you're staying with me. Deceiving me is a bit unfair, isn't it? Athena snorted, piercing Jiang Jiwan's heart. You want to save your daxia, and I want to save my people. Before resolving the creator issue, we're close allies. It's normal for allies to have their own agendas. You're smart, always cautious and probing. When those butterflies swarmed you earlier, you were already prepared to escape. You just wanted to see the war barrier and gauge my strength. She continued to reveal Jiang Jiwan's true intentions. You know the black gold staff can't be sold on the market. What you want is the sorcerer's bizarre magic. Jiang Jiwan, deep down, you crave power and wish to control everything yourself. I've observed 100 million children, and you're the most determined. You're convinced your beliefs are right, convinced you'll succeed, and now, convinced that even if it's dark magic, you can use it for good. Athena's words struck Jiang Jiwan like a blade. I know you too well, Jiang Jiwan. You'll either become the dragon-slaying hero or the dragon tearing the world apart. You work silently and tirelessly for the moment you reach the pinnacle. Those who insult or slander you, you rarely retaliate against them directly because you don't see them as worth your time, right? A dragon wouldn't waste its fiery breath on a barking stray. Zhang Jiwan fell silent. Among 18-year-olds, he was undoubtedly calm, intelligent, and thoughtful. But facing Athena, he felt a sense of powerlessness. Finally, Zhang Jiwan decided to get to the point. Pointing at the black gold staff, he declared righteously, I fought for this, so I deserve a share of the benefits. He finally revealed his true intentions. Athena suddenly turned around, her sapphire eyes locking onto Zhang Jiwan. Do you want your fists to wield the power of death? The forces of darkness and death are always the most direct and violent. Do you think your will can withstand it? Meeting Athena's gaze, Zhang Jiwan smirked. Are you underestimating me, ally? Meanwhile, Cheng Xingmiao was driving an armored vehicle, keeping up with the convoy. This girl, radiant like the March sun, tied her hair back and donned a military uniform, yet her gentle demeanor remained unchanged. She felt she should contribute to the team, so she took the wheel. Zhang Jun lay inside the vehicle, tongue lolling and eyes rolled back, slowly regaining consciousness after a full 10 minutes. Zhang Zhan held his head, slowly opening his eyes. The scene before him was bewildering, and he struggled to recall his last memories. Oh, what happened? I remember a meteorite falling on me. Suddenly, he realized his situation. Hey, where are my clothes? Why am I left with just a blanket? Jiang Zhuan calmly explained. You were poisoned by a dark wizard. Lao Xia and I managed to rescue you. Beside him, Xie Qing'an looked down, avoiding eye contact with Zhang Zhan. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Zhang Zhan grabbed Jiang Zhuan and Xie Qing'an's hands, exclaiming, You are my saviors. I'll treat you to bubble tea when we get back to the city. Jiang Zhuan, however, waved it off nonchalantly. We're brothers, no need for formalities. Skip the bubble tea, just give us cash instead. Unable to tolerate Jiang Zhuan's shamelessness, Xie Qing'an turned his gaze to the window. Outside, the scenery was shifting from idyllic countryside to the concrete jungle of the city. The convoy finally entered Hengyang City, where the effects of the earthquake were evident. The uneven roads forced the convoy to slow down even further. Suddenly, a command from the Daxia Iron Army crackled through the radio. Turn right after 2 traffic lights. There's a gas station there. Our tanker needs to siphon off the 92-octane gasoline. Border defenders, please scout ahead. Over. Xing Fei, expressionless, picked up the radio to respond. Border defenders received. Over. She swiftly pulled out a box from under her seat, tossed a set of clothes to Zhang Zhan, and nimbly climbed to the top of the armored vehicle. There, she expertly set up an MG-43 machine gun, scanning the surroundings vigilantly. Meanwhile, Zhang Jiwan turned on the radio station and began broadcasting to the entire city. Attention Hengyang. Attention Hengyang. This is the Daxia Iron Army. We have arrived in Hengyang City to commence rescue operations. We urge citizens in the eastern Xiangjiang block to proceed to the grain wholesale market for evacuation and assistance. Rest assured, the Daxia Iron Army will ensure your safety. This message, like a beacon of hope, swiftly spread to every corner of the city. Zhang Jiwan could feel countless eyes upon them, some filled with hope, some with ecstatic relief, and others with sinister or even malevolent intentions. Regardless, they all understood the necessity of this broadcast, because whether they were border defenders or the Iron Army, the green they wore symbolized hope for countless lives. Abandoned vehicles lay scattered haphazardly across the road as people desperately tried to flee in their cars, only to find that their vehicles became their greatest burden. An armored vehicle pushed forward like an icebreaker, crashing through the small cars blocking its path, clearing the way for an oil tanker heading to a gas station. The Daxia Iron Army quickly dispersed into 2 squads, using loudspeakers to patrol the nearby streets and alleys, their voices echoing through the empty streets. The platoon leader of this Iron Army was Zhuang Hao, a 25-year-old man from northern Shaanxi. His square face was marked with determination, and his brows carried the bold spirit shaped by the northern winds of the Lus Plateau. At that moment, Zhuang Hao leaned against the armored vehicle, his gaze shifting between the oil tanker and the oil depot, watching the precious gasoline being extracted. He sighed and shook his head. I wonder how my parents are doing. The new apartment they bought in the city hasn't been handed over yet, so they're still living in the cave dwelling. Jiang Jiwan approached and patted Zhuang Hao's shoulder, offering comfort. The Lus Plateau area is where Daxia originated. It's mostly under the protection of the Yongzhou Ding. Don't worry too much. Zhuang Hao gave a wry smile and shook his head. Maybe, but the Golden Curtain has cut off cell signals between cities. I haven't been able to reach them these past few days. Is there anything I can do to help? Jiang Jiwan asked, his mind briefly recalling the scene of the frontier guards asking him to check his grandfather's live broadcast. That was within Yangzhou's range, and the frontier guards might have a way to communicate between the 2 provinces. Zhuang Hao shook his head again. Your Frontier Guard's 6G base stations might have enough penetration, but they're for emergency communications and command, not for regular use. Jiang Jiwan looked into the distance, where a faint golden light seemed to reflect on the horizon, a color of hope. Above them, dark clouds gathered, and a low rumble of thunder shattered the silence of the empty city. It's going to rain. Let's get everyone to put on raincoats, Jiang Jiwan said, quickly heading into the gas station's convenience store, grabbing a few bottles of energy drinks, and tossing them to Zhuang Hao. Zhuang Hao quickly waved his hand. We Daxia Iron Army aren't allowed to drink outside water during operations. It's the rule. Jiang Jiwan tossed the drinks into the armored vehicle and muttered to himself. Well, Frontier Guards don't have such rules. Our bodies are enhanced, and ordinary toxins can't harm us. He popped open a can and took a big gulp, asking, Zhuang, how are things elsewhere? I was training all day yesterday and didn't catch up on the news. Zhuang Hao replied. Satellite shows that 35 of countries globally have been engulfed. Neighboring countries have moved nearly 47 million people to Daxia, but Daxia has only managed to arrange work and housing for 7 million so far. He clicked his tongue in frustration. There are still 40 million unarmed people standing at the edge of the Nine Dings protection range. Daxia won't let them be swallowed by volcanic ash. But if these people can't provide enough resources before the ash arrives, they'll have to go to the Lust Plateau, farming corn by day and grinding cornmeal at night, competing with donkeys for work. Chang Xingmiao stood at the back of the armored vehicle, listening to the conversation and couldn't help but remark, it must be pretty harsh for them, right? Those who made it to Daxia first are either from nearby cruise ships or wealthy people. Those who heard about Daxia's protection by the Nine Ding and immediately flew here must have connections. Jiang Zhuan turned to Cheng Xingmiao. By the way, I haven't had the chance to ask you, did you find your parents? A slight smile appeared on Cheng Xingmiao's nervous young face. Thanks for asking. They got lucky. A transport helicopter rescuing students picked them up and brought them to the camp. Because I awakened my legacy, they got a little bit of special treatment. That's more than a little special treatment. It's the difference between life and death, Zhuang Hao said with a bitter smile. Right now, the road conditions are terrible. Many people driving can't make it to the Nine Dings range within 3 days, and they can only wait for death. Jiang Jiwan sensed a strange tension brewing in the atmosphere. Chang Xingmiao's joy at her parents' rescue was understandable given her young age, but for many of the Daxia Iron Army around them, whose loved ones were still missing, Chang Xingmiao's special privilege was a psychological trigger. You still have parents to worry about. I've been alone for 10 years, Jiang Zhuan said with a smile, using his status as an orphan to defuse the impending awkwardness. Chang Xingmiao seemed to realize her faux pas and quietly moved aside to help distribute raincoats to the soldiers. Only Jiang Jiwan and Zhuang Hao remained by the armored vehicle. Zhuang, do you think it's unfair? Jiang Jiwan asked softly, leaning against the armored vehicle. Zhuang Hao remained silent, emotions flickering in his eyes. If it is, it is. If it's not, it's not. A man from Shangxi shouldn't be so hesitant, Jiang Zhuan said, handing a raincoat to Zhuang Hao. High above, raindrops fell from 30,000 feet, soaking the heads of those burdened by misfortune. Zhuang Hao slipped on his raincoat, muttering to himself with a furrowed brow. How can anyone think this is fair? But what choice do we have? His voice was filled with resignation and bitterness. He continued, a hint of self-deprecation in his tone. Even as family members of the Iron Army, we do have a bit of privilege. If a direct family member sends out a distress signal, the nearest Iron Army unit must set out for rescue, no matter how daunting the path ahead. Zhuang Hao paused, a flicker of pain crossing his eyes. But we all know, in these traffic conditions, even if they manage to rescue someone, the vehicles won't make it back to camp before being swallowed by volcanic ash. His voice grew louder, his emotions more intense. Everyone's risking their lives on the front lines. And for what? Just because our talents aren't up to par, we didn't receive the legacy? His words were full of complaint and grievance. While his own parents might be within the protective range of Jioding, the thought of so many of his brothers under his command made his mood even more troubled. At times like this, it's inevitable to exchange a few words with each other. Jiang Jiwan listened quietly. As an orphan, she didn't enjoy these benefits, which is why Zhuang Hao felt he could share his discontent with her, a fellow border guard. As she put on her raincoat, Jiang Jiwan pondered Zhuang Hao's words. She pulled on her hat, fastening it securely, and sighed softly. We only have 3 days, no time for psychological preparation or pre-battle motivation for the kids, she said, her voice tinged with helplessness. We can only make a straightforward deal our lives for the lives of our loved ones. She continued, her tone growing resolute. You can't just throw a bunch of 16 to 18-year-olds outside the cage and expect them to fight beasts. They'll scatter and vanish. Finishing her thought, Jiang Jiwan straightened up, reaching out to wrap an arm around Zhuang Hao's shoulder. Her voice softened yet remained firm. Old Zhuang, the world has changed. We don't have the luxury to ponder human nature or fairness. All we can do is bring back as many people as we can. Zhuang Hao's eyes showed a hint of contemplation before he slowly closed them. After a moment, he asked, "Got a cigarette?" Jiang Jiwan's hand instinctively reached for her pocket. Just then, Cheng Xingmiao's voice suddenly broke the silence between them from a short distance away. "Hey little sister, why are you here all alone? Where are your parents?" Cheng Xingmiao's voice carried a note of concern. The rain started abruptly, transitioning from a few drops tapping on the car roof to a torrential downpour in mere seconds. Thunder rumbled across the sky, and the rain fell like a curtain, reducing visibility to less than 30 meters. Amidst this gray, rainy haze, a vivid splash of red stood out. It was a little girl, wearing a red dress, clutching a teddy bear tightly, standing all alone in the middle of the road. Her small figure seemed so vulnerable and fragile in the rain. Cheng Xingmiao acted swiftly. She removed her own raincoat and gently wrapped it around the girl. The girl stared blankly, allowing Cheng Xingmiao to adjust the coat, as if she had lost all awareness of her surroundings. "Get another raincoat here. Medic, come with me." Zhuang Hao's voice cut through the downpour. As he shouted, he handed his raincoat to Cheng Xingmiao. This little girl was the only living person they had encountered since entering the city. The team quickly gathered around, their faces a mix of concern and vigilance. The medic quickly assessed the girl's condition and then reported loudly, "The child's vital signs are stable, but she seems to be in shock. Let's get her on the truck." A few of them gently lifted the girl and placed her in the truck's cabin. The others stepped aside to give them space. Cheng Xingmiao gently dried the girl's wet body with a towel, speaking softly, "Little sister, how did you end up on the road? Where are your parents? Tell me, and I'll help find them." The girl continued to hold her teddy bear tightly, her head lowered, silent. Cheng Xingmiao softly caressed her head, continuing to reassure her, "Don't be afraid, you're safe here." She carefully smoothed the girl's tangled hair, then knelt down and gently embraced her. At that moment, the girl's throat moved slightly. Cheng Xingmiao leaned in closer, hearing the girl whisper a few broken words. "Will you also become shells?" "What? Shells?" Cheng Xingmiao was startled, gripping the girl's shoulders and looking into her dazed eyes. "Are you saying something can turn people into shells?" Her mind flashed back to the dried corpses they had encountered on the road and the scattered remains of dark sorcerers, a wave of nausea washing over her. The girl stopped speaking, curling up and clutching her teddy bear tightly, retreating into the darkest corner of the truck. The rain drummed loudly on the dark green tarp above, and Cheng Xingmiao stood up, raising her radio to call outside, "Fei Fei, be cautious of your surroundings. We've found a survivor here. There might be danger." The radio crackled with a quick response, "Stay put there, keep guard. Once the fuel truck is filled, Xiechingen and I will be at the grain market soon." "Zhang Jiwan, how's your situation?" "I'm fine here." Zhang Jiwan's voice came through, "but the heavy rain, the girl in red, these elements don't sit well with me. I'm heading to the grain market to meet up with you." He stepped out of the armored vehicle, holding a heavy-duty SCAR assault rifle. The sign for the Hengyang grain market had been damaged in the earthquake, leaving only the partial characters Yang Shichong. Xing Fei and Xiechingen led a squad of Xia soldiers through the rain into the chaotic market. What was once a bustling bazaar was now a disordered mess, with electric tricycles and small trucks toppled over and agricultural products scattered everywhere. Soybeans covered the ground at the entrance, making walking difficult. "There shouldn't be many people here," a soldier shouted. "Last night, 3 batches totaling 110,000 people evacuated from the eastern Xiangjiang area. Most of what's left here are supplies." Though their primary mission was to transport supplies, both the Daixia Iron Army and the border guards instinctively prioritized the safety of the people. As soon as they arrived, they began broadcasting for survivors. The loudspeakers echoed through the empty market 3 times, but no one responded. The Iron Army soldiers quickly split into 2 groups, pushing the scattered vehicles at the entrance aside to clear the way for the heavy trucks to access the grain warehouse. "Grab the rice, millet, corn, and mung beans first, things that are filling and easy to store," the commander ordered loudly, "then send 2 people to find the pickles, instant noodles, canned fruits, and dried fruits." As the soldiers busied themselves with loading supplies, the squad leader noticed the pace had picked up significantly. He turned to see Jiang Jiwan had somehow climbed into the truck's cabin. Several soldiers were tossing 100-pound sacks of rice onto the truck, which Jiang Jiwan caught and stacked neatly at the back of the cabin. "Whoa, Jiang, you shouldn't be hauling rice," the squad leader exclaimed. "Your hands are meant for slaying gods, not carrying rice." "What are you talking about?" "Whether it's the border guards, those who never return, or the Iron Army of the Great Xia, at the end of the day, we're all just bricks for the Great Xia, moving wherever we're needed," Jiang Jiwan said as he bent down to pick up a heavy bag of rice, his muscles tensing slightly under the weight. Tilting his head, he spoke into the radio clipped to his collar. "Xing Fei, old Xia, have you finished your recon? Once you're done, get over here and help move these supplies. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can all go home." As soon as he finished speaking, a Athena's cold laughter echoed in his ear. What a way to win hearts. Zhang Zhiwan didn't respond aloud, but internally he reflected on her words. Although Athena's tone was harsh, his intention was indeed to reassure and build rapport. Zhang Zhiwan had keenly picked up on the dissatisfaction the Iron Army of the Great Xia felt towards these inheritors from Zhuang Hao's earlier remarks. Clearly, there was a growing rift between ordinary people and inheritors due to issues of privilege. Zhang Zhiwan understood that supernatural abilities and privileges were objective realities that couldn't be entirely changed. What he could do was ensure that the Iron Army of the Great Xia felt that this guy named Zhang Zhiwan wasn't as arrogant as other inheritors. He actually considered the plight of ordinary people. While Zhang Zhiwan was lost in thought, urgent footsteps suddenly came through the radio, followed by a clear shout. Don't run. We're the Iron Army of the Great Xia. We're here to take you to safety. Survivors? Zhang Zhiwan immediately became alert, swiftly jumping off the vehicle and patting the shoulder of the squad leader beside him. Sounds like there are survivors. I'm going to check it out. The rain poured down in torrents, hammering the metal roof with a deafening roar like countless drumbeats pounding overhead. Zhang Zhiwan quickly navigated through the cluttered stalls and towering piles of grain, soon finding Xing Fei and Xie Qing'an by the iron staircase on the side of the warehouse. Following their gaze, Zhang Zhiwan saw several figures sprinting through the rain, as if something terrifying were chasing them. Despite Xing Fei's repeated calls, they ignored the pleas and vanished into the downpour within moments. I'll go check it out. You guys go back and help with the supplies. Zhang Zhiwan shouted to Xing Fei, quickly pulling the hood of his raincoat over his head and plunging into the white curtain of rain without hesitation. The rain intensified, and Zhang Zhiwan's silhouette was soon swallowed by the storm. The torrential rain pounded on the warehouse's metal roof, louder than thunder. Xing Fei focused intently on the direction Zhang Zhiwan had vanished, completely oblivious to the strange sounds coming from not far away. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter, like many feet racing across the tin roof, eerie and unsettling. Zhang Zhiwan chased for 3 blocks, finding the streets deserted under the heavy rain. He stopped, panting and deep in thought. The power he had inherited was fully absorbed, enabling him to sprint 100 meters in just 3 seconds, far beyond human limits. In this weather, an average person would take at least 20 seconds. There was no way he could have lost them, unless these people were anything but ordinary. Dark sorcerers? Or perhaps demons? Zhang Zhiwan leaned against the corner of a wall, rain beating against his face, the inside of his raincoat unbearably hot. He wanted to find traces left by these people, but the heavy rain had washed everything away. Athena, just how many monsters exist in this world? Zhang Zhiwan suddenly asked. Athena pondered for a moment. Monsters? Birds and beasts, spirits and demons, they have always existed. Humans might not have been here longer than them. Who is the real monster? Now, they want to reclaim their space, and humans want to protect their gains. It's all part of the food chain. Zhang Zhiwan was at a loss for words. Athena was too wise, always looking beyond the immediate problem to the essence. But sometimes, understanding the essence was meaningless. Knowing that humans are essentially carbon-based life forms, and that there's no absolute good or evil in the world, how does that help in the short span of life? Mortgages still have to be paid, dowries still have to be saved. A mother-in-law won't let you marry her daughter just because you understand the universe's truths, unless you can become an associate professor with it. He decided to change the topic. Beautiful goddess, to you, aren't all these creatures just monsters? Athena was silent for a long time, as if internally conflicted, finally responding weakly, yes. Then can you tell me how many creatures see humans as food? Zhang Zhiwan asked as he walked back. Athena explained that besides demons, there were creatures from the Earth's core, like giant cockroaches and beasts in magma. The world's transformation brought high radiation, causing drastic changes in creatures. In other words, it's like the spiritual revival in your Eastern novels. When that happens, the whole world becomes an enemy. A chill ran down Zhang Zhiwan's spine, and he asked, how many monsters are in this city? I can sense up to 100 meters, Athena whispered. For example, a 1.8-meter wingspan carnivorous dragonfly just flew over your head. The rain is too heavy. You both missed each other. Zhang Zhiwan questioned his own perception, and Athena explained, to sense them, you'd have to remove your raincoat and helmet. These things block your senses. You can't even hear a helicopter 500 meters above you. Zhang Zhiwan suddenly understood why ninjas in novels only wrap themselves in black cloth and don't wear raincoats. As he walked, he used his radio to contact his companions. Xing Fei and Zhang Jin reported everything was normal, but Cheng Xingmiao said the girl was missing. Just as Zhang Zhiwan was about to respond, he saw a girl in a red dress holding a teddy bear, walking through the rain and muttering, "Little bear, we'll all become empty shells, your stuffing will be taken out too, don't cry." His equipment confirmed a life form ahead, but Zhang Zhiwan felt a chill. He called out, "Little girl," and quickly reached the street corner, only to find it deserted. as if she were an illusion. Zhang Zhuan raised his radio. This is Zhang Zhuan. I saw the girl. Cheng Xingmiao eagerly asked for the location, and Zhang Zhuan quietly replied, she's gone. He noticed the walls of a nearby convenience store were riddled with tiny holes, leading upward. Is it a demon? Zhang Zhuan wondered. Not exactly a demon, Athena hesitated, but not quite human either. Zhang Zhuan leaped, scaling 3 stories in seconds. The rooftop's metal sheets were also peppered with holes, stretching into the distance. Something passed through the air, turning rain into mist. Zhang Zhuan gripped his assault rifle, loaded with bullets, and sighed into the void. A hell on earth, a playground for ghosts. He raised his radio. Forget the girl, fill the truck, deliver the goods to the dock, and then find the next supply point. As he spoke, something else swept past in the heavy rain behind him. As evening gradually fell, 10 vehicles struggled through the torrential rain and finally reached the dock. Rain lashed against the windows, obscuring the view, but the silhouettes of 3 torpedo boats and 2 cargo ships could be vaguely seen waiting. A sturdy soldier from the Iron Army leaped down from one of the torpedo boats. His attire suggested a rank comparable to Zhuang Hao, likely making him the leader of this group. Zhuang Hao, drenched and exhausted from a long day's work, clambered down from the truck and, without any pleasantries, urgently said, "Cut the chatter and get your men to help unload. My guys are about to drop from exhaustion." On the cargo ship, a large group disembarked, including about 20 Iron Army soldiers and 30 to 50 civilian boatmen. Seeing this, Zhuang Hao frowned and questioned the man surnamed Zhou. "Why did you bring civilians?" Zhou shook his head helplessly and explained, "We're really short on manpower. Even with the Iron Army and militia, it's not enough. We had to draft able-bodied civilians. The rear is arranging for the refugees to start working as soon as possible. If they work, they get 3 meals a day. If they laze around in tents, they only get a vegetable bun and a meat bun." He continued, "All military families from our side are being settled by Xia. As soon as the children reach the camps, they are assigned teachers by grade and given dormitories. Most of those working outside the barriers are families with elderly members. By working, their families get priority settlement." Zhuang Hao scrutinized the civilians unloading cargo. Some were robust, clearly seasoned farmers, who quickly began helping with the trucks. Others, with delicate appearances and glasses, were obviously office workers, struggling to manage the 100-pound sacks of rice, even with several of them working together. Zhuang Hao sighed inwardly, aware that the city, originally home to 6 million people, was now hosting 7 million refugees, straining its resources in order to the breaking point. At that moment, Zhang Zhuan tapped the seat of the armored vehicle and decisively ordered, "Let's go help unload." Zhang Zhen muttered under his breath, "Old Zhang, isn't unloading cargo an Iron Army task?" Zhang Zhuan pulled Zhang Zhen up and said sternly, "When you're wounded on the battlefield, wouldn't you want your comrades to help you up? If you want to survive the battlefield, don't draw lines between us off it. 2 ladies on lookout. 3 guys unload cargo. Let's go." Though Zhang Zhen didn't respond immediately, he followed Zhang Zhuan out to work. Only after Zhang walked away did he mutter quietly, "Hope the ladies don't miss those details." On the dock, 2 makeshift iron conveyor belts extended from the ship's hold to the shore, secured in place. Hundreds of people tirelessly transferred goods from the 10 vehicles onto the ships. Another platoon leader whispered to Zhuang Hao, "Old Zhuang, your young folks here are something else. Their heritage level isn't high, right? Did you whip them into shape?" He nudged Zhuang Hao with a laugh, "Old Zhuang, you've got skills, even managing to keep the inheritors in line." Zhuang Hao quickly lowered his voice to explain, "Pfft. You think these inheritors are like our new recruits? Even a near-ancient inheritor could easily take down 10 of us." Then, he pointed to Xing Fei and in Zhang Zhuan's direction, "Our border guard leader is that young lady, a top-tier ancient inheritor, but the one calling the shots is that young man, just an ordinary near-ancient inheritor. He's an orphan, works really hard." After speaking, Zhuang Hao gestured to Zhang Zhuan, "Xiao Jiang, this is platoon leader Zhou Ming from the Navy, an excellent swimmer, and he started out fighting alongside border guards." Zhang Zhuan hoisted a sack of rice onto the conveyor belt with one hand. The 100-pound bag slid toward the cargo ship and landed with a thud in the hold. He wiped the rain from his face, nodded briefly at Zhou Ming and Zhuang Hao, then hefted another sack. "He's a straightforward young man," Zhuang Hao remarked. Zhou Ming watched Zhang Zhuan intently and murmured softly, "Zhang." Suddenly, a voice broke the heavy atmosphere. "Come on, brothers. Put your backs into it. Heya heya. Our 80 million suffering kin in Jingzhou are counting on our oil, rice, and flour. Platoon leader, they say since last night, 1.3 billion people have fled to Jingzhou. Wow, the entire Jingzhou area, including parts of northern and southern Hunan and Guilin City, doesn't even have 1.3 billion people. Can they handle it? They have to. Whether they can or not, they're our flesh and blood." "Well said. Come on, brothers, keep it up." Amidst the spirited labor chants, The cargo from tin trucks filled 2 entire cargo ships within an hour and a half. The ships then set sail, heading towards Jingzhou. By now, it was 7 p.m., and darkness had completely fallen. The torrential rain continued unabated. The entire city, plunged into darkness by an earthquake-induced power outage, was like a massive steamer enveloping the earth. The convoy of tin trucks and 1 armored vehicle barreled through obstacles on their way to a pharmaceutical factory. Inside the vehicles, silence reigned. These warriors, usually as resilient as steel, lay slumped in the truck beds. An entire day of non-stop loading and unloading, road clearing, and the tension from the relentless rain had finally drained their energy. Inside the armored vehicle, they wearily picked at their self-heating military rations. The jostling of the vehicle made their bodies sway, leaving them almost too exhausted to chew. Their stomachs seemed to have stopped working, and the food tasted bland in their mouths. These young border guards forced themselves to eat while scrolling through their phones. The screen displayed the reward for the first phase of their mission, 1,050,000 in cash. Even more thrilling was the fact that they had successfully taken down a dark mage. Although Zhang Jiwan had turned off his camera during the operation, the other 2 team members had managed to capture the moment the dark mage fell. The higher-ups determined that this dark mage had intentions of invading Daxia, and his Sidra blaze posed a significant threat to civilians. Despite Zhang Jiwan's disobedience of orders, these border guards understood that battlefield rules are often flexible. They believed that Zhang Jiwan's success in defeating such a formidable opponent only highlighted the command center's underestimation of his abilities. This kill earned Zhang Jiwan a full 5 points, but he insisted on splitting them with his teammates. Upon seeing the points credited, Xing Fei frowned. Half reclining in her seat, she called out to Zhang Jiwan, "Old Zhang, keep the points for yourself. You risked your life to take down that dark mage. 10 points can get you a 50-square-meter bunker-grade house. You all have family. Go buy a place in Jingzhou and settle down. If you feel bad about it, consider it a loan from me." Zhang Jiwan drove on with a blank expression, as if he hadn't heard Xing Fei. He was the only one still alert, crashing through obstacles to clear the way. The white beams of the headlights cut through the darkness like swords, only to be swallowed by deeper shadows. Suddenly, a crimson flare shot up into the sky and exploded with a bang. It was a flare. Someone had launched it from the rooftop of the medical company. Upon seeing the flare, Xie Qing'an leapt from his seat in excitement, shouting, "I have a chance to save people now." Zhang Jiwan secretly noted how this usually quiet guy became inexplicably excited during combat. The flare's blinding red light spread across the sky, and Zhang Jiwan saw through the window a dozen figures on the rooftop, with several large creatures flying and leaping in the air. Xie Qing'an swallowed nervously, feeling a bit intimidated. Zhang Jin weakly chimed in, "Go ahead, control mage, save the world." "Yes, sir. Mission will be completed." Xie Qing'an stood at attention upon hearing, "Save the world," quickly unbuckling his seatbelt to stand up, only to bump his head against the roof with a dull thud. Zhuang Hao, a man already exhausted, instantly perked up at the mention of an emergency. Grabbing the radio, he issued commands in a booming voice. "Protect the truck, use the vehicles on the road to establish a position, get the heavy machine guns out and set them up for suppressive fire. First, second, and third squads, move in immediately and rescue the hostages." He then turned to Xing Fei. "Captain Xing, what's your plan?" Xing Fei raised his walkie-talkie, his voice low but firm. "Lieutenant Zhuang, we lack combat experience. Everyone, except Zhang Jiwan, will follow your lead." By this time, Zhang Jiwan was fully geared up, carrying a heavy-duty SCR assault rifle on his shoulder. He swiftly moved to the side of the building, rapidly climbing the fire escape. His movements were agile and his steps steady, seemingly unaffected by fatigue. Chang Xingmiao had just leaped out of the armored vehicle when she saw Zhang Jiwan already at the 6th floor level. She was astonished, thinking, "After a whole day of moving goods, everyone is exhausted. How can Zhang Jiwan still be so full of energy? He's the hardest worker among us." Zhang Jun, strapping on his ammo belt, loudly explained, "Of course, after attending classes all day, he still works until 2 a.m. before sneaking back in through the window. He's no ordinary person." As the team below busied themselves with setting up positions, Zhang Jiwan had already reached the rooftop. Just as he emerged, a gust of wind roared past, and a figure tumbled through the air toward him. Zhang Jiwan swiftly sidestepped, using his shoulder to brace the person's fall. A powerful force accompanied by the sickening crunch of breaking bones hit him. It turned out to be a heavy-set man. Zhang Jiwan thought, "Whatever flung this guy over, it's a good thing I caught him, or he'd be a smear on the pavement by now. Though, it seems his thigh bone might be broken." The man let out a scream as he hit the ground, nearly fainting. But then he saw Zhang Jiwan's attire. Instantly, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "The Great Xia Iron Army! The Iron Army is here. We're saved. I can find my wife and kids." His voice was so loud it nearly burst Zhang Jiwan's eardrums. On the rooftop, nearly 40 pairs of eyes turned their attention towards him. Most were clad in light blue uniforms, clearly employees of the pharmaceutical company. Cheers erupted. The Iron Army is here. We're saved. They really came. That young girl was right. The Iron Army is nearby. Help. There are monsters everywhere here. Hearing these cries, Jiang Jiwan's expression grew complex. Overhead, a flare descended slowly, casting a crimson glow across the sky. Countless shadows surrounded the rooftop, their forms indistinguishable, perhaps enormous creatures, countless tentacles, or the embodiment of the deepest nightmares. Suddenly, a deafening hum filled the air, shattering the raindrops with its force. A gigantic dragonfly, akin to an armed helicopter, swept through the sky. Its massive membranous wings spanned the air, and its 8 appendages, like alloy limbs, extended in the red light. The sharp limbs swiftly seized a man, piercing through his chest and back. The burly man, about 6 feet tall and weighing 170 pounds, was effortlessly lifted as the dragonfly ascended into the sky. Jiang Jiwan reacted swiftly, firing his weapon the moment the dragonfly appeared. A burst of 6 shots, followed by another and another. His strong arm muscles expertly controlled the rifle's recoil. Every bullet hit the dragonfly, splattering green blood. The dragonfly shrieked in agony, its nearly 6-foot-long body convulsing, releasing its grasp. The unfortunate man plummeted from 12 meters high, crashing to the ground amidst a splash of blood and rainwater. The surrounding people screamed in terror, scattering in panic. Jiang Jiwan kept his gun trained on the giant dragonfly, ready to prevent it from returning. The dragonfly wobbled as it ascended, gradually moving beyond the flare's illumination. Jiang Jiwan's laser sight locked onto the dragonfly's head, poised to finish it off. Just then, a deeper darkness loomed from the night sky. A massive creature seized the dragonfly, tearing it apart in one swift motion. Sharp claws gripped the dragonfly's remains, shoving them into a gaping maw, swiftly chewing them to bits. Green blood rained down, and the dragonfly's remains and stripped wings drifted to the ground with the blood rain. Damn! Jiang Jiwan quickly donned his night vision goggles, looking up at the massive figure in the sky. It was a bat, a giant bat with a wingspan of 10 meters. Without hesitation, Jiang Jiwan opened fire again, emptying the remaining bullets in his magazine. The bat, like a graceful leaf, floated in the air, defying physics, effortlessly dodging most of the bullets. Only a few shots hit, striking its claws and creating bright sparks, leaving just minor white marks. Amidst the chaos, Zhang Zhun's urgent voice crackled over the radio. Lao Jiang, did you get a clear look at what's above us? Most of the soldiers on the battlefield weren't equipped with night vision goggles. Although night vision is highly effective in low-light conditions, it becomes blinding under intense light, like staring directly at the sun. At this moment, the flare gun's light illuminated most of the battlefield, while 2 squads used the protection of their night vision gear to quickly ascend the building. A rat with wings, Jiang Jiwan shouted as he skillfully swapped in a fresh magazine. He rushed over to the man attacked by the dragonfly, and the sight was horrifying. The man's entire chest and back were torn open, his spine shattered, clearly beyond saving. Jiang Jiwan knew that this unfortunate man had perished in the dragonfly's initial assault. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Jiwan activated the camera on his chest. His voice came through clearly on the communication line. Jingzhou Integrated Command Center, this is Border Guard Group 6 from Gang. I'm Cadet Jiang Jiwan. There are many personnel on site who need evacuation. Are there any other Border Guard teams nearby? The command center quickly responded, Cadet Jiang Jiwan. The nearest Border Guard team is 87 kilometers away and unable to reach you immediately. Please ensure your safety first while assisting in the evacuation of civilians as much as possible. This reply caused a sinking feeling in Jiang Jiwan's heart. Such a pragmatic response was not in line with Daxia's usual way of thinking. Traditionally, a soldier is the last to leave the battlefield, never retreating as long as even one civilian remains in danger. Sensing Jiang Jiwan's hesitation, the commander's voice from the center lowered, becoming solemn and heavy. Cadet Jiang Jiwan, just today, Daxia has already lost 113 progenitors of the new generation. You are the hope for defending the 9 provinces in the future, the hope for humanity's counterattack. So, please, protect yourself first. His voice was heavy, and Jiang Jiwan could even hear the tremor and despair in his words. Too many lives had been lost, their enemy was too strong. The volcanic ash hadn't arrived yet, and those legendary deities had not appeared. Young warriors sacrificed themselves in confusion, and the future seemed devoid of light. Jiang Jiwan let out a low growl from the depths of his throat. Make sure to record how many people Group 6 from Gang saved. This isn't just the achievement of the border guards, but also of the warriors of the Daxia Iron Army. He took a deep breath and shouted to those around him, everyone, head to the fire escape over there. Hold the positions below, guard the outdoor fire escape, and don't let the monsters get close. Some creatures can't be penetrated by regular bullets. Set up the heavy sniper rifles. Jiang Jiwan ran through the crowd, shoving each person and roaring in their ears, "Get to the fire escape over there. Move. Do you want to die? If not, then run. Your parents gave you legs for running, not trembling. Move it." A woman, paralyzed by fear, sat on the ground. Jiang Jiwan grabbed her hand, trying to pull her up. Suddenly, the floor beneath them shook violently, and large chunks of it broke and flew upward. A gigantic head burst through the floor, its scythe-like jaws clamping onto the woman's back. With a sickening crunch, the woman's body was torn in two. Jiang Jiwan held her upper half, her eyes still locked on his, filled with a desperate desire for life and a fleeting joy of being rescued. But in the next moment, she watched helplessly as her lower half was devoured by a massive mouth, chewed to pieces. Terror filled her eyes as life quickly faded from them. It was a centipede, its head as large as an adult human's. Its total length might exceed 30 meters, easily smashing through the floor as it roared in the ruins of the world, lunging at Jiang Jiwan. "Watch out, Lao Jiang!" Xing Fei shouted over the radio. Jiang Jiwan rolled to the right, hugging the ground, as the centipede missed him, its sharp jaws effortlessly slicing through the 5-centimeter-thick concrete floor. As he rolled to the side, he fired his weapon at the centipede's head, unleashing a volley of bullets that sparked against its surface, deeply denting the carapace with the relentless impact of 7.62 steel rounds. "Lao Jiang, I think I saw you take care of that monster," Xing Fei shouted, firing continuously from below the fire escape, where fly-like creatures buzzed around. Those half-meter-long green flies posed a lethal threat to humans. "The bullets can't penetrate its head at all," Jiang Jiwan yelled from the rooftop, quickly leaping away. 30 rounds had only managed to dent the carapace on the centipede's head, with a few bullets slipping into the gaps but failing to pierce its body. The ricocheting bullets hit a few civilians instead. The centipede howled in pain, swinging its body like a speeding Dongfeng truck, striking Jiang Jiwan. He used his assault rifle as a shield, and with a loud crash, the rifle shattered, flinging him like a ragdoll, his body tracing an arc in the air before slamming into the edge of the rooftop. The 24-cm-thick concrete wall at the rooftop's edge shattered under the impact of Jiang Jiwan's back, and he continued to fall over the building's edge. "That's it, Lao Jiang's done for," Zhang Jun shouted over the radio. He and a squad from the Iron Army had already scaled the opposite building, setting up sniper rifles. Any airborne creature attempting to swoop down would be met with a sniper bullet. Zhang Jun peered through his thermal scope, tracking Jiang Jiwan's descent, and yelled, "Lao Xie, go around the back of the building to see if Lao Jiang's still alive. If he's dead, bring back his phone." The next moment, Jiang Jiwan's voice crackled over the radio. "Zhang, what do you want my phone for? I've already deleted those cloud storage links you sent me." Zhang Jun focused, seeing Jiang Jiwan's hand clinging to the building's edge, as if the man were made of iron, climbing back up. "Lao Jiang." Zhang Jun was speechless. "You're like an indestructible cockroach, aren't you? Don't mention cockroaches, it's disgusting." Jiang Jiwan instantly recalled the fear of being overrun by subterranean cockroaches when the disaster first struck. He glanced at the battlefield, where many people were still fleeing toward the stairs, with the gigantic centipede rapidly approaching. Numerous monsters surrounded the stairwell, some retreating after being hit by bullets, while others silently split in midair, the cuts unnervingly clean. It was as if invisible blades or sword auras sliced through the darkness, silently reaping lives before retreating back into the shadows. "You noticed it too? Your ability to grasp battlefield details is impressive." Athena's voice suddenly echoed in Jiang Jiwan's mind. As Jiang Jiwan sprinted towards the giant centipede, he asked in a low voice, "Is there an expert nearby?" Athena replied softly, "It should be a guardian sent by the border patrol for you. Whether you're strong or not, you're a spiritual icon to the veteran ability users of Daxia. He wasn't there when you fought the dark sorcerer. I won't assist you for now, but if you're truly in danger, he will intervene. Anyone assigned as your guardian must be someone deeply loyal to your family. Then let him witness what little Jiang can do." Jiang Jiwan thought with a smirk. He leaped onto the centipede's back and sprang into the air, swiftly drawing 2 revolvers from his waist. One was already loaded with special bullets he had found in the equipment box, each engraved with golden patterns forming the Great Wall. In midair, Jiang Jiwan fired at the centipede's head without hesitation. Bang! The first shot rang out, and he instantly sensed something was off. A purplured flame burst from the muzzle, and the immense recoil propelled him upward. Boom! The bullet struck the centipede's head, exploding into a massive purplured fireball with a 5-meter diameter. The centipede's entire head armor was blown open, revealing the blood-red flesh beneath. "Holy cow, Jiang, what kind of gun is that?" Zhang Jun shouted. Jiang Jiwan replied midair, "TGG," and rolled to absorb the impact upon landing. "What does that mean?" Zhang Jun was puzzled. "Take off your head. It's an acronym." Zhang Jiwan briefly explained. Just as he got to his feet, the giant centipede, maddened by pain, lashed out, opening its jaws to bite down on Zhang Jiwan's head. The scythe-like mandibles, half a meter long, descended rapidly, as sharp as a guillotine. Instinctively, Zhang Jiwan braced his hands against the sides, his anti-cut tactical gloves gripping the centipede's mandibles tightly. An enormous force pressed from both sides, as if two stone walls were closing in to crush him. Meanwhile, in the depths of the emergency command center in Jingzhou, several people were fixated on the screen, which displayed footage from the chest cameras of everyone near Zhang Jiwan. They watched as Zhang Jiwan launched a reckless attack on the centipede and became locked in a life-or-death struggle. One person suddenly stood up, shouting at the screen, "Nangong, where are you? It's come to this, and you're still not intervening?" This is a second-tier Earth Core Red Dragon Centipede. From the speaker beside the screen, a slightly hoarse voice responded, "Second tier? I think he can handle it." "Nangong, what kind of joke is this?" Ning Nanxio suddenly stood up, his eyes blazing with anger. The badge on his chest clearly read Jingzhou Chief Instructor, a position that meant he oversaw the training and assessment of new recruits for the entire province's border defense. "Have you forgotten how the old general opened up your bloodline? Forgotten how Brother Jiang and sister-in-law risked their lives in the East African Grand Canyon to buy us time?" Ning Nanxio's voice was filled with incredulity. On the screen, a raspy voice emerged from the shadows. "Old Ning, don't bring that up. In terms of sentiment, Nangong Xianshui was personally trained by the old general. In terms of experience, you know I fought tooth and nail alongside our elder brother and sister-in-law in that canyon. My guilt towards young Master Jiang runs deeper than yours." Ning Nanxio frowned, retorting, "Is that your reason for holding back? The dark sorcerer is strong because of his flames, but his frail body could be pierced by an anti-tank shell. Can he really be compared to a second-tier magical beast?" Someone tried to calm him. "Old Ning, don't get worked up." But Ning Nanxio was already seething. "How can I not be worked up? Nangong's inaction could get young Master Jiang killed. Look at young Master Jiang." His gaze shifted to the screen. Under the pitch-black sky, the rooftop was awash with blood, bullets flashing amidst the frenzy of monsters. A panicked crowd pushed and shoved their way toward the stairs, but standing between them and a 35-meter-long red dragon centipede was a man in dark green camouflage. Zhang Jiwan, braced at a 45-degree angle, stood with one foot forward and the other back, gripping the centipede's sharp mandibles with both hands, halting the giant beast's charge. The centipede's fangs hovered dangerously close to his temples, while Zhang's muscles bulged like mountain ranges. "You." Zhang Jiwan looked up, meeting the centipede's fiery eyes with a smirk. "Is that all you've got?" His heart raced, as if ancient war drums were pounding within his chest. The centipede seemed to sense the threat in Zhang's unwavering gaze, letting out a piercing screech. Its backplates rose, unfurling two pairs of 5-meter-long membranous wings, which began to vibrate at high frequency. A fierce wind arose, sweeping up blood and debris around them. Zhang Jiwan felt a massive lift, and in the blink of an eye, he was 50 meters off the ground. The centipede's mouth gathered a lethal green venom, and with his hands restrained, Jiang couldn't wield a weapon. Over the radio, his comrades' shouts echoed. "Zhang Jiwan, let go. You'll be killed. Zhang Jiwan, aim for the tarp on our truck. You might survive. Zhang Jiwan." Yet, Zhang's focus never wavered from the deadly venom forming in the centipede's mouth. The drums of battle beat ever louder in Zhang Jiwan's heart, and the muscles in his arms were swelling to the point of pain. Urgent shouts echoed in his ears. "Zhang Jiwan, let go. You can't hold on. We'll figure out a way to catch you down here. Just let go. Don't underestimate me." Zhang Jiwan roared, his voice bursting from deep within, primal and fierce. It was as if the ancient ancestors, eyes blinded by blood, were waging a resolute battle against the heavens themselves. "Whoever wants me dead, I'll make sure they go first," he bellowed, his arms suddenly flaring open. Crack! With a sharp snap, Zhang Jiwan tore the pincers right out of the red dragon centipede's mouth. At that moment, it was as if every vein in his body ignited, his blood vessels glowing red through his skin like burning flames. You could even see his fiery heart pounding fiercely beneath the surface. People watching the screen were stunned. A first-tier body daring to challenge a second-tier beast? Zhang Jiwan's shout echoed again. "Don't underestimate me." This wasn't about underestimation. A first-tier student capable of battling a first-tier beast was already exceptional. Was Zhang Jiwan insane? How could his young body withstand such immense power? Long Xiangjuri wasn't just about physical prowess. It was humanity's primordial challenge to the cosmos, a defiant oath that mankind could conquer nature. Some legacies symbolize immense destructive power, others unparalleled penetration, and some exude dominance. But Long Xiangjuri stands for miracles, a lone hero amidst silence. Zhang Jiwan, this 18-year-old, had once climbed the cliffs of the world, with the Creator's supreme words echoing in his ears. Yet he still held firm to his belief in the culture of Desya, maintaining his independent thought. One chosen from a billion young talents, combined with the unyielding spirit of Kwafu. Even the heavens couldn't suppress him. How could a mere centipede stop him? With a swift motion, he stabbed the pincers back into the centipede's mouth, then used his arms to vault himself onto its back. The centipede writhed and twisted in midair from the pain, its venom spilling down towards the rooftop below and spraying towards the crowd. Zhang Jiwan noticed a black mist passing overhead, seemingly carrying the venom away. It's that protector, he's intervening, Athena noted. Zhang Jiwan acknowledged her, gripping the centipede's shell and lunging forward to seize its wing membrane, tearing it off with a powerful pull. Exhausted from the prolonged fight, his strength was at its limit, yet he managed to rip the membrane away. He kicked off the centipede, using the membrane as makeshift wings to slow his descent. Those at the scene and the instructors watching on screens were dumbfounded. Was he using the centipede's membrane as a parachute? Ning Nanchio's eyes widened in amazement. She whispered, I never would have thought of that move. How did this kid come up with it? Just because you're foolish doesn't mean Xiaojiang is, muttered an older man, his eyes filled with disdain. Ning Nanchio was instantly infuriated by the remark and glared at the man. Wang, who are you calling foolish? Do you have a better idea? The man named Wang flushed with embarrassment, coughed awkwardly, and quickly changed the subject. With a wingspan of 5 meters, plus the strong wind and rain, Xiao Jiang must be exerting a force of at least several tons to stay so steady. Is this still just a second tier? Ning Nanchio nodded, his expression serious as he explained. Long Xiang Zhuri ranks low in the ancient legends because no one has ever acquired its legacy. Those who encountered it said the process was simple, just follow Kwafu under the scorching sun. Some felt they walked in an illusion for 3 days, others for a year. Kwafu never showed any extraordinary powers, so people gave up. He watched as Zhang Jiwan landed on the rooftop of another building and continued. The master of legacy studies, Sanjiu Yinyu, once said that Long Xiang Zhuri represents great willpower. In other words, it's about creating miracles with your will. Isn't that the duo who wrote about the supernatural world in novels to prepare people for the apocalypse? Someone interjected, the writer here at the border is called Su Erjia's cat, and the one from the outland is Sanjiu Yinyu, right? Another person frowned, tapping a pin on the table, puzzled. Could it be that Xiao Zhang's ability is just strong willpower? That doesn't even sound as impressive as near ancient. Ning Nanchio shook his head, glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping, and lowered his voice. We were all personally trained by the old general, so I'll be frank. According to his analysis, Long Xiang Zhuri allows one to break through barriers between levels with willpower and faith. Xiao Jiang just demonstrated the violent beauty of willpower for us. He paused, then continued. Right now, Xiao Jiang doesn't want too much attention. So when we communicate with other states, let's downplay it a bit. How about we attribute some of Xiao Zhang's achievements to Xing Fei? Ning Nanchio began to evaluate the other team members. Xing Fei seems to have good tactical skills, daring to fight. Xie Qingyan is decent too. A few motivational words, and he's ready to charge. Cheng Xingmiao is a typical young girl, but at least she's determined and unwilling to fall behind. Zhang Zhan, he's surviving on luck. He elaborated on Zhang Zhan's perilous experiences, including narrowly escaping an attack from a giant mantis, a harmless fall of a cauliflower snake, and accidentally swatting a green fly. Ning Nanchio concluded, a brute warrior, a high-crit archer, a socially awkward mage, a determined pretty face, and a lucky charm duocent that make a perfect team? Someone couldn't help but comment, Ning, you're over 40, why do you talk like that? Ning Nanchio defended himself, I heard I might become a mentor for these kids, so I picked up some phrases from the 90s. But these kids are from the 2000s, another person pointed out helplessly. Switched to another high-rise. Zhang Jiwan had just landed, and was about to head to the battlefield when he noticed a flash of red, causing him to pause. It was a little girl in a red dress and shoes, with a red bow, holding a teddy bear and gazing at the distant battlefield. Zhang Jiwan recalled someone shouting earlier, it's true, the little girl was right, the Iron Army is nearby. He quickly approached the girl, gently tapping her cold shoulder. She remained still, shielding her from the rain with his hand. Zhang Jiwan asked, did you sneak the flare gun from the truck? Were you the one who told these adults that our Desya Iron Army is nearby? He crouched down and softly asked, what's your name? The girl remained silent, her eyes fixed on the battlefield. Zhang Jiwan ruffled her hair, saying, I'll just call you Little Miss then. I used to call my neighbor's little sister that when I was young. He asked again, why did you want to save these adults? The girl finally spoke, her voice barely above a whisper. Yinyan's mom is here. If mom dies, Yinyan will be sad. The girl stood with her back to Zhang Jiwan, speaking softly. Zhang Jiwan strained to catch every word she said. He gently asked, is the little girl called Yinyan? The girl firmly replied, Yinyan is my friend. Jiang Jiwan continued his questioning. Did you bring the flare gun here to save your friend's mother? He reached out to touch the girl, but was met with a chilling coldness. Her head had no warmth. Her entire body was unnervingly cold. Suppressing his discomfort, he softly said, "You're such a kind-hearted child." Yet, he silently added to himself, "Kindness in times of chaos often leads to death." Jiang Jiwan cautiously edged forward, trying to see the girl's face. She, however, turned slightly, keeping her back to him. "Can you let me see what you look like?" Jiang Jiwan made his voice as gentle and patient as possible. The girl didn't turn around, only murmured, "You'll be scared. My mom, dad, and brother were scared of me. They left and never came back." Her voice grew softer, tinged with tears, full of grievances with nowhere to go. The rain poured down, icy cold against Jiang Jiwan's hand. Her words reminded him of himself 10 years ago, a child who had grown up in happiness, only to lose all warmth overnight, leaving the world feeling harsh and wounding. Those wounds eventually became an unbreakable armor. "I'm not scared, not even when I fought the giant centipede." Jiang Jiwan's voice was even gentler, though he was pondering. "Is this girl a demon?" "No, Athena said she wasn't." "An orphan?" "No, she couldn't possibly be human." "Don't move, little one." Jiang Jiwan reassured her softly, slowly moving to face her. When he finally saw her face, his breath caught. The girl's face was as white and tender as jade, with a faint rosy glow. Yet, on this lovely face, there was a whole row of eyes, 16 bright green eyes, glistening with an eerie light. At that moment, Athena's voice echoed in Jiang Jiwan's ear. "It's an obsession binding the soul." Athena's voice echoed in Jiang Jiwan's ear, explaining the eerie scene before him. The child should have been devoured by a spider, but her strong will has taken over the soul of this lower creature. Perhaps it's a longing for life, or a yearning for her parents. Jiang Jiwan gazed at the face covered with insect-like eyes, silently questioning, why so many eyes? It looks like a spider. He recalled the scene from earlier that day when the girl vanished from the corner grocery store during the storm. The wall, dotted with conical holes, now seemed eerily similar to spider tracks. Athena's voice softened, as if she also felt sympathy for the girl's plight. She must have been consumed by the eastern eight-eyed sky spider. 16 eyes are its hallmark. She will gradually assimilate with the spider, with her bloodthirsty instincts and kind nature continually clashing, her humanity and beast nature interweaving. Physically, she will shift between human and spider forms until a balance is found. This morning, her face was still normal, but now it's transformed into that of a spider. Ultimately, she will become a beast barred from the 9 provinces barrier. The girl's 16 eyes timidly looked at Jiang Jiwan. He gently brushed aside her messy hair and softly asked, "Little one, where are your mom and dad?" "Dad, mom, and my little brother are all gone," the girl said, looking down at her distorted reflection in the puddle. She asked quietly, "Big brother, am I very scary like this?" "Not at all," Jiang Jiwan replied with a smile. "With so many eyes, your world must be filled with light." He pointed to his bulletproof vest, which glowed a bright red. "Look, my skin is red too, like fiery worms crawling, but after a while, it doesn't look so bad." Jiang Jiwan suggested, "I'm going to save these adults, and then I'll take you to a safe place, okay?" He thought to himself that since the girl couldn't enter the 9 provinces barrier, he could perhaps place her in an underground facility nearby, stocked with food, water, books, and toys, while waiting for humanity's counterattack. However, the girl shook her head and refused. "No, I'm afraid I'll scare my parents. I'll watch them from afar. The little spiders in the forest are fun, and they talk to me." Suddenly, the girl looked terrified and pointed into the distance, shouting, "Oh no, Yin-Yin's mom." In the pouring rain, a giant beetle tore through the downpour like a transport helicopter, seizing a woman in a lab coat by the shoulder and lifting her into the air. The woman, appearing to be in her 30s, had a pale face and struggled continuously, but her resistance seemed insignificant against the 2-meter-wide beetle. "Stay here, little one," Jiang Jiwan said, patting the girl's head before turning and launching himself into the rain like a superhero from a child's imagination. He took 3 strides, covering 2 meters with the first, 5 with the second, and leaping high with the third, propelling himself off the warehouse wall like a missile towards the beetle. In midair, Jiang Jiwan drew 2 trident daggers from his waist and slashed at the beetle as he approached it. With a swift motion, the woman's clothing on her shoulder was cut, and she plummeted towards the ground. At that moment, she was 12 meters up, equivalent to 3 or 4 stories high, and a fall would mean serious injury at least. "Xiechingen, it's your time to shine," Jiang Jiwan shouted. "Got it," Xiechingen responded, unexpectedly excited. He leaped from the defensive fortification, shouting, "Iron horses, rise!" With a series of cracking sounds, several azure ice spikes shot up from the ground. The first spike, nearly 7 meters high, formed a slope directly under the woman. She screamed as she hit the ice spike, followed by a smoother second spike. She slid down the ice, the angle becoming more gentle. The third and fourth spikes appeared in succession until the last was only at a 15-degree angle to the ground. She screamed as she slid into the pharmaceutical company's plaza pool, where the water absorbed most of the impact. Zhang Jiwan rushed over and pulled her out. "Oh yeah, Xiechingen, you're destined for greatness," Xiechingen shouted, exhilarated by the successful rescue. This usually socially anxious guy found his true self amidst the chaos of battle. Perhaps the thunder and gunfire were so loud that he felt his voice would be drowned out, so he celebrated without restraint. But he forgot about the earpiece, and his exuberant voice echoed through his teammates' ears, deafening them. "Well done, old Xie," Zhang Jiwan praised. "Old Xie, this icy slide is quite the creative touch." A few comrades, in perfect understanding, refrained from criticizing Xie Chingen's loud voice or his slightly dramatic speech. Instead, they continued to praise him, allowing Xie Chingen to indulge in his fantasy of being a chosen hero from a comic book world. Zhang Jiwan swiftly lifted the unconscious woman and tossed her into the truck bed. Turning around, he shouted into the communicator, "Lieutenant Zhuang, have all the people been rescued? If so, let's move out. We've got the people out, but the medical supplies aren't fully loaded yet." Zhuang Hao's voice crackled over the radio. His squad was busy in the warehouse, working alongside a few staff members to salvage essential, life-saving medications. Zhang Jiwan urgently replied, "Forget the supplies for now. Get the people out first. We're running low on ammo." He then yelled toward the armored vehicle, "Cheng Xingmiao, how many rounds do we have left for the heavy machine gun?" A few seconds later, Cheng Xingmiao responded, "About 450 rounds." She had been manning the heavy machine gun on the armored vehicle, providing covering fire, and her ears were nearly deafened, causing a delayed reaction. Zhang Jiwan pressed further into the communicator, "Lieutenant Zhuang, we're running out of heavy machine gun ammo. These creatures can fly, and if we're surrounded, neither the people nor the supplies will make it out." As he spoke, he rushed to the spot where the girl had stood moments before. It was now empty, with only a radiant smile etched into the wall by some sharp object. New indentations were appearing on the wall, possibly marking the girl's departure. "Little rascal," Zhang Jiwan muttered, staring at the smile. He carved his name beside it with a triangular bayonet, silently vowing, "I will help you find your parents. If we meet again, I'll make sure to bring you home." The truck started to leave, with the armored vehicle covering the rear. Xing Fei stood on top of the vehicle, a hexagram spinning between her hands, as the violet star arrows danced unpredictably through the sky. This was the most advanced offensive legacy from ancient times. Although Xing Fei's aim wasn't the best, the seemingly blind green flies kept colliding with the arrows, their bodies tearing apart and falling as purple flames. Inside the hall, analysts watched the screens intently, calculating rapidly, one first-tier creature, 0.1 points. Another first-tier creature, 0.1 points. As the arrows filled the sky, they were overwhelmed, continuously recording the scores. The car finally arrived at the dock 30 minutes later. Zhang Jiwan stood beside the armored vehicle, observing as the people were gradually transferred onto the ship. Their faces were marked with a mix of emotions. The joy of having survived, uncertainty about the future, and mourning for the loved ones they lost. The air was thick with a blend of sadness and hope. Zhang Jiwan scanned the crowd and quickly spotted Yanyan's mother. As soon as she saw him, she began thanking him profusely, even attempting to kneel in gratitude for saving their lives, but was promptly supported by the nearby soldiers of the Daxia Iron Army. "You're Yanyan's mother, right?" Zhang Jiwan asked, his voice tinged with fatigue. "You know my daughter?" the woman asked, eyes wide with surprise. Zhang Jiwan didn't answer directly, but led her to a relatively quiet corner. Taking a deep breath, he asked, "Does Yanyan have a friend who likes to wear red dresses, red shoes, butterfly hair clips, and carries a teddy bear? You know Wanwan?" The woman's eyes widened further as she scrutinized Zhang Jiwan, eventually sighing deeply, "That poor child. What happened to her?" Zhang Jiwan pressed on, feeling a strange sense of kinship due to the similarity in their names. The woman lowered her head, her voice filled with sorrow. "Wanwan's parents weren't too fond of her. When the dormitory at the factory collapsed, they saved their son and ran to the helicopter, leaving their daughter trapped underneath." "Why?" Zhang Jiwan's tone turned icy. Leaning against a pier post, the woman began to recount. "Wanwan was such a sweet little girl, the most well-behaved in the whole kindergarten. She could eat by herself, tie her own shoelaces, and never cried when she fell. She always placed in the top 3 in any competition. We all envied Wanwan's parents, but they didn't seem to care about any of that." She continued to describe Wanwan's family situation. Wanwan's father, being an only son for 3 generations, only wanted a son. After her brother Hutu was born, Wanwan never got new clothes again. Her parents spoiled Hutu and often scolded Wanwan. During the earthquake, Wanwan's mother even said not to save the disfigured Wanwan because she would be a burden. How tragic! Yinyan's mother choked up in my arms as she was dying. She kept asking me, Yinyan's mom, where are my parents? They took my brother. They should come for me, right? Wanwan can't walk today. Wanwan can't go home by herself. Hearing this, a flicker of coldness passed through Jiang Jiwan's eyes. He smiled faintly at the woman. I dreamt of Wanwan. She asked me to come save you all, so here I am. The woman was visibly taken aback. Jiang Zhuan continued. Whether you believe it or not, I was a stranger to this girl, but she led me here. He looked up at the overcast sky, his voice turning resolute. If you have the heart, erect a plaque for this child. Leave a teddy bear, some candies, and wish her a better family in her next life. With that, Jiang Zhiwan turned and walked towards the armored vehicle. The woman watched his back, sensing the transformation of this 18-year-old boy into a man of great stature. Jiang Zhiwan silently vowed to himself, what the law cannot judge, I will. On the return journey, Xing Fei sat in the passenger seat, occasionally glancing at Jiang Zhiwan's grim face. Even when faced with Versace's difficulties and Zhou Zi's provocations, Jiang Zhiwan had remained unfazed. But now his expression was exceptionally intimidating. When they entered the safety zone bathed in golden light, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, utterly exhausted. Zhang Zhun even fainted outright. Only Jiang Zhiwan remained alert, having obtained information about Wanwan's parents from the woman. At 2:30 in the morning, Jiang Zhiwan arrived at tent B704. Inside, Zhang Zhitao and his wife Lin Yu were lying with their son Zhang Hu, chatting idly. Huzi, it's a good thing you're smart. When the earthquake hit, you hid under the table, and I grabbed you right away. Yeah, sister said under the table is the safest place. She lied. Luckily, I was on top of her. She just wanted to hurt me. Your sister only knows how to study, just listens to the teachers. We won't be like her. Our Huzi is the smartest. By the way, you think since we didn't save Wanwan, she won't come looking for us at night, right? Not a chance. I carried her for 10 months. Without me, she wouldn't even have lived these 5 or 6 years. She was never meant to be part of this family. At that moment, a screeching brake sound pierced the night outside the tent. The tent flap was suddenly pulled open, revealing Jiang Zhiwan's icy expression at the entrance. Don't sleep yet. Wanwan is still waiting for you to come home. Jiang Zhiwan's voice was as cold as ice as he stepped into the tent. Just as Lin Yu was about to scream, Jiang Zhiwan slapped her unconscious. He quickly did the same to the father and son, rendering them unconscious too. Under the cover of night, Jiang Zhiwan dragged the unconscious couple out of the tent and threw them into the back seat of a Tesla. He got into the driver's seat, ready to start the car, when he suddenly felt a chill, as if something was watching him. Jiang Zhiwan glanced to his side and found a man dressed in black, head lowered, sitting in the passenger seat. The man had been keeping his head down, seemingly contemplating his words. Slowly, he raised his head, ready to speak. Just then, Jiang Zhiwan interrupted with his name, Nangong Xian Shui? The sudden revelation froze the man's expression. He was taken aback. How did Jiang Zhiwan know his name? The mysterious aura he had painstakingly cultivated vanished in an instant. Jiang Zhiwan glanced at him and calmly explained, you hit it well, but I heard your radio communicator go off at the pharmaceutical company. Nangong Xian Shui's expression remained rigid. Jiang Zhiwan took the opportunity to scrutinize the middle-aged man. Around 40 years old, lean build, about 1.78 meters tall, with sharp, chiseled features. He must have been quite the handsome young man. His robe was loose, and the car's air conditioning caused it to wrinkle in straight lines, suggesting to Jiang Zhiwan that he might be hiding more than one weapon underneath. Good hearing, Nangong Xian Shui muttered, then fell silent, as if trying to maintain a shred of his enigmatic presence. Jiang Zhiwan softly said, thank you, then pressed down on the accelerator. The Tesla Model 3 Performance emitted a buzzing hum and shot forward. With its incredible 3.3 seconds 100 km/h acceleration, it pinned both of them to the racing seats, while the 3 people in the back were flung against their seatbacks like ragdolls. Nangong Xian Shui looked at Jiang Zhiwan, his mind full of questions. I suddenly appear in your passenger seat, and you don't ask why I'm here? You secretly kidnapped 3 people, and don't seem the least bit guilty when caught? Your unpredictable behavior has rendered my well-prepared speech useless. I spent 20 minutes writing it and an hour memorizing it. Can you at least play by the rules? After 10 minutes of driving, Nangong Xian Shui finally spoke. Who gave you the car? I got it from a repair shop by the roadside outside the Golden Curtain. Jiang Zhiwan replied, turning on the music. Jay Chou's War Ends played softly, its dark, moody tune filling the car. God. Nangong Xian Shui frowned, sensing something off with the choice of words. Jiang Zhiwan shrugged and explained, this kind of vehicle, controlled entirely by electronic systems, is easy to take. Just connect with a phone and send a virus. I saw a mechanic do it while working at the repair shop. But taking a car like this easily attracts attention from the authorities. But there are no rules outside the curtain, right? Nangong Xian pondered for a long time before concluding, that's stealing. I'm a scholar. Jiang Jiwan smiled, steering the wheel while keeping his eyes on the road. Can you call it stealing when a scholar does it? Then what do you call it? Theft. Is that honorable? Not honorable, but would you rather be called a petty thief or a notorious bandit? Nangong Xian felt himself being swayed by Jiang Jiwan's words and quickly coughed to change the subject. Do you know who I am? Nangong Xian, right? I called you by name when we first met. Are you getting forgetful, uncle? Jiang Jiwan remained focused on the road ahead, having already sped out of the golden curtain. Nangong Xian coughed again. I mean, do you know my identity? No idea. Aren't you curious? Why should I be? A lone shadow over the river. An old acquaintance from the martial world. Why must we have met before? Jiang Jiwan appeared harmless, pressing the accelerator, hands steady on the wheel, eyes on the dimly lit road. Nangong Xian was at a loss for words. Jiang Jiwan continued. Conversations need a hook. If you want to tell someone you had king crab for dinner, they need to ask if you ate first, right? Jiang Jiwan's remarks left Nangong Xian unable to find a way to broach the subject, so he tried to force a new topic. As a border guard, you can't harm ordinary citizens. Jiang Jiwan remained expressionless, speaking slowly, and as ordinary citizens, they shouldn't discuss the border guards, should they? Nangong Xian knew Jiang Jiwan's actions were against the rules, yet he found his reasoning compelling. You heard the conversation between the girl and me, right? Jiang Jiwan asked. Nangong Xian didn't respond, fearing that continuing the conversation would lead him deeper into Jiang Jiwan's logic. Jiang Jiwan gave a thumbs up, pointing at the two people behind him. As parents, knowing your child is alive, you should do everything to rescue them, right? As a border guard, although I despise their actions, I can't directly judge them, so I gave them a chance to save their daughter. Sending ordinary people into the world beyond the curtain was akin to sending them to their deaths, but Jiang Jiwan's reasoning was sound, and Nangong Xian couldn't find any flaws. What about the other child? If they don't return, Ning Nanxia will take responsibility for the child's future and teach him what responsibility means. Nangong Xian sighed lightly. This will bring you severe punishment. Let it go. It's not worth it. How severe? Execution? Jiang Jiwan glanced sideways at Nangong Xian. Nangong Xian suddenly realized that the demeanor and speech of the child before him were far beyond his years. He struggled to regain his composure, his voice carrying a barely noticeable hint of tension. I'm here to take you back, along with those two. I'm your guardian and your mentor. I'll protect you from the shadows and correct your actions. Jiang Jiwan activated the vehicle's autopilot mode and turned to meet Nangong Xianshui's gaze. His voice was calm and steady, not at all like that of an 18-year-old. A guardian? Guard my path? My path is that good and evil are repaid. How do you plan to guard that? Can the law judge such parents? The seasoned warrior was momentarily at a loss for words. He was adept in cultivation and combat, yet in this exchange of words and principles, he found himself at a disadvantage. Jiang Jiwan gave him no time to recover, pulling a handgun from his waist and placing it on the armrest inside the car. Mr. Nangong, the law wouldn't shoot such scum, would it? Nangong Xian remained silent for a long while before finally nodding. And border guards wouldn't judge such people, would they? Jiang Jiwan pressed on. Nangong Xian nodded again. If border guards knew about their actions beforehand, would they save them? This time, Nangong Xian shook his head. Jiang Jiwan smiled slightly, though his eyes glittered with a complex light. Then let's leave it to fate. Since border guards shouldn't save them, we'll take them back to the crossroads where they came from and see what fate decides. The vehicle continued onward, and Nangong Xian sank into silence. Suddenly, a massive beetle, over 2 meters in length, descended from the sky, its membranous wings emitting a deafening buzz. Jiang Jiwan looked up to see its iron-hard shell glistening coldly in the pouring rain, its sharp appendages poised with lethal intent. Yet in the next moment, the creature's body was abruptly torn apart, as if an invisible blade had precisely sliced through its form. The shell, impervious even to heavy machine gun fire, was now cleanly cut like tofu, the smoothness of the incision startling. Jiang Jiwan turned to Nangong Xian, noting that he had his eyes closed, seemingly at ease, though the slight twitch of his brow betrayed his inner turmoil. What is your legacy? Jiang Jiwan couldn't help but ask. Still with his eyes shut, Nangong Xian softly replied, a sword of cold frost. An ancient level, understood with Jiang Qingqian's help. Under the shelter of the dormitory building at the medical center, Jiang Jiwan parked his car. He opened the front trunk to reveal a large teddy bear surrounded by an array of colorful candies and chocolates. Carefully, he placed a note beside the bear. Little girl, Your mom and dad are coming for you. The volcanic ash is approaching, so grab some food and drink and hide underground. Big brother will come find you, Jiang Jiwan. He left another note for the parents. You forgot to take Wan Wan. Imagining their expressions upon finding the note, Jiang Jiwan allowed himself a slight smile. The rain intensified, and Jiang Jiwan waited amidst the ruins for an hour. Silence enveloped the area, and any approaching creatures were silently dispatched by Nangong Xian Shui. The prowess of this guardian was truly impressive. Time ticked by, yet Wan Wan did not appear. Understanding her reluctance to show herself, Jiang Jiwan stood up to leave. Before departing, he pinned his name-tagged identity badge to the bear's ear. The night fell, devoid of stars or moon. The relentless rain seemed intent on washing away the day's dust and grime. Yet, instead of cleansing the hardships, it felt as though it had torn away a veil, exposing the raw human suffering beneath. Suddenly, something flickered in the darkness. Upon closer inspection, the teddy bear had disappeared. In front of the car stood a strange creaturia spider's body with the upper half of a girl, long hair adorned with a butterfly hairpin. It clutched the teddy bear and some snacks, eyes filled with confusion. Tilting its head, it gazed intently into the car as if trying to peer through 5 or 6 years of time. 16 eyes misted over, and finally, a single tear fell silently. 20 minutes later, the sound of the rain on the shelter roused the father inside the car. The middle-aged man rubbed his swollen, numb face and mumbled, "Where are we?" Suddenly, a timid girl's voice piped up, "Daddy." The man frowned and glanced around, muttering, "Did I just hear that brat's voice? Must be dreaming. Wasn't she left in the ruins?" The girl's voice called again, softer, "Daddy, Mommy?" Growing weaker with each word. He woke his wife and son, claiming he had heard Wan Wan's voice. The woman replied irritably, "What are you thinking? That burden is long gone, and good riddance. The rations are so limited, and she was such a big eater." As the rain pounded on the windows, they heard the sound of a girl's sobs fading into the distance. Suddenly, a rustling sound grew louder. The woman asked, puzzled, "Honey, weren't we supposed to be in the tent?" The man tapped his head. "I just remember walking into the tent alone. Then nothing." Before he could finish, a sharp sound scraped across the car roof, chilling them to the bone. Looking up, they saw a massive flower spider, 3 meters in diameter, peering down through the panoramic sunroof. In the next instant, its sharp mandibles pierced through, ensnaring the 2 adults in webbing. Amidst their screams, they were dragged out of the car, left hanging upside down from the shelter. Countless spiders swarmed, injecting venom and beginning to dissolve their muscles. In the torrential rain, the screams and wails mingled with distant sobs. If they had shown even a hint of compassion for their daughter's plight, the spider girl, possessing human intelligence, might have spared them. But they had torn apart the gentleness in the child's heart, and those wounds had grown into hard armor, perhaps even sharp thorns. Returning to Jingzhou, Jiang Jiwan found that Nangong Xian Shui had suddenly vanished. One moment he was in the car listening to Heading North, and the next, he was gone without a trace. Jiang Jiwan pondered the expert skill level. Athena appeared quietly, offering an explanation. By your classification, he is at the U level, just a step from reaching Hengduan. If there are no other Hengduan-level powerhouses in this world, he is destined for the top tier soon. Nodding thoughtfully, Jiang Jiwan entered the tent. He had an hour to rest. The snores of his comrades were thunderous, and he lay on the bed, massaging his sore muscles, quickly falling asleep. However, sleep was no refuge for him. As soon as he drifted off, Athena greeted him with a sweeping leg and shoulder throw. Only the sound of the assembly bell an hour later rescued him. They were herded out of bed to begin their daily routine of brushing teeth and washing faces. Jiang Jiwan stood at the entrance of the tent, his gaze sweeping over the bunks. The familiar faces from yesterday were gone, replaced by unfamiliar newcomers. This harsh reality hit him like a heavy blow to the heart. Those young lives were left forever on the battlefield, their names not yet etched into the memories of their comrades. He picked up a cup and brushed his teeth mechanically. In the mirror, his face appeared more bronzed, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. "It's good to be alive," he murmured to himself, his voice barely audible. Not far away, Lin Ran and Zhou Zi glanced at Jiang Jiwan, but said nothing, lacking their usual banter. The morning air was thick with a heavy atmosphere, as if everyone had lost their edge. Jiang Jiwan walked to the tent entrance, gazing into the distance at the large screen in the square. The screen displayed staggering numbers. 4.5 billion people had been rescued across Xia, with over 100 million from Jingzhou alone. In stark contrast, Yuzhou, Qingzhou, and Shuzhou, surrounded by other states or the sea, had little opportunity for rescue. Xingfei quietly appeared beside Jiang Jiwan, a faint jasmine scent lingering around her, showing she had just washed her hair. "Today is the last chance for everyone in Xia, right?" she asked while massaging her sore arm. We rescued 47 people last night, Jiang Jiwan replied, but we lost 13 members of the Dixia Iron Army, with 6 seriously injured. Fortunately, Cheng Xingmiao managed to stabilize their conditions. He sighed deeply. Today will be just as long. Noticing Xing Fei's pale complexion, Jiang Jiwan asked about her father. Xing Fei rolled her eyes. He's planning a karaoke business. He actually wants us 3 inheritors to help manage it. Jiang Jiwan looked puzzled. How can you open a karaoke place? Isn't it a 14-hour workday now? Xing Fei explained. For Iron Army and border families, it's an 8-hour workday. He thinks he can squeeze in the time. And he's after that first pot of gold. She added. Didn't you know? The old currency might not be usable anymore. The world's wealth is undergoing a massive reshuffle. Jiang Zhuan shrugged. Well, my 231 bucks of pocket money have no purchasing power now. How sad. Yet his expression betrayed no sadness or schadenfreude. They stood there in silence, lost in their own thoughts. Suddenly, a piercing alarm shattered the quiet, followed by Qi Boyong's deep voice over the loudspeaker. All border guards, report to the docks. Repeat. All border guards report to the docks. Jiang Jiwan and Xing Fei turned sharply, and through the 2 kilometers of open space, they clearly saw 3 sand transport ships slowly approaching the shore. Another batch of survivors? Xing Fei's eyes lit up. But isn't welcoming survivors not our job? Of course, Jiang Zhuan replied, adjusting his helmet and feeling the trident at his waist, his tone serious. Something's wrong at the docks. As the piercing whistle sounded, people poured out of their tents like a tide. Within minutes, over 500 individuals were gathered in the square, each displaying a range of expressions, some still rubbing the sleep from their eyes. Jiang Zhuan astutely noticed that today's group was more diverse than yesterday's. In addition to many young faces under the age of 20, there were a few middle-aged individuals in their 30s and 40s, also clad in the new recruits' training uniforms, looking somewhat uneasy. Jiang Zhuan understood. The awakening of the young was nearly complete, and now it was the middle-aged people's turn. The first batch of newcomers had been in combat all day yesterday, while those who arrived on the second day had completed the inheritance process, providing a fresh influx of blood for the frontier defenders. What surprised him most was the appearance of a few foreign faces among the newcomers. Sensing Jiang Jiwan's curiosity, Athena explained proactively, as long as they have a sufficient appreciation for Eastern culture, they can receive the inheritance. What about Silla and Isumo? Jiang Jiwan inquired. Athena replied, those 2 nations share cultural similarities with Dacia. They inherited the culture of a certain dynasty in Dacia, and although they develop distinct characteristics according to their own customs, they ultimately lead to the same end. I have chosen many children from Silla and Isumo before. Their resistance to the creator's ideology is quite strong. While their culture may not be as rich and colorful as Dacia's, their faith in Eastern culture is steadfast. I believe those seeking refuge in Dacia could also produce many inheritors. A sharp whistle from afar interrupted their conversation. Qi Boyong stood atop a watchtower, holding a loudspeaker and shouting, all team leaders, you have 30 seconds. Find your team members and assemble. Foreigners, stand at the back and await instructions. The scene descended into chaos, filled with clamoring voices, taking nearly 45 seconds to form into ranks. Qi Boyong frowned, dissatisfied with the newcomer's performance, but knowing it wasn't the time to enforce rules. He raised the loudspeaker again, announcing loudly, at 5:08 this morning, a fleet led by the Shangjiang 07 cruise ship, totaling 14 vessels, went missing in the midstream between Changning and Qiang, with an estimated loss of 50,000 people. New teams that haven't participated in missions yet, your task is to search nearby cities and assist in clearing paths for convoys. Teams that engaged in combat yesterday, I need you to find this fleet. These are all today's tasks. Give it your all. Qi Boyong surveyed the surroundings, his voice lowering with a hint of gravity. This is also the last request from those struggling on the brink of life and death before the volcanic ash engulfs Daxia. Give it your all. The previously drowsy newcomers now bore solemn expressions. Qi Boyong gestured, and someone unfurled the flag of Daxia in the morning breeze. The bright red flag rose slowly, like the morning sun ascending, illuminating the mountain's peak. Everyone instinctively looked up at the flag, which symbolized their spirit and backbone. In those moments of despair, as long as this flag flew, the people born on this land could stand tall. Lowering the loudspeaker, Qi Boyong addressed the 1,000 before him with his deep, resonant voice. I know most of you aren't ready to become warriors, let alone heroes. You stumbled into this inheritance, then were thrust into training and the battlefield like ducks to water. Trust me, when you see those beasts charging at the civilians, when you realize only you can save those lives, you'll understand what it means to be a frontier defender. With that, Qi Boyong tore off his training vest, revealing a chest full of scars. Burns, cuts, gashes, punctures. Gruesome scars covered 60% of his upper body, a chilling sight. Pointing to his chest, His voice filled with conviction, he declared, "Do you know what a frontier defender is? A frontier defender is not just those guarding Daxia's borders. Remember my words and feel them on the battlefield. Every frontier defender is Daxia's gateway. As long as our bodies endure, Daxia can fight." The newcomers, looking at Qi Boyong's scars and the fluttering flag, felt a mix of excitement and apprehension. They weren't sure if they possessed Qi Boyong's resolve and courage. Suddenly, two voices arose from the crowd. One was a soft murmur from Jiang Jiwan. "As long as our bodies endure, Daxia can fight." It was as if he was encouraging himself. The other was a loud shout from Xiecheng. This young man, with a flair for the dramatic, couldn't resist responding passionately to such stirring words. All eyes turned to Xiecheng. Realizing he had become the center of attention, the socially anxious youth blushed deeply, lowering his head. His face transformed from fiery enthusiasm to a deep shade of purplered in an instant, leaving him awkwardly exposed. Qi Boyong's gaze swept over the team standing before him, finally settling on Xiecheng, who was looking down. He nodded in approval and said in a booming voice, "Very good. I like your enthusiasm. I hope you bring this passion to the battlefield." Then, he gestured towards the armored vehicles in the distance and continued giving orders. "Now, everyone board the vehicles. The onboard computers contain your specific tasks and patrol areas." He paused briefly and added, "For the teams that performed exceptionally well yesterday, you will have an additional foreign elite as support." This statement sparked a low murmur among the group. Xing Fei frowned, feeling a twinge of unease. She thought that the addition of a foreign soldier might disrupt the team's cohesion established yesterday, potentially hindering their operations. Jiang Jiwan's reaction was more direct. He quietly slipped to a corner, took out his phone, and dialed Qi Boyong's number. "Our team is great. We don't need any extra help," Jiang Jiwan said bluntly, his tone clearly resistant. Qi Boyong's response was unexpected. "The one joining your team is a girl from Isumo." His tone was calm, as if he had anticipated Jiang Jiwan's reaction. This answer did not ease Jiang Jiwan's dissatisfaction. Instead, it heightened his aversion. He had never had a favorable impression of Isumo. Sensing Jiang Jiwan's shift in mood, Qi Boyong lowered his voice and continued to explain. "The girl's great-grandfather was named Miyagawa Hideo, and his name is even engraved on the Great Xia Hero Monument. You might want to learn about this family. They have been striving to reveal the true history of those times, making them a thorn in the side of many in Isumo." Qi Boyong's words carried deeper implications. While others from Isumo came to Great Xia seeking refuge, her family was invited by Great Xia to seek asylum. Jiang Zhuan pondered this, deducing that these foreigners must have been international friends who once fought for Great Xia. This also explained why the border guards accepted them. As Jiang Zhuan was lost in thought, a figure appeared at the armored vehicle's door. It was a young girl with long, deep purple hair, standing under 1.6 meters tall. Despite wearing standard camouflage and a helmet, she exuded a unique, adorable charm. The girl surveyed everyone inside the vehicle with her bright eyes, a sweet smile on her face. She cheerfully introduced herself. "I'm Yueji Chunying. I love cats, manga, and the history of every nation in the world. I'm currently reading 1587, A Year of No Significance. Nice to meet you all." With that, she gave a slight bow. Before anyone could respond, Yueji Chunying nimbly hopped onto the armored vehicle and swiftly found a seat at the back. Her presence undoubtedly added a unique touch to the team. She wasted no time, quickly fastening her seatbelt, then smiled and said, "All right, my friends from Daxia, let's embark on a new journey with new companions. Yes, the journey will be passionate because of me." Upon hearing this, Xiechingen was taken aback, feeling as if he had found a kindred spirit. The two immediately launched into an animated exchange unique to their shared interests, concluding with a spontaneous high-five, like old friends reunited after years apart. However, the physical contact with a girl made Xiechingen blush, and he kept rubbing his face, trying to appear more natural. Yueji Chunying was clearly an outgoing girl. In the armored car, she chatted enthusiastically with everyone, discussing fashion with Cheng Xingmiao, entertainment with Xing Fei, new anime with Xiechingen, and even the 100 ways to write a love letter with Zhang Zhan. Jiang Jiwan focused on driving, while Yueji Chunying's melodious, traditional sunrise folk songs filled the air, with others tapping to the rhythm. As the armored car exited the Kyushu curtain, they saw numerous trucks and buses packed with refugees. The people were disheveled, some soaked to the bone, others huddled together for warmth, and some wrapped in blood-stained bandages. These vehicles converged from the southeast, south, and west. Upon entering the curtain, the light from the Kyushu cauldron awakened them, and they leaned against the vehicle sides, gazing at the nearby camp and the intact city. They cheered, tears streaming down their faces, some even sobbing uncontrollably, knowing they were finally safe. Zhang Zhan, peering through the passenger window, observed the people embracing in pain. Suddenly, he pointed. "Old Jiang. Isn't that the cafeteria lady and her husband?" Jiang Jiwan followed his direction and saw a man slumped against a truck, holding his wife. Around them, others laughed or cried, but this couple remained expressionless. Jiang noticed a person covered with a white cloth beside them. The lady gently lifted a corner, murmuring, "Take one more look, we're safe now. Just one more look." Her husband quietly covered it again, saying, "Don't look, just rest." The armored car brushed past the truck, giving Jiang Jiwan only a fleeting glimpse of the family's joys and sorrows. Yet, with nearly 100 people in that vehicle, dozens of families, each likely had similar stories. Zhang Zhen clicked his tongue. What a pity. That kid had such good grades. The cafeteria lady always told me her child was top of the class when serving food. She was so nice, never skimping on meat, saying we needed to eat more while growing. I still remember their 20th wedding anniversary when her husband waited with roses on an electric bike at the school gate, and we cheered. Even the principal joined in. As he spoke, Zhang Zhan's expression darkened. Old Jiang, this disaster. It might take years for everyone to emotionally recover. It won't take years, Yuezhi Chunying's childlike voice suddenly rang out in the car. Zhang Zhan turned back to ask, why? When volcanic ash covers everything outside Kyushu, and the world is plunged into darkness, people have no time for emotions. In prosperous times, we talk about depression and anxiety, but in chaotic times, survival is all that matters. Yuezhi Chunying's expression was eerily calm, as if she were discussing love letters. Chang Xingmiao seemed to have a different opinion, softly saying, "How do you know people will forget their scars? Losing loved ones is deeply painful. It's not forgetting, it's becoming numb," Yuezhi Chunying slowly explained. You see a child lost and cry, then seconds later, parents gone. A minute later, everyone around you dead. You lose your soul, your humanity, only your primal instinct remains. You run forward desperately, not knowing where to go, not having time to think of the future, with nothing left in your mind but the urge to run. She spoke slowly, as if recalling something. As for how I know? Because there are only 2 cities left in Izumo. When a Dacia helicopter took me and my family away from Izumo, it flew below the clouds for 10 minutes, and I watched for 10 minutes. At first, my kin and I were just grateful to have survived, but upon seeing people turn into aimless, tireless beasts, guilt for abandoning our country began to swell within us. Her voice grew increasingly ethereal. Cheng Xingmiao fell silent. It was said that Izumo's population of 100 million was reduced to less than 10 million, a true decimation. Maybe the border guards put me in your team to help you brace for the despair coming tonight? Yuezhi Chunying concluded her speech with a single sentence. The vehicle powered through the water, and everyone looked at Yuezhi Chunying. Despair tonight? Zhang Zhuan suddenly spoke from the driver's seat. Yes, the most despairing will be tonight, yesterday, and the day before. Survivors were still waiting for news of their loved ones within the curtain, still hurrying along the road. But tonight, countless refugees will be stomping on the gas, watching the distant curtain, only to be swallowed by volcanic ash. Some might even see their loved ones just within reach, only to be separated forever at that moment. Jiang Jiwan glanced at the navigation system. We have 3 kilometers to reach the patrol location. Find the fleet as soon as possible. We need to return to Jingzhou before the volcanic ash arrives. The car soon arrived, and Jiang Jiwan braked hard, stopping by the Xiang River. He unbuckled his seatbelt, clapped his hands loudly, and cheered, "Brothers, let's save as many as we can today. I'll treat you to a good meal afterward, then we'll have a good night's sleep." Zhang Jin's eyes lit up. "I want oysters with chives." Xing Fei kicked him. "You don't even have a girlfriend. What do you need such a boost for?" The rain continued to pour, the world and the great river a dense, gray blue, obscuring everything. Yet Jiang Jiwan felt countless eyes staring hungrily at them, the fresh prey. Zhang Zhen and Xing Fei busied themselves inflating the portable assault boat, while Jiang Jiwan and Cheng Xingmiao deployed 2 underwater scanning robots into the river. By the shore, Xie Qingyan quietly asked Yuezhi Chunying, "Hey, does being swallowed by volcanic ash mean certain death? What's really out there?" Species that humanity's current technology and strength are utterly incapable of dealing with. Yuezhi Chunying exhaled a long breath, as if shedding a burden of guilt and pressure. "We call them gods." The formidable Daxia Iron Army followed closely, with Zhuang Hao still leading the charge. In yesterday's battle, 18 young warriors were lost forever in front of the pharmaceutical company's warehouse. Zhuang Hao replenished the team with 11 from the reserves, leading 3 squads totaling 30 people to follow Jiang Jiwan. The team commenced their search operation. Drones hovered in the sky for reconnaissance, while 2 soldiers donned diving gear, preparing to explore underwater. Xing Fei finished inflating the assault boat and approached Jiang Jiwan to inquire about the situation. Jiang Jiwan, focused on the real-time underwater footage, shook his head and said, "The Xiang River's current is too fast these days, with complex underwater currents." He lowered his voice. "That little girl from Izumo is quite something." Curious, Xing Fei glanced at Yushir Chunin. who was engrossed in conversation with Xiecheng. Jiang Zhiwan caught a fleeting glance from Yu Shichunin and smiled wryly. She spent half the journey trying to get information from us, yet skillfully avoided revealing her own legacy. Xing Fei was taken aback, realizing upon reflection that this was indeed the case. Jiang Zhiwan explained. This indicates that she had control over the conversation all along. Our team is still quite inexperienced. With that, Jiang Zhiwan handed the controller to Xing Fei and walked directly towards Yu Shichunin. He asked Xiecheng to step aside and stood beside Yu Shichunin, gazing out over the vast Yang River. Yu Shichunin praised the beauty of Daxia's rivers and mentioned feeling a bit chilly. Jiang Zhiwan responded, I've never been to Isumo, but I've heard the scenery is picturesque. He turned to her and said, I hear that Isumo girls, like Daxia girls, appreciate the allure of half-hidden beauty. I think you embody that. Yu Shichunin tilted her head with a smile. Do you like me? Unfazed, Jiang Zhiwan replied, I like all beautiful girls, but you are particularly enigmatic. We don't even know why you joined us, nor do we know your legacy. Before we fight side by side, we must understand each other. He looked intently at Yu Shichunin. Can you tell me about your legacy now? Yu Shichunin's smile deepened. Ning Nanqiu sent me to remind you all to stay vigilant at all times. It seems you don't need my reminder. She slowly revealed. Kezi Guangyin. Jiang Zhiwan repeated the poetic name, ready to delve into its meaning, when Yu Shichunin suddenly launched a punch at him. Jiang Zhiwan swiftly sidestepped, catching her fist precisely with his left hand. Your sneak attack skills aren't very high, he remarked, just before a heavy punch landed on his face, nearly making him bite his tongue. What is your legacy? Jiang Zhiwan exclaimed, retreating in shock. Your punch can penetrate my palm? Yu Shichunin giggled and attacked again, using a karate advancing sidekick. As Jiang Zhiwan retreated, he pondered. This isn't like external energy projection, nor like hitting through obstacles. Kezi Guangyin must relate to time. Could she manipulate time? Teammates on the shore noticed the commotion. Zhang Zhen asked, puzzled. What's going on with Yu Shi? Why is she chasing Jiang Zhiwan so relentlessly? Xiecheng speculated. Maybe Jiang Zhiwan was being inappropriate? I think I saw him grab Yu Shi's hand. Zhang Zhen was shocked. I never thought Jiang Zhiwan, with his righteous appearance, would be like that. Just as they gathered closer, Jiang Zhiwan suddenly shouted, Kezi Guangyin? Does it refer to a time lapse? Jiang Zhiwan suddenly stepped forward, his fists colliding fiercely in front of his chest. His bones made a cracking sound as all his joints activated instantly. Like a leopard, he leaped into the air, curling his body like a hedgehog to protect his vulnerable parts, and charged directly at Yu Yichunying. Surprise flashed in Yu Yichunying's large eyes. She clearly hadn't expected Jiang Zhiwan to grasp the concept of time lag so quickly. His explosive speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he was upon the girl. With a swift step to the left and an immediate shift of her weight back to the right, Yu Yichunying moved like a basketball player executing a crossover. Although Jiang Zhiwan noticed her change in movement, he still headed straight for her left side. Old Jiang made the wrong call. Zhang Zhen shouted from the sidelines. He got tricked, Xiecheng shook his head. Although the two moved as fast as lightning, the spectators could see everything clearly. Xing Fei watched in awe, estimating that Yu Yichunying had completed the drastic change in direction in just 0.15 seconds. On the field, only Jiang Zhiwan seemed capable of barely keeping up. Suddenly, Yu Yichunying's face turned pale, and she fell backward onto the riverbank, appearing to have been tackled by Jiang Zhiwan. The crowd gasped, unable to comprehend the scene before them. Jiang Zhiwan slowly stood up, while Yu Yichunying's face was full of unwillingness. The onlookers exchanged puzzled glances, debating the recent events. Yu Yichunying got to her feet and nodded at Jiang Zhiwan. Yuan, how did you figure it out? I just made a bet with myself, Jiang Zhiwan replied. I bet that my eyes were deceiving me. Now, can you tell me about the function of Kezi Guangyin? Their companions gathered around, looking bewildered. Yu Yichunying brushed the grass off her clothes, her gaze lingering on Jiang Zhiwan as her smile returned. My legacy is Kezi Guangyin, an ancient level legacy, number 025, and it belongs to the time category, she explained. Xiecheng exclaimed excitedly, time category is impressive. Have you ever heard time reigns supreme? Space is king, power is paramount, fate is ultimate? Yu Yichunying shook her head. Don't think of time as that mystical. The ability of Kezi Guangyin lies in the fact that I am not in the same time frame as you. Jiang Zhiwan seemed to understand. What's the time range you can control? Within 0.5 seconds forward or backward, Yu Yichunying replied. Xing Fei scratched his helmet, perplexed. Can you two speak in a way we can understand? Pointing to herself, Yu Yichunying explained. The version of me you see might be 0.5 seconds in the past or 0.5 seconds in the future. You only saw me shift directions left to right, but what I actually did was left right left. My body is 0.5 seconds ahead of you in time, so you couldn't see me make another left shift. Zhang Jiwan guessed correctly, forcing me to pull back to the right, but I still got hit, which is why I fell on the right side. Shi Cheng'an suddenly slapped his thigh, a look of realization flashing in his eyes. I get it, he exclaimed excitedly. Just now, Lao Jiang grabbed your hand, but you still managed to knock him away. That's because he was holding onto the you from 0.5 seconds ago, while your real fist was already landing on his face. Yu Yi Chunying smiled and nodded in confirmation, her eyes gleaming with approval. Meanwhile, Jiang Jiwan, feeling a bit disgruntled, rubbed his face and glared at Shi Cheng'an. Why do you have to bring that up? He grumbled. Shi Cheng'an, with an innocent expression, retorted, Lao Jiang, what do you have to boast about? Are you rich, or is your girlfriend beautiful? This blunt question left Jiang Jiwan even more exasperated. He shook his head with a wry smile and said, neither, so just drop it. In response, Shi Cheng'an simply nodded earnestly. Everyone struggled to grasp the concept of Yu Yi Chunying's inherited ability. This, Kezi Guangyin, not only had a mysterious name, but also an equally perplexing function. Suddenly, a new question dawned on Jiang Jiwan. If you used a gun, would the bullet hit before anyone even saw it fired? Yu Yi Chunying explained, I can only control my body. Anything that leaves my body returns to the original timeline. As she spoke, she swiftly drew a gun. To everyone's astonishment, her actions seemed to defy the order of time. Jiang Jiwan first saw a small flash of fire in the air in front of Yu Yi Chunying, followed by a bullet appearing out of nowhere, speeding towards the mist-covered river. Only then did he see Yu Yi Chunying disengage the safety, aim, and pull the trigger, the gun aimed at where the bullet had just appeared. Did you catch that? Yu Yi Chunying patiently explained. This time, I placed myself 0.5 seconds in the future. To you, it seemed like I hadn't drawn the gun yet, but in reality, I had already fired it 0.5 seconds later. However, I can't control the bullet's timeline, so it appears before you see the firing action. Shi Cheng'an, being someone who had long immersed himself in the worlds of comics and novels, quickly accepted this bizarre ability setup. Just then, a tense voice crackled over the radio from Zhuanghao. All units be advised. A drone has spotted the Xiang 009 inland cruise ship heading our way, expected to arrive in 3 minutes. Prepare to inquire about the situation on board. Over. Unit 1 received. Boarding the assault boat. Unit 2 received. Preparing for water surface patrol. Unit 3 received. Preparing for land patrol. While responding, Xing Fei swiftly checked the small tactical command device on her arm, which displayed information about all the ships expected to pass through this section of the river. She was about to speak. This is Xing Fei, Border Patrol received. We will provide cover when her expression froze, a look of horror flashing in her eyes. Wait, the Xiang 009 sank upstream 2 hours ago. The Xiang 009, originally named the Goddess 3, is a 5-star luxury cruise ship on the Yangtze River's 3 gorges. This colossal vessel is 149 meters long and 23 meters wide, with 7 decks and 319 cabins, making it one of the world's top-tier inland luxury cruise ships. As the power of Xia grows and international travel risks increase, domestic tourism has surged dramatically. The 3 Gorges region has upgraded to ultra-luxury cruise ships, while the older ones have been reassigned to other waterways. To revitalize their tourism economy, provinces and cities in the Xiang River Basin widened the river and jointly purchased 9 cruise ships, with the Xiang 009 being the only 5-star luxury vessel among them. Xing Fei quickly relayed this information to her teammates, as they were previously unaware of this massive cruise ship, capable of holding 5,000 people, which was supposed to have sunk upstream. Xie Qing'an stared into the fog. Although the ship was not visible, his arm-mounted display indeed indicated the approach of a large vessel. He couldn't help but wonder if the survivors on board had managed to sail and repair the ship, saving themselves in the process. Looking up, Xie Qing'an's eyes sparkled with hope as he recalled a famous quote from One Piece. Miracles only happen to those who never give up. Don't underestimate miracles. Yusher Chunying gently shook her head, expressing doubt. Could such a massive cruise ship really sail from Guangxi to Jingzhou along the winding Xiang River after being attacked? If that's true, it transcends a miracle. It's practically divine intervention. The team stood still as drones and underwater robots scouted the area, transmitting images of a colossal object in motion, with the dimly visible dark red Xiang 009 emblem. Chang Xingmiao suddenly speculated, could it be that a group of border guards and the Iron Army successfully rescued them, but their communication equipment was damaged during the operation, which is why we haven't received any messages? Yusher Chunying, with an impassive face, countered, I acknowledge that the Daxia Iron Army and border guards are like protectors, and I know Daxia soldiers would never abandon civilian lives. However, the border guards in Jingzhou would absolutely not go to rescue this ship. Chang Xingmiao frowned, displeased with Yusher Chunying's skepticism towards the border guards. Why not? Jiang Jiwan suddenly spoke up, answering for Yusher Chunying, because in times of prosperity, human lives are philosophical questions, but in times of chaos, they become mathematical ones. Cheng Xingmiao seemed to understand but was unwilling to accept it. Her upbringing didn't allow her to view human lives as mere numbers. Zhang Jin gently tugged on her sleeve, softly explaining, Xingmiao, I know you're kind-hearted, but the upper reaches of the Xiang River near Guangxi can't be traversed back and forth in a single day. Now isn't the time to believe in miracles. There are at least 5 million people missing within a 150-kilometer radius of Jingzhou. Rescuing those closest to us is the most efficient choice. Zhang Jiwan glanced at Zhang Zhan, realizing that this freckled classmate wasn't as rigid as he seemed. He was observant, with a keen intuition on the battlefield, having even predicted Zhang Jiwan's timely arrival in a fight against the Huangpi. Zhang Zhan silently calculated the estimated missing populations displayed on the plaza's big screen, possibly analyzing which city's rescue operations would yield the highest scores. Cheng Xingmiao bit her lower lip, clearly struggling to accept this worldview. She was a typical beautiful girl, talented and artistic, with a hint of girlish jealousy and temper, yet inherently kind. Zhang Jiwan didn't like discussing kindness on the battlefield. He and Xing Fei had repeatedly told Zhang Zhan that in an apocalypse, you must first eliminate the saints. But now, everyone tacitly chose not to change Cheng Xingmiao's kindness, as she was the medic. After a moment of silence, Cheng Xingmiao seemed to come to a realization, muttering to herself, all right, but if I were a passenger on that ship, I would believe until the end that Xia would come to save me. Even Zhang Jiwan couldn't refute this. They had grown up believing that no matter when or where disaster struck, the Xia Iron Army would bravely come to the rescue, and their compatriots would surely lend a helping hand. But now, every corner was in distress. Xing Fei's voice interrupted their thoughts. It's here. Let's first figure out the situation with the cruise ship. Through the misty air, the 5-story-high bow of the ship broke through the thick fog, and the words Xiang 009 were clearly visible on the ship's side before them. It's really the Divine Maiden. Yu Shichening murmured in disbelief as she watched the massive cruise ship slowly approach. How could such a ship navigate through the shattered landscapes and the twists and turns of the Xiang River? As the cruise ship drew nearer, its enormous form gradually came into full view. The hull was covered with alarming dents from impacts, and large patches of dark red blood silently recounted the terrifying experiences it had endured. On the shore, Zhuang Hao held a loudspeaker, his voice echoing over the silent river. We are the Great Xia Iron Army. Xiang 009, do you require escort or medical assistance? Please respond. Over. He repeated the call, but the giant vessel remained silent, like a massive coffin floating on the Xiang River. Zhuang Hao turned to Zhang Jiwan, shaking his head in resignation, indicating that there might be no survivors on board. A ghost ship? Xie Chengen's eyes widened, his voice tinged with a hint of trembling. Cheng Xingmiao and Xing Fei asked in unison, what's a ghost ship? The two young women, usually not well-versed in strange tales, looked puzzled. Yu Shichening explained concisely, a ghost ship is a vessel that mysteriously disappeared or sank years ago, only to be found much later sailing the seas, completely empty. The Mary Celeste from 1872 is a classic example. That's really creepy. Cheng Xingmiao muttered under her breath, her gaze shifting between the silent ship and her companions. Is there any scientific explanation for this phenomenon? Not yet, Yu Shichening replied, as she retrieved several equipment boxes from the armored vehicle and quickly distributed them to her teammates. If we want answers, we'll have to see for ourselves. Suddenly, Xing Fei exclaimed, where's Zhang Jiwan? She pointed to the cruise ship 20 meters away, where Zhang Jiwan was nimbly climbing the ship's side, moving like a swift monkey. Yu Shichening opened an equipment box and softly remarked, leaping 20 meters, he's nearly breaking through the barrier between the first and second levels. No wonder he's the son of the master. Zhang Jiwan stepped onto the observation deck, and a pungent odor immediately assaulted his nostrils. It somewhat resembled the smell of blood, yet it was not quite the same. He glanced around, noting the chaotic scene of overturned beach chairs and umbrellas scattered across the deck. Frowning, Zhang Jiwan pondered. The cruise ship's deck equipment was typically reinforced to withstand the tilting caused by strong winds and waves. But the current state was beyond normal. Could a giant creature's attack have destabilized the ship? He wondered, but quickly dismissed the idea. Many umbrellas and beach chairs were in a state of disrepair that wind and waves couldn't cause. It must have been some creature tearing these apart during a fight. He bent down to pick up a piece of white canvas from the deck and examined it closely. The canvas was torn unevenly, more as if it had been ripped rather than cut with a blade. Zhang Jiwan estimated inwardly, how much force would it take to tear the canvas of a cruise ship's umbrella? He grabbed another piece of canvas and pulled it apart forcefully. The canvas stretched open with a pop, and the coarse fibers at the center emitted a sizzling sound. Zhang Jiwan judged that one more pull would completely tear it apart. This canvas can't be torn with less than 2 tons of force, probably needing around 2.8 to 3.6 tons, he murmured to himself. He held the canvas under his nose and sniffed, recoiling at the sharp odor that made him nauseous. Clearly, the smell he detected earlier emanated from these pieces of canvas. Just then, he heard light footsteps behind him. Jiang Jiwan glanced sideways, catching a glimpse of Yusher Chunin. She agilely vaulted over the ship's railing like a wild cat, landing effortlessly on the deck. Yusher Chunin scanned the surroundings casually before approaching Jiang Jiwan from behind and saying, "In your current state, you should directly request a breakthrough potion from the Sentinels." "My state? A breakthrough potion?" Jiang Jiwan repeated, his tone laced with confusion. Yusher Chunin explained, "Your physical condition is at the junction of the desolate and hill stages. Your muscles are interconnecting, and your bones are almost fully developed, nearing the hill stage. Humans can't break through by cultivation alone, so you need the breakthrough potion left by Ji Shuang to bridge the gap between the desolate and hill stages." She stood behind him, a signature smile on her lips. Hearing his mother's name, Jiang Jiwan paused slightly. He wondered why this newcomer, Yusher Chunin, knew so much when the names of his parents were not secrets among the Sentinels. The Xia had never mentioned Jiang Qingqian and Ji Shuang to newcomers, nor had they revealed anything about the breakthrough potion. As if reading Jiang Jiwan's thoughts, Yusher Chunin nonchalantly remarked, "It seems the Xia didn't expect any newcomers to reach the second tier within 3 days, so they didn't tell you anything." She took the torn canvas from Jiang Jiwan's hand and continued, "But, Jiang Shidi, you're an exception." "Shidi?" Jiang Jiwan repeated the term, puzzled by its meaning. Yusher Chunin sighed. "It seems the disaster happened too quickly, and there wasn't enough time for the Sentinels to explain the past to you." As she spoke, she reached into her collar, revealing the smooth, white skin beneath her neck. Jiang Jiwan quickly turned his head away. A photograph encased in an acrylic frame appeared before Jiang Jiwan. The photo was old, likely developed from film, exuding a strong film scent. It was a group photo of 19 people in a laboratory, with Jiang Hengshua seated in the center, looking vibrant at just under 60. Jiang Qingqian and Ji Shuang stood on either side, with 16 others of various ethnicities and genders lined up beside them. Yusher Chunin explained softly, "When the relics of the gods first appeared, countries conducted research, with researchers even experimenting on themselves. Academician Jiang Hengshua was a leader in this field. Initially, each country treated its research on the gods as top secret, refusing to share. But Jiang believed the gods were indigenous to the world, and there must be significant connections between the deities of different nations. He insisted that the world must unite to uncover the secrets of the gods. So he made some research findings public, enlightening researchers worldwide. Consequently, theologians from all over flocked to Xia to attend lectures and exchange ideas." She pointed to a man standing next to Jiang Qingqian. "My father, Yusher Longjia, was among them. He wore traditional Isumo attire and round glasses, with a simple, honest smile. I'm 3 months older than you, so I call you Jiang Shidi." Jiang Jiwan silently noted the faces in the photograph, then asked, "Were these people involved in the East African Rift Valley conflict?" Yusher Chunin shook her head gently. "No. These were the first-generation researchers. They continually experimented on themselves, and by the time of the East African Rift Valley conflict, most were disabled. My father is still bedridden with a high-level spinal injury." Jiang Jiwan did not respond immediately. He was contemplating the truth of her words. "If there's any issue with what I've said, you can verify it with Mr. Nangong Xian Shui. He shouldn't be too far away, right?" Yueya Chunin smiled as she tucked the photo back into her pocket, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Jiang Jiwan gave a slight smile, outwardly calm but internally on high alert. "No need for confirmation. I have my own judgment." He paused. Being called junior brother by a little girl from Isumo feels a bit odd. Despite his words, Jiang Jiwan's wariness continued to escalate. Yueya Chunin knew too much, which made him suspect that the frontier guards might have intentionally placed her by his side. He understood their decision. Although these foreign inheritors were all loyal, de Xia still harbored some suspicion towards them. Considering Jiang Jiwan's unique status, placing someone like Yueya Chunin, who was privy to secrets, near him could both prevent other foreign inheritors from prying into secrets and help Jiang Jiwan supplement his basic knowledge. However, Jiang Jiwan's inherent distrust of people from Izumo made it hard for him to fully accept this arrangement. As Yueya Chunin put away the photo, other frontier guards climbed over the ship's side onto the deck. As soon as Zhang Zhan got on board, he impatiently turned on the radio, only to be met with a piercing static noise. "Ugh, no signal once we're on the boat?" Zhang Zhan frowned. Xing Fei cautiously reminded, "Watch out for demons. Remember during the first battle, near the bank vault, demons were rampant, and that's where we lost radio contact." Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhan immediately turned and shouted towards the shore, "Sergeant Shuang, follow us along the shore. If you hear me calling for help, bring the lifeboat over quickly." However, the mist over the river was thick, and Zhang Zhan could no longer see the Xia Iron Army's figures. Ahead, the Xiang River was about to enter a gorge, with the river rushing, and the rain and wind howling in tandem. In this vast expanse, the only thing that seemed quiet was the boat gently rocking in the storm. "Let's check the pilot house," Zhang Jiwan said gravely, tightening his tactical gloves, slinging his rifle, and gripping his bayonet as he led the way. The others quickly picked up their assault rifles, positioning themselves on either side according to the tactical manual. Yue Chunin took up the rear, seemingly unarmed. As Zhang Jiwan remained alert to his surroundings, he silently asked Athena in his mind, "Do you think there's something off about Yue Chunin? Her heart harbors a grave, one that holds 110 million Izumo people." Athena spoke softly, saying that she, Zhang Jiwan, and I are all alike. Zhang Jiwan understood, feeling a rush of resonance within. Both he and Athena carry graves in their hearts. Zhang Jiwan's is filled with the kingdom his parents and grandfather protected with their lives, while Athena's is filled with her divine kin. The graves are soaked in blood, the tombstones sharp as blades, ready to unsheathe at any moment to make the so-called creators pay for those buried within. They stepped into a long corridor lined with suites and scenic rooms. Their footsteps made a squeaking sound on the wool carpet, occasionally squeezing out foul-smelling liquid. Some doors were ajar, some wide open, and others tightly shut, creating numerous blind spots. The young warriors recalled the cooperative search strategies from their tactical manuals. Xing Fei ordered quietly, "Old Jiang, watch the front. Old Xie, keep an eye on the left. I'll cover the right. Zhang Zhan, hold your gun tight, and don't fire recklessly. When we reload, be ready to take our place. Cheng Xingmiao and you ensure the rear is secure." "Understood? Roger that." The group responded in unison. Zhang Jiwan gently pushed open the ajar door of room 3001. It was a suite, with a living room in the center and bedrooms on either side. Xie Qingyan entered from the right, his gun aimed at the left room. Xing Fei entered from the left, aiming at the right. This standard tactical maneuver allowed them to observe the room from the widest angle possible. 3001 is clear. 3002 is clear. 3003 is clear. 3005 is clear. Every room showed signs of habitation. The balcony doors were open, beds were unmade, luggage was spread out, and even ID cards were left behind. Yet, there was no trace of anyone in the entire row of rooms. Xing Fei exhaled heavily, releasing tension. "Damn. It feels like this ship swallowed everyone. Where did they all go? Not even a body or a drop of blood." Zhang Zhen muttered from behind. "It's like we walked into a giant grave, but all we found was treasure, not a single body." Xie Qingyan whispered, "Isn't a grave full of treasure with no bodies a good thing?" Zhang Zhen cautioned, "A grave full of treasure with no bodies? Doesn't that sound like a trap set by the heavens for your own burial?" Xie Qingyan shook his head. "Definitely not. The heavens aren't that kind to me. The best they'd prepare is a grave with 2 ounces of tin foil and 3 sheets of paper money." This remark only deepened the heavy atmosphere. They moved through the corridor, past the control room, and into the bridge. It was a scene of chaos. Glass shattered everywhere, the helm missing, instruments and seats broken. It looked like a fierce battle had taken place, but the combatants were nowhere to be found. The bridge door had been forcibly opened, the lock destroyed, and the door bore clear signs of impact. Yushir Haruka pointed at the door frame. "Look, the metal frame is bent." The door that had been forced open still had its lock sticking out. Xie Qingyan stood by a desk, noticing long scrape marks on the floor stretching from the door to beneath the desk. This desk was shoved when the door was opened. He gave it a push. "It's heavy. Would take 2 men to move it." Zhang Jiwan approached the shattered glass of the bridge, picked up a shard, and sniffed it. "The edges of the glass have that same acrid smell. The scent of death," he said quietly, looking at his fingertips. With a slight effort, black smoke swirled around his fingers, an essence of death he had extracted from a black gold staff. He had always found the stench familiar. Now he realized it was this smell of death, a mix of decaying flesh and paint. Suddenly, Zhang Zhen shouted, "Who's there? Stop!" Everyone immediately turned their attention to where Cheng Xingmiao was positioned. Zhang Zhan was standing in the corridor, aiming his gun towards the deck they had come from. But when they looked, the corridor was empty. "Did you see something?" Xing Fei asked, peering around. Zhang Zhuan decisively said, "You all stay alert. I'll check it out." With that, he moved like smoke through the group, sprinting towards the end of the corridor. Cheng Xingmiao asked Zhang Zhan, "What happened?" Zhang Zhen hesitated before replying, "I saw someone. Standing there." "What kind of person?" Yushir Haruka inquired. Realizing she had been negligent, she should have been watching the rear with Cheng Xingmiao, but had been distracted by the damaged door. Zhang Zhen frowned, his left hand in his pocket, hard to describe, bigger than a person, but human-like, very pale. "I was looking at the carpet, and when I looked up, there it was at the end of the corridor, then it was gone." "A ghost?" Xie Qingyan whispered. "Don't say that." Cheng Xingmiao's face turned pale, gripping his gun tighter. "I don't believe in ghosts." You sure? Haruka scoffed. There's only people trying to scare us, she said. Rubbing her index and middle fingers together, two blades appeared between them. Deck is clear. Zhang Jiwan's voice echoed from the end of the corridor. Zhang Jun relaxed a little. Maybe I was just too tense, seeing things. Chang Xingmiao patted Zhang Jun's shoulder, smiling. 2 days ago, we were in class dreaming about the future, and now we're on the battlefield with guns in our hands. You're doing great. Be confident. Zhang Jun beamed at the encouragement, even though it was just a friendly reassurance from a comrade. Then Jiang Zhuan called from afar. Zhang Jun, you didn't see Ron come over here. When they joined Jiang Zhuan, they saw he was holding a semi-transparent object, thin as a cicada's wing, with delicate patterns on it. What is that? Zhang Jun asked. Human skin, Jiang Zhuan said, comparing it to his forearm. An entire forearm's worth of skin? Everyone's hearts skipped a beat as Jiang Zhuan distinctly heard the rapid breathing of his comrades around him. Chang Xingmiao swallowed hard and asked shakily, are you saying that strange person just now skinned a living person? Jiang Zhuan squeezed the piece of hardened skin and corrected. It's shed skin. He straightened up, his gaze sweeping over the decks of the luxurious cruise ship, and said gravely, you're right, someone was here, and they're still watching us. The ship entered a gorge, the river narrowing and the current becoming swift. Under the cloudy sky, the green mountains on both sides loomed like executioners' axes over the six of them, creating a palpable sense of pressure. They decided to search the ship from top to bottom. Although Zhuanghao knew the general direction, they were confident the ship would travel along the Xiang River toward Jingzhou, soon entering the patrol range of the next border defense team. They found nothing unusual on the 6th and 5th floors. On the 4th floor, the supermarket was in chaos, evidence of a struggle. Zhang Jun casually grabbed a bottle of nutrition drink. Jiang Zhiwan picked up 2 packs of Huanggala cigarettes, and Yusher Chunying snacked on a bag of chips. Cheng Xingmiao whispered to Xing Fei, isn't this against the rules? Xing Fei stuffed face masks and skincare products into her backpack, muttering, you guys only think about eating. Do you know how expensive skincare products are in times of chaos? The 3rd floor was checked without incident. As they entered the 2nd floor, which was the lower part of the ship, they found only interior cabins with no balconies, accessible to the deck for river views only via long corridors and elevators. Suddenly, the ship emitted a loud noise, and the lights went out instantly. In the darkness, a few screams were heard. Jiang Zhuan was about to calm the team when Yusher Chunying calmly said, don't panic, it's probably a short circuit. Turn on the night vision goggles. After a few crisp clicks, everyone donned their night vision goggles. Zhang Jun suddenly exclaimed, whoa, is this blood? The previously empty corridor appeared drastically different under infrared. The carpet and walls seemed splattered with a large amount of liquid, with scattered footprints visible. Jiang Zhiwan leaned in to sniff, the stench of death hitting him. It's not blood. It might be some kind of biological fluid or attack method. Be careful, Jiang Zhiwan warned. Suddenly, he heard a low growl, like someone imitating a beast. What's up, Lao Jiang? Xiechingen asked. Did you hear that sound? Jiang Zhiwan countered. Zhang Jun chimed in jokingly. Nope, just the sound of rain pounding on my heart. Jiang Zhiwan rolled his eyes. I remember you said when Xingmiao walked past the classroom window, it was like rain pounding on your heart. Chang Xingmiao blushed and scolded. No talking about feelings during missions. Jiang Zhiwan coughed awkwardly, explaining, this guy always whispers cheesy stuff in my ear, so my brain's got muscle memory. The growling soon faded, and they moved on. The 2nd floor rooms were even more chaotic, with signs of battle everywhere. Wall paintings and TVs were shattered, and almost all doors were open, with few intact. The further they went, the stronger the scent of death became, forcing the 3 girls to wear respirators to filter the foul odor. Damn, where's our enemy? We have weapons ready, but the enemy's nowhere in sight. Lao Xie, holding his gun, spoke dramatically, wanting to fire at the ceiling. He raised his gun but then stopped abruptly. Look. Following his gaze, everyone saw words written in that special liquid on the 2nd floor corridor ceiling. I've locked them on the 1st floor. Leave the ship. Don't open the gates of hell. Under the infrared night vision, the liquid on the letters continued to drip, especially from the 3 exclamation marks, silently falling onto the wool carpet. The 1st floor? Jiang Zhuan murmured. The sound I heard came from the 1st floor. Them? Does that mean they're not human? Zhang Jun patted Jiang Zhiwan's shoulder. Lao Jiang, I think the person who left this message has a point. Let's run. Run? Hell no. This ship is headed for Jingzhou. We need to deal with this here. Jiang Zhiwan read the last part of the message aloud. If there's real danger, the veil will block it. Zhang Jun argued. Yusher Chunying spoke calmly from the shadows. The veil only blocks extremely terrifying divine derivatives, but native demon tribes and beasts aren't stopped. In the eyes of the great Yu's 9 cauldrons, those creatures are also part of the 9 provinces. Is the 9 cauldrons not all there? Zhang Jin questioned skeptically. Zhang Jiwan took down his assault rifle, scanning the surroundings. Everyone, hand your remote bombs to Yusher Chunning Wesher. I need you to plant explosives at the ship's bottom. If things go south, we have to blow this ship up. I'll check the first floor cabin alone. He lowered his voice. We don't know where the people on this ship went or what happened. We're soldiers and our mission is to rescue. I'm going with you. Xing Fei called from behind. You cover me. If I'm in danger, I'll hit the ground. And you use your Z-Way divine arrows to give me a chance to crawl out. Jiang Jiwan cocked his assault rifle, chambering around. Everyone, prepare for combat. Level 1. The lower deck plunged into suffocating darkness, with no trace of light filtering through. It became a haunt for ghosts, as if a bizarre circus were unfolding. The team split into two groups, each setting up explosives. Zhang Jin installed a fixed radio station on the second level to ensure seamless communication among the team. Jiang Jiwan approached the main corridor on the first level, facing a heavily sealed door. A prominent red X painted on it served as a silent warning. Though the warning giver remained unseen, several gun barrels were already trained on the door. Jiang Jiwan studied the life detector while silently questioning the wisdom of Athena. The device indicated several strong life signs nearby. Athena's voice echoed coldly in his mind. Why ask me? Even if I told you there were demons behind the door, you would still open it. You've heard the cries for help. Jiang Jiwan remained silent, as Athena's words struck a chord within him. Indeed, faint cries for help were interspersed with roars. Although most were muffled by the sealed compartments, he could still perceive them. His sense of duty compelled him to be here. Rationally, he knew that the ship's original 5,000 passengers might have perished, but he couldn't rest without confirmation. You really know me, Jiang Jiwan murmured. Athena laughed mockingly. Of course, you're an orphan, unwilling to see thousands more. Orphans are those betrayed by the world, trusting only themselves. Jiang Jiwan placed his hand on the sealed valve, asking, You know I only trust myself, that I'm not easily manipulated. Yet you chose me as your spokesperson? In his mind, Athena sat on a cliff, her long legs pointing towards an abyss. She gazed at the scars on her golden armor and said, If the day comes when I can't stay true to myself, I hope you will carry on our initial path, even if it means standing against me, against the entire world. Jiang Jiwan felt a pang in his heart. Was Athena also worried about resisting the creator's influence? He said nothing more, twisting the valve forcefully. 1 turn, 2 turns, 3 turns, accompanied by the sound of releasing air. A pungent odor filled the air. That smell again. Zhang Jin shouted, donning a gas mask. Xing Fei gathered a deep purple hexagram between her hands, regulating her breathing to control the power of the Z-Way Tianyan. This celestial arrow was challenging to master. Only the three of them were on this side, and in just 3 days, they had formed a deep bond of friendship and trust. Jiang Jiwan pressed his ear to the door, hearing chaotic footsteps, growls, screams, and faint cries for help amidst the wailing. Trouble's coming. Jiang Jiwan gestured to Zhang Jun and Xing Fei to retreat to the stairs. The ship was nearing a gorge, and if necessary, they could jump to safety from the third deck. Zhang Jun and Xing Fei stepped back, simultaneously wiping their sweaty hands. Jiang Jiwan took a deep breath and reported the situation to the other 5 via radio, asking if they should open the first deck. After a brief silence, Xie Qing'an was the first to respond. Open it. We're here now. A man must face his fears. The courage of someone with a flair for drama was undeniable. Yueji Haruka said, As a person from Isumo, I usually don't meddle, but since you're soldiers of Daxia, and there might be Daxia civilians in the cabin, it's your call. Cheng Xingmiao replied softly, I'll follow your lead. If you get hurt, I'll be there to help. Her gentle tone belied her firm resolve. Zhang Zhan gritted his teeth. Old Jiang, don't ask me. You know I never back down in front of pretty girls. Open it. Border guards are Daxia soldiers, and soldiers don't abandon those in need. Xing Fei spoke as she chambered around. All right, as border guards, we are the wall for millions of Daxia's people. We can't let threats into the 9 provinces. Jiang Jiwan exhaled sharply to steady himself, then began turning the valve. 1 turn, 2 turns, 3 turns, and the valve reached its limit with a grating screech. He quickly grabbed a grenade, slipped to the door, and nudged it open with his elbow. Jiang Jiwan pressed himself against the gap, his eyes fixed on the scene inside. It was pitch black, as if it were a tomb prepared for the light itself. Suddenly, a lifeless eye appeared on the other side of the gap, staring straight at him. The eye had no pupil, only the whites, and a pale face was pressed against the crack of the door. Jiang Jiwan was horrified to see a crowd of heads inside. Damn! Jiang Jiwan muttered under his breath, quickly pushing open the valve while shouting, Prepare to fire! He gripped the valve tightly, preparing to turn it counterclockwise to seal the door, when a tremendous force suddenly slammed from the inside. Dull thuds resounded one after another, and the deck erupted into chaos as a cacophony of footsteps rushed toward him. It seemed like countless people were hurling themselves against the door. As soon as Jiang Jiwan grasped the valve, his hands went numb from the vibrations. In the next moment, the 30-centimeter-thick sealed door burst open like a breached dam, flinging Jiang Jiwan against the wall. A flood of pale figures surged out from the deck, unstoppable like a stampede of wild horses. These people wore a variety of clothes: tourists, refugees, crew members, and even the captain. Their skin was as pale as rice paper, with black veins visible beneath, and their eyes had no pupils, only whites. They charged forward frantically, some even crawling over their companions, moving like streaks of lightning. What are these creatures? Zhang Jin shouted, firing his gun without aiming. The gunshots thundered in the narrow passageway, the deafening sound reverberating and making eardrums numb, leaving one dizzy. Bullets tore into the bodies of the horde, ripping through skin and flesh, splattering white, translucent liquid everywhere. A pungent smell filled Jiang Jiwan's nostrils, and he realized that the scent he had noticed earlier was the blood of these creatures. They're newborns. Athena gasped softly, then urgently called out, Jiang Jiwan, don't let them leave the ship. Beast? Who are you calling a beast? Jiang Jiwan retorted, but before he could finish his sentence, the door burst open, slamming him hard against the wall behind it. The impact left a human-shaped dent in the steel-reinforced wall, and Jiang felt as though every bone in his body was protesting against the sudden collision. Athena stood nearby, calmly explaining, newborn humans. I've seen such beings back when Prometheus imitated Nuwa in creating humans. They had form but no thought, not even instincts. Her voice carried the weight of ancient memories. Nuwa crafted humans from yellow earth, using the mountains and rivers as inspiration, endowing them with resilience and the ever-changing emotions of water. She used the essence of heaven and earth to grant them wisdom. Prometheus had limited abilities, so I used the great wisdom's fire to ignite the light of wisdom in their minds, letting them explore on their own. But the creator believed that humans should serve the gods, without independent thought, merely executing divine will, just as gods are the creator's servants. Jiang Jiwan, almost suffocated by the pressure, managed to gasp, great explanation, but could you save it for later? I'm about to be crushed. The sealed door had deformed under the assault of the strange humans, continually pressing Jiang further into the wall. Despite his formidable strength, he struggled to hold back the tide with his hands braced against the door. The crowd surged like a breached dam, with the pressure of tons threatening to crush him inch by inch into the wall. Any other archaic-level inheritor would have been flattened under such immense pressure, and even those of the hill tier would face broken ribs and shattered chests. Yet, Jiang could still carve out a sliver of space for himself with his arms, a feat akin to lifting a heavy truck barehanded, an astonishing display of strength. Athena tilted her head, her tone lighthearted as she said, you never know how strong you are until you're pushed to your limits. Come on, find a way out yourself. Damn, I curse that every handsome guy you meet has a girlfriend. Jiang gritted his teeth and cursed. Those pale-skinned humans surged forward through the dark passageway. If the ones in front slowed down, those behind would step on their shoulders to advance. When someone fell, toppling others, they seemed unfazed by pain, continuing to crawl forward like hundreds of lizards spilling from a barrel. Pinned against the door, Jiang shouted indistinctly through his radio, watch out, these people might be infected with a virus, something like zombies. Second team, get over here now. We can't let this ship reach Jingzhou. Roger that. Open fire. Old Jiang, stay behind the door. Zhang Jin shouted, decisively pulling the trigger. The 7.62mm bullets whistled through the air, piercing the bodies of the white-skinned humans, sending translucent fluid splattering. Some bullets struck joints, severing hands and forearms. Yet, they seemed oblivious to pain, their pale eyes fixed intently on Xing Fei and Zhang Jun, as they crawled even faster. What the hell are these things? I want to jump ship. Zhang Jun yelled as he continued firing. Xing Fei shouted sternly, stop joking around, either fight or die, trying to keep these monsters from reaching Jingzhou. We're the last line of defense between them and millions of people. Are you running? Damn, you really took it seriously? After 3 years as classmates, you're still not used to my big mouth? Zhang Jin spat, rolling a grenade forward as another barrage of bullets rained down. Reloading, he shouted to Xing Fei. Got it. Xing Fei responded, her voice low, as she flipped her hands. The air in front of her instantly became scorching. A 6-pointed star appeared in her palm, each of its 6 points extending clockwise to form a complete star array. May the light of the purple star illuminate the path to the afterlife. She looked up, her enchanting eyes sparkling with starlight. The 6 points burst into brilliance, and dozens of arrows streaked through the air, trailing radiant flames toward the crowd. With a thunderous explosion, the first arrow made contact, and the blast ensued. Purple flames instantly engulfed the narrow passageway, the massive shockwave forcing Zhang Zhan to step back. The two leading strange humans were blown apart by the force of the purple star arrow, as if struck by a 40mm autocannon, their bodies reduced to mere flesh and bone. The creatures showed no sign of retreat, but Xing Fei's powerful attack decimated the front ranks. Without sufficient strength to back their will, they were powerless against overwhelming firepower. Damn, that's intense. Zhang Zhan stepped forward after reloading. He had hoped for cover while reloading, but Xing Fei had provided a barrage akin to a dense defense system. The arrows continued to burn with purple flames in the ship's passage, leaving massive holes in the surrounding walls. Your arrows are getting stronger, so why is your aim getting worse? Zhang Zhan remarked sarcastically, his gaze drifting to the shattered wall. Suddenly, his heart pounded violently. In the gaping hole, a pair of eyes was staring intently at him. The person's skin was eerily pale, with dark veins bulging grotesquely. The only difference was that those eyes had constricted pupils, only a third the size of a normal person's. There's someone in the wall, Zhang Zhan shouted, leaping to his feet to pursue. The figure vanished like a ghost. Just as Zhang Zhan was about to chase, Xing Fei collapsed beside him from exhaustion. He had to pull Xing Fei behind him, firing his gun single-handedly to fend off the approaching horde of creatures. What the hell are these things? Zombies? Will we turn into them if bitten? Zhang Zhan shouted, covering Xing Fei's retreat, his fear driving him to ask questions despite knowing no one could answer. Just then, Jiang Zhiwan's voice crackled over the radio. No idea, but if you don't save me soon, I'm going to be crushed. Throw a couple of grenades towards the main door. Zhang Zhan reached for his belt, but a streak of purple light flashed by. Xing Fei quickly grabbed the grenades from his waist, expertly pulled the pin, and threw them towards the door. The grenades landed perfectly, erupting into brilliant flames. That was awesome, Zhang Zhan exclaimed, then sheepishly added, but you used my grenades. The explosion created a brief vacuum near the sealed door. Jiang Zhiwan seized the moment, bursting through the door, knocking several creatures aside as he fell into the crowd. Cease fire. Xing Fei shouted urgently, fearing Zhang Zhan's unreliable aim might accidentally hit Jiang Zhiwan. The pale creatures swarmed Jiang Zhiwan like ravenous wolves. Their strength far exceeded normal humans, ripping through the carpet, leaving deep handprints on the walls, and even tearing through durable plastic steel panels. A nauseating odor enveloped Jiang Zhiwan, causing his head to throb. At that moment, Athena finally spoke. Be careful. They carry a degenerative gene that can erase all human thoughts, emotions, and any factors beyond what the creator intended. Does it affect me? Jiang Zhiwan asked. No. Athena replied firmly. Without further words, Jiang Zhiwan punched a creature squarely in the face. Its jaw was driven into its skull, teeth shattered, and it flew like a broken kite, its head embedding in the ceiling. He then swept his legs, caving in two creatures' chests, and swiftly broke their necks with a kick. Zhang Zhan was stunned, his gun wavering as he muttered, Fei Fei, I can't tell who the real monsters are. Jiang Zhiwan hurled all his grenades and dropped to the ground. A series of explosions thundered, and he withstood the heat and shockwave with his superhuman strength. As the blasts subsided, he sprang to his feet. In that instant, he saw a pair of pale eyes staring down at him from a hole in the ceiling. The black pupils were slowly being consumed by the surrounding whiteness. Just moments ago, Zhang Zhan had no idea what those pupils signified, but Jiang Zhiwan knew. The fact that he still had pupils meant that his genes, nature, and thoughts hadn't fully degenerated. Stay here, Jiang Zhiwan shouted in a low voice, his knees bending slightly before he suddenly sprang up. His helmet smashed through the ceiling above, sending debris raining down. Quickly, he gripped the edges of the hole in the ceiling and pulled himself up with agility. Jiang Zhiwan looked around and realized he was in the maintenance space between the first and second decks. The cramped area was filled with ventilation and heating equipment, with a height of only half a meter, allowing for only crawling movement. Suddenly, he noticed the strange figure moving like a lizard through the suspended space, deftly avoiding various pipes and equipment, escaping at an astonishing speed. Without hesitation, Jiang Zhiwan followed the path taken by the figure, crawling forward. Although Jiang Zhiwan's physical prowess was far superior to these strange beings, in such a confined space, the inhuman way they moved gave them the upper hand. He could only watch as the figure moved further away, silently cursing. Is that thing a human or a beast? How can it move so fast? Just then, Jiang Zhiwan heard noises behind him. Turning around, he saw that the second squad had arrived, with Xie using ice shards to construct a defensive wall. The fearless creatures were being systematically eliminated with the squad's coordinated efforts. Athena's voice echoed in Jiang Zhiwan's mind, with a hint of amusement. This is what humans originally were. When Prometheus created humans, he combined multiple genes: lizard, monkey, fish, and more. Some early humans even had the ability to fly for short periods. Over thousands of years, humans learned to use their intellect, and their physical abilities gradually diminished. She continued, impressive, isn't it? In specific environments, these early humans could mimic the movements of certain animals. Even if they're not as strong in tight spaces, they're faster than you. Jiang Jiwan didn't respond, focusing instead on the semi-transparent trail left by the strange figure, quickly tracking it. He soon found the figure had looped around to the rear door of the first deck, then climbed the external maintenance ladder to the top deck. With a gun in hand, Jiang Jiwan nimbly ascended to the top deck. He surveyed his surroundings cautiously and soon spotted the self-aware creature. To his surprise, the figure was leisurely sitting on a deck chair, seemingly enjoying the view. Overhead, heavy black clouds loomed, with green mountains on both sides and the cries of monkeys and birds in the distance. The ship moved slowly northward, heading into what seemed to be an impending downpour. Even more surprising, a girl was nestled beside the figure, the two of them whispering softly. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Zhuan suddenly asked, "What exactly happened here?" The man and woman turned sharply at the sound of his voice, springing up from the deck chair, their eyes fixed intently on Jiang Zhiwan. Up close, Jiang Zhiwan realized they were a young couple, with healthy skin and a light build, lacking the bulkiness of middle age. Most strikingly, their pupils retained a hint of color, although it wasn't clear how long that would last. "Relax, I'm not here to harm you," Jiang Zhiwan said, slowly holstering his gun. Even unarmed, he was confident he could easily subdue them. He focused on the man, trying to soften his gaze. "You wrote the words on the second deck, right? Relax, we're from the Great Xia Iron Army. We won't abandon any civilians. Even if you've contracted some virus, we'll do everything to help." "He's a soldier of the Great Xia Iron Army," the woman whispered to the man. Her voice no longer sounded human, more like an animal attempting human speech, raspy and strained. "He'll kill us," the man replied, looking at the woman beside him. She gently shook her head. "We should have died already." The man sighed, his small eyes lingering on the woman's face, and he gently pulled her into his arms. In a grating voice, he addressed Jiang Jiwan. "My name is Su Wei, and this is my beloved, Lu Fian." He looked up at Jiang Jiwan. "What's your name?" "Jiang Jiwan. Just joined the Great Xia Iron Army 2 days ago. Tasked with searching for survivors," Jiang Jiwan replied, cautiously stepping forward. "Jiang Jiwan," the man murmured. "Would you like to hear our story?" Jiang Jiwan nodded. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the stairs. The couple's expressions turned tense again. Turning around, Jiang Jiwan saw his comrades had caught up. It was clear that the strange creatures below had been dealt with. In the narrow passageways, facing 5 fully armed border guards, those creatures were as vulnerable as sitting ducks. "Everyone, lower your weapons," Jiang Jiwan shouted, then turned back to Su Wei and Lu Fian. "Now there are 6 people here to listen to your story." His comrades, having reached the top, stood silently behind Jiang Jiwan, not interrupting the conversation with the couple. Su Wei glanced at them for a few moments, then looked down at the girl in his arms and began. "Fian is a wealthy girl from a coastal city, and I come from a small inland town." He spoke slowly, his voice low and labored, each word seemingly weighed with careful thought. Jiang Jiwan watched the man before him, aware that these were signs of impending loss of self-awareness. The man began to recount his story with Lu Fian. They met during an esports competition at a university town internet cafe. He sat in the open area while she was in a private room. They attended lectures together, played games, shared meals, and eventually fell in love. Aware of the gap between their families, he worked hard to earn certifications and seek internships. Before graduation, they faced their parents' doubts. However, Lu Fian's parents were open-minded. Seeing him juggling a sales job by day and creating short videos by night, gradually improving his life, they finally accepted their relationship. The couple registered their marriage and embarked on a honeymoon in Gillen. "My story is ordinary," he said, "but we were happy within it." He continued to describe the terrifying events on the cruise ship. After a European magician in a black robe performed and released a captivating incense, he disappeared. People began losing consciousness and turning into monsters. He and Lu Fian realized they were changing too, their memory fading rapidly. They leaned on each other, unwilling to end their newfound happiness so soon. Captain Jolie and Sean barely remained conscious, and together they locked the transformed people in the lower deck. Before fully mutating, Jolie and Sean jumped ship to escape. Knowing they would soon face the same fate, the lovers embraced tightly, deciding to jump into the Xiang River before losing all awareness. "Jiang Jiwan," the man said with difficulty, "there's an album in the wardrobe of room 4008 with our family's addresses on the back. Please take it to our parents." As he spoke, he gazed at Lu Fian in his arms. Their pupils shrank, nearly invisible. His voice grew hoarse and faint. He gently kissed the girl's forehead and softly said, "Yin Yin, this is as far as we go in this world. Don't be afraid." I'll be with you on the road ahead. Lu Fian wrapped her arms around his neck. In sync, he lifted his beloved, sprinted a few steps, and leaped high. In the air, the last glimmer of blackness vanished from their eyes. The lovers crashed into the cliffs and plunged into the rushing Xiang River, sending up a spray of water several meters high. The river continued its relentless flow, and they became mere specks in the vast expanse of history. In their final moments, they saw only each other's faces. They didn't see the 6 border guards on the deck saluting them in farewell. Zhang Jiwan found the album in room 4008, documenting the couple's journey from university to work. Scrawled on the first page were the words, "We stand at the pinnacle of love, mocking the feeble and inept hand of death." It seemed written after the catastrophe, as if they had long anticipated this day and perhaps prepared for their departure. As the ship passed through the gorge, everyone gathered in room 4008, silently gathering the couple's belongings. Cheng Xingmiao, teary-eyed, wondered if the virus was the work of the dark magician. Xie Qingyan speculated that these dark magicians might be spreading plagues for demons. Yusher Chunying mentioned the destructive acts of ancient Roman gods, sparking a discussion on how humanity could stand against deities. In the distance, the sound of artillery and gunfire echoed. The radio crackled back to life with Zhuang Hao's voice, calling for the team's evacuation and reporting Xiao Jiangye's disappearance. Zhang Jiwan handed his backpack to Zhang Zhan and shouldered the couple's belongings. "Let's go. We'll take them home," he said firmly, stepping out of the room. Xing Fei watched Zhang Jiwan's retreating figure, sensing his increasingly resolute stride. Cheng Xingmiao wiped away her tears and took a photo of the room with her phone. The messy bed and scattered curtains were the last remnants of this ordinary couple's presence in the world. They had no illustrious background or superpowers, yet they chose to stand up and contain the newborn humans, preventing them from wreaking havoc. They defied death in the most heroic way and fulfilled their love. Cheng Xingmiao caught up with her teammates and noticed Xing Fei's eyes were red. She overheard Xie Qingyan quietly telling Zhang Zhan, "Before I die in battle, I wish I could meet a girl like that. Someone who would quietly listen to me share my ideals, and then hand me a jug of wine, so I could ride my horse into the distance." "What are your ideals?" Zhang Zhan asked. Xie Qingyan's passion flared, and he declared, "I want to become the pirate king, to fulfill my sense of justice." "Will justice prevail?" "Of course, only the victor is just." Yusher Chunin replied with an anime quote without looking back. As they stepped outside the cabin, their faces were suddenly tinged with a red glow. Looking back, volcanic ash was approaching. In the distance, waves as high as 8,000 meters were crashing toward the city, towering over skyscrapers and majestic mountains. This was no mere volcanic ash. It was a fiery tsunami. It surged faster and higher, with fiery beasts dancing atop the waves, capable of swallowing a city in 5 seconds. The speed of the volcanic ash far exceeded that of vehicles. In the distance, the Iron Army rescue team and the border guards, unable to escape, fired hopelessly before being engulfed. Yusher Chunin clenched her fists, watching the volcanic ash spread from east to west, leaving no chance for land or life. Zhang Jiwan glanced at his watch. The volcanic ash is arriving earlier than expected. All teams should be retreating. The end is coming sooner than we thought. A frantic voice came over the radio from Zhuang Hao. "Report to headquarters. Xiao Jiangyi is missing. Please immediately dispatch." Xing Fei murmured the name, Xiao Jiangyi, and looked at Zhang Jiwan. In the past few days, he was the only one with the surname Jiang who had been acting alongside Zhuang Hao. "I mentioned that my parents were border guards," Zhang Jiwan explained briefly. "Wow, old Jiang. I didn't expect you to be a second-generation human," Zhang Zhan shouted. Cheng Xingmiao looked at Zhang Jiwan in surprise. This boy, often teased because of his background, turned out to be the descendant of border guards. It made sense, given their level of secrecy. Classmates and teachers indeed had no right to know his parents' identities. Second-generation human? Zhang Jiwan frowned, puzzled by the term. The son of border guards, isn't that a second-generation human? Zhang Zhan boasted, proud of his naming skills. Then the son of a Gue would be a Gue second generation? Yusher Chunin asked. Zhang Zhan nodded repeatedly. Of course. And the grandson would be a Gue third generation. Zhang Jiwan turned green, wondering if Zhang Zhan knew his identity beforehand and was trying to annoy him. "I'll be sure to pass your words and ID number to the Gue people," he retorted, as a friend. "I'll personally make you a tombstone out of plasterboard." With that, Zhang Jiwan pressed his helmet and activated the radio. "This is Zhang Jiwan, preparing to leave on Xiang 009. This vessel carries a deadly virus. When you find it approaching Jingzhou, destroy it immediately. Over." The ship rounded the gorge, revealing fields along the shore. They spotted their truck and armored vehicle speeding along, with other groups also retreating quickly. The 5 of them pulled out makeshift gliders from their backpacks and leaped off the ship's deck. Amidst the storm, they glided over the fields, but Zhang Zhan got caught in a tree. The heaven and earth inheritance seemed to only ensure his survival. Otherwise, he remained unlucky. Zhuang Hao led a convoy to rescue Zhang Zhun. The square-faced, righteous-looking lieutenant now bore 2 claw marks on his face, and his clothes were torn at the back. Jiang Zhiwan noticed one truck was missing, while the remaining 2 were crammed with dusty, even bleeding civilians. What happened? Jiang Zhiwan asked. Get in the car first, Zhuang Hao urged, pushing Jiang Zhiwan into the armored vehicle. Meanwhile, Xing Fei, as the nominal leader, quickly issued orders. Zhang Zhun, drive. Transfer the severely injured to the armored vehicle. Xing Miao, take care of the treatment. Old Xie, you and I will take the truck at the back, while Old Jiang and you sure ride in the front one. All weapons loaded and ready to fire at any moment. Move, move, move. At the command, Jiang Zhiwan pulled Zhuang Hao swiftly onto the truck. The engine roared, and the wheels struggled in the mud before finally managing to get onto the road. The load seemed to be too much. The vehicle noticeably sagged. Jiang Zhiwan glanced back at the anxious faces of the people in the truck bed and quietly asked Zhuang Hao, just how many people did we bring? Zhuang Hao let out a long sigh, his eyes reflecting fatigue and sorrow. When we passed through a town, their shelter had collapsed. Over the past 2 days, some have died from excessive bleeding or infection. Originally, there were over 400 people in the town. Now only 165 are left. He paused, continuing, they managed to scavenge some food from the collapsed supermarket, but it's far from enough. After a whole day without food, everyone's almost out of strength. Zhuang Hao's voice carried a hint of relief. We were pretty lucky. The electronic fireworks left over from the town's temple fair were still usable, and we heard the firecrackers when we passed by, which is how we saved them. He looked back at the approaching volcanic cloud, his voice growing serious. If we had been half an hour later, they would have been completely engulfed by the volcanic cloud. Zhang Zhuan suddenly asked, how did you know people call me Little Jiang? Zhuang Hao lowered his voice and leaned closer to Jiang Zhiwan's ear. Zhoming told me. He used to go on missions with your father. I heard your family founded the border guards? Jiang Zhiwan was momentarily speechless. He knew his parents had great achievements and that his grandfather was the former supreme commander of the unreturning people, but he wasn't aware of the founding of the border guards. Zhuang Hao chuckled, slipping a phone into Jiang Zhiwan's hand, whispering, this is my phone. It contains video messages from 31 soldiers of 3 squads to their families. If we don't make it back to Jingzhou, please make sure these messages reach their families. Your Little Jiang. If anything happens, the border guards will surely save you. Jiang Zhiwan felt the weight of responsibility as he held the phone. He frowned. Don't say things like that. It's not very auspicious. Zhuang Hao gave a bitter smile. I've seen too many dead bodies these past 2 days. I can't really say anything auspicious. How about I wish you longevity and happiness? Rest assured, on the battlefield, if you're not afraid of death, you won't die. Even bullets avoid those who charge forward. But if the worst happens, please tell my parents that Zhuang Hao is brave. They didn't bring their son into this world for nothing. The square-faced man smiled brightly, as if he had already accepted his fate. The truck continued its bumpy journey, and Jiang Zhiwan heard weak retching from the crowd behind. Someone feebly shouted, faster, go faster. The cloud's catching up. Jiang Zhiwan turned to look at the increasingly dense volcanic cloud. The gray-black smoke, mixed with fiery red clouds, was growing thicker, higher, and closer. He glanced down at the phone, then back at the volcanic cloud, his mind racing with calculations. Satellite and communication signals are gone. I estimate the volcanic cloud will catch up with us in 44 minutes, Jiang Zhuan said. How far are we from Jingzhou? Hearing this, Zhuang Hao's face turned pale. Only 44 minutes? We still have about 60 kilometers to go. The daunting task of traversing 60 kilometers of fractured terrain in just 45 minutes left everyone gasping. Jiang Zhiwan, acutely aware of the urgency, patted Zhuang Hao on the shoulder and decisively picked up the radio equipment. Jingzhou Command Center, this is Jiang Zhiwan. We are transporting a large number of civilians, which is slowing down our retreat. Requesting support from a transport helicopter. His voice was firm and urgent. Zhuang Hao quietly breathed a sigh of relief, secretly admiring Jiang Zhiwan's competence. Normally, Jiang never mentioned his special status and adhered to principles. Yet in life-and-death situations, he could decisively use his privileges while still understanding the limits. The threat of volcanic ash loomed ever closer, and Jiang Zhiwan knew that Jingzhou's transport resources were likely stretched thin. By requesting just one aircraft, he demonstrated an accurate assessment of the situation and a respect for resource conservation. Jingzhou Command Center had a dedicated team to liaise with Jiang Zhiwan. Although Ning Nanqiu repeatedly emphasized that Jiang should be treated like any ordinary soldier, they had thoroughly prepared for his security. Just 2 seconds later, a response came through his earpiece. Jingzhou Command Center received, Cadet Jiang Zhiwan. All helicopters from nearby camps have been dispatched to evacuate disaster victims from remote areas. Mi-171 transport helicopters are returning and will head to your location after refueling. Jiang Jiwan handed the phone back to Zhuang Hao, his gaze fixed on the looming volcanic ash like a mountain, his voice low and resolute. Don't say anything discouraging. I promise you won't die today. He quickly sent a message to Xing Fei. Soon, Xing Fei's voice echoed across all radio channels. Brothers, all rescue missions have ended. We have one last task left going home. All vehicles accelerate. The convoy's speed surged, but the volcanic ash advanced faster. The fiery red wall mercilessly devoured everything in its path. People crying out in the ruins, fleeing animals, and trees swaying in the wind turned into desiccated sculptures in an instant. Some couples embraced before the volcanic ash, making their final moment eternal. Many others continued to flee, refusing to abandon hope even in their last moments. 30 minutes passed, and the terrified passengers huddled together, occasionally shouting in despair. Faster! Step on it. We're going to die. I don't want to die. The towering wall of fire roared behind them, its scorching heat and grit beginning to attack their bodies. The wind carried the roars of mythical beasts, mingling with the screams and cries from within the vehicles. Jiang Jiwan, feeling restless, pressed the radio again. Command center, are the helicopters here yet? They're rushing at full speed. Estimated arrival in 3 minutes. 3 minutes, just enough time. Jiang Jiwan muttered, climbing onto the roof. In the distance, the golden light of Jingzhou was faintly visible. The three-vehicle convoy was teetering on the brink of life and death. Suddenly, an elderly hand rested on Jiang Jiwan's shoulder. He turned to see a man in his 70s. Younger man, we've discussed it among ourselves. The old man's voice was trembling but determined. If necessary, leave us behind. We've lived our years. Don't let us drag down the young ones. A chorus of agreement came from the other elders. One said, lighten the load. Send the town's young people to safety. Don't let the town's legacy end here, or we won't be able to face our ancestors. These were elders rescued from a local senior care center. Zhuang Hao whispered in Jiang Jiwan's ear, there are 12 of them. We can't abandon them to save ourselves. We are the Iron Army of Daxia, the protectors of Daxia. I know, Jiang Jiwan replied, offering Zhuang Hao a cigarette. I'm just moved by the elders' willingness to sacrifice for future generations. He was about to reassure them when a loud bang erupted from the front. Their vehicle swerved violently, causing passengers to scream as they were thrown sideways. Jiang Jiwan immediately sensed something was wrong and, without hesitation, leapt from the truck, speeding at 80 kilometers per hour, rolling as he hit the ground. The vehicle ahead had run over something, causing a tire blowout. On such treacherous terrain, even military trucks struggled to maintain balance at high speeds. The driver, experienced and composed, refrained from slamming the brakes, opting instead for intermittent braking to gradually reduce speed. The brake disc and pad clashed continuously, sending sparks flying. The gravel-covered asphalt road lost its usual grip, causing the vehicle to swerve violently. Amid screams, several people were thrown from the car. Being ejected at such high speed was like a death sentence for those ordinary folks who were already hungry for days and covered in wounds. Jiang Jiwan was about to act when he heard a soft landing sound beside him. Turning his head, he saw Yushir Chunying kneeling on one knee in a pose reminiscent of Black Widow from the comics. Cool, isn't it? I used to be a stunt coordinator for Marvel. Yushir Chunying said proudly. Help me save someone, and I'll admit you're cool. Jiang Jiwan shouted, stomping the ground forcefully. The smooth asphalt beneath him cracked and caved in. His speed surged to its peak, crossing 100 meters in 5 strides and leaping to catch a woman who had been thrown from the car. Jiang Jiwan landed on his back, shielding the woman. A sharp pain shot through his joints, possibly indicating some fractures. Ignoring the pain, he pushed the woman to safety, then sprang up to catch a child flying toward him. The impact hit his chest like a sledgehammer, forcing Jiang Jiwan back 3 steps until his back slammed into a large tree. Another wave of intense pain followed. What's going on? I never used to feel pain from impacts like this. Jiang Jiwan thought, puzzled. It's not fractures. Your bones are expanding and contracting to absorb energy, Athena said sharply. You're about to advance. Jiang Jiwan was taken aback. Advance? Aren't I supposed to inject the serum first? Maybe there are exceptions? You might need to ask the border guardians. Jiang Jiwan pondered, his attention suddenly caught by Yushir Chunying's movements. Hey, her skills don't seem like those of the wilderness level. He watched as Yushir Chunying danced through the air, hooking someone with her toes and instantly retracting her leg to dissipate the force. The person spun like a barrel in the air before being kicked back into the vehicle by her. See that? Athena analyzed. She jumped using Taekwondo, dissipated the force with Tai Chi, and finished with a karate-style counterkick. Every move was seamless, flowing smoothly, requiring countless rehearsals. All right, I'll go to bed early tonight to meet you, Jiang Jiwan replied, knowing he couldn't avoid a tough session later. There was no time for distraction now. Looking back, The volcanic ash was closing in, just a few kilometers away. Ahead, helicopter blades started to rise on the horizon. Behind, a horde of fierce beasts charged through the volcanic ash, roaring and laughing maniacally as they rushed into the hunting ground. The light curtain cast by the Jingzhou cauldron grew brighter and more substantial, condensing 5,000 years of Chinese civilization into this indestructible barrier, standing against the gods. This was the legacy left by their ancestors. Whether it could be preserved depended on how much passion these descendants still had, and whether they still believed that humanity could conquer nature. Command Center. How far am I from the barrier? Zhang Jiwan growled, feeling increasingly uncomfortable. His bones, joints, and muscle fibers seemed to be expanding and reorganizing, making his body feel heavy and sluggish, losing the lightness of the past few days. The signs of a breakthrough couldn't have come at a worse time. 10 kilometers. The helicopter will reach the designated position in 30 seconds. Cadet Zhang Jiwan, you must have the civilians board within 35 seconds, or the complex aerial environment will disrupt the takeoff. The command center urgently reported. Understood. What's the maximum payload of the Mi-171? Zhang Jiwan shouted into the radio, the roar of the helicopter almost upon him. Maximum capacity is 26 passengers, came the reply. I'm asking for the maximum payload. Who cares about comfort at a time like this? Zhang Jiwan yelled sharply. Maximum payload inside the cabin is 4 tons. The other side quickly corrected. Amidst the howling wind, Zhang Jiwan dashed to Zhuanghao's vehicle, banging on his helmet and shouting, 2 helicopters, each can carry 40 people. Take off immediately when full. Restrain the 41st person if they try to board. You execute. I'll take responsibility. The remaining people get on the armored vehicles and any functional trucks. Meanwhile, Xingfei pulled Yue Xingye towards the armored car, calling out, thanks for helping us fight and save lives, you Isumo native. One last task. Drive the civilians back to Jingzhou? Without a word, Yue Xingye jumped into the driver's seat, handed his weapon to Xingfei, and said, I'll wait for you in Jingzhou. Any last words? Tell my dad if I don't make it. Hang my best photo in the lobby when the nightclub opens. If I can't rule the dance floor alive, I'll outshine everyone in death, Xingfei said with a smile, slamming the car door shut. Yue Xingye nodded, muttering to himself, got it. A bold black and white photo of you on the ceiling of the dance floor. Zhang Zhan and Cheng Xingmiao got off the armored vehicle, staring in terror at the volcanic ash approaching like a flaming mountain. The once feeble wounded, upon hearing they could board the helicopter, suddenly found incredible strength, rushing into the cabin. Within 20 seconds, the helicopter took off fully loaded, and the armored vehicle was packed with people. Yue Xingye floored the accelerator, racing into the distance, while the rest crammed into the last functional truck. At that moment, the volcanic ash was only 5 kilometers away, with scorching dust falling and igniting everything. A 10th the sand-meter tsunami devoured the coast, chasing the survivors at breakneck speed. On the plains, countless vehicles sped towards the distant golden light. The volcanic ash formed an apocalyptic wall, while the convoy became a lifeline. Monsters emerged from the ash, tearing at hope. In the final 5 kilometers, on the horizon, a massive assembly of tanks, infantry vehicles, and artillery stood ready. The border defenders claimed the 9 provinces cauldron could withstand it, but this catastrophe was unprecedented. If the barrier shattered, these cannons would be humanity's last stand. Suddenly, wild howls echoed from the volcanic ash. Crimson shadows burst through the air, outpacing both the ash and the convoy. Wolves, a soldier shouted. These were giant gray wolves over 5 meters long, their fur tips glowing with a ghostly red. Saber-like fangs jutted from their mouths, and their red eyes were pupilless, leaving burning footprints with each step. Cape's hellhounds, commonly known as lower-level hellhounds, Athena whispered, they come with volcanic eruptions, similar to Earth's canines, and can be tamed. Beware of their high-temperature breath, which exceeds 600 degrees Celsius. Zhang Jiwan readied his gun, responding, don't worry, I'll dodge. 2 hellhounds were already running alongside the truck. In the distance, an explosion was heard as a bus was hit by a hellhound's fiery breath, instantly turning into a fireball. I'm telling you to face them, Athena said sternly. You're on the verge of a breakthrough and need energy. The 600-degree heat may be uncomfortable, but this energy wave is highly beneficial to you, like goji berries, chives, oysters, and 6-flavor remani. Zhang Jiwan was taken aback, but he saw the hellhound on the right slightly raise its head, preparing to attack. He swiftly hurled a trident, striking the hellhound in the throat. Old Jiang, impressive. Zhang Zhan, about to fire, praised when he saw the move. In the next moment, Zhang Jiwan leaped from the truck, pulled out the trident, and fiercely stabbed into the hellhound's tongue. The hellhound roared, its unformed fiery breath engulfing Zhang Jiwan. He raised his left hand to block, the golden red flames instantly incinerating his tactical glove. Old Jiang, get out of the way. Xing Fei's shout came through. Jiang Jiwan suddenly felt a searing pain in his left hand. But with a pain tolerance far beyond that of an ordinary person, his movements remained unaffected. His entire left arm was engulfed in flames, yet he seemed oblivious. He swiftly landed on the ground, grabbed the hellhound by the throat, and with a powerful shout, flipped the 5-meter-long beast over his shoulder with ease. Old Jiang, roll on the ground to put out the fire, Xing Fei shouted from atop the truck. She quickly grabbed the M203 grenade launcher mounted under her rifle, aiming at another hellhound. Earlier, she'd emptied a magazine, hitting the beast with 10 bullets, which splattered blood but failed to stop its advance. Instead, the hellhound only ran faster. Without hesitation, Xing Fei pulled the trigger, and the grenade shot out with a whistle. Even though the hellhound was larger than a full-grown Siberian tiger, it was instantly knocked to the ground by the close-range blast. After dealing with the hellhound on the left, Xing Fei turned to look at Jiang Jiwan and saw that the flames on his arm had completely extinguished, which made her breathe a sigh of relief. However, she didn't know that Jiang Jiwan hadn't rolled on the ground but had instead clenched his fist, absorbing the flames into the gaps between his joints and muscles. Meanwhile, Athena was releasing the deathly breath from the ancient black gold staff, helping Jiang Jiwan fill the energy gap needed to break through his current state. Feeling much better, Jiang Jiwan said, clenching his fist, with the previous feeling of weakness being replaced by a surge of power. He wondered, my inheritance seems to focus on physical cultivation, so why do I need to absorb so much energy? Athena replied in her typically straightforward manner, don't you take protein shakes when you work out? The two hellhounds were merely the appetizer. More wolf dogs were closing in from both sides at an alarming speed, quickly surrounding convoy after convoy. Xing Fei, standing on the truck's roof, saw the front row of wolf dogs nearing the armored vehicle, ready to attack. She immediately shouted over the radio, you sure Chunying, watch your sides. There's a heavy machine gun on the roof, take them out. Me use the machine gun? Who's going to drive? You sure Chunying retorted. Xing Fei was surprised. You don't have a single Daxia Iron Army soldier in your vehicle? Your Daxia soldiers are too dedicated. None of them wanted to be on the armored vehicle and insisted on staying on the most dangerous trucks. You sure Chunying replied with a hint of sarcasm. Then her tone turned serious. Don't worry, I've had professional training, I can handle it. You're only 18, how professional can you be? Be careful. Xing Fei's warning was barely out when she saw two hellhounds leap high from both sides of the armored vehicle, spewing gold-red flames from their mouths. The armored vehicle suddenly screeched to a halt, swerved sharply to the left, then roared its engine, braked again, and accelerated. The 15-ton armored vehicle spun rapidly 3 times on the road, the two hellhounds swept away by the hardened steel plates. After the spin, the armored vehicle continued steadily towards the distant golden curtain. That driving skill, Xiechingen admired from atop the truck. Xin Tian Wuing spin. Is that a name for a car stunt? Xing Fei asked. I just made it up on the spot, Xiechingen replied. Could you lay off the comics? You won't be able to catch up on new episodes anymore. The manga artists in Isumo are probably all buried alive. Xing Fei said helplessly. Only 3 kilometers left. Jiang Jiwan shouted, running alongside the truck, grabbing a hellhound by the tail and swinging it back. The hellhound bared its teeth in midair, ready to attack Jiang Jiwan upon landing. Suddenly, shadows streaked across the sky, and 3 bat-like creatures swooped down from the volcanic ash. The hellhound's blood-red eyes showed extreme terror, its 4 paws clawing desperately at the ground, trying to land quickly. But it was too late. The bat's scythe-like claws held the hellhound's seemingly invulnerable body firmly. Despite its struggles and roars, the hellhound was lifted high. The bats simultaneously exerted their strength, tearing the massive wolf into a rain of blood and flesh. They greedily stuffed the meat into their mouths, crunching on bones and flesh alike. I think I've seen those bats before, Jiang Jiwan thought aloud, glancing up at the 3 bats while running, recalling the massive bat on the pharmaceutical factory roof that had easily dodged bullets. The night had been too dark for him to see its true form. These bats had a slender build, somewhere between humanoid and beast-like. They had sturdy, thin membranous wings stretching between their arms and legs, with each hand and foot sporting 5 15-centimeter-long blood-red claws, resembling sharp crimson scythes. Volcanic rock bats, a byproduct of the creation of man, Athena explained. They were an attempt to create a perfect human with flight and formidable attack abilities, but these creatures are not very intelligent. High-level predators don't seem to favor developing their brains, so they were abandoned and discarded into the volcano for destruction. Athena whispered softly, these creatures from the Earth's core are mostly species that were thought to be destroyed. Yet they seem to have survived and found a way to live in the magma. They've returned. Jiang Jiwan remained silent, his eyes cautiously scanning the surroundings. The number of hellhounds was rapidly increasing, their menacing faces flickering in and out of view in the glow of the fire. Volcanic rock bats screeched out from the thick volcanic ash, their wings slicing through the air with a piercing sound. Suddenly, Jiang Jiwan noticed several barely visible black lines flashing across the sky. These lines moved with incredible speed, slicing through the beasts with precision. His heart stirred. This had to be Nangong Xianshui. He was still nearby. However, the current situation was far more dire than these creatures. Just 2.5 kilometers ahead was the curtain, and only 1.8 kilometers behind. The volcanic ash was surging forward. The two vehicles were pushed to their limits. The armored vehicle could just keep pace with the ash, but the truck filled with civilians clearly couldn't make it through. At that moment, Zhuang Hao's voice came through the radio, loud and resolute. Daxia Iron Army, this is Zhuang Hao. Everyone, listen up. All jump from the vehicles to lighten the load. Let the civilians into the curtain. Those who survive the jump, cover each other. Retreat in stages, and show these monsters what the iron-willed Daxia Iron Army is made of. To the warriors of the 6th Platoon, we'll meet at the Martyrs' Cemetery. Jiang Jiwan felt a shock in his heart as he heard the synchronized response around him. Understood. On the truck, the soldiers began to jump off in an orderly fashion. 5 at a time, they leaped off, rolling a few times on the muddy asphalt before grabbing their rifles to organize a counterattack. Even with torn muscles and broken bones, even with blood streaming from their heads, they continued to fight. Zhuang Hao, carrying a light machine gun, led the way. It seemed his front tooth had been broken, and his mouth was full of blood. He pulled the trigger and roared at the sky. God damn it! Bullets wove a fiery rain in the air, pushing back the approaching monsters. Jiang Jiwan watched as 2 volcanic rock bats swooped toward him, when suddenly Xing Fei's determined voice rang in his ears. Wherever each border guard stands, there lies the border of Daxia. We cannot let the Iron Army brothers hold the line for us. Border guard squad, listen up. Everyone jump, except for you Shichening. Jiang Jiwan raised his gun and, without hesitation, fired a portable grenade at a volcanic bat. Despite not aiming, the grenade flew accurately towards its target. However, the bat's reflexes were astonishing. It snatched the grenade midair and crushed it with its claws. An ear-splitting explosion followed, creating a 10-meter-wide cloud in the sky. The force of the blast pushed Jiang Jiwan back 3 steps. Through the smoke, 2 volcanic bats emerged, their 4 blood-red claws aimed straight at Jiang Jiwan's face. The claws were stained with the searing blood and crimson fur of a hellhound. Seriously? Bats with feathers? What do you think you are, birds? Jiang Jiwan shouted angrily, quickly crossing his arms in front of his chest. His arm guards, made of Kevlar bulletproof fiber and ceramic plates, were his shield against the attacking volcanic bats. As the blood claws struck the arm guards, a series of sharp cracking sounds echoed. It was the ceramic plates shattering. While shattering, the plates absorbed about 30% of the impact, and the blood claws, penetrating into the polyethylene layer behind, continued to weaken the blow. The strength of these volcanic bats was terrifying. They could easily overturn a transport truck. Nangong Xianshui, watching from the shadows, intended to assist but hesitated when he saw Jiang Jiwan choosing to confront them head-on. Amazingly, Jiang Jiwan actually held his ground. It was akin to standing firm against a speeding truck equipped with sharp scythes. Even seasoned warriors would rarely dare to face the volcanic bat's assault so directly. Before Nangong Xianshui could marvel, Jiang Jiwan let out a fierce shout and swiftly sidestepped. The bats missed their target and, carried by momentum, plummeted towards the ground. As they attempted to flap their wings and take off again, Jiang Jiwan was quicker, delivering a mid-air elbow strike to the spine of one bat. With a crunching sound, the bat's spine shattered. Seizing the moment, Jiang Jiwan grabbed its claw and plunged it into the belly of the other bat. The bat that had just started to take flight was instantly disemboweled, its guts and blood splattering onto Jiang Jiwan's face. Wiping the blood from his face, Jiang Jiwan swiftly drew his handgun and fired a shot into each bat's head, ending their lives. His actions were seamless and efficient, a display of skill unexpected from someone who had only trained for 3 days. Nangong Xianshui was secretly impressed. This wasn't just a natural-born fighter. Jiang Jiwan seemed like a combat machine made for the apocalypse. At that moment, Nangong Xianshui sensed a menacing gaze fixed on Jiang Jiwan, rapidly approaching. Could it be that force that eradicates geniuses? He wondered, transforming into a streak of light and rushing toward the source of that gaze. Just as Jiang Jiwan finished off the bats, he heard a series of thuds behind him. Turning around, he saw his comrades jumping off the truck. Xing Fei was the first to jump, executing a perfect forward roll upon landing to absorb the impact. She then crouched with her gun, on high alert. This usually carefree girl now moved with the precision of an instructor, taking the situation very seriously. Next was Xie Qingyan, who shouted for the tribe. As ice spikes formed beneath his feet, allowing him to glide to the ground. Zhang Zhen followed, pulling Cheng Xingmiao along with him. What are you all doing down here? Jiang Jiwan glanced at the departing truck. then at the Daxia Iron Army organizing their counterattack, and finally at his 4 bewildered teammates. Xing Fei shook her head, saying, the Daxia Iron Army jumped off, so how can we just sit back? We can lose our lives, but we can't lose our sense of loyalty. Her words echoed her father's beliefs. Her father, Xing Dashan, was a man of his word, took his employees with him when fleeing disaster and found them jobs at the shelter. No wonder Xing Fei held his words in such high regard. Her father truly was a man of his word. Zhang Jin nodded in agreement. Jiang Jiwan knew his loyalty well. If his brothers were punished, he'd stand with them, even if it meant getting scolded at home. If they climbed walls, he'd follow, even if he got stuck. And what about you two? Jiang Jiwan turned to the other two, Xie and shouted, comrades, we can't live together, but we must die together. All right, stop talking. Jiang Jiwan cut off Xie overly dramatic declaration, finally turning his gaze to Cheng Xingmiao. Cheng Xingmiao looked around blankly and shook his head, saying, I don't know either. Seeing how determined you all were, I just followed on impulse. Jiang Jiwan sighed inwardly. A bunch of reckless adventurers, even Cheng Xingmiao got swept along. He quickly pulled himself together, waved his hand, and shouted, let's go. Move forward at a run, cover fire in staggered formation. We left Jingzhou in one piece, and we're going back in one piece. In this vast world, hope lay ahead while despair trailed behind. 6 border guards and 31 Daxia Iron Army soldiers sprinted forward with all their might. Their gun barrels continuously spat fire, bullets raining down on the surrounding monsters. Whenever someone ran out of ammo, a teammate immediately took their place, maintaining a constant barrage. The volcanic cloud advanced ever faster, the shadow of death drawing nearer. With just 1 kilometer left to run, the leading edge of the ash cloud was only 500 meters behind. Zhuanghao suddenly shouted, Xiaojiang, you guys are faster, go ahead. Don't worry about us. He noticed the young border guards deliberately slowing down to stay alongside the Daxia Iron Army. But at the Iron Army's pace, escaping the lethal ash was impossible. Jiang Jiwan sternly responded, stop the nonsense. Don't look back to shoot, just run for your lives. We'll handle those creatures. With that, he leaped 5 meters into the air, kicking a hellhound away from the Iron Army, landing it right into the jaws of a volcanic bat. The bat instantly severed the hound's head, greedily spreading its wings to feast on the canine's blood. Behind a golden curtain, countless eyes watched them. Military motorcycles roared out from the curtain. 5 teams of border guards soared into the air, ready to assist. Jiang Jiwan could even hear the Iron Army's shouts from within the curtain. Old Zhuang, run faster. Ditch the gear. Was all that training for nothing? Ignore the monsters behind. Trust our aim. Where's the land-based Closian weapon system? I authorize you to open fire, cover their entry. A voice commanded from behind the curtain. Gasping for breath, Xing Fei asked, how much farther up ahead? 600 meters, someone replied. And behind? 200 meters until they catch us. Damn it. Run like hell. Don't stop. Cheng Xingmiao summoned the power of Qing Tsong, her fingers transforming into green vines, dragging the Daxia Iron Army soldiers beside her forward with incredible speed, faster than a truck. Zhuang Hao, panting heavily, had fallen to the back of the group due to his earlier injuries, now running alongside Jiang Jiwan. As he ran, he gritted his teeth, loading his last magazine, his wounds bleeding, and his legs growing weak. Xiaojiang, I can't make it. Remember what I told you. Zhuang Hao said with difficulty. Jiang Jiwan took a deep breath, feeling the heat at his back. He grabbed Zhuang Hao's arm firmly and said, stop talking. We're in this together. We're leaving together. They were less than 100 meters from the golden curtain, with volcanic ash relentlessly closing in, leaving only 5 meters behind Jiang Jiwan. The scorching ash caused the temperature of his bulletproof vest to skyrocket, and even the high-strength fireproof Kevlar fiber began to show signs of burning. The surroundings resembled a descent into hell. Hellhounds raced beside him, volcanic rock bats circled overhead, and gigantic tentacles shattered the ground. At the edge of the curtain, the strongest among the border guards fired beams of light, trying to eliminate every visible monster. In the sky, trucks and armored vehicles were swept up, tossed into the air like toys. Before desperate screams could be heard, massive gaping mouths, meters wide, emerged to devour both people and vehicles whole. This horrifying sight continually redefined despair. Jiang Jiwan pulled Zhuang Hao along, running tirelessly. The volcanic ash was only 30 seconds from the curtain. Zhuang Hao raised his radio, shouting hoarsely, 6th platoon, listen up. Nobody looks back. Nobody helps anyone else. Just run forward. Those who survive, take care of your comrades' families. This is my final order. As soon as he finished speaking, a volcanic rock bat suddenly bit into Zhuang Hao's leg, sinking its teeth deep. Blood gushed out as the man, strong as steel, was hurled into the air by the bat, a giant maw waiting below to catch him. Jiang Jiwan reacted swiftly, flipping midair to break the bat's spine with a kick, and grabbed Zhuang Hao, slamming him onto a support vehicle bursting through the curtain. He then forcefully kicked the rear of the vehicle to prevent it from being consumed by the ash. Jiang Jiwan shouted angrily at Zhuang Hao, "Get back home alive, all of you!" At this moment, the volcanic ash was only 20 meters away from Jiang Jiwan, while many people were still running towards the curtain as people. In Nangong Xian Shui's earpiece, Ning Nacho's urgent voice rang out, "Nangong, what are you hesitating for? At all costs, throw young Master Jiang back here." Nangong Xian Shui didn't respond. He was engaged in a fierce battle with a powerful entity amidst the volcanic ash. The cold gleam of his sword flashed repeatedly, slicing through countless emerging monsters. Athena warned quietly, "Jiang Jiwan, my impostor is here, likely dueling with Nangong Xian Shui. You need to leave." Jiang Jiwan felt his heart sink, asking, "You mean the one who created you rebuilt another Athena using your body?" He wasn't sure of Athena's peak strength, but as a goddess of war, she was certainly no weaker than Neptune by the Yangzhou shore. "Nangong Xian Shui, fall back," Jiang Jiwan yelled into the radio. Before he finished, a muffled sound came from the ash, and Nangong Xian Shui flew backward like a broken kite, crashing heavily to the ground before bouncing up again. Jiang Jiwan leaped, catching Nangong Xian Shui and landing on the roof of a rescue truck. He looked around, shouting, "Someone get Mr. Nangong back." Xie Qing'an quickly jumped onto the roof, using ice to freeze Nangong Xian Shui's body, slowing blood flow to prevent the injury from worsening. This peerless warrior lay on the roof, his chest a bloody mess, his sword broken in two, and the fingers of his right hand shattered. He could only mouth to Jiang Jiwan, "Go." Suddenly, a cold voice echoed from the ash, "Trying to leave? Stay." As the words fell, countless burning volcanic rocks shot out like meteors from the blood-red cloud wall 10,000 meters high, covering an area hundreds of meters around Nangong Xian Shui. Not only was Nangong Xian Shui there, but also evacuating vehicles, border guards, iron troops, and civilians. Jiang Jiwan took a deep breath, standing in front of Nangong Xian Shui. The man who had always protected him in secret was now his turn to protect him. The surrounding border guards were using their inherited power to strike at the incoming fiery meteors, with anti-aircraft guns inside the curtain providing support, but it was clearly not enough. "Athena, it's up to us now." Jiang Jiwan stood on the truck roof, slowly pushing his hands forward. "I know the risk of exposure, but there's no other choice. Without risk, how is it called war?" Athena retorted, "Jiang Jiwan, brace yourself and don't let go." War barrier. Between Jiang Jiwan's hands, a faint golden curtain appeared, instantly forming a 20-meter wide light wall in front of him. Athena's voice echoed in his mind, "Never start a war lightly, for when the bowstring hums, victory between gods and men is a coin toss. Life and death hang in the balance." The fiery meteors crashed against the barrier, and Jiang Jiwan felt his entire skeleton shudder violently. The sound of cracking bones echoed throughout Jiang Jiwan's body as he felt the volcanic ash's energy surpassing his expectations. Even though the war barrier absorbed most of the impact, the intense pain still surged through him. Despite torn muscles and broken bones, his hands remained steady, his body leaning forward as his arms exerted force. He stood like an unyielding statue, unchanged by the turmoil within. In the command room, someone whispered in shock, "Where did this wall come from?" Another person sighed. "Looks like the boss and his wife left something to protect their only child. After all, he's little Jiang." At this moment, vehicles had entered the Jiuzhou Vale, leaving only the Daxia Iron Army and the border guards to protect the civilians. Jiang Jiwan's mind went blank, his bones and muscles on the verge of collapse. He roared internally, "I can't let go. I promised to take them home." Then he shouted to the sky, "Damn heavens, I'm alone. I might as well die a hero with my parents and grandfather. But the people I brought here, not even the King of Heaven can take them today." With his roar, the war barrier in his hands shone even brighter. In this desperate situation, his fighting spirit burned hotter. The scene before him turned crimson, and in that blood-red vision, he seemed to see Quafu, the bronze giant silently walking towards the sun, step by step, crossing vast seas, towards a familiar rift, until the end of his life. Suddenly, a cold female voice, similar to Athena's yet devoid of emotion, echoed from the volcanic ash. "War barrier? Found you. The great world's intelligent flame." In the sky, a streak of azure light shot forth. It was a woman clad in ice-blue armor, who launched a crystalline blue energy beam with a wave of her hand. The beam, over 10 meters long, seemed to contain the essence of war, reaching Jiang Jiwan in an instant. At that moment, the war barrier froze into an ice shield, and even time seemed to pause. The energy beam collided with the barrier, and both shattered simultaneously. Jiang Jiwan watched as cracks spread across the barrier like a turtle shell before it exploded. Yet, 10 meters of the energy beam remained. In his mind, Athena's voice urgently cried out, "Damn it, so fast!" Absolute defense. Another barrier appeared, this time a golden triangular shield. It bore the faint image of a gorgon, and the prayers of Mediterranean ancestors echoed around him, while the goddess's blessing shone from above. This stronger barrier obliterated the energy beam, but the opponent's assault continued. She struck the shield with her armored arm. The next moment, Jiang Jiwan heard Athena in his mind let out a muffled groan, and the golden shield shattered into countless golden fragments. The absolute defense bought Jiang Jiwan only 0.3 seconds. Even though the shield absorbed most of the force, he was still sent flying like a broken kite, kicking up a cloud of dust. In a critical moment, Cheng Xingmiao, who had just entered the Jiuzhou Vale, swung the Qingcang vine, catching Jiang Jiwan and pulling him back forcefully. In the command center, rapid orders rang out. Fire all missiles. Unleash every bit of firepower we have at the border. Armor-piercing cannons, hypersonic railguns, armor-piercing rockets, and even pulse lasers. Humanity's most advanced technology formed a web of destruction, targeting the ice blue woman. From the mist came her muffled groan. She cut through the oncoming firepower, but the impact knocked off her helmet. Jiang Jiwan saw her face clearly and was shocked that it was strikingly similar to the Athena in his mind. The woman was pushed back 7 or 8 steps, stopping only when she collided with a mammoth. Meanwhile, the bloody Jiang Jiwan was dragged into the veil by Cheng Xingmiao. The artificially created Athena looked displeased, staring coldly at Jiang Jiwan as he was pulled into the veil, saying, "Human technology is not entirely useless. But this child, you cannot protect him." Jiang Jiwan's vision blurred, as Yu Xingya and Xing Fei held the boy, feeling his body grow colder and weaker. His eyelids slowly closed, his fate uncertain. Countless people rushed toward him. The survivors didn't know who Jiang Jiwan was, or who Nangong Xianshui was. They only knew that the sky above had darkened completely, and the golden veil was their last hope. Volcanic ash pounded the southern side of Jingzhou, layer upon layer, growing denser and more turbulent. The veil trembled, ringing like a bell. Thousands looked up at the golden veil, embracing each other, awaiting the final verdict of life or death. At this moment, it seemed as if the entire city's breath had paused. The volcanic ash surged like a colossal wave, repeatedly crashing against the protective barrier formed by the Jingzhou cauldron. After hundreds of fierce impacts, the barrier was relentlessly compressed, showing minute deformations on its surface. This calamity persisted for a full 10 minutes before finally subsiding into silence. The survivors, trembling, looked up in awe at the still-standing barrier. They questioned each other, their voices filled with incredulous hope. Did it hold? Did we really survive? Soon, cheers erupted throughout Jingzhou. Long live the Jingzhou cauldron. We survived. This jubilant exclamation echoed not only in Jingzhou but spread across Xia, and even to every corner of the world shielded by the mystical artifact. In this critical moment of life and death, there was no time for prayers or mourning the deceased. They only wanted to cheer, to weep with relief, celebrating their rebirth. However, this euphoria of survival did not last long. Suddenly, a woman's voice resonated across all corners of the world. She spoke in an ancient divine language that no one had ever learned, yet upon hearing it, everyone instinctively understood its meaning. "I am Pallas Athena, the goddess of war and wisdom, commander under the creator, and pioneer of human transformation. You have only 2 choices: accept transformation or face death. The creator bestows grace upon you, granting 30 days to decide." Her voice, cold and authoritative, continued. "After 30 days, without a response, the creator's army will descend, tearing through the protective layers of each nation. Those who celebrate survival will become food for the hellhounds. Corpses will hang from your proud structures, and rivers of blood will flow through your lands. Human civilization and life will cease to exist." Finally, she delivered an ultimatum. 30 days kneel, or writhe and burn in the flames. The choice is yours. The world fell silent once more. The transformed goddess Athena slowly retreated, vanishing into the mist. Her whispers seemed to reach the heavens. The rebellion and the spark lie within the bloodline of the Jiang family's last heir. At that moment, it was as if another voice echoed from the heavens, piercing her soul. "At the moment of judgment against the 9 cauldrons, I sensed a threat. The rumors are true. Xia left behind a true deity. In their future, we can awaken our descendants hidden among humans." The voice pierced into everyone's soul like a nightmare, as if icy shards were drilling into their minds, spinning relentlessly, trying to take root inside their skulls. With boundless fear, people locked their gaze onto the golden barrier, their last hope. On the barrier, a gigantic lizard lay sprawling, while bats danced in the shadows. A giant wielded a massive axe, walking heavily, occasionally striking the golden, transparent shield. The thrill of surviving the catastrophe had not yet reached its peak when a tidal wave of fear for the future surged anew. Looking up, the sky was filled with bizarre creatures, an endless swarm attacking the barrier. Every ripple of golden waves sent their nerves tightening again, like a wound-up spring ready to snap. From space, volcanic lava spread from the north and south, devouring the 9 provinces of Dacia. Within just 2 hours, even the golden barrier was completely submerged. Global satellites would cease to function in an hour, and the narrow gaps between the provinces were cut off by earthquakes and the erosion of subterranean beasts. Humanity, accustomed to modern information, was about to be plunged into darkness. These gaps, though small, perhaps the size of a city wall or half a mountain range, were insurmountable chasms for ordinary people. Only the strongest among the inheritors could cross them in an instant with unparalleled power. Yet at this moment, ordinary people had no time to worry about such things. Survival was the most urgent task. Jiang Zhiwan did not know how long he had been unconscious. Once again, he stood atop a cliff. The vast sky and a mighty river lay before him, eagles and whales erratically circling in the air. A thick fog enveloped the mountains, and Athena, transformed into black stone, stood before him with her shield raised. The once bright and charming maiden seemed never to have existed. The past 3 days felt like an illusory dream. Jiang Zhiwan frowned, reaching out to touch Athena's fingertip. "Keep your hands to yourself," the statue suddenly snapped. Hearing Athena's reprimand, Jiang Zhiwan actually felt relieved. He withdrew his hand and asked, "Why are you a statue again?" "I forcibly unleashed my divine power for absolute defense and suffered severe damage." Athena's voice was weak yet thoughtful. "I didn't expect that guy to be so strong." "Thank you," Jiang Zhiwan said simply, understanding that Athena had paid the price for his recklessness. "I only wanted to protect the seed of wisdom for the greater world." Athena huffed proudly. "The person who emerged from the volcanic ash seems a lot like you. Is that your divine body?" Jiang Zhiwan recalled the figure, extremely similar to Athena, but clad in heavier armor and with more developed muscles. The creator enhanced the divine body and imparted his will upon it. Athena scoffed. "But I don't like that enhanced divine body. When I was first created, it was the same, every inch of muscle hidden beneath delicate skin, full of power. Over the long years, I discarded that sense of power. Women don't have the large frames to carry massive muscles, and no matter how much I train, I could never surpass Zeus, the king of gods. So I began to create the art of warfare, leading the battlefield with wisdom." Her voice grew weaker, as if she were ill. "In the coming days, I can't train you in combat techniques, but I'll be watching slacking off. The creator knows where you are." "Very well, you needn't hide anymore," Jiang Zhiwan said, looking at the gray-black statue before him, feeling a bit unsettled, missing the image of the quirky goddess sitting at the cliff's edge, gazing at the sky. "What can I do to help you return to your original form?" he asked softly. "My divine body will send those native beasts and humans of Dacia to take your life." Athena's voice grew more ethereal. "Their life essence is bestowed by the creator and shares my origin. I will grant you the Aegis, which can absorb that essence. I will imbue the Aegis with my remaining soul power, allowing you to use absolute defense one last time. Remember, only once." At this moment, Jiang Zhiwan lay in the ICU of Huazhong University of Science and Technology's affiliated Tongji Hospital. Doctors and nurses busily moved about the room, unaware of the triangular leather shield shadow that appeared in the palm of Jiang Zhiwan's left hand. In the center of the shield was a sculpture of a bewitching snake-haired witch, a flash of light that quickly vanished, deeply hidden within the lines of his hand. In another hospital room lay Nangong Xian Shui, who had been transported directly from the border by helicopter. 7 or 8 border soldiers stood guard at the door, still clad in exoskeleton armor stained with blood, bearing numerous wounds. Ning Nanxio sat in the hospital corridor, surrounded by the complaints of his companions. They had just arrived after completing defense work in various states, each of them significant figures, at least at the late Ling level, and many were formidable U-level guardians of their regions. "What on earth is going on with Nangong?" a deep voice questioned. "Can't we just bring back young Master Jiang?" "Exactly," another chimed in. "Why can't young Master Jiang just be a totem, living comfortably and doing whatever he pleases?" "In his current state," a third person said worriedly, "we can't face his parents or the old commander if anything happens." Someone turned to Ning Nanxio and demanded, "Old Ning, what did you say to Nangong? Why does he always let young Master Jiang take such risks alone? And what about that so-called war barrier?" Another voice interjected. "Is that really young Master Jiang's legacy? Long Xiang Zhu Ruo's ever heard of such a legacy? Maybe that shield is just part of a move." "Wait, Long Xiang Zhu Ri?" someone asked in confusion. "Isn't young Master Jiang supposed to have an ancient legacy? Could you be a bit more diligent and check the underlying database when you read the reports? A sharp voice retorted. That ancient legacy is just a cover. Ning Nanxio rubbed his temples. These usually reserved and dignified masters were now more talkative than the gossiping elders in a village square. Finally, he stood up slowly, pointed towards the hospital room, and spoke with a steady and powerful voice. Enough. He was born to be a leader, not a follower. Today, for those 5 seconds he stood his ground. He earned the respect of millions of Desia's iron army. Ning Nanxio's gaze swept across the faces of everyone present, memorizing their expressions as he continued. We've always thought young Master Jiang should live a life of peace and luxury, carrying on the family line. But he has already taken up his grandfather's spear, his mother's sword, and his father's blade. He has mounted his warhorse, charging headlong towards the ambition of sealing the wolves at the borders. At that moment, the ICU door suddenly opened, and an elderly doctor stepped out quickly. Director Huang. Ning Nanxio rushed to meet him. How are the two inside? Director Huang's eyes showed a hint of confusion as he slowly spoke. Mr. Nangong is still unconscious. As for the other one, the situation is a bit... He paused, and the hearts of the big shots immediately leapt into their throats. Ning Nanxio swallowed hard, his voice a bit dry. Can he hold on? A flicker of confusion crossed Dean Huang's eyes as he slowly explained Jiang Jiwan's condition. When Jiang Jiwan was brought in, he had 78 fractures and 21 internal injuries. His vital signs were extremely unstable. On the plane, Cheng Xingmiao was with him the whole time. She's one of the few healers from that city. But Jiang Jiwan's injuries were too severe. After just 15 minutes of treatment, Cheng Xingmiao was completely drained of energy. Ning Nanxio silently prayed, hoping Jiang Jiwan could hold on for another 10 minutes. 2 top healers from Desia were on a plane rushing to the hospital and would soon land on the rooftop helipad. Dean Huang continued with a hint of puzzlement in his voice. There's another thing. He said he was hungry. The group of big shots was taken aback. After a moment, Ning Nanxio frowned and asked, are you saying Jiang Jiwan is talking in his sleep while unconscious? Dean Huang shook his head. Just then, the doors of the ICU slowly opened, and a hospital bed was wheeled out. Jiang Jiwan, dressed in a hospital gown and hooked up to N4, said to the nurse beside him, what time is it? Does the cafeteria still have food? I'm starving, as he shouted. He looked up and saw a group of middle-aged men and women in their 40s and 50s staring wide-eyed at him, with Ning Nanxio at the forefront. Ning Nanxio murmured to himself, it's only been an hour. Is this a final burst of energy? He looked incredulously at Jiang Jiwan, who was already sitting up on the bed, his face rosy and full of life, showing no sign of someone at death's door. You think I'm having a final burst of energy? Jiang Jiwan suddenly jumped up from the bed, landing in front of Ning Nanxio and urgently asked, how's Nangong Xianshui? What about Zhuang Hao? Did everyone I brought out make it back? The 7 or 8 people around them stood in shock, then hurriedly lifted him back onto the bed, quickly removing his hospital gown for a thorough examination. 10 minutes later, the big shots were still struggling to accept the reality before them. They sat in a private room at the New World Hotel opposite Huazhong University of Science and Technology's affiliated Tongji Hospital, watching Jiang Jiwan devour his meal. Nangong Xianshui, a peak-level healer, was still lying in the ICU, while Jiang Jiwan, of a lower rank, only had a few shallow scars left that were healing. Yet, when he entered the ICU, every bone in his body had been shattered. Jiang Jiwan sat in the private room, his face greasy from devouring a tomahawk steak, occasionally sipping fresh fruit juice. Ning Nanxio introduced the big shots present. This bearded man is Mu Guetang, the commander of the border guards in Jingzhou, the highest leader among the Jingzhou inheritors, and one of the 5 peaks of the border guards. Jiang Jiwan wiped his greasy hands on his equally greasy mouth, put down his steak, and greeted warmly, oh wow, my superior. I'm honored, truly honored. Mu Guetang, tall and brawny with a bushy beard and eyes like bronze bells, exuded an imposing presence. He waved his hand, his voice deep and resonant. Young Master Jiang, no need for formalities. I fought alongside your father in the past. After he passed, I should have taken you under my wing, but your grandfather wouldn't allow it. Another elder dressed in a purple and green Taoist robe, with a long beard, quickly chimed in. Ah, these years have been hard on young Master Jiang. Don't worry, you can roam the 9 provinces of Desia freely. If anything happens, we brothers will handle it. If the sky falls, this old Taoist will hold it up for you. Jiang Jiwan was puzzled, wondering who this man was, daring to speak so boldly in front of the commander of Jingzhou. Ning Nanxio hurriedly introduced. This is Yu Zhengqiu, known as Master Zhengqiu, the chief commander of Yanzhou and also one of the 5 peaks. He once studied under Ji Shuang. Jiang Jiwan suddenly understood. Mu Guetang was associated with his father, while Yu Zhengqiu was linked to his mother. These 2 were his parents' trusted allies, which explained their influence in Jingzhou and Yanzhou. At that moment, A woman's voice came from the other side of the table. Yu Zhengchu's awareness is commendable, but old Mu, you're regressing. I heard young Master Jiang was bullied by some classmates in Jingzhou, and as the commander, you did nothing? If it were me, those families would be hanging from power poles by now. Yu Zhengchu retorted defiantly. That Zhang family kid also gets bullied every day, and the Zhang family hasn't said a word. Zhang family? Zhang Zhuan immediately thought of Zhang Zhan, but he had met Zhang Zhan's father, who was just an ordinary middle-aged man. Lately, Zhang Zhan's behavior had been mediocre, greedy, and lustful, just lucky with some uncanny intuition. Jiang Zhiwan turned to look at the woman speaking, finding her to be a mature beauty dressed in a water blue qipao, exuding the charm of a sophisticated woman. Ning Nanxia whispered an introduction, Ji Yunshui, once an orphan who worked hard to become a lawyer. But without connections, her projects were often snatched away. Once, she was ambushed for standing up for justice and nearly beaten to death, but fortunately, she met Ji Shuang. Zhang Zhuan greeted Ji Yunshui with a nod. Hello, auntie. He couldn't help but marvel at the drastic career change she had made from a lawyer to a spiritual master. Ji Yunshui affectionately ruffled Zhang Zhuan's hair, her voice full of indulgence. If it weren't for your grandfather stopping me, I would have taken you in long ago. If you ever feel uncomfortable in Jingzhou, just come to Yuzhou. I've got it all covered there. Zhang Zhuan was momentarily taken aback by her commanding words, then turned his attention to the last person in the room, a short, lean man wearing a half-mask who seemed to be scrutinizing Zhang Zhuan, as if searching for someone else's shadow in him. Zhang Zhuan whispered to Ning Nanqiu. Don't tell me that guy is also one of my parents' people. Ning Nanqiu shook his head and explained. His name is Liu Can. Though he wasn't trained by your parents, he was part of the Great Rift Valley team and is one of your father's closest brothers. When your parents stayed behind to detonate the explosives, they threw him out to safety. He doesn't hold a specific position, but he's one of the 5 peaks, undeniably a king on the battlefield. With a sigh, Ning Nanqiu added, Young Master Jiang, this is your visible support among the border defenders. Liu Can slowly approached Zhang Zhuan, placed a hand on his shoulder, and said with difficulty, Zhang Zhuan, hello? I am Liu Can. His speech was halting and strained. Ning Nanqiu softly explained, Brother Liu's vocal cords were irreversibly damaged on the battlefield, so he hardly speaks and mostly just listens to orders. Zhang Zhuan calculated silently, Mu Guitang, the Jingzhou commander, was with my dad. Yu Zhengchu, the Yinzhou chief commander, was with my mom. Ji Yunshui, the Yuzhou commander, is my aunt, and Liu Can is my dad's brother, making him my uncle. That's 4 out of the 5 peaks. He looked up and asked Ning Nanqiu, the last of the 5 peaks shouldn't have anything to do with me, right? Ning Nanqiu pointed towards a nearby hospital. The last one, Mr. Nangong Xianshui, is still bedridden, though his vital signs are stable. He added, as for the restless ones, there's no need to worry. The 3 immortals are all General Zhang's disciples. Rest assured, apart from the general's mansion, the entire border defenders and restless ones are your people. Zhang Zhiwan caught onto the key phrase, apart from the general's mansion? So, the people there have nothing to do with my parents? He realized that the general's mansion seemed to operate independently of the border defenders' combat system and asked, what is the general's mansion? Ning Nanqiu lowered his voice and explained, it's an entity that, 10 years ago, advocated for everyone to join the battle against the gods. It holds the highest command over the border defenders and restless ones. After General Zhang's passing, the general reached the pinnacle of the 5 peaks, wielding ancient-level inheritance, and became the #1 in Daxia with Code 1, splitting Mount Hua. Back then, the general advocated for nationwide training and accelerated reproduction, turning the world into a war machine. In contrast, most border defenders and restless ones followed General Zhang's philosophy, fighting for light in the shadows of humanity, trying to prevent panic and suspicion among people. Hearing this, Zhang Zhiwan felt a slight tremor in his heart. So, based on the current situation, the general's approach was the right one? The conflict between the 2 of them was quite intense back then, wasn't it? Zhang Zhiwan pondered for a moment before asking. Ning Nanqiu lowered his voice and replied, they did have differing opinions, but both aimed for the betterment of Daxia. Although we all thought the general was somewhat too radical, given how things have deteriorated over the years, his aggressive approach seems more fitting for these times. Zhang Zhiwan nodded thoughtfully. From the current standpoint, the general's proposal for total militarization does seem more foresight. If these 2 choices were placed before the public, people might even consider Jiang Hengshua's decision to secretly deal with the divine threats back then to be foolish. The general's proposal can only be realized when the crisis is imminent, Zhang Zhiwan continued to analyze. He wants to turn Daxia into a war machine, stripping everyone of their autonomy and making them mere cogs in the machine. But he can't force people to believe in an impending catastrophe based solely on photos and videos of divine relics. True talent will never be content to become mere components. If his ideas had been implemented years ago, Xia would have already lost its talent. As Jiang Jiwan took a bite of his steak, he continued, so, it's just a seemingly correct decision. He considered practicality, but not human nature. If Xia enforces high pressure, other nations will inevitably attract Xia's talent in the name of freedom. The legendary frontier warriors around him watched the 18-year-old with amazement at his comprehensive analysis of the situation. Ji Yunshui couldn't help but ruffle Jiang Jiwan's hair, praising, Jiwan, you're impressive, embodying the Jiang family's tradition of cherishing soldiers. Even the general can't suppress you. Jiang Jiwan sighed. But it resulted in Mr. Nangong getting seriously injured. Ji Yunshui shook his head. He's suffered countless injuries in his life. This one is the most meaningful, as it has shown us the gap between humans and gods. Mu Guitang patted Jiang Jiwan on the shoulder. Our generation has supported the Dexia Iron Army all the way, but the new inheritors are being treated like treasures. Most of them feel superior, and you've managed to offend those people. Jiang Jiwan wiped his mouth and hands with a wet wipe. Different paths lead to different goals. By the way, have the two medical inheritors arrived to save Mr. Nangong? The conversation quickly shifted to the pressing matters at hand. The strong ones, reassured of Jiang Jiwan's safety, returned to their respective regions, preparing for the tasks ahead. Jiang Jiwan also learned that the rise of the 9 cauldrons not only could foster a large number of inheritors, but might also help humanity bridge the significant gap with the deities. The formidable wanderers, upon hearing of Jiang Jiwan's recovery, also immediately turned back. All of Dexia was bracing itself for the imminent transformation. In the database of new students, Jiang Jiwan's recent heritage was erased and replaced with an ancient Wanlong Xiang Zhu. Mu Guitang earnestly advised Jiang Jiwan to stay in the capital of Jingzhou, but her mind was set. She was determined to head to the borderlands. The situation there was the most complex, with demons and native beasts of Dexia possibly having infiltrated amidst the chaos. For Jiang Jiwan, these creatures were both potential threats and sources of the life essence needed to heal Athena. In this deadly game, the roles of prey and predator shift rapidly, and only at the last moment can the victor be determined. 3 hours later, a tiger-armored vehicle carried Jiang Jiwan and Cheng Xingmiao into the military camp. The atmosphere inside the vehicle was tense. Cheng Xingmiao was restless, while Jiang Jiwan was intensely focused on her phone screen. Mu Guitang had granted her the highest level of access to information, allowing her to glimpse the exact number of global survivors. Dexia had approximately 970 million survivors. Thanks to numerous religious artifacts, Tianju had preserved the lives of over 700 million people. Relying on 3 sacred treasures, the Isumo country saved 8 million of its residents, with an additional 900,000 fleeing to Dexia and 4 million heading to North America. Most of those who fled to Dexia were assigned to factories with 16-hour workdays, or sent to cultivate wilderness areas. Meanwhile, all 4 million who fled to North America perished. In North America, ancient Indian relics were barely able to establish some protective shields, expected to safeguard 5 or 6 cities. The most unfortunate was the British Empire, which, despite having numerous rare artifacts, lacked its own sacred items. The entire country produced only 5 or 6 veils, covering a total area of just 800 square kilometers, barely half of London. Calculations by frontier guards indicated that once volcanic ash enveloped the globe, the world population would plummet by more than 2/3. Athena predicted that in a month, an attack would be launched on the veils, especially targeting smaller veils and artifacts, to serve as a warning. However, Dexia, with its rich ancestral heritage, could hold out for a while longer. The armored vehicle slowly entered an abandoned industrial park in Shangtan, which was being converted into a new camp. Through the window, Jiang Jiwan saw a large number of workers busily clearing and reinforcing the factories, as well as renovating their interiors. However, many of these workers appeared rather plump and rosy-cheeked, resembling local residents more than laborers. Jiang Jiwan frowned, puzzled by the bustling figures outside. Noticing her confusion, Cheng Xingmiao quietly explained, "They're probably trying to keep their homes. I have a middle school classmate in Shangtan who told me that now each family is only allowed to keep one house, and all loans have been cancelled. The previous currency has been completely abolished, replaced by a new currency called New Yuan Da. People can only earn New Yuan directly through labor to cover utilities and daily expenses. In this new economic system, the compensation for expropriated houses is 30 New Yuan per square meter, while an ordinary decorator earns only 1 New Yuan per hour." Jiang Jiwan stood on the street, his gaze sweeping over the buildings converted into communal dormitories. In his mind, he pictured the cramped 10-square-meter rooms, 2 bunk beds, a desk, priced at 500 New Yuan. He continued pondering the new tax policy. If the per capita living space exceeds 20 square meters, a tax of 1 New Yuan per square meter per month would be imposed. A family of 3 living in a 100-square-meter home would face a monthly tax of 40 New Yuan. The larger the space, the more labor required. This was evidently part of the general's plan, a strong-arm tactic. What about the locals' attitude? Zhang Jiwan asked, secretly admiring the general's resolve, while also imagining the backlash this decision might provoke. Cheng Xingmiao sighed. There is no attitude. If someone has objections, it means giving up protection. In the future, when facing danger, the Daxia Iron Army and border guards won't provide assistance. So, they have to accept it. The car stopped. As Jiang Jiwan got out, he was still analyzing the intention behind the housing expropriation strategy to force people to choose smaller homes or live with more people, freeing up space for communal dormitories to house the refugees. The rainy season in Jingzhou was approaching, followed by a harsh winter. Refugees couldn't be left to endure the cold and damp in temporary shelters. In the general's eyes, practicality seemed to outweigh fairness. His thoughts were interrupted by a loud shout. Jiang Jiwan, the war is over. Isn't it time we settle who's the winner? Jiang Jiwan frowned and looked up to see Zhou Zi striding toward him. A scar above Zhou's left eye was particularly noticeable, barely concealed by his fringe. Jiang Jiwan muttered to himself, is this guy crazy? He just won't go away. However, Zhou Zi headed straight for Cheng Xingmiao. Once a spirited young heir, Zhou now seemed increasingly irritable and extreme. He cast a cold glance at Cheng Xingmiao and accused, you dumped me, and immediately latched onto Jiang Jiwan? Cheng Xingmiao straightened up, shedding her usual docility, and retorted, firstly, I was never with you. You used to be diligent, ambitious, exuding confidence on the court. Now, after being surpassed by Jiang Jiwan, all you do is envy and resent, using your family's status to feel superior. Now I realize your confidence wasn't genuine. You were living off your sense of superiority. Jiang Jiwan clapped his hands. What a summary, truly a temple of insight. Zhou Zi's face turned red with anger, and he shouted at Cheng Xingmiao. Why didn't you say this when my family was on top? The confidence and style you admired were all bought with money, day in and day out. Now you think my parents have lost their power, and you found an excuse to leave, right? Jiang Jiwan then understood that in this society returning to an industrial era, Zhou Zi's parents' once prestigious roles as businessmen and finance professors had become worthless. Sensing Jiang Jiwan's reaction, Zhou Zi turned to him and snarled, Jiang, feeling smug, are you? Let me tell you, this cheap woman is just biding her time until she finds someone better, and she'll ditch you in a heartbeat. Facing the provocation, Jiang Jiwan felt unmoved. He recalled the moment in the library when sunlight illuminated Cheng Xingmiao's profile, captivating all the young hearts, his included. Now, with his parents freshly buried and his grandfather fallen in battle, he was prepared for war, with no time for romantic entanglements. Jiang Jiwan couldn't understand why Zhou Zi was so fixated on trivial matters and thought, isn't it more interesting for girls to drive Hummers, wield AKs, and fight in exoskeleton armor? Finally, Jiang Jiwan patted Zhou Zi on the shoulder and said earnestly, class leader, don't insult the girl. Zhou Zi yanked Jiang Jiwan's hand away with a sneer. Stop pretending to be a gentleman. Showing pity for women, are you? His voice dripped with sarcasm. Jiang Jiwan shook his head and replied calmly, it's not about pity. I just want to teach you that even the most patient person can become irritable after the battlefield. There was a hint of warning in his tone. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhou Zi suddenly felt a tightening around his waist. Looking down, he noticed that emerald green vines had wrapped around him, squeezing tightly. Behind him, Cheng Xingmiao's voice, full of fury, growled, Zhou Zi, you can go to hell. Her fingers transformed into green vines, binding Zhou Zi's waist firmly. With a twist of her lithe waist, she unleashed a tremendous force, lifting Zhou Zi over her head and hurling him towards a nearby armored vehicle. A deafening crash echoed alongside Zhou Zi's scream as his body slammed onto the hood of the armored vehicle. The sound of metal warping was piercing. You wench, dare to ambush me? Zhou Zi roared, struggling fiercely. Lightning and fire flared in his hands, powerful energy gathering in his palms. Jiang Jiwan watched as Zhou Zi prepared to retaliate, hesitating to intervene. He thought to himself, on the battlefield, everyone protected Cheng Xingmiao, the medic, so well. Now, with this internal conflict, it's time for her to face a solo combat scenario. Zhou Zi may be obnoxious, but his strength is undeniable. Number 55, the lightning and fire dance, is a classic offensive legacy, extremely oppressive. Let me show you the skills I've honed on the battlefield. Zhou Zi sneered, lightning crackling in his left hand and flames roaring in his right, energy rapidly coursing through his arms. The twin forces of electricity and fire surged along the vine, impacting Cheng Xingmiao in an instant. Cheng Xingmiao let out a harrowing scream. Her body was paralyzed by the high voltage, convulsing uncontrollably. Her beautiful eyes rolled back in pain. The vines on her hands crumbled silently under the scorching electricity and fire, dissolving into countless green specks that vanished into the air. Zhou Zi's face twisted with the satisfaction of revenge as he prepared to unleash more power, his hands coming together with a sinister grin. At this critical moment, a furious shout rang out from not far away. Zhang Jun, usually timid, was now storming over from the training ground. Hefting 2 heavy dumbbells, his eyes ablaze with determination. Zhou, stop it. Are you trying to get yourself killed? With 2 30-pound dumbbells in hand, Zhang Zhan leapt over 3 meters in one stride, quickly closing the distance to Zhou Zi. Without hesitation, he raised the dumbbells and aimed a heavy blow at Zhou Zi's head. Zhou Zi dared not underestimate Zhang Zhan, especially after the embarrassing incident when an electric spark exploded in front of him last time. This time, Zhou Zi cautiously opted for a single attack method. With his left hand, he used an electric chain to restrain Cheng Xingmiao, while his right hand withdrew the scattered flames, concentrating them into a searing fire palm aimed at Zhang Zhan's acne-covered face. A crimson, scorching tornado whirled from his palm, with temperatures exceeding 230 degrees Celsius, intending to force Zhang Zhan back. However, with adrenaline pumping, Zhang Zhan's eyes were bloodshot, and he swung the dumbbells at Zhou Zi, disregarding the risk of disfigurement. Their eyes met, and Zhou Zi involuntarily took a step back. Perhaps he thought that exchanging his handsome face for Zhang Zhan's pockmarked one wasn't worth it, or maybe he was intimidated by Zhang Zhan's sudden fury. Zhou Zi's retreat caused the flames to lose their target, and the dumbbells missed their mark as well. The electric chain unraveled from Cheng Xingmiao, who let out a sigh of relief and collapsed. Xingmiao, Zhang Zhan shouted, immediately turning to run towards her. You're not leaving so easily. Zhou Zi shouted, leaping into the air to deliver a flying kick at Zhang Zhan. Flames ignited beneath his feet, trailing behind him like a fiery comet. Seriously, can't you just go away? Zhang Zhan yelled. Lao Jiang, give me a hand. Isn't it embarrassing enough for you two to gang up on someone? Jiang Zhiwan said, folding his arms, feigning indifference while glancing sideways. There, countless freshmen and instructors were watching, some of whom were approaching. Leading them was Lin Ran, a top-tier figure on the heavenly list, and the possessor of the super inheritance 10,000 bones withered, ranked number 10. His battlefield performance was said to be outstanding, making him indisputably the best among the newcomers from Jingzhou. On the other side, another heavenly list expert, Xing Fei, was quickly approaching, seemingly to intercept Lin Ran. Following her were the furious Ye Qingyan and Yu Shiying, who was casually sucking on a lollipop. Zhang Zhan turned and hurled a dumbbell at Zhou Zi. When their limbs clashed, an explosion erupted, and flames swept the area. Zhou Zi agilely landed on his feet, while Zhang Zhan was blown away, rolling twice on the grass before awkwardly crawling to Cheng Xingmiao's side, clutching his chest. Suddenly, Zhang Zhan felt a cool, comforting sensation, and warmth spread through his hand. Looking down, he saw Cheng Xingmiao holding his hand, the healing power of the Azure Vitality inheritance flowing steadily into him. Zhang Zhan couldn't help but swallow, a goofy grin spreading across his face. This was the first time he held the hand of the goddess in his heart. To Cheng Xingmiao, however, it was nothing special. For her, it was merely necessary contact for healing, just as she had previously healed Jiang Zhiwan and Xing Fei. At this moment, she thought that since Zhang Zhan had stood up for her, she couldn't hide behind him. She had to fight alongside him. Yet, Zhang Zhan's thoughts were somewhat misguided, and Zhou Zi's even more so. Feeling the eyes of the crowd fixed on Cheng Xingmiao holding Zhang Zhan's hand, Zhou Zi felt as if every pore on his scalp was tingling with jealousy. Really, Cheng Xingmiao? Any guy can be your boyfriend, huh? Not picky at all. Zhou Zi shouted, his hands clasped together, electricity and fire intertwining. Zhou Zi, I was wrong about you. You're just an arrogant, disgusting fool. Cheng Xingmiao sneered, pulling out 2 tridents from her slender legs. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhan picked up a rusty steel rod from a nearby construction site, weighing it in his hand and admiring the rust. This thing's great, a guaranteed tetanus shot if it scratches you. He won't use electricity on you. You handle the electric path, and I'll take the fire path. We'll break his move from both sides. Cheng Xingmiao instructed Zhang Zhan, her eyes fixed on Zhou Zi's hands. The once pure schoolbelle was beginning to resemble an experienced warrior. The rest of their team seems to be closing in. They're an all-mage lineup, so watch out for long-range sneak attacks. Zhang Zhan's expression turned serious. Lin Ran brought 5 people with him, one of whom they hadn't seen before. A broad-faced, single-eyed, Korean-style handsome guy. The 5 spread out along the way, forming what appeared to be a well-trained encirclement. Jiang Zhiwan scoffed at this formation. In his view, spreading out quickly could indeed form an encirclement, but only if each person had strong individual abilities. Otherwise, if one point was breached, the encirclement could easily turn into a counter-encirclement. Lin, are you trying to intervene? Xing Fei's voice rang out as she encountered Lin Ran. I just think it's a bit unsporting for you two to gang up on someone. Lin Ran chuckled. As the leader, I have to support my little brother, lest you shamelessly swarm him. Before Xing Fei could respond, Xie Qingyan shouted from behind her. Lin, are Are you trying to sit back and watch the tigers fight? Not so easy. Let's settle our score first. Iron Horse Ice Spear. Lin Ran frowned slightly as he felt the ground beneath him shift. A frigid ice lance burst from the earth, aiming for his vitals. Simultaneously, countless ice spikes hung above, poised to fall like a sudden meteor shower. All eyes in the training ground turned towards them, and whispers spread among the onlookers. Wow, an ancient inheritance directly challenging a primeval one. That's brave. Can bravery fill your stomach? Don't you know? Xiechingen was humiliated by Lin Ran before, but now he's got Xing Fei from the heavenly list backing him up. But I heard Xing Fei doesn't perform well on the battlefield. My instructor said she just lets her team fight while she stays in the back. Wasn't it Zhang Jiwan who fought hard? He's a fool, risking his life for a few Xia Iron Army soldiers. Hey, isn't that Zhang Jiwan standing there? Didn't he almost die? How is he standing there so energetically? Maybe you saw wrong? Could be, but Xing Fei and Cheng Xingmiao are really pretty. If it were me, I'd want to join their team too. Lin Ran gracefully retreated, casually waving his hand. As Zhang Jiwan witnessed an extraordinary scene, the air that Lin Ran projected from his palm slightly distorted, and when it touched the solid ice spikes, they shattered instantly as if splashed with ginger water. With a flick of Lin Ran's finger, the ice spikes disintegrated into a flurry of ice shards. Xiechingen, despite his diligence in training and combat, couldn't match Lin Ran's innate talent. His attacks were utterly ineffective against Lin Ran. Suddenly, Xiechingen shouted, "Boss, I'll hold off Lin Ran. You guys take care of the others." As soon as he spoke, the newcomers around gasped. It's like Tianji's horse racing strategy, using one weakling to stall Lin Ran and two to stall Zhou Zi. Someone questioned, great strategy, but doesn't that leave the other three to face Lin Ran's four? Doesn't seem like Tianji's horse racing at all. Must be a mistake. Before Xiechingen's voice faded, Lin Ran's team immediately launched their attack. Especially behind Zhang Jiwan, a deep, ancient voice echoed. It didn't sound like something a contemporary youth would utter. It was ancient and profound, as if transcending time. The voice belonged to a beautiful girl who floated gently, her head bowed, lips moving slightly. The air around her trembled with her whispers, reminiscent of ministers offering prayers during an emperor's ceremonial rites. Zhang Jiwan suddenly felt a wave of dizziness, not from mental assault, but akin to the disorientation during an earthquake. He looked down and saw the ground trembling, the nearby horizontal bar creaking and twisting until it snapped. An earthquake? Is there such a legacy? Zhang Jiwan muttered to himself, glancing at the two border guard instructors nearby. They merely watched silently, and when Zhang Jiwan sought their guidance, they winked in unison, as if saying, "Follow my lead." In the midst of the chaos, Zhang Jiwan grumbled to himself, "Who can see your cues?" The girl behind him suddenly shouted, "Near ancient level guy. Let me show you a move of the medieval level 5 peaks worship." In an instant, Zhang Jiwan felt an immense weight press down on him, his shoulder bones creaking as if several massive stones had appeared out of thin air. 5 peaks worship? Isn't that name a bit too grand? Zhang Jiwan turned slowly, taking a good look at the girl. She was about 20, with fair skin, flowing hair, and delicate features, her expression carrying a hint of arrogance. Holding a baton in each hand, she had quietly approached Zhang Jiwan. She spun the batons effortlessly, smirking. "Where's your powerful witchcraft? Can't use it now, can you?" Someone explained from afar. 5 peaks worship, number 47, medieval level, can cause a small-scale landslide within a defined area and make people within it bear the weight of mountains. Once trapped by this legacy, Zhang Jiwan is like a lamb to the slaughter. I heard this Zhang Jiwan is quite ruthless. Made Zhou Zi look foolish on the legacy platform, someone commented. Back then, the legacy powers hadn't fully enhanced everyone's physique, and people weren't familiar with their legacies yet, so near ancient and ancient were about the same. Now, it's a world of difference, another added. Exactly, Zhang Jiwan is trapped. His powerful witchcraft has no place here. The girl over there is called Lu Yushi. I've heard of her. She's quite ruthless. This guy's gonna get a real beating. Don't underestimate the young and poor. Zhou Zi joined the strongest team in Jingzhou. Amidst the chatter, Lu Yushi swung her batons, targeting Zhang Jiwan's waist. Under the heavy pressure, Zhang Jiwan seemed sluggish, and the batons landed heavily on his waist with a dull thud. "If you're not strong enough, don't try to stand out," Lu Yushi sneered triumphantly. However, at that moment, she felt a numbing and piercing pain in her hands. She cried out, quickly retreating, and involuntarily released the batons. Looking down, she saw that the reinforced steel batons had broken in two. Yet Zhang Jiwan stood unmoved. The two instructors had quietly approached but refrained from intervening. Wow, the batons broke. Did this guy get his bones broken too? Look at his determination. Getting his bones broken without flinching, he's a tough one. These comments reached Jiang Jiwan's ears. He tensed his muscles and shouted, "What is Five Peaks worship?" With a swift motion, Jiang Jiwan exerted force with his feet, creating an explosive sound both in the air and beneath him. The dizzying pressure was dissipated by his sheer strength. "Impossible!" Lu Yushi exclaimed, retreating faster. But Jiang Jiwan was quicker, grabbing Lu Yushi by the collar with one hand, effortlessly like an eagle swooping down from the sky to catch a chick. Jiang Jiwan swiftly moved to Lu Yushi's side, as quick as lightning. He hooked her legs with his and executed a clean overthrow, slamming the beautiful girl hard onto the ground. The onlookers erupted in astonished chatter. How did this guy break out from the Five Mountains formation? No idea. He slipped out like an eel. He seemed more like a charging rhino to me. Are you kidding? It takes at least 8 tons of force to break out of the Five Mountains formation. We're all at the first level, so what's with his strength? Then how do you explain him getting out? Maybe Lu Yushi thought he was handsome and went easy on him? Handsome? With that tan? He's got that rugged, hard-working charm you just don't get. As Lu Yushi tried to get back on her feet, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her throat. Looking down, she saw Jiang Jiwan holding a broken baton pressed against her neck. She realized that if she moved, it would pierce her throat. With a cold expression, Jiang Jiwan said, "If you don't have the strength, don't try to be a hero." His words were like a slap to her face, causing Lu Yushi to flush a deep red, almost like the color of liver. At that moment, a blinding light suddenly flared up behind Jiang Jiwan. A searing ball of light burst forth in the air, its piercing rays shooting straight at him. It was an attack from a light element inheritor in Lin Ran's squad. The spectators' eyes were dazzled by the brilliance, just as they were about to praise the light mage's power. But then Jiang Jiwan's figure blurred. He swiftly rose and executed a flawless spinning kick, dispersing the light into dim fragments. The light mage let out a cry and was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. This scene left everyone stunned. The new students were slack-jawed, and even the instructors who knew some of the background swallowed hard. Jiang Jiwan's ability to defeat opponents with a single move twice in a row was extraordinary. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "Look at the leaderboard." All eyes turned to the massive display screen at the edge of the training field, where the names were rapidly changing. Among them was the striking entry, number 15, Long Xiang Juri. Jiang Jiwan is also a prodigy of the ancient heritage? This question sparked a wave of discussion among the audience. Someone corrected, "Shouldn't it be called a Tianjiao instead of ancient heritage?" Another voice chimed in, "Can someone explain what exactly the Longxiang Juri is used for?" The crowd grew increasingly puzzled. Why hasn't Jiang Jiwan displayed any techniques from the ancient heritage? Yeah, shouldn't a single move from the ancient heritage be earth-shattering? Just then, Lin Ran and Xing Fei, from not too far away, suddenly let out a resounding shout, as if to confirm everyone's suspicions. All bones wither to dust. Ziwei Celestial Evolution. In front of Lin Ran, the space emitted a series of cracking sounds as if bones were breaking. Although the air was transparent, it visibly churned and fractured. At the same time, Xing Fei leaped into the air, holding a six-pointed star, assuming a bow and arrow stance. Instantly, a dozen purple arrows, shimmering with star power, materialized around her, whistling towards their target. The Ziwei divine arrows struck the brittle air, and the two forces engaged in a fierce tug of war. The all bones wither to dust shattered the Ziwei divine arrows into pieces, but the power of the latter remained undiminished. This direct confrontation between heritages resulted in a draw, with both offense and defense evenly matched. An ancient heritage actually ended up in a tie with an archaic heritage. Someone exclaimed in disbelief. Guess the archaic heritage isn't as world-destroying as the legends say. Suddenly, I don't feel that far from the top tier. Another voice chimed in with excitement. At this moment, someone claiming to have heard an instructor's explanation said, they have high hopes for Goddess Xing Fei too, because Ziwei Celestial Evolution is a purely offensive heritage. In terms of attack power, it rivals many archaic heritages. Can you speak in layman's terms? I didn't get that, someone complained. So, the person elaborated, take all bones wither to dust as an example. Lin Ren can use it as an energy wave, or in close combat to make the opponent's bones brittle. It can also be used as a shield to block attacks, causing energy backlash to the enemy's bones. Ziwei Celestial Evolution, on the other hand, is simply a high-power arrow. Forget about techniques or sophistication. It's all about gathering star power and letting the impact do the talking. I get it now. Someone suddenly realized, all bones wither to dust is like a heavy battle tank, and Ziwei Celestial Evolution is a multi-barrel rocket launcher. In terms of sheer power, Lin Ran might not be able to withstand it. As the crowd continued their discussion, Lin Ran and Xing Fei both shouted and took a step forward. The heritage power in front of them shone even more brilliantly, instantly demolishing the metallic obstacle between them. Explosions accompanied by purple flames erupted continuously, and the two were locked in a stalemate for several seconds, still unable to determine a winner. I am ranked second in the heavenly ranking, the undisputed number one in Jingzhou. What do you have to defeat me? Lin Ran roared, continuing to push his energy wave forward. His use of the heritage was clearly more adept than Xing Fei's, indicating that he had undergone more intense and rigorous battles recently, honing his skills rapidly. Number one in Jingzhou? Xing Fei sneered, in my heart, there are two people who are number one in Jingzhou, but you're not one of them. Lin Ran's brows furrowed at these words. Who? Who do you consider as Jingzhou's number one? Zhang Jiwan and Yu Shicheniying. Xing Fei shouted, stepping forward as well. The six-pointed star in her hand trembled, seemingly struggling to keep up, but she persisted. At that moment, a loud crash echoed from above. The last two mages in Lin Ran's team collided in midair, with a pretty girl being thrown by Jiang Jiwan and a handsome Korean guy kicked up by Yu Shicheniying. The two mages wailed as they hit the ground. Jiang Jiwan and Yu Shicheniying both looked at Xing Fei, asking in unison, Who? Who called me? The crowd was stunned. They had initially thought Lin Ran's team was the best in Jingzhou. This team of six had the lowest heritage at the mid-ancient level. Not only did they have Lin Ran, but also Park Yisheng, a descendant of the Silla Chabal, who had acquired an ancient heritage. It was said that Park Yisheng was already skilled in Silla Taekwondo combat techniques before gaining his heritage. Just moments ago, he confidently kicked at Yu Shicheniying, who was 2 heads shorter than him. People only saw a blur as Yu Shicheniying flashed behind Park Yisheng, delivering a swift kick to his supporting leg, followed by a powerful Muay Thai-style knee strike. Park Yisheng retreated in pain, attempting a counterattack, but his 2-leg sweeps were intercepted by Yu Shicheniying using techniques reminiscent of Wing Chun. Finally, Yu Shicheniying delivered a signature Bruce Lee side kick, sending Park Yisheng flying. I told you 3 years ago, Taekwondo kicks too high, leaving you off balance? Martial arts should not be stagnant. You must learn from various styles. Yu Shicheniying muttered as she watched Park Yisheng soar through the air. Zhang Jiwan's performance was even more impressive. He withstood the female mage's elemental spells, with lightning, fire, water, and earth striking him without any apparent effect. He charged through the magical smoke, delivering a massive slam to the female mage, then grabbed her hand and, like throwing a shot put, hurled her away. Yu Shicheniying glanced at Zhang Jiwan, noticing his training uniform was shredded and torn, but his skin bore only minor red marks. The female mage had inherited the 8 spells of clarity, a top-tier legacy from the medieval era, allowing her to wield spells of 8 different elements, which could be combined for immense power. Yu Yichening shook her head gently and walked past Zhang Jiwan, heading towards the battlefield of Zhouzi, Zhangzhen, and Cheng Xingyao. Zhang Jiwan jumped and shouted behind her, if you're going to praise, do it properly without personal attacks. At that moment, Lin Ran's voice echoed. His body was expanding as he stepped forward. Even if your impact is strong. So what? The greatest difference between the ancient and the primeval is the follow-throw. You no longer have enough energy to sustain it. Zhang Jiwan turned to see the air around Lin Ran continuously breaking and compressing under pressure. The ice shard attack launched by Xie Qing'an from the side was ineffective, as the hard ice shattered like soda crackers upon reaching Lin Ran. Xie Qing'an dared not get too close, fully aware of the power of Lin Ran's legacy once caught in the influence of all bones wither. Even the sturdiest bones would suffer osteoporosis within 2 seconds. Xing Fei was sweating profusely from her forehead, her trembling hand forming intricate gestures while chanting spells. 2 instructors had arrived by her side, ready to intervene at any moment. Suddenly, the 6-pointed star in Xing Fei's hand emitted a sound like shattering glass, and the purple arrow in front of her vanished instantly. Enough! The outcome is clear. Stop! The 2 instructors commanded simultaneously, one rushing to assist Xing Fei, while the other reached for Lin Ran. The instructor going to save Xing Fei felt a breeze next to him and glanced sideways to see Zhang Jiwan swiftly overtaking him. Zhang Jiwan gently pushed Xing Fei aside, turning to shield her with his broad back from the impact of all bones wither, while simultaneously kicking Xie Qing'an away, preventing him from entering the danger zone. Xing Fei felt a sudden dizziness, as if her brain was deprived of blood. Her steps were unsteady, and she staggered backward until she finally steadied herself against a nearby structure. Her legs gave way, and she slumped down to sit on its edge. Looking up, she saw the air in front of her continuously shatter and mend as Zhang Jiwan stood there like a towering mountain. His clothes disintegrated in an instant, scattering like black butterflies, revealing his bronze skin and armor-like muscles. Old Jiang, don't push yourself too hard. You can't withstand it. Xing Fei shouted hoarsely as she scrambled to her feet. Zhang Jiwan felt the destructive force of bone decay attacking his muscles and bones, as if every molecule was rapidly disintegrating. Athena's weak voice echoed in his mind. It's like you've been hit with a weakness debuff and armor reduction. Sis, even in this state, You're still using gaming terms? Jiang Zhuan rolled his eyes, bracing his arms in front of him and turning to face the advancing Lin Ran. Lin Ran glanced at the large screen in the distance and sneered. You think you can hide your true power and play the fool? Too bad you picked the wrong opponent. I, Lin Ran, am the highest peak in Jingzhou, and no one can surpass me, even if it's 6 against 1. So what? Before he finished speaking, Lin Ran launched an uppercut straight at Jiang Zhiwan's chin. Jiang Zhiwan heard Xing Fei's shout from behind. Old Jiang, don't engage in hand-to-hand combat with him. He's from a martial arts school, and your muscles and bones have been weakened. You can't win. In the training arena, the audience buzzed with comments. It's over. The third-ranked hero got hit hard trying to save someone, and now Lin Ran has closed in. The outcome is decided. Yeah, it's a shame we didn't get to see what the dragon soars to the sun legacy is. If he gets suppressed this time and loses his nerve, he'll never rise again. Hundreds of eyes were fixed on these two masters, eagerly anticipating the clash between the second and newly ranked third on the leaderboard. Bang! Jiang Zhiwan placed his right hand 3 inches under his chin, firmly catching Lin Ran's powerful uppercut. Lin Ran's smile froze. He had expected to shatter his opponent's hand and jaw with that punch. Their eyes locked, and Lin Ran quickly withdrew his fist, immediately aiming another punch at Jiang Zhiwan's chest, this time infused with the destructive power of bone decay, intending to break his ribs. Bang! Jiang Zhiwan caught the punch again with his right hand, retreating 3 steps to dissipate the force. Then, using his waist to drive his legs and his legs to propel his entire body, he gripped Lin Ran's right hand, turned, and squatted, pulling his opponent's arm over his shoulder. Lin Ran felt a tremendous force lifting him off the ground. Overthrow. Another overthrow, the crowd exclaimed. In midair, Lin Ran reacted swiftly, twisting his waist to land his legs first, simultaneously swinging his left leg backward to kick Jiang Zhiwan's lower body. The air warped under the force, leaving Jiang Zhiwan almost no time to react. Nice. Brother Lin's reaction speed is incredible. This move combines defense and attack, nullifying Jiang Zhiwan's throw. Cheers erupted from the onlookers. Jiang Zhiwan had to admit that Lin Ran's move demonstrated a solid martial arts foundation. But he was all too familiar with this move, having been thrown by Athena countless times, with every escape and counterattack thwarted by her. Now, he just needed to mimic her technique. Rabbit kicks eagle? Jiang Zhiwan blurted out, sidestepping and grabbing Lin Ran's ankle. At the same time, he kicked Lin Ran's supporting leg with his left leg, instantly forcing his opponent into a split. With a ripping sound, Lin Ran's pants tore under the eyes of the crowd. Lin Ran's eyes filled with rage as he shouted, Jiang Zhiwan, I'll kill you. He clenched his legs and launched a flurry of punches like a torrential downpour at Jiang Zhiwan. Jiang Zhiwan raised his arms to shield his face like a boxer, enduring the onslaught. The bone decay continued to assault his arms, initially held off by his strong muscles and bones. But after 3 punches, the searing pain began to spread rapidly. Impressive, even dragon soars to the sun is heavily affected, Jiang Zhiwan thought to himself. Jiang Zhiwan pondered deeply, feeling the response of his body. After 3 punches, the pain surged like a tide, but after 10 punches, it didn't intensify. He realized that his muscles and bones had been pushed to their limits, unexpectedly unleashing a hidden power within him. Long Xiang Zhu Ri. Lin Ran's assault was relentless, like a storm. Jiang Zhiwan fought while retreating, calculating every step with precision. Lin Ran followed closely, shouting as he pressed forward. Suddenly, Jiang Zhiwan increased his retreat speed, creating distance. Lin Ran's hook punch missed, and Jiang Zhiwan seized the opportunity, swiftly kicking away Lin Ran's fist. In that instant, Lin Ran's defense was wide open. Jiang Zhiwan leaped forward like a tiger unleashed, delivering a fierce kick to Lin Ran's chest. Lin Ran staggered back, and Jiang Zhiwan used the momentum to spin in the air, twisting his waist for another vicious kick that landed squarely on Lin Ran's face. Ugh! Lin Ran spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying back like a kite with a broken string, flipping twice in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Damn it! Lin Ran cursed, trying to get up, but felt a cold pressure against his throat. Jiang Zhiwan had somehow grabbed a broken bar, pressing it firmly against Lin Ran's neck. Jiang Zhiwan looked down at Lin Ran's defiant eyes and asked slowly, Now, do you still claim to be the highest peak of Jingzhou? Lin Ran's face flushed with anger and frustration. He still couldn't understand how he had been defeated. The crowd around them buzzed with excitement and disbelief. Jiang Zhiwan won? I thought the Battle of Prodigies was all about exchanging heritage skills. Why does it feel like a street fight? Ever heard, the blood of the common king must end with a sword? Fist to flesh, that's the romance of a warrior. How did Jiang Zhiwan suddenly turn the tables? I don't get it. Jiang Zhiwan, standing tall, stared intensely into Lin Ran's eyes. Are you still unconvinced? Of course I am. Lin Ran glared at Jiang Zhiwan, then glanced towards Xing Fei, saying, "If I hadn't clashed with her first." Jiang Zhiwan interrupted with a cold laugh. "While you were clashing with her, I was taking down 3 members of your team. You thought every move could finish the fight, leaving yourself wide open. You lost because of your arrogance. Stop making excuses." "Arrogance? If we aren't arrogant, are we still young?" Lin Ran spat, clearing the blood from his mouth. Jiang Zhiwan looked up at the sky, his tone heavy. "Arrogance? What right do we have to be arrogant? We're trapped in this corner by the ashes, surviving on the remnants of our ancestors, watching helplessly as millions of our compatriots fall. What right do we have to be arrogant? We're just the better ones among our peers, not yet the strongest among humans. We haven't even caught the attention of the gods. Young people need ambition, to believe they're on the path to invincibility, not to be arrogantly self-assured that they're already invincible." With that, Jiang Zhiwan flung the bar away. With a thud, it embedded deeply into the ground, vibrating. Hundreds of eyes focused on Jiang Zhiwan as he solemnly declared, "Lin Ran, let me share with you a saying that's carved above my bed. When the sea reaches its end, the sky becomes the shore. When you reach the peak of the mountain, you become the summit. The sea stretches endlessly until it meets the sky. The mountain reaches its peak and I become the summit." Xing Fei struggled to stand straight despite her exhaustion, softly repeating the words Jiang Zhiwan had just spoken. The surrounding freshmen fell into contemplation, savoring the profound meaning of these bold words. Some felt their blood surge with excitement, itching to grab a sword and conquer the universe. In the distance, Cheng Xingmiao silently observed the scene. She knew the phrase originated from Lin Zexu, originally describing the boundless sea of learning and expressing the poet's lofty ambitions. Jiang Zhiwan used it to convey a message to Lin Ran. "You must reach the highest peak to truly stand at the pinnacle. Right now, you're just a few steps ahead of other climbers, far from being in a position to challenge others." As for whether Lin Ran could grasp the deeper meaning of these words, it depended on his own insight. Cheng Xingmiao no longer needed to deal with Zhou Zi. The former class leader was currently hanging upside down from a crooked tree, struggling desperately to free himself. "Have you had enough of this nonsense?" A voice boomed from afar, and in the blink of an eye, Yu Tao arrived in front of the freshmen. The onlookers scattered like startled birds. Yu Tao glared at the key players, his eyes blazing with anger. 3 top-ranked warriors, 2 foreign talents, and you're all here brawling over childish romantic squabbles? Is Xia raising you so you can date in the army camp? "Sir." "No, sir." Zhang Zhiwan stood at attention, showing Yu Tao due respect. "Go put some clothes on." Yu Tao snapped at Zhang Zhiwan. Zhang Zhiwan turned to Xing Fei, feigning weakness. "Boss, I think I'm injured. Help me out." "Zhangzhen, you guys too." "Oh." Lin Ren hit too hard. "It hurts?" Xing Fei was bewildered, while Yu Shichenyin quickly nudged Zhangzhen and Cheng Xingmiao. The 5 of them clumsily supported Jiang Zhiwan as they headed back to the camp. Lin Ran got up from the ground, watching Jiang Zhiwan's retreating figure, thinking to himself, "So you were injured too, just holding on with sheer willpower. Next time, you won't be so lucky." Yu Tao watched Jiang Zhiwan leave, sighing inwardly. This little fox sure knows how to make a quick escape, taking the whole team with him, just like his father, full of clever schemes. As soon as they were out of sight, Jiang Zhiwan sprang back to life, casually throwing Zhang Zhan's jacket over his shoulders. "Old Jiang, you're fine?" Xie Chengan asked. "Then why did you act like you were dying?" Jiang Zhiwan kicked him lightly on the shin. "Fighting in the camp isn't a trivial matter. You guys standing there like fools, waiting to get disciplined?" Just then, Yu Tao's angry shout echoed from afar. "Zhou Zi, you like causing drama, huh? Run 30 laps around the training ground. I hear you're good at writing too. So write me a 5,000-word report afterward. Not satisfied? I'll add another 2,000 words." Zhou Zi's voice protested. It was Cheng Xingmiao who attacked first. "She wrapped me up with vines." Another instructor's voice chimed in, reporting, "Captain Yu, Jiang Zhiwan was injured at the time, and Cheng Xingmiao was using Qing Tsang's vitality to heal him." Zhou Zi interfered with the healing process out of jealousy. Hearing this, Yu Tao grew even angrier. "You disrupted a medical treatment? No dinner for you today. Add another 20 laps. Spend the night in the detention room and reflect on your actions." Jiang Zhiwan muttered under his breath. 50 laps. Not too bad. For 100 meters a lap, that's 20,000 meters. Nothing for a legacy bearer. "Boss, our training ground is in an industrial park. 1 lap is 5 kilometers. Xie Chengan quietly reminded him. Jiang Zhiwan silently mourned for Zhou Zi. 250 kilometers, enough to run all the way to Changsha. Though unwilling, Zhou Zi had no choice. He was escorted by the instructor to the long track. Meanwhile, the leaderboard on the big screen changed, with Jiang Zhiwan rising to 2nd place and Lin Ran, having lost, dropping to 3rd. Feeling resentful, Lin Ran locked himself in his dormitory, repeatedly washing his face with tap water as if trying to cleanse away the humiliation of the day. Feeling defeated? A low voice suddenly spoke behind him. Lin Ran looked up sharply, seeing the reflection of a stranger in the mirror, an unfamiliar instructor with his cap pulled low. The man continued, "You can't surpass Jiang Zhuan on your own. Many people are quietly nurturing him, favoring his maturity and steadiness. That's why he can counter your moves. Who are you?" Lin Ran demanded, staring at the mysterious figure in the mirror, filled with suspicion. The instructor adjusted the brim of his hat, his sharp gaze sweeping over the trainees before him. He sternly pointed out, "Wangu Quan Ku isn't used like that, and Jia isn't executed that way." Lin Ran stared at the instructor's figure, his eyes filled with confusion and anticipation. After a long pause, he slowly asked, "What can you help me with?" Meanwhile, Jiang Zhiwan donned a sleek training outfit and decisively herded his teammates to the training ground. Although Xing Fei was the nominal leader of the team, it was clear that Jiang Zhiwan was the heart of the group. This time, 2 seasoned border guards led them through systematic training, focusing on correcting the bad habits left over from previous crash courses. After all, the war against the inheritors and monsters was fundamentally different from traditional warfare. Over the next 3 days, the training intensity was unprecedentedly high, with the team members practicing tirelessly day and night. During this period, Jiang Zhiwan took a moment to erect a simple memorial for the little girl in the red dress at the edge of the curtain. He carefully placed a fluffy teddy bear in front of the monument, along with some colorful candies and chocolates. Jiang Zhiwan did not forget the parents of the couple on the ship. He personally found them and handed over an album filled with memories. "Your children were heroes," he said sincerely. "They prevented a disaster." He then provided a detailed account of the situation, securing a compensation of 100 new coins for each pair of parents. The elderly couples clutched the albums tightly, tears streaming down their faces. Back at the camp, Jiang Zhiwan threw himself wholeheartedly into the training of his team members. He paid particular attention to the progress of Zhangzhen and Xiechingen, continually helping them improve their offensive and defensive strategies. Unlike other teams that focus solely on enhancing the power and precision of inherited abilities, Jiang Zhiwan insisted that his team build a solid foundation in physical fitness and martial skills first. He recalled his grandfather's epic battle with the sea god Neptune, realizing deeply that human inheritors could not wield their abilities as freely as deities. While human explosive power might rival that of gods, they were at a significant disadvantage in prolonged battles. Therefore, both Xiechingen and Xing Fei needed to create opportunities in combat to use their inherited abilities, and this space had to be earned through solid physical fitness and skillful martial arts. After 3 days of intense training, Jiang Zhiwan quietly advanced to the second tier. From the instructors, he learned about the existence of a breakthrough potion that could shatter the barriers of realms, but it required a large amount of points to redeem. Border guards believed that trainees should not rely solely on energy accumulation to break through realms, but needed to temper themselves through life and death trials. Thus, they established a dual requirement of accumulating strength and earning points through combat missions to exchange for the precious breakthrough potion. Upon learning this information, Jiang Zhiwan didn't hesitate and rushed straight to where Yu Tao was. He grabbed the only potion from Yu Tao's hand and ran off. Yu Tao, waving his remaining arm, shouted loudly from behind, "You've only been an inheritor for 6 days. What do you need a breakthrough potion for? Get back here." "What? You took 100 new coins? I only earn 500 a day," Yu Tao shouted, his face filled with disbelief. Jiang Zhiwan's voice came from a distance, with a hint of mischief. "Just tell Commander Mu that I took it for a meal." Jiang Zhiwan wasn't simply trying to save some points by grabbing the potion. He had a hidden motive. He wanted to see how Yu Tao would react when he needed the potion. Yu Tao's surprised exclamation inadvertently revealed that he also didn't know why Jiang Zhiwan could advance to the second stage without the potion. "Is my body special? Or do none of the newly awakened need the potion anymore?" Jiang Zhiwan muttered to himself, carefully placing the potion close to his body. Over the past 3 days, Xing Fei voluntarily handed over the captaincy to Jiang Zhiwan. Now, the leadership of this team rightfully belonged to Jiang Zhiwan. Each squad reported their team names, and Jiang Zhiwan named them Jianghu, a name full of chivalry that the team members loved. After all, at that critical moment, when Jiang Zhiwan jumped from the vehicle, the others followed without hesitation, demonstrating their admiration for loyalty. On the third night, volcanic ash covered every unprotected corner of the world. Time forever stopped at 7:36 and 17 seconds p.m. on June 1, 2025, in the Daxia time zone. Global alarms sounded. Flags were lowered in mourning for the lost souls. This catastrophic ash was named the Epic Mist. Despite this, most people still didn't believe in deities, seeing it as Earth's way of self-cleansing. They held on to their original beliefs, whether it was in Jesus or Brahma. This day was marked as the beginning of a new era, with global electronic calendars reset to 0. It symbolized humanity's burden of a heavy past, and their arduous journey to forge a future if there was still a future to be had. After all, only a handful of countries remained, with the population less than one-fifth of its original size. Zhang Jiwan stood side by side with Zhang Zhun. Zhang Zhun quietly recited the names of his relatives: grandfather, grandmother, grandpa, aunt. Those names of the departed, those who could never return, still existed in the memories of the survivors, but would eventually fade in the river of time. Looking around, Zhang Jiwan saw everyone softly repeating those names amidst the alarm bells, as if the bells could carry their mourning to the depths below. In the distance, Zhou Zi and Lin Ren also paused, squatting with hands clasped in front of their noses, murmuring heartfelt words. At this moment, all jealousy and strife were cast aside. These children, forced to become warriors and heroes, hid their vulnerabilities beneath their hardened armor. As the alarm bells gradually faded, the survivors raised their heads, gripping their guns tightly. Determination burned in their eyes. They would live for those who had passed, fighting fiercely, with grit and resolve. When they looked up, they saw Ning Naqiuth, chief instructor of Jingzhou and the highest-ranking officer they could reach. Standing among the children, he formed a golden bell-shaped barrier in the air, speaking into it. Children, the first phase of humanity's defense is over. We mourn the lost and congratulate those of you here you survived. Upon hearing this, the children collectively exhaled, as if Ning Nanchio's words were the confirmation they needed to believe they were alive. Raising his voice, Ning Nanchio continued, "You have every right to stand tall in this world because you not only survived, but you also rescued millions from despair, snatching lives from the grip of death. Regardless of who you were before, you've proven that each of you is among the most outstanding warriors of the human race. I am proud of every one of you." Applause erupted from every corner, and Ning Nanchio knew it was the children applauding themselves. The West says this disaster is a divine purification, and those who survive must seek redemption. Ning Nanchio scoffed, "Let cowards believe in gods. We don't need their so-called salvation. We will save ourselves." Well said. As a proud young rebel, I believe in neither gods nor men. Xie Qing'an shouted passionately, always the most fervent in such moments. Ning Nanchio smiled at Xie Qing'an, clearly admiring the young man's courage. He looked up at the sky and continued, "The defense is over. We have only one task: train, and train again. I, along with all the ultimers, will always be at the forefront. If we fall on the front lines, please pick up our guns and fight on, again and again, relentlessly, 1,000 times over, without hesitation. Save the world from disaster." In the crowd, the voices of Zhang Jiwan and Lin Ran rang out simultaneously. "We promise you." The crowd paused for a second. Then someone began to chant the border guard's oath. "From this day forth, I pledge my body and soul to defend the frontier. With fervent blood, I will dye the banner. As long as I breathe, I will fight without rest. No questions of where I came from or where I am going. This journey is to extend the glory of Xia for another millennium." On the training ground, the soldiers transformed their grief into strength, throwing themselves into their drills with redoubled effort. Sweat soaked through their clothes, and their muscles trembled under the intense exertion, yet no one called for a break. An hour passed, then two, and still they persisted tirelessly. "How about a late-night snack?" Zhang Jiwan suddenly spoke up, breaking the silence of the training ground. His comrades paused, hardly believing their ears. "There's a street full of food stalls outside the park. I'll treat you all to some drinks," Zhang Jiwan said, smoothly placing Zhang Zhun's gun back on the rack and motioning to his teammates. "Let's go. No more training tonight. Go shower and change into something casual. We're going out for a midnight snack." On the training ground, the others stared at Zhang Jiwan in surprise. The Jianghu squad and Lin Ran's elite team were known as the most rigorous trainers in the entire city. For the past 3 days, it seemed like they were competing to see who could endure the most, refusing to stop until they were on the brink of dehydration. Yet, just after the alarm had ended, when everyone was poised to channel their sorrow into motivation, Zhang Jiwan called off the training. Unexpectedly, none of the team members hesitated. They all put down their training equipment and rushed towards the dormitory building. Half an hour later, 3 boys sitting by the flower bed outside the dormitory finally saw the 3 girls arrive. They had clearly just showered, their hair still damp, dressed in simple shirts or t-shirts. Xing Fei and Cheng Xingmiao's jeans accentuated their long legs, while Yu Shiniang, the petite one, wore a pleated skirt with her ever-ready combat boots. Even though they appeared relaxed, they were all discreetly carrying guns and knives. Safety was never absolute, even within the city. Recent reports of sporadic monster attacks on human settlements were still fresh, though these incidents were swiftly quelled. The girls chatted cheerfully ahead, while Xie Qing'an and Zhang Zhun quietly discussed how many more points they needed to buy a house. The Shangtan Border Guard training base was located in the far corner of a sprawling 200-hectare industrial zone. At this hour, the area was brightly lit, with most people still busy in the factories, producing parts whose purposes they knew nothing about. The assembly line workers only knew that as long as they were alive, they had to find a way to feed and clothe themselves. The Midnight Snack Street was the heart of this industrial zone. Although private businesses were banned in Dacia, small vendors, as the lifeblood of the economy, thrived in every corner. Every night after 10, chefs and their families would ride their tricycles here, laden with pots and pans, setting up tables and chairs, firing up gas stoves, and wielding their woks. Zhang Zhuan chose a stall with a sign that read Hubei Old Brand, accompanied by the note, "This shop will be a century-old brand in 99 years and 362 days." He said boldly, "Boss, there are 6 of us, and we can eat. Prepare 8 dishes and 2 soups. And bring me 4 bottles of Dao Waxiang." He slapped 10 new coins on the table. With a click, the gas stove ignited, and the cold oil sizzled in the hot pan. Garlic, ginger, scallions, and peppercorns danced in the pot, soon enveloping them in a rich aroma. Street food? Huh? I haven't had it in a week. Xing Fei swallowed, her narrow eyes thoughtful. This week felt like a decade. More like a lifetime. Cheng Xingmiao sighed, shaking her head. In these few days, I've come to realize a lot. My mom always told me to find a reliable boyfriend, saying it's more important than anything. But a boyfriend? They're unreliable. It's the gun in my hand that I can count on. The owner brought over drinks and a plate of steamed wuchang fish. Zhang Jiwan poured the fiery white liquor into everyone's cups. "The 6 of us have truly stood shoulder to shoulder, entrusting our lives to each other," he said, pointing to the glass in front of him. "Today is about being honest with each other, sharing things we usually can't say." With that, Zhang Jiwan picked up his glass and downed the strong liquor in one go. "Ah, that's strong," he exhaled, looking around at his 5 comrades. "You might have noticed, some instructors treat me with special care, calling me Little Zhang Lord. Before my parents sacrificed themselves, they were high-ranking border guards, and my grandfather was a high-ranking member of the Unreturnables." Zhang Jin stood up with a start, pointing at Zhang Jiwan. "Wow, old Zhang with that background, and you're still out here risking your life? If it were me, I'd have 200 beautiful girls carrying me around the 9 provinces in a sedan chair." Zhang Jiwan cast a stern glance at Zhang Zhan, his voice calm yet undeniably authoritative. "Stay composed, show some spine and sit down." Zhang Zhan, as if frozen by a spell, plopped back into his chair. The expressions on the other team members' faces were a mix of surprise and intrigue, especially Xing Fei and Cheng Xingmiao, who were well aware of Zhang Jiwan's arduous journey over the past 3 years. The team had originally thought that Zhang Jiwan received special attention from the instructors because his parents were border defense martyrs. Little did they know, his background was much more distinguished. Zhang Jiwan stared at the glass in front of him, lost in thought. His parents had once been shining stars in the vast sky, yet now, their child had to struggle through the mud. The legacy and connections they left behind still held some weight among the border defenders and the outcasts, but he couldn't rely on them excessively. "My family has passed away, but their adversaries from back then still hold high positions," Zhang Jiwan said softly. "So, there are people who will pave the way for me, and others who will constantly set up obstacles." He put down his glass and looked around. "Another secret is my war barrier, which can be understood as an energy shield. I've shared my biggest secret." "Who's next?" Just as Xie Cheng'an was about to speak, a delicate hand picked up the glass on the table. Yusher Chunying extended her pink tongue, like a kitten, to taste the strong liquor, and her delicate brows immediately furrowed. "So spicy," she exclaimed, her tongue darting between her lips before she closed her eyes and downed the drink in one go. As the fiery liquid hit her throat, her cute face turned as red as a ripe apple. Who? Yusher Chunying gasped. "My father once discussed the secrets of the world with Zhang Jiwan's parents and studied the history of the divine race under Grandpa Zhang's guidance. From a young age, I've learned divine knowledge and martial arts from the gifted. In Isumo, my family is known as a walking encyclopedia." The team members suddenly understood. No wonder Yusher Chunying always seemed so mysterious and remained calm in the face of monsters. It was her broad knowledge and experience. She continued, "The higher-ups among the border defenders and the outcasts have promised my family that for every person from Daxia we save, we can relocate the same number of people from Isumo to Daxia. So when teams were assigned, I aimed to join Zhang Jiwan's. His team is bound to be challenging and offers more opportunities to save lives." Zhang Zhan, puzzled, asked, "No offense, but I still don't understand why Daxia would accept so many people from Isumo, considering our past?" Yusher Chunying turned to Zhang Zhan and explained, "Do you think those families who committed crimes and still harbor ambitions would flee to Daxia? They've all perished on ships bound for North America." Xing Fei sneaked a glance at Zhang Jiwan, noticing he was listening intently. She thought, no wonder he organized this gathering, to bring friends together and share their pasts and burdens. Reducing the mystery among them would foster trust. Zhang Jiwan responded to Yusher Chunying, a noble thought, with a pure purpose. I'll make sure to record everyone you save and report it accurately to the border defenders. Cheng Xingmiao asked. Now that the epic mist has engulfed everything beyond the veil, is your mission complete? The people beyond the veil shouldn't be able to survive, and Izumo's veil won't last much longer. That country might only have a few days left. Yusher Chunying clenched her small fists, determined. Beneath the Izumo Imperial Palace lies the tomb left by Su Fu, a Qin dynasty alchemist. There's a long-abandoned spatial array there, which might be a way to reach Xian and Daxia directly. I'll continue to fight in Daxia, and if the veil in Izumo collapses one day, I'll be the last hope for the poor left behind. Zhang Jiwan said quietly. It's hard for Daxia and its people to accept Izumo ideologically. Do you know what status awaits them here? Yusher Chunying looked up and answered. I know. Laborers, working day and night, earning just enough to get by. No matter how hard they work or struggle, they can only survive like animals. Daxia's unlimited acceptance of foreign nationals is to have foreign laborers support millions of Daxia's people, isn't it? She looked at Zhang Jiwan and continued. But the poor have always struggled just to live. They don't fight for their country or care who controls the world. They only know they need to fill their stomachs and survive. The team fell into silence. Xing Fei took Yusher Chunying's small hand and said sincerely, I still hold a grudge against Izumo, but I respect everyone who fights for their country. Here's to a successful partnership. Yusher Chunying high-fived Xing Fei, then let out a long breath. There, I've said it, and I feel much better. Who's next? At that moment, dishes began arriving at the table. In these challenging times, ingredients were evidently scarce, and seafood was no longer available, leaving only some meat dishes. But the owner was generous, providing ample portions. Xie Qingyan chewed on some cumin lamb, downed his drink in one gulp, and his face instantly flushed red. He put down the glass, his gaze somewhat unfocused, and his voice tinged with bitterness. Honestly, I'm not much better off than Lao Jiang. When I was a kid, I was sickly and cost a lot of money. My parents thought it was too expensive to keep raising me, so they left me with my grandparents and went south to find work. They didn't come back for 5 whole years. He paused before continuing. People in the village said that they made money down south, had a change of heart, got divorced and started new families. At least Lao Jiang knows his parents were heroes. I still don't even know if my parents are alive, or even who they are. Xie Qingyan's voice trembled slightly. My grandparents were too old to afford my medical bills. When a martial arts troupe came to recruit, they said practicing martial arts would strengthen my body, so they sent me off. I traveled far and wide, training day by day, performing show after show. He took another swig of his drink and went on. Later, the troop leader decided that the martial arts troupe wasn't profitable, so he opened a small martial arts school. I had nowhere else to go, so I followed him, doing odd jobs while studying. Damn, I can't even count how many beatings I took from him over the years. As he spoke with growing intensity, Xie Qingyan suddenly lifted his shirt, revealing a body covered in scars, crisscrossed like a wire mesh. Zhang Jiwan was stunned into silence, not daring to speak of his own unfortunate past. Cheng Xingmiao, gritting her teeth at the sight of the shocking scars, asked, What about the troop leader? Xie Qingyan pointed to a nearby factory building. I saved him during the earthquake. We escaped together, and now he's working as a machinist in this industrial park. Zhang Zhen looked up in surprise. You saved someone like that? Zhang Jiwan shook his head. There are rarely absolute good or bad people. That troop leader and Lao Xie share over a decade of history. How could he not save him? Xie Qingyan snorted. Lao Zhang's right. That old man was harsh and exploited me for years. Just hearing his name makes my teeth itch. His tone softened quickly, but when I think about it, I joined the troop and fell seriously ill twice, and he spent money on doctors for me. Whether it was to avoid trouble, for fear of bad luck, or out of a guilty conscience, he treated me when my own parents wouldn't spend a penny on my health. I owe him my life. With that, Xie Qingyan sighed deeply, poured himself another drink, and downed it in one go. The group listened in silence, deeply sensing the blend of human nature's good and evil, the tangled web of human grievances. Even if a deity were present, it would be impossible to judge each person's virtue or vice. Are there really no absolute good or bad people? Zhang Zhen scratched his head, lost in thought. As the night deepened, a group of young people sat around a small table, surrounded by scattered glasses and snacks. Zhang Jiwan broke the silence, bringing up a familiar face. Remember old Wang from the breakfast stall at our gate? Always smiling, and he uses proper cooking oil from the supermarket. Zhang Zhen nodded vigorously. Of course I remember. Eating his breakfast always felt safe. Then his expression darkened. But when I worked for him, he promised me 1,200 a month, and he found all sorts of excuses to pay me only 800. Zhang Jiwan rolled his eyes. That's when I realized. Nothing is absolute. The old man spends on quality ingredients but pinches pennies on wages. You worked hard for a month, and he docked a third of your pay. Switching gears, Zhang Jiwan asked, What about Zhou Zi? Is he a good person? Zhang Jin immediately gritted his teeth. How could he be a good person? Jealous and hypocritical. A real scoundrel. I should have dealt with him back then. Zhang Zhuan quietly stated a fact. I checked the battle records. Zhou Zi saved 18 people. Only 18. Zhang Jin scoffed. I saved 27. Zhang Zhuan smiled and asked, but to those 18 people and their families, is Zhou Zi a good person? In their eyes, he might be a hero who came riding on a rainbow cloud. Zhang Jun popped a couple of peanuts into his mouth, downed some liquor, and fell into contemplation. Cheng Xingmiao concluded, even the brightest day has shadows, and the darkest night has light. Zhou Zi did some good deeds, but I still can't stand him. She picked up her glass, hesitated, then chuckled. This is my first time drinking. She downed it in one go and immediately coughed uncontrollably, her fair face turning bright red. Xing Fei quickly patted Cheng Xingmiao's back. Take it slow. Who told you to chug it? The two were as close as sisters now, a stark contrast to their distant relationship at school. Coughing and feeling wronged, Cheng Xingmiao said, you all drank in one gulp. I thought that was the rule. Baiju really doesn't taste good. How does my dad drink it so enjoyably? She quickly ate some hot dry noodles to ease the burning sensation in her stomach. Catching her breath, Cheng Xingmiao looked at Xing Fei and began to vent. They always call me a green tea behind my back. Say I pretend to be innocent, work hard on my fitness to keep in shape, and dream of marrying rich. She glanced around at her companions. You're wrong. I didn't deliberately create an image. I just naturally have an innocent face. But you're right. I do have ambitions. I want a really outstanding boyfriend, a great platform. Is there anything wrong with that? She continued. Should my future expectations be a 2-bedroom apartment, an honest man, and raising kids? I have a younger brother, and the family business will definitely go to him. I can only control my own path, study hard, and stay fit. If opportunities don't come to me, I'll chase them. I have only one life. I don't want to waste these decades. Is that a problem? After speaking, she took the glass of water Zhang Zhen handed her and drank it in one go. Xie Qing'an patted his chest and said, no problem. But men can't be relied on. You have to rely on yourself. As a man, I can tell you, from 18 to 80, men have 2 common needs: youth, beauty. Zhang Zhen quickly reassured Cheng Xingmiao. Xingmiao, don't listen to old Xie. There are still loyal, good men out there, like me. Xing Fei instinctively glanced at her phone, recalling Zhang Zhan's mass text messages. Cheng Xingmiao gave Zhang Zhan a sidelong glance. If you suddenly gained ancient powers and had a horde of celebrities and influencers following you, could you still be loyal? Zhang Zhan hesitated for half a second, just about to swear when Cheng Xingmiao snorted and turned away. She looked intently at Zhang Zhiwan. Things are different now. I've inherited a legacy, and I want to become the best medical officer in Daxia. I want to climb the highest peaks and see the vastness of the world. It will be tough traveling with me. I want to fight the hardest battles and defeat the strongest gods. I'm on a thorny path I can't turn back from. Zhang Zhuan smiled and asked, do you dare to walk with me? Of course. Cheng Xingmiao's eyes flashed with determination. The moment I jumped off that truck, I figured it out. Who knows how long humanity will last? I want to live vibrantly. Today, Zhang Zhiwan realized that this seemingly innocent campus beauty was so clear-headed inside, already planning her goals and moving forward. He nudged Zhang Zhan with his shoulder. Zhan, is there anything about you we don't know? Zhang Zhan blushed. I'm not actually a simp. And I can become a god. All right, got it. Zhang Zhiwan mercilessly skipped over Zhang Zhan. Last one, Xing Fei. Zhang Zhan barely had time to raise his glass before stomping his foot and shouting, Jiang, just you wait. When I become a god, I'll confess to whoever I want. His voice was filled with both resentment and determination. Xing Fei downed her drink in one smooth, practiced motion, her actions tinged with a hint of allure. She parted her red lips, her cheeks flushed with a touch of drunkenness, and declared, me? I have nothing to hide. I want to be the queen of the entertainment industry in Daxia. You guys handle the battles and rebuilding, and I'll take care of the glitz and glamour. With that, she raised her glass again. Come on, let's toast to our crazy dreams. The clinking of glasses rang out, like fragments of youth scattering around them. The 6 young people, each with their own aspirations, cheered with eyes full of hope for the future. As the alcohol took effect, a blend of camaraderie and intoxication flowed among them. Xie Qing'an tapped his bowl with chopsticks, imitating a classic line from anime as he called out to Jiang Zhiwan. This is a path of no return, filled with tears and pain. Even so, do you still want to walk this road? Jiang Zhiwan laughed heartily, replying, everyone in my family died on this road. Can I even turn back? Onward. Damn it. Zhang Zhan, slinging his arm around Jiang Zhiwan, began to drunkenly sing a parody of Friends. Friends walk through life together. I'm single and you're a dog. Despite being off-key, the song was filled with brotherly affection. Yu Shi Chunying softly sang a melancholic hometown tune. the sorrowful Izumo melody drifting over the table. Zhang Jiwan, hearing it, laughed and chimed in. Where is my hometown? I forget unless I'm drunk. When the incense burns, the fragrance fades but the wine remains. Cheng Xingmiao, already quite drunk, clung to Xing Fei, rambling, Fei Fei, isn't it funny? That Lu Yanyan, who always calls me a green tea behind my back. Her little lapdog awakened some ancient power, and now she's chasing after him. But there are so many girls after him. She can't even be a lapdog if she wants to. She paused, then continued. My dad found out I awakened too, and he said my brother's hopeless, so I should inherit the business. What business do they even have? They're just afraid I'll abandon them. Sometimes I really envy you. At least your dad truly cares about you. As the night wore on, truths and grievances intertwined, laughter mixed with tears. Passers-by couldn't help but glance at the group of striking young men and women. On the bustling night street, the crying grew louder, accompanied by the sound of breaking bottles and overturned tables. Compensation would have to wait until they sobered up. The grief of losing loved ones and the frustration of career setbacks couldn't be vented in just a few days. Amidst the chaos, Zhang Jiwan suddenly felt his chair shake. A loud bang came from afar, and a cloud of dust rose into the sky. The light bulb overhead flickered a few times before bursting and plunging the street into darkness. Another earthquake, someone shouted in terror, as panic spread like wildfire. People scattered in all directions like headless chickens. Amidst the explosions, the six of them stood up simultaneously. Zhang Jin asked in confusion, what's going on? Xing Fei reached for the gun at her waist, her eyes turning to Zhang Jiwan. Not sure, but it doesn't sound like a small issue. Zhang Jiwan had already grabbed his radio, quickly reporting, Border Guard Xiangtan Base. This is Zhang Jiwan of the Jianghu Squad. There's been an incident southwest of my location. I'm going to investigate over. He replaced the radio on his chest and took a deep breath. Jianghu Squad. All members, move out. Zhang Jiwan's command sliced through the night, and the six of them swiftly gathered, ready to face the unknown challenge. 6 people ran against the crowd, surrounded by piercing screams that were unsettling. Zhang Zhan shouted to inquire about the situation ahead, but no one responded as everyone was focused on escaping for their lives. Cheng Xingmiao called out, Qing Tsang vitality, and delicate green vines shot from her slender fingers, hooking precisely onto an air conditioning unit on a building. She leaped gracefully, using it as leverage to land on the unit, and after quickly surveying the distance, she picked up the radio to report. The entrance to the number 4 subway station in the industrial area has collapsed. No non-human entities detected so far. Zhang Zhan gazed up at Xingmiao with admiration in his eyes. However, Cheng Xingmiao, with a stoic expression, threw down a comment, no romance during operations, instantly quashing Zhang Zhan's workplace romance fantasies. Zhang Jiwan was nearing the subway station and shouted into the radio. Command Center, the number 4 subway station entrance in the industrial area has collapsed. Casualties unknown. We need life detection equipment support. Medical teams, please stand by. Over. Dust-covered people continued to pour out of the subway station. A security guard, his head covered in blood, dashed out of the debris, shouting, it's madness, absolute madness. Xiechingen tried to question him further, but the guard just screamed and ran off. After rounding a corner, the guard slowed down, turned back, and muttered to himself, of course, you're the mad ones. A bunch of humans clinging to relics left by ancient gods, thinking they can protect thousands of miles of land? Utter foolishness. He grinned, swiftly stripped off the security uniform, tidied his hair, and donned rimless glasses, instantly transforming into a refined scholar. This was none other than Fantasia, whom Zhang Zhuan would certainly recognize if he saw him now. Reflecting on the fearless, bizarre individuals on the cruise ship, Xiechingen couldn't help but ask, could they have turned into those strange people we saw on the ship? Zhang Zhuan replied, I don't think so. The border guards conducted a thorough investigation, and that virus hasn't entered Xiangtan. He paused briefly before adding, but since communications mainly rely on landlines, there might be some oversight. We didn't wear bulletproof vests or carry night vision gear today, so ensure your safety during the search and don't put too much pressure on yourselves. The camp is only 5 kilometers away, and reinforcements will arrive soon. Suddenly, Xing Fei spoke up, leave the reconnaissance to me. The group turned to see that her pupils had changed, her alluring, narrow eyes had turned purple, with a deep violet background resembling an endless universe where nebulae swirled and sparkled. Zhang Jiwan exclaimed in surprise, is this also a power of the Ziwei Tianyan? Xing Fei proudly explained, the night before last, while searching for the restroom, I suddenly discovered I could channel the power of the stars into my eyes. By controlling the amount of starlight, I can see through the darkness of the night. Zhang Jiwan was full of admiration but couldn't help comparing it to his own ancient inheritance, which seemed only to make him hit harder and endure more pain. At that moment, Athena's voice echoed in his mind, What more do you want? Nangong Xian Shui, who is at the U level, is still in the hospital, and here you are, bouncing around full of life? Being alive is the most miraculous thing. Zhang Jiwan jokingly replied. Oh, beautiful lady, you're awake? Could you sense if there's anything particularly troublesome in this subway station? Athena answered. I need you to get closer for me to sense it. How close? 5 meters, perhaps? Zhang Jiwan couldn't help but retort. 5 meters? If there's a dragon down there, by the time I'm 5 meters away, its breath would be right in my face. That's why being alive is the most miraculous thing. Athena reiterated. Screams continued to echo as people fled from the subway. Zhang Jiwan, while clearing the path by moving concrete blocks, led the team deeper inside. Soon, they reached the underground security checkpoint. The underground was in complete darkness, save for the faint golden light from the sky filtering through the dust, barely illuminating the small opening. Besides Xing Fei, the others relied on their enhanced vision from their heritage to barely make out the scene inside. Fallen ceilings, advertising boards, TV screens, and wounded people fleeing. The heavy scent of blood filled the air. The six were long accustomed to the smell of blood. They loaded their weapons, split into 2 groups of 3, and quickly passed through the security checkpoint, heading to the subway platform below. The escalator ahead is broken. No one seems to have come up. They might have all escaped. I'm preparing to jump down the escalator. Cover me. The exchanges continued, and at this moment, their voices were the only sounds left in the subway station. Their shouts echoed in the empty subway station, with distant echoes resembling the whispers of ghosts. Xing Fei leaped gracefully onto the subway platform. She rolled forward to absorb the impact, then swiftly dashed to a corner, scanning her surroundings with caution. Once she was sure there was no danger, she whispered, clear. Xiechingen, Cheng Xingmiao, and Yuesher Chunin stayed behind at the first-floor security checkpoint, while Zhang Jiwan and Zhang Zhen followed closely, jumping down onto the platform. The dim emergency lights on the first floor cast a faint green glow, barely illuminating the chaos around them. Zhang Jiwan surveyed the area. The platform was deserted, with no sign of a subway train or passengers. Advertisement boards lay askew, and shards of glass littered the ground, as if a violent explosion had occurred. Zhang Zhen muttered quietly, hopefully, there weren't many people on the platform when it happened. Zhang Jiwan spoke as he jumped down onto the tracks. He ran his hand along the edge of the track, feeling a sticky residue. In that moment, a faint flicker of flame ignited in his eyes. Cedrus fire, a mark of a dark sorcerer draining the moisture from living beings. Using this dim light, he could barely make out the grim scene before him. The entire underground railway was twisted and deformed, possibly due to an earthquake or explosion. The edge of the track was smeared with blood, stretching for 30 to 40 meters, splattered on the side near the platform. This area was invisible from the platform, explaining why Xing Fei hadn't noticed it earlier. Xing Fei, Zhang Jiwan called out. Xing Fei promptly jumped down from the platform, and upon seeing the scene, she said gravely, so much blood. Enough to drain a whole person. Indeed, the trail of blood might very well be the entire volume of one person's blood. Xing Fei pressed her lips together, puzzled. But where did that person go? Suddenly, an eerie voice emerged from behind them. Do you think it might have been someone dragged along the side by the subway, crushed to death? Zhang Jiwan and Xing Fei spun around, only to see a large face eerily floating behind them, illuminated by a ghostly green light. Zhang Zhen, what the heck are you doing hiding by the emergency exit light? Xing Fei shouted angrily, kicking Zhang Zhen, who was curled up by the emergency light. Under the eerie green glow, Zhang Zhen's pockmarked face looked particularly sinister, like a ghostly lantern floating in the dark subway. Xing Fei stood in front of a 30-meter-long trail of blood, but the sudden sight startled her, making her step back a few paces. Zhang Zhen rolled on the ground, protesting pitifully, I'm just scared of the dark. I didn't bring a flashlight or night vision goggles, and that's the only place with light. A descendant of the 9 provinces, afraid of the dark? Xing Fei was furious and chased after him, delivering another kick. Zhang Zhen hurriedly got up and ran. Suddenly, he tripped over something and his head slammed heavily against the platform. With a crack, a large chunk of concrete broke off from the platform due to his reinforced forehead. Clutching his head, Zhang Zhen crouched on the ground, wailing. What kind of ancient legacy is this? Living as long as the heavens and lucky. Lucky my foot. It hurts. Xing Miao, come help me. Chang Xing Miao's clear voice came from above. What's wrong with Zhang Zhen? Her gentle voice echoed eerily in the empty subway station. Got his head caught in the door. Xing Fei replied irritably. Just a scratch? Let a dog lick it and it'll be fine. Chang Xingmiao's words showed their familiarity and subtly mocked Zhang Zhen's sycophantic behavior. Zhang Zhen could only pitifully seek comfort from Jiang Jiwan. Old Jiang, they don't care about me. Jiang Jiwan, however, pushed Zhang Zhen aside and crouched by the platform, examining the crack closely. Zhang Zhan felt a warmth in his heart, thinking Jiang Zhiwan was concerned about his injury. Enough nonsense. Jiang Zhiwan pointed at the crack. Xing Fei, take a look at this. In the eerie darkness, with twisted tracks behind them and the stench of blood in the air, Jiang Zhiwan pointed to the fractured corner of the platform, where a strange pale hue glimmered. Xing Fei noticed the anomaly on the platform as well. She crouched down, examining the white substance closely, tapping it gently with her finger. It's brittle, probably calcified material. Could be shells? Some construction sites cut corners and use sea sand in their cement, which often contains shells. The salt and chloride ions in sea sand can corrode the steel bars, reducing the cement's strength. No wonder Zhang Zhan broke it with a hit. Zhang Zhan looked at her with admiration. Fei Fei, you're amazing. You never scored double digits in chemistry, yet you know about salt and chloride ions. Jiang Zhiwan also glanced at Xing Fei in surprise. He only knew river sand was better and more expensive than sea sand, but wasn't clear on the specifics. Xing Fei explained expressionlessly, someone once broke a wall in my dad's karaoke room, and that's how we learned you can't use low-quality sea sand in construction. She paused, then said to Jiang Zhiwan, but isn't this shell too large? So I think it's not a shell. Jiang Zhiwan grabbed the edge of the cement, his fingers exerting a threatened grip. With a few crisp sounds, he tore off a large chunk of cement, revealing a ghastly sight hidden within. Gray, white, and dark red colors intertwined in the darkness, presenting a chilling scene. Xing Fei couldn't help but gasp softly. Fei Fei, what's wrong? Chang Xingmiao's concerned voice came from above. Xing Fei quickly glanced at Jiang Zhiwan, and with his permission, she said tremblingly, there's someone embedded in the platform. What? The three above quickly jumped down upon hearing this. They gathered around the crack, and Jiang Zhiwan used a lighter he had taken from a restaurant to illuminate the platform's edge. In the gray cement, pale bones and dried black blood were embedded. Xing Fei swallowed hard, her voice trembling slightly. It looks like someone was forced into the cement alive. When the cement covered their chest, breathing became difficult. At that point, even breathing was painful. Then the cement slowly rose to the neck, to the head. This was a method used in the underworld, but it's been a long time since anyone used it. What kind of deep-seated hatred would make someone use such a method? Xie Qing'an suddenly felt that the whippings he had received were nothing in comparison. Yushir Chunying said expressionlessly, 20 or 30 years ago, the elders in Isumo also favored this method. My grandfather told me that beneath the neon lights of the three major metropolitan areas in Isumo, they buried businessmen, gamblers, and those who lost in power struggles. Her calm tone made Jiang Zhiwan wonder if she had personally experienced such things. Cheng Xingmiao, hiding behind Yushir Chunying, asked softly, this person is so pitiful, can we identify them? Jiang Zhiwan replied in a deep voice, this isn't a person. Yushir Chunying shook her head and pointed to the two exposed hand bones in the cement. Both of these are left hands. As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Zhiwan quickly started digging through the surrounding cement. The scene before them was chilling. Cement, yellow sand, white bones, and dark blood were densely packed beneath the platform. Jiang Zhiwan's actions revealed a shocking truth. Beneath the path that countless commuters and market-goers traversed daily lay the remains of numerous brutally murdered individuals. Even the usually composed Yushir Chunying turned a bit pale. Cheng Xingmiao was even more overwhelmed. She covered her mouth and retched, her face as white as a sheet. Zhang Zhan shook his head, his voice somber. This was a massacre. No. Jiang Zhiwan crouched down, his gaze sweeping over the scattered bones, revealing a more horrifying reality. It's a sacrificial ritual. There are at least 50 people here. In Shangtan City, the disappearance of 50 people would be a major event. But in the whole of Daxia, secretly transporting 50 people here for slaughter is not difficult. His words were like a splash of icy water, making the already cold air in the subway even more bone-chilling. Even Xie Qing'an, who excelled in ice magic, couldn't help but shiver. Sacrificial ritual? Zhang Zhan repeated incredulously. Bringing 50 people here for a ritual? Is there any evidence? Chang Xingmiao, fighting her discomfort, pointed to the eerie bones. There is. In all the bones we can see, the third rib on the left side, where the heart is located, is missing. Zhang Zhan looked at Cheng Xingmiao in surprise. When did you become so knowledgeable about human anatomy? These bones are twisted. Many are broken. How did you figure that out? Cheng Xingmiao rolled her eyes and explained. I said I wanted to become the best medical officer in Daxia. I've been cramming basic medical knowledge after training these days. Jiang Zhiwan nodded approvingly. In terms of effort, we should all learn from Cheng Xingmiao. He then stood up, his gaze fixed on the darkness of the subway tunnel. I suspect that when the anomaly occurred, a train was passing through here. Something on that train must have reacted with these bones. Yushir Chunying, standing among the bones, suddenly spoke. This was a premeditated slaughter. She pointed to the rocks beneath her feet, where some jagged letters were carved and filled with dried, congealed blood. This is a combination of ancient Hebrew and Mayan script. I can make out the words Dashya and sacrifice. Everyone gathered around the inscriptions. Zhang Zhun took out his phone to take pictures, while Jiang Zhuan listened intently to Athena's whispers in his ear. The fourth Osandir game ends. The Supreme Lord's gaze once again falls upon Dashya. The corners of the universe whisper the world's truth, guiding followers to use 180 sacrifices to usher the Lord's return. Pitiful inheritors. By the time you see this writing, you are already dead. The tunnel echoed with gusts of wind, as if the abyss itself was mocking Jiang Zhuan. Standing on the edge of darkness, he pondered for a moment and asked a crucial question. The tracks are broken. So where is the train? Why does there have to be a subway train? Xing Fei asked, standing behind Jiang Zhuan, her eyes warily scanning the surroundings. She recalled the unusual behavior of the security guard earlier, frowning. The guard kept muttering, "Crazy. They're all crazy," implying that many people in the subway station had lost their minds. However, as Xing Fei looked around, she saw no signs of anyone acting insane. Her thoughts drifted back to those early humans, and a sense of fear lingered within her. They had managed to deal with those fearless attackers mainly because the attackers were trapped in the narrow corridors of the cruise ship, becoming easy targets. 5 people, 5 guns, firing in succession. They managed to take them all down. But what if those people attacked suddenly from the shadows, from all directions? Involuntarily, Xing Fei strained her ears, listening intently to every sound around her. She noticed that not only the security guard, but also some in the fleeing crowd were whispering about people going crazy. Jiang Zhuan's gaze was fixed on the distant darkness, his voice low and firm. "I guess the answer lies over there. Is anyone willing to go?" Yusher Chunying's voice emerged from the shadows, tinged with a hint of resignation. "If there's a carriage full of people, I can use them to save dozens, hundreds of our compatriots' lives." She let out a long sigh. "I have no choice. I want to make a name for myself." Xiechingen, sharpening his knife, spoke with determination. "I can't let Lin Ranyu outpace me." Xing Fei remained silent, looking down at the gun in her right hand and the spinning hexagram in her left palm. Chang Xingmiao stepped up beside Jiang Zhuan, saying firmly, "Let's move out. Since we've discovered this, we must find out who killed so many people, who caused this incident." "You said it yourself. We're on a path of no return." The team began to move, with Jiang Zhuan and Xing Fei leading the way and Yusher Chunying covering the rear. Jiang Zhuan reported the discovery of sacrificial bones underground to the Xiangtan Command Center via radio, knowing this important find would earn them points and new currency rewards. He also learned that Yu Tao had already led a team to fortify above the subway, while several other teams were rushing to nearby subway stations. Yu Tao's voice crackled over the radio. "Jianghu Squad, you need to be on high alert. According to the tech department's analysis, there hasn't been an electrical or explosive detonation underground. If you encounter a second-tier or higher creature, use stun grenades to cover your escape immediately." Jiang Zhuan responded, "Roger that. Well, leave marks with Z-Way arrows along the way. Let's hope we find the culprit, or else Xiangtan will have a sleepless night." With that, he cut off the communication. The team's figures were gradually swallowed by the darkness. These eager young people seemed to have left themselves no retreat, driven by youthful zeal, not yet fully realizing the danger they faced. As they passed through the subway line, a drop of deep red liquid silently dripped from the ceiling, spreading quickly. It made no sound, only following their footsteps, slowly seeping. The team had been moving for 10 minutes, surrounded by twisted tracks and crumbling walls. Zhang Zhun noticed 2 headless dead rats, their bodies still twitching slightly, tails convulsing, clearly having died recently. Xing Fei suddenly murmured, "It's so strange. There should be an emergency light every 50 meters on the subway line to guide maintenance workers. Why haven't we seen a single one?" Jiang Zhuan suddenly halted, turning to Xing Fei. "There should be emergency lights?" Xing Fei explained, "Yes, my dad has a friend in this line of work. My dad once helped him get a project for subway emergency light sources." Her grades weren't great, but growing up among diverse circles, she had a wide yet obscure range of knowledge. "How far have we walked?" Jiang Zhuan asked. "About 5 miles, I'd say. We should be nearing the next station." Xing Fei replied. Jiang Zhuan abruptly turned around, whispering urgently, "Go back?" "What?" Xing Fei looked puzzled. "We're not on the subway line." Jiang Zhuan's voice was tense, cold sweat forming on his back. Xing Fei's reminder made him realize the oddity around them. The scene was too simple, just a concrete subway tunnel and broken tracks, nothing else. Initially, there were maintenance passages and fire cabinets, but now there was nothing. The entire environment felt like a careless modeler had lazily stretched a cylinder and thrown in some tracks to appease a client. The atmosphere was too heavy, and Jiang Zhuan, focused on guarding against potential attacks, had overlooked the environmental changes. "No radio signal," Zhang Jin exclaimed, quickly drawing his gun. Chang Xingmiao checked his phone. The GPS isn't working. Jiang Jiwan looked up at the oppressive cement above. Not even a single pipe in sight. The whole tunnel was as simplistic as a movie set from Yu Chuning's hometown. We've been led onto a path created by someone else, he said gravely. Impossible. I've been watching closely the whole way. Xing Fei protested, but after looking around, she fell silent, her face full of confusion and unease. This is so fake. This scene is just too fake. Jiang Jiwan's voice echoed through the dark tunnel. He tightened his grip on the gun, his eyes sharply scanning the surroundings. Let's go back, find the way, or find the person who's playing us. No sooner had he spoken than the three of them began to run through the darkness. Their footsteps echoed in the narrow tunnel, their breath quick and tense. Suddenly, Xing Fei's voice cut through the dark. Stop! Zhang Zhan halted abruptly, crashing into Jiang Jiwan's back. It felt like hitting a wall of iron, and he bounced back onto the ground with a dull thud. What is it? Jiang Jiwan turned to Xing Fei, seemingly unfazed by the collision. In Xing Fei's eyes was a mix of confusion and surprise. She slowly raised her hand and pointed into the distance. The train is there. We didn't see it when we came. Following her direction, Jiang Jiwan saw a subway train quietly parked at the end of the tunnel. The white train head faintly visible in the darkness, the carriages dimly glowing from within. Did we just walk out? Zhang Zhan asked as he got up, dusting off his clothes. He looked around, puzzled. No, that's not right. We didn't turn or see any forks. Xingmiao, you said. His voice suddenly rose. Where's Xingmiao? Jiang Jiwan and Xing Fei whipped around, only to see no one behind them, just the yawning blackness of the subway tunnel stretching into the distance. I just heard their footsteps and breathing. Zhang Zhen's eyes widened, his hand holding the gun trembling slightly. Where's Xingmiao? Jiang Zhuan impatiently kicked Zhang Zhen's leg. 3 teammates disappeared, and all you care about is Xingmiao. Xing Fei immediately sprang into action, retracing their steps 3 times, searching carefully for any potential clues. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhan pressed against the wall, tapping inch by inch, hoping to find a hidden compartment or door, but to no avail. It's like they vanished into thin air, Zhang Zhan said dejectedly, sitting on the ground and clutching his hair, trying to recall every detail of their journey. 6 of them had been running along the broken tracks in the dark, which seemed like a beast chasing their 6 young lives. At the moment Xing Fei shouted stop, they had been separated. Old Jiang, what do you think? Zhang Zhan could only hope Jiang Jiwan had an idea. Jiang Jiwan stared intently at the distant train, lost in thought. Perhaps, to them, we're the ones who vanished. Maybe they're on the right path, and we're on a path someone else set for us. The train still sat quietly, yet Jiang Jiwan couldn't shake the feeling it was slowly drawing closer. Let's retreat, Xing Fei whispered. This place is too eerie. I feel like the train is luring us. Jiang Jiwan took a deep breath, clenching his fists until his knuckles cracked. Someone set this board, and unless we play it through, we can't leave. Whoever's behind this isn't your average person. Who are they, and what do they want? He cursed under his breath. I'm going to flip their board. No one can force me into a game I don't want to play. With that, Jiang Jiwan strode purposefully towards the train, determined to uncover the truth behind this bizarre scene. He seemed to be constantly overturning the chessboard. Jiang Jiwan's figure flickered in Xing Fei's eyes as she murmured softly, recalling this extraordinary classmate. Although an orphan, Jiang Jiwan never crossed the threshold of an orphanage. During middle school, his outstanding grades convinced teachers to willingly pay for his tuition and accommodation fees. Later, he entered Qingting International School as a special admission student, sitting alongside Xing Fei and the others. To cover his tuition, Jiang Jiwan worked part-time, yet he lived with his head held high. He could have become the most arrogant rich second generation in Xia, yet he chose to strive here. Xing Fei remarked softly, her gaze following Jiang Jiwan's departing silhouette. Zhang Zhan watched as purple light danced on Xing Fei's fingertips and asked, so what? A captivating smile spread across Xing Fei's face, making the usually aloof girl appear extraordinarily charming. So, he's handsome. As soon as she spoke, her hands moved swiftly, forming a hexagram that floated toward Jiang Jiwan. Handsome? How foolish. Walking into a trap knowingly. Zhang Zhan shook his head in exasperation. Having a brother like that is like 8 lifetimes of bad luck. He glanced around, ensuring Cheng Xingmiao wasn't nearby, then followed suit with a determined step. The scene before them was perplexing. A brand new subway car sat silently on the tracks, surrounded by disarrayed rails. This subway, meticulously crafted by Xia Heavy Vehicles Group, seemed out of place, as if it had stumbled into a chaotic world. Jiang Jiwan approached the first passenger cabin, where the emergency lighting cast a faint white glow, barely illuminating the interior. The cabin was filled with various passengers, each sitting quietly with their hands on their knees, muttering to themselves. The pale light on their faces made them look like inflated paper figures. Jiang Zhiwan pried open the carriage door with his bare hands and stepped inside. The dozen or so people in the carriage ignored him, continuing to chant words that sounded like an ancient European language. The scene was reminiscent of Jerusalem in 941 BC, where missionaries walked along the black stone path, reciting scriptures incomprehensible to those around them. They spoke of a vampire count's preference for ape-type mouse blood, tales of werewolves tearing apart beloved human maidens on full moon nights, and a prophecy about a donkey bringing an unreliable savior to guide the world back on track. Athena softly translated these words in Jiang Zhiwan's mind. Fear not, for I am with you. Do not be dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you and help you. I will uphold you with my righteous right hand. He who works his land will have abundant food, but the one who chases fantasies will have his fill of poverty. Whitewashed tombs, which look beautiful on the outside, but are full of the bones of the dead and everything unclean inside. Does this sound like the Bible? Jiang Zhiwan frowned and asked, what's wrong with these people? These people are being implanted with obsessions, Athena sighed. Jiang Zhiwan, the world is more troublesome than you think. The Savior's hand cannot reach behind the curtain, but the layout seems to have already begun. The Bible is the layout of the Savior? Is the Savior Jehovah? Jiang Zhiwan asked in surprise. Athena explained solemnly, all beliefs in God can be seen as a way for the Creator to influence the world. When 100 million children were chosen to climb the Black Cliff, the Saviors will whispered his thoughts into their ears. His thoughts were the Bible, universal values, and many subtle ideologies embedded in human society. When the children were persuaded by these principles, they fell, but you made it to the end. Jiang Zhiwan chuckled. You told me before, which means my willpower is strong, making me the best host for the great world seed of wisdom. Athena paused for a moment and softly said, I thought it was your strong will at the time, but now I think you might be just stubborn. Jiang Zhiwan felt exasperated. All right, I get it. The Creator gave you intelligence, but took away your emotional quotient. Now, please tell me, how do I save these people? Something is draining their life force and altering their thoughts. Find it and deal with it, or be dealt with by it. Athena suggested pragmatically. Jiang Zhiwan grabbed a young man's shoulder and shook him vigorously. The man continued to mutter incomprehensible words, staring blankly ahead with a vacant expression. Xing Fei also entered the carriage and slapped a handsome young man in overalls. With a loud smack, the young man spun around and fell to the ground, still muttering, for those who exalt themselves will be humbled, and those who humble themselves will be exalted. Ah, this state can't be broken physically, Xing Fei sighed, shaking her head. What a pity, such a handsome guy turned into a fool. Don't underestimate physics. It's always the most effective. Zhang Jin pulled out a gun, for instance. If I shoot his throat now, I guarantee he won't be able to speak. Stop the nonsense. Check each carriage thoroughly. Their state must be manipulated by someone. Jiang Zhiwan pulled Zhang Jin away. Lives are at stake. Hurry. They searched carriage by carriage, under the LED lights. Those people seemed like paper figures from a funeral goods store come to life, bodies still. Only their lips and vocal cords stubbornly trembled. Until they reached the last carriage, Jiang Zhiwan suddenly heard a voice amidst the monotonous chanting that stood out. Crazy, crazy. They're all crazy. Jiang Zhiwan opened the carriage door, his pupils constricting. In the corner sat a man, his head buried, feet constantly kicking as if trying to ward something off. He occasionally looked up, until he saw Jiang Zhiwan. His voice grew louder. Crazy, they're all crazy. I've gone crazy too. Seeing his face, Jiang Zhiwan felt like he was on the brink of madness. Wasn't this the security guard who ran out of the security checkpoint, shouting about everyone being crazy? How did he end up here? Could it be that from the moment I stepped into the security checkpoint, I had entered two different worlds? Zhang Zhan crouched in front of the security guard, gripping his shoulders and shaking him urgently. His voice was filled with urgency and confusion. What happened here? Who's gone mad? Why have they lost their minds? How did you all get here? The security guard's eyes were unfocused, his head bobbing with emotion, as he mumbled repeatedly, mad. All mad. Around them, about 20 passengers watched silently, their gazes hollow and numb. Unlike the previous carriages, these people were softly chanting strange phrases. The 4,000 years of storms have erased the colors of the East, and once again, war drums beat in this desolate land. This time, there is no human emperor, no immortals, and thus no war. All creatures opposing the Lord will be swallowed by the fractured earth. They continued, the Lord's will is among us. It is the dancing fireflies, the scattered sunlight, the life-giving waters, all that is perfect and flawed, light and darkness. The Lord's will is God, who could be a man fixing a car by the road, or a lame stray dog. He assesses our character, whether we follow the Lord's will, deciding our fate in the end times. Do not pity those consumed by earth and volcanoes. They sinned and erred, deserving judgment. Believers in the Lord will not perish in calamity. Those who follow the divine will shall find eternal peace. Zhang Zhiwan stood among them, listening intently to the bizarre words. He murmured to himself, for 1,000 years. No human emperor, no immortals. Then asked, Athena, did a battle between Disya and the gods ever occur in a desolate land? Athena's voice echoed in his mind. I don't know. This world is unfamiliar to me. Zhang Zhiwan sensed Athena might be withholding something. Unfamiliar? Aren't you a god who has existed for thousands of years? Athena sighed. Yes, unfamiliar. This might be my homeland, but I was raised waging wars in other worlds. There, I battled Erlang Shen for 3 days and nights, and witnessed Pangu, who split the heavens and shook the underworld, holding up countless worlds alone. I died on the battlefield of gods and then arrived here, only to have my body seized by the Creator upon awakening. She continued, I'm like an exile, and upon returning home, my parents stripped away my armor, dismantled my bones, intending to remake me. Like humans, I am a discarded creation of the Creator. But humans thrive under the Creator's watchful eye, possibly due to a great war that forced the Creator to retreat for a time. Zhang Zhiwan pondered Athena's words, his mind racing. 4,000 years ago, a great war? Could it be the Great Flood? Ancient civilizations like Mesopotamia, Greece, India, Disya, and the Maya all have flood myths. Stories of Noah's Ark and the Great Controlling Floods also exist. The timeline roughly matches around 2070 BC, just over 4,000 years ago. He continued to analyze. This volcanic ash is similar to a flood, spreading from one location to the entire world. Many mythologies emerged during that period, and ancient deities often claimed to have lived for thousands of years. Calculating backward, their birth would align with around 2000 BC. Zhang Zhiwan murmured, for 1,000 years ago, the Creator orchestrated a world-spanning war, repelled by immortals and a human emperor, only to retreat until now. But this time, the world lacks immortals and emperors, only the artifacts they left behind to protect humanity in their former realms. Yes, that's it. Everything makes sense now. He realized, in that case, Athena is right too. The Eastern gods provided a path for their descendants engraved in the artifacts. Then, each must solve their own problems. Just then, Zhang Zhen's voice rang out again. Uncle, look at me. I'm from the Disya Iron Army. The security guard shook his head. Impossible. The Iron Army isn't that ugly. Xing Fei stepped forward, pushing Zhang Zhen aside. Uncle, actually, I'm from the Disya Iron Army. The security guard gazed at her dreamily. Impossible. You must be a movie star. So beautiful. Zhang Zhiwan moved Xing Fei and Zhang Zhen aside, crouching in front of the security guard. My name is Zhang Zhiwan, a frontier guard of Disya. The security guard stared at Zhang Zhiwan for a long time before finally smiling. You look like the Iron Army? Iron Army, uncle. Take me out. His voice turned childlike, speaking in a high-pitched tone. Zhang Zhiwan rolled his eyes, then grabbed the guard's shoulders. All right, I'll take you out. First, tell me how you all got here and why these people are like this. The security guard tilted his head at Zhang Zhiwan, putting his index finger in his mouth, resembling a child even more. The old man suddenly spoke in a childlike voice. The car ran out of power. The radio started playing music, and we fell asleep. Zhang Zhiwan frowned and stood up. The radio started playing music? Isn't the radio supposed to be controlled by the driver? She turned to Zhang Zhen and Xing Fei. When we checked the cockpit earlier, did you notice anything unusual? Zhang Zhen shook his head. No issues, the cockpit was empty. This type of subway can operate without a driver, so it's not unusual. But the glass on the side of the cockpit is shattered. Xing Fei suddenly shouted, clutching a six-pointed star in each hand, and sprinted towards the cockpit. Zhang Zhiwan and Zhang Zhen quickly followed. They rushed through one carriage after another, surrounded by passengers sitting like lifeless mannequins on shelves. Some people looked up, their eyes dull and lifeless, muttering irritating phrases. Master, master, master. Always talking about the master, and how the master brought life. Your parents gave you life, yet none of you are that devoted. Zhang Zhen covered his ears and spat, quickening his pace. Xing Fei also seemed agitated, as if those voices carried a special rhythm that affected the mind. Even someone as gifted as her, with ancient lineage, found it hard to resist completely, her steps becoming slightly unsteady. Zhang Zhiwan, being the fastest, reached the cockpit first. Without hesitation, she swung a powerful punch, shattering the reinforced steel door with a force of several tons. The cockpit was empty, with only various instruments blinking red error lights. The screen displayed static, emitting a harsh buzzing sound, clearly indicating signal interference. There's no one here. Xing Fei gritted her teeth. It must be the driver's doing, right? Suddenly, a scream came from behind them. Ouch! It was Zhang Zhen, who had tripped over the size 44 shoe of a nearby man, sending him flying and causing his head to crash into a cabinet below the control panel. Splurt! A gush of foul-smelling pus sprayed out from the cabinet. Pus and blood splattered through the air as Zhang Zhan maneuvered deftly, while Jiang Jiwan quickly grabbed the back of his shirt, pulling him away. Xing Fei moved like lightning, launching a single Z-Wei divine arrow with precision, detonating the mass of pus midair. The deep purple flames consumed the pus instantly, cascading like a meteor into every corner of the cockpit. The trio's eyes were fixed on the equipment cabinet. It should have been the central control hub of the train, filled with complex circuits and intelligent driving systems. Yet the sight before them was horrifying. The surface of the equipment was covered in countless vein-like structures, pulsating and writhing as if alive, firmly connected to every interface. Oh my god, Xing Fei's pupils contracted sharply, her voice trembling. What are these things? These veins are acting like USB cables. Zhang Zhan analyzed in a serious tone. These must be what's affecting people's minds, right? As he spoke, he swiftly drew a sharp dagger from his waist, ready to cut the squirming veins. Watch out, Jiang Jiwan suddenly warned. As Zhang Zhan drew his knife, Jiang Jiwan keenly sensed the air around them suddenly become still. An invisible threat enveloped the entire cockpit, as if something terrifying had set its sights on them. Zhang Zhan also sensed the danger, retracting his blade before it touched the veins. In the next moment, a soft buzz echoed in the confined space. Jiang Jiwan watched as the air in front of them slightly distorted, followed by the screeching sound of steel. In the blink of an eye, the control panel leaned forward abruptly, with neat cut lines appearing on the surrounding steel walls. The entire front of the train had been split in two by an unknown force. What the heck? What kind of power is this? Laser cutting? Zhang Zhan exclaimed in shock, relieved that he had pulled back in time. Otherwise, he might have ended up like Yu Tao, becoming a one-armed warrior. Retreat! Jiang Jiwan ordered decisively. The three quickly withdrew to the first carriage, their expressions filled with grave concern. The invisible, colorless cut had been swift and fierce, easily slicing the seemingly indestructible subway car in two. Clearly, none of them possessed such destructive power. Their opponent's strength far surpassed theirs. Can you see where he is? Zhang Jiwan urgently asked Xing Fei. I can't see. Xing Fei responded softly. I can't even tell where that energy wave came from. Then watch again. Zhang Zhan gritted his teeth. He gripped his blade tightly and flung it towards the veins beneath the control panel. Despite his skills being ill-suited for combat, his ancient heritage and recent training with Jiang Jiwan had honed his abilities. The throw was swift and precise, the blade whistling sharply through the air. Zhang Zhan's palm rubbed fiercely against the hilt, causing the dagger to spin like a bullet. In an instant, the blade was at the control panel. However, a soft buzz echoed again, and the dagger was silently sliced into two pieces. Above, Xing Fei suddenly shouted, "Cover me!" Jiang Jiwan commanded, quickly opening the door of the first carriage and leaping onto the roof. At that moment, he sensed something whistling overhead. Instinctively, he leaned back, his body nearly flat against the subway roof as the invisible force grazed his face. Jiang Jiwan swiftly drew his gun, firing repeatedly. The gunshots echoed like thunder in the empty subway tunnel. Athena, where is it? Jiang Jiwan shouted in his mind. Although he usually relied on his own strength, the urgency of the situation forced him to seek help. Upper right axis, 75-degree angle. Athena responded immediately. Without hesitation, Jiang Jiwan fired 3 consecutive shots and tossed a grenade, which exploded in midair. Amidst the series of explosions, a shrill scream suggested they had hit something. Nicely done, little Yulo. Jiang Jiwan thought with satisfaction. Yulo? Athena asked, puzzled. Mature body, youthful physique's a compliment. Jiang Jiwan realized he had misspoken and quickly explained. Very well, but I'm not young, I'm over 3,000 years old. Athena replied with a chuckle, her tone joyful. By the way, little Wanwan, do you want to live past 30? Of course. Then get off the carriage. Instinctively, Jiang Jiwan rolled off the carriage, landing heavily on the ground. Simultaneously, the top of the first carriage trembled violently, the entire roof being ripped away. In the darkness, Jiang Jiwan finally saw the culprit. It was a bizarre mass of black substance clinging to the tunnel ceiling, resembling a curtain. Only when it attacked did it take on a distorted humanoid shape. It seems to condense air into high-density cutting lines, effortlessly slicing through metal. What kind of ability is this? Jiang Jiwan pondered. He watched cautiously as the black, fluid-like humanoid spread its arms, drawing all the surrounding air towards its hands. The high-pressure air, like an invisible blade, is sharper than any laser weapon. While it may not match the grandeur of Nangong Xian Shui's sword from the Guanghan realm, in this pitch-black environment, it becomes an unavoidable, lethal weapon. The roof of the train is sliced open in an instant, unleashing a storm of purple arrows as Ziwei Tianyan blankets the entire dome like a celestial canopy. Don't worry, I'll always be your strongest fire support. Xing Fei's voice calls out from behind Jiang Jiwan as a hexagram unfolds, unleashing a barrage of firepower. The black fluid emits a piercing screech, weaving agilely through the gaps in the arrow storm. Several Ziwei divine arrows find their mark, shattering its form into pieces. These fragments fall to the ground like liquid, only to spring back up, morphing into eerie little figures. Ziwei Tianyan is infused with the power of the stars, renowned for its overwhelming suppressive force and partially ignoring defenses. This very power makes it difficult for the insects, impervious even to heavy machine guns, to withstand the direct impact of the Ziwei divine arrows. The liquid fragments on the ground persistently draw closer, attempting to reform into a humanoid shape. Zhang Jin fires another shot, breaking the little figures apart again. Yet they relentlessly continue to coalesce, seemingly without end. The liquid on the dome quickly escapes the coverage of the Ziwei divine arrows, transforming into a humanoid figure that pierces through the roof of car 3 like a sharp spike, landing inside. The Ziwei divine arrows come to an abrupt halt as the creature stares down Xing Fei and Zhang Jun from across the second car. In between, nearly 50 people continue to mechanically chant those annoying phrases, forcing Xing Fei to cease using the Ziwei divine arrows. The head of the shadowy figure suddenly splits open like a gaping mouth, emitting an owl-like screech. Do you wish to save these decayed, faithless beings? It spreads its hands, compressing the air into a nearly invisible blade poised against the neck of an expressionless middle-aged man. This person might be someone's father or husband, but now he is like meat on the chopping board, his life hanging by a thread. Zhang Jin aims his gun at the shadowy figure, confident in his shooting skills. But if the creature dodges, the immense power of the border guard's special weaponry would shatter the civilians behind it. Zhang Jin, make sure you aim carefully, Xing Fei quietly advises. Even though these people might no longer be human, as border guards, killing civilians will leave a severe psychological impact. The shadowy figure sneers. Afraid to use your weapon, are you? Human compassion for their own kind is your greatest weakness. Besides, your weapon can't kill me. Before the words are finished, Zhang Jin suddenly fires. The shadowy figure moves to dodge, only to feel its footing give way. This shot was aimed at its feet, causing the creature to momentarily lose balance. From car 1, Zhang Jun's voice echoes coldly. My weapon can't kill you, but my brother can? Just as the black figure lost its balance, the door of the third carriage burst open with a deafening crash. Jiang Jiwan dashed into the carriage like a bolt of lightning, slamming his shoulder into the figure and pinning it against the subway wall. The sturdy metal wall caved in instantly, forming a grotesque, human-shaped crater. Seizing the moment while the creature was immobilized, Jiang Jiwan swiftly pulled a grenade from his waist and shoved it into the creature's gaping mouth without hesitation. In an instant, a blinding flash exploded inside the carriage, and the massive shockwave sent nearby passengers flying. Jiang Jiwan was not spared. He was hurled by the blast, crashing into the ceiling and leaving a large hole. After the explosion, black viscous liquid splattered everywhere, and the creature's body was blown to pieces. Yet, the eerie voice still echoed in the carriage. Desya. Yet another air of Desya. The first act of the revival of the God King is to annihilate this disgusting Desya. Zhang Zhan was infuriated upon hearing this and shouted angrily, Destroy Desya? Did you ask me first? Xing Fei coldly questioned. And if they did ask you, what would you do? Zhang Zhan's face turned red as he stubbornly replied, I'd gamble with him. One shot each at ourselves, see who dies. Before he could finish, the scattered black liquid suddenly came to life, slithering like snakes into the facial orifices of the surrounding passengers. In the blink of an eye, the passengers' eyes filled with black veins, and their blood vessels turned as dark as ink. They rose slowly, like puppets controlled by invisible strings. Jiang Jiwan silently asked Athena, What on earth is this thing? How do we kill it? Athena replied, It seems like the adhesive used when the creator made the gods. I don't know how to kill it, but when it shattered earlier, I felt something driving it. Much like the symbiote from those North American movies, the kind that seeks a host, Jiang Jiwan caught the implication in Athena's words and retorted, You've been talking so much just to get me to deal with this thing and help you recover, haven't you? Athena scoffed. I was just making an observation. Jiang Jiwan rolled his eyes and quickly analyzed. There's no controller visible in the carriage, and none on the roof either, so that leaves two possibilities. First, the head of the train. Just as he finished speaking, a thunderous explosion erupted from the direction of the train's head. Zhang Zhan had blown it to smithereens with 2 grenades. Immediately following, the carriage's speakers emitted a piercing, high-frequency sound. Passengers screamed in agony, clutching their ears and writhing on the ground, blood streaming from their ear canals. Zhang Jin realized he had caused a disaster and cautiously looked at Xing Fei. Zhang Jiwan acted decisively, shouting, "Don't just stand there. Get the civilians out of the carriage. Xing Fei, if we can't control the third carriage, blow it up, and I'll take responsibility for the consequences." "Where are you going?" Xing Fei asked. "To find the one behind all this," Zhang Jiwan yelled as he ran through the wailing carriages. He keenly sensed the oddity of the security guard and sprinted towards the train's tail. In the second-to-last carriage, he abruptly stopped, confronted by a horrifying sight: blood-red veins spread like vines, enveloping the passengers. Zhang Jiwan's gaze shifted to the final carriage, where he saw the security guard suspended in midair, his uniform tearing apart. Countless bloody tendrils emerged from his pores, and a pair of bloody hands tore open his abdomen. From the beer belly, a small boy bathed in bloodlight crawled out slowly. The boy saw Zhang Jiwan and smiled eerily, speaking in a childish voice, "You've caught on quickly. Among humans, you're quite smart. That servant was truly useless, couldn't even hold you back? But it doesn't matter. I've already begun to overlook this world. Heir, do you wish for immortality? Like my servant, undying and eternal." Zhang Jiwan instantly grasped the truth and, without hesitation, drew his revolver, aiming it at the bizarre child. Simultaneously, Athena's voice echoed in his mind. "A demigod seed?" Bullets spun through the air, and the sound of a child's arrogant laughter echoed from the last carriage. Zhang Jiwan cautiously scanned his surroundings, only to see blood-red tendrils weaving a massive web like a spider's web in the center of the two train cars. Bang, bang, bang. 6 bullets slammed into the blood web in quick succession. The web shattered continuously, but instantly repaired itself. Zhang Jiwan keenly noticed the sudden weakening of the surrounding civilians' presence, realizing the power mending the blood web was siphoning their life force. "I can't use bullets anymore," Zhang Jiwan thought to himself, "or these innocent people will be drained first." "Inheritors are superior beings compared to humans," came the boy's proud voice from behind the blood web. "Superior beings should enslave and dominate inferior ones. Why do you care about their feelings?" Zhang Jiwan sneered. "And what about you? What level of life are you? A so-called superior being hiding and using inferior ones as hostages to threaten another inferior being? I feel ashamed for you." The air suddenly grew tense. 2 seconds later, an angry growl came from behind the blood web. "You're courting death. Pay attention to your surroundings," Athena suddenly warned. Zhang Jiwan had already sensed something was amiss. The light around him rapidly dimmed, as if swallowed by the crimson veins. Soon, he found himself trapped inside a blood-red cocoon, with the vast world reduced to just him, that strange child, and countless writhing blood-red tendrils. "This is the domain power of a four-dimensional being," Athena quickly explained. "Zhang Jiwan, he's far stronger than you. I'm sorry, he's absorbed too much faith and flesh from the civilians. I misjudged his power. I shouldn't have let you enter this train." "He's a four-dimensional being? What's a four-dimensional being?" Zhang Jiwan holstered his gun and switched to 2 military daggers, cautiously adjusting his stance. Athena quickly explained, "Most creatures in the world are three-dimensional, having physical volume. Four-dimensional beings exist in the abstract concepts of spirit or space and can temporarily manipulate these elements. Not all with such abilities are pure four-dimensional beings. They could be descendants of three-dimensional and four-dimensional beings, like many offspring of humans and gods in the West. They're called demigods, accepted neither by gods nor humans. They possess partial divine abilities, appear normal, and can lie dormant in embryos for millennia before growing." "So, I'm facing a demigod? These tendrils are four-dimensional space abilities?" Zhang Jiwan asked solemnly. "Exactly," Athena confirmed. "Even if Zhang Jian and Xing Fei reached the last carriage, they'd only see 2 empty cars. That's the power of four-dimensional beings. They can transcend human perception. He's woven a small space with these blood-red tendrils, where he can ignore many known laws and act freely. This was my mistake, but I'll do everything I can to get you out. Be careful." With Athena's warning, the surrounding bloodlight intensified. Hundreds of sharp tendrils attacked Zhang Jiwan from all directions. He blocked and deflected the tips, but they didn't retreat, instead surrounding him like a sea anemone. "Why not choose to submit to the gods?" Donald sneered. "That's the best way to ensure your race's survival. No race survives through surrender." Zhang Jiwan scoffed. "To avoid extinction, we must fight to the end." "I'll turn you into a servant," the boy laughed. "While you're still conscious, remember your master's name. I am Donald, the offspring of the great Neptune and the beautiful Princess Osha, a demigod. I am the vanguard general crushing the great Xia, and today I'll start with you. Then grow step by step, eliminating all inferior beings who dare resist." "Neptune?" Hearing this name, fury ignited in Zhang Jiwan's eyes. Wasn't Neptune the sea god who fought his grandfather in Yangzhou? The tendrils tightened around him, and Jiang Zhiwan suddenly stopped dodging. At the same time, a faint glow appeared from the shield's shadow in his palm. "Lady, stay put," Jiang Zhiwan muttered, clenching his fist to suppress the shield's emergence. "Did I ask you to risk your life?" He swung his left hand, pulling the pin from a grenade and tossing it toward the blood web. Then, he quickly threw all the grenades from his belt in every direction. Using high-explosive grenades in such a confined space? Are you trying to die? Athena shouted angrily. "Shut up and trust me." Jiang Zhiwan stood firm, the clinking of grenades echoing in the cramped space. "Human, are you courting death?" Donald's roar echoed through the confined space as blood-red tentacles surged towards Jiang Zhiwan like a swarm of serpents. In the nick of time, Jiang Zhiwan leaped up, grasping the oncoming tentacles with both hands while curling his body into a ball. In the blink of an eye, the tentacles wrapped tightly around Jiang Zhiwan, their sharp tips piercing his bronze skin. "Ouch, that stings a bit," he muttered, contracting his body even further and deliberately sinking deeper into the mass of tentacles. Suddenly, an ear-splitting explosion erupted within the blood-red cocoon. Crimson flames roared like a furious dragon, churning and tumbling in the confined space. The force of 4 high-explosive grenades, capable of leveling a 3-story building, obliterated the outer blood-red tendrils in an instant. Athena's eyes lit up. This kid, using the tentacles as a buffer, and after dodging the blast, the flames have become his domain. This is not just cleverness. It's an instinct for battle that surpasses even mine. Jiang Zhiwan felt the pressure around him ease as the tentacles burning in the intense heat disintegrated. Donald screamed hysterically, "Damn you! It's scorching! Are you trying to take us both down? You'll turn to char before my domain is destroyed. Is that so?" Jiang Zhiwan laughed amidst the inferno, his clothes already ignited. He stood tall, his muscles gleaming with a metallic sheen as if forged by the flames. "Kid, your tender skin is no match for my steel-like endurance." The surrounding blood-red tendrils fell like shattered screens. Donald shrank into a corner, using the corpse of a guard as a feeble shield against the flames. Suddenly, he felt a tight grip on the back of his neck as Jiang Zhiwan hoisted him up. "How dare you!" Donald roared, his mouth splitting open to reveal 8 forked, blood-red tongues. Each tongue bristled with barbed blades, more vivid than the surrounding cocoon. "Watch out! Those are the fangs of a demon beast, incredibly devouring and razor-sharp," Athena warned urgently. Jiang Zhiwan's left hand shot up suddenly, forcefully striking Donald's jaw. The tongue that had just darted out was instantly caught between his teeth, and blood gushed out. Donald convulsed violently, his eyes filled with terror, unable to utter even a scream. "How are you so strong?" Athena exclaimed in Jiang Zhiwan's mind. She explained that a child of the gods should naturally possess mountain-level strength, capable of easily piercing ancient flesh. Yet, Jiang Zhiwan's current display far exceeded expectations. Jiang Zhiwan stared coldly at Donald, whose eyes were filled with tears mixed with blood. Desperately, Donald attempted to cast a spell, his fingers beginning to form seals. The cocoon's veins transformed into countless sharp arrows, shooting towards Jiang Zhiwan. "Don't you dare use magic!" Jiang Zhiwan shouted angrily, grabbing Donald's fingers and crushing them. The crisp sound of breaking bones was accompanied by Donald's scream. Donald, his mouth full of blood, still refused to yield. "You're challenging a god's child. The divine race will nail you to the courtyard willow with long spikes. The 9 cauldrons can't protect Daxia. The offspring of the gods and the dragon clan will shatter the veil and welcome the divine race. The age of humans is over." Before he could finish, Jiang Zhiwan's knee slammed into Donald's abdomen. Amidst Donald's screams, Jiang Zhiwan relentlessly kneed him. He released his grip and, with a swift kick, sent Donald crashing into the wall of the cocoon. The boy bounced back, only to be met with a fierce roundhouse kick. The air was filled with the sound of each precise, ruthless kick. Donald was beaten to a pulp, yet he continued to taunt, "You can't kill me. God's children are immortal. Even if beheaded, we'll await rebirth in the damp air. The water element will grant me eternal life." Jiang Zhiwan paused, intrigued by the last statement. He stopped his assault, thoughtfully watching Donald, who lay battered and unrecognizable, his mouth shedding broken teeth as new ones emerged from his gums. Donald struggled to his feet, grinning smugly. "This is the regenerative power of a god's child. Scared yet? I will keep absorbing human faith and flesh, ultimately becoming a god, tearing the veil. Then, I will be enshrined among the gods, making Jingzhou my domain." However, he soon noticed Jiang Zhiwan crouched on the ground, drawing a complex sigil, inscribed with ancient Hebrew characters. Jiang Zhiwan repeatedly snapped his fingers over the sigil, murmuring, "The water element will grant you eternal life." Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed as a burst of golden red flame ignited at Jiang Zhiwan's fingertips. Donald's eyes widened in terror as he asked, "Hey, what are you planning to do?" "It worked!" Jiang Jiwan exclaimed excitedly, his face flushed with excitement as the flickering flame at his fingertips illuminated him. He eagerly brought the flame closer to Donald's face, his eyes gleaming with pride. "How cool is my magic?" Donald instinctively took a step back, his eyes wide with alarm. Although he didn't know where the flame came from, he sensed danger. He whispered urgently, "Weren't you the one who hated magic the most?" Jiang Jiwan sneered, a cold smile tugging at his lips. "I hate other people's magic the most," he declared, grabbing Donald's head with such force that the latter couldn't break free. "This is Cedra's flame that I took from a dark sorcerer, meant to dry out moisture and turn people into mummies. It's super dry. Want to try it?" Fear washed over Donald's young face. He struggled to retreat, his voice trembling. "Stay away, stay away." Ignoring him, Jiang Jiwan grabbed Donald's hair, slowly bringing the flame closer to Donald's mouth. Despite Donald's desperate struggle, Jiang Jiwan's grip only tightened, making escape impossible. In despair, the son of the sea god played his last card, shouting hoarsely, "I'm a descendant of Neptune. If you kill me, the raging sea will swallow you and feed you to the fiercest sharks." His voice was pleading, "Please, put the flame away. Let's make a deal. Let me go, and we'll be even. I'll even call you brother, okay?" But Jiang Jiwan didn't pause. He forced the flame into the godchild's mouth, clamping his hand over it to prevent any escape. With a swift motion, he snapped Donald's neck with a chilling crack. Time seemed to freeze. Donald's childlike face was forever etched with terror and despair. His skin shriveled visibly, and within mere seconds, it aged like that of a withered old man. Donald's body shrank as if all moisture had been sucked out. Though Cedra's flame didn't ignite a visible fire on the godchild, its effect was more terrifying than flames. In an instant, the once vibrant body transformed into a desiccated husk. The godchild stood rigid, his eyes sparking before burning to cinders and falling to the ground. Donald was now a statue-like mummy. Around them, the blood-red cocoon dimmed and collapsed like an avalanche, turning into a pile of red dust. The subway car's fluorescent lights flickered back on, casting a dim glow on Jiang Jiwan. He stood there, naked and weaponless, his body covered in wounds, blood streaming down. Jiang Jiwan coldly regarded the shriveled godchild, a cruel smile playing on his lips. "Neptune, this is just a down payment," he said with a vengeful satisfaction. "Soon, I'll hang your corpse on the beaches of Yangzhou." Athena remained silent, watching everything unfold. Jiang Jiwan, drenched in blood and with a dangerous gleam in his eyes, no longer resembled a determined, dream-filled youth. He was a cold, unfeeling weapon of godslaying, ready to destroy anything that dared to stand in his way. "Jiang Jiwan, don't let hatred cloud your judgment." Athena's stern voice exploded in Jiang Jiwan's ears. The rebuke hit him like a hammer, shattering the overwhelming surge of power within him. He trembled, feeling an unprecedented wave of exhaustion rapidly spread throughout his body. Athena's tone softened, like a sister gently advising her brother, "Your heart is filled with hatred. The more you get hurt, the stronger the malice grows. Your power keeps increasing, and so does your desire for revenge. You'll be consumed by hatred." Her words, once ethereal and weak, seemed to have gained strength, perhaps from the recent battle where she absorbed some life energy. Jiang Jiwan retorted, "Isn't that how it should be? Kwafu died that way." Athena sighed softly, almost whispering to herself, "Maybe it's your fate, but I don't want it to be." Athena pondered why she interrupted Jiang Jiwan's bloodthirsty state. A person blinded by hatred is easy to control, unleashing their full potential quickly to challenge the creator. If he dies, she could always find another host. Yet, she couldn't help but stop him at that moment. "I'll control myself," Jiang Jiwan replied curtly. Suddenly, he heard a clicking sound in his mind. Focusing intently, he observed the scene in his mind. The sound came from the stone carvings of gods on the opposite rock wall. One of the statues had a crack at its fingertip, revealing a hint of white flesh. "Are more gods reviving?" Jiang Jiwan asked. Athena explained, "These are sealed divinities, of course, they'll revive." "Who's reviving this time?" "No idea." "How are they reviving?" "You've reached the hill level, gaining more power, which naturally affects this space. Will they help me?" "If they're unwilling, I'll force them to help you." "Why?" "Because you're the one I chose." Jiang Jiwan felt slightly reassured, his trust in Athena growing steadily. Returning to reality, Jiang Jiwan stood in the center of the last two train carriages. Surrounding him were dried corpses, their withered red veins covering them. It seemed Donald was using these people's lives as energy for a final showdown with Jiang Jiwan. Looking around at the dozens of corpses, Jiang Jiwan said blankly, "Find peace sooner. When humanity wins, reincarnate into a better life." He had seen too many dead bodies over the past few days and had grown numb. Suddenly, a loud crash came from above. Jiang Jiwan looked up to see a large hole in the carriage roof, and a figure dripping with black blood fell heavily onto the floor. It was a person corroded by black fluid, their chest completely collapsed. Zhang Jun landed with his knees on the person's chest, a blow powerful enough to kill a Siberian tiger. What should have been a heroic move looked awkward, as Jiang Jiwan stood nearby, making it seem like Zhang Jun was kneeling before him. 2 seconds later, Zhang Jun's voice rang out from afar. Jiang Jiwan, don't run, kneel to me in return. As Jiang Jiwan ran, he grabbed a coat from a nearby corpse, muttering, no offense, brother, but your coat is useless to you now. I'll burn some money for you later. Chasing closely behind, Zhang Jun shouted, call me dad and we'll call it even. Xing Fei witnessed the scene, shaking her head with a sigh. Childish men. Just then, a man covered in black veins lunged at her from behind. Without turning, Xing Fei backhanded him, her hexagram firing several Z-Way arrows, blasting his head apart. The black blood was instantly incinerated by the blue-purple flames. The train carriage was littered with bodies, some decapitated, others torn apart. In the few minutes Jiang Jiwan fought the Son of God, Xing Fei and Zhang Zhan had dealt with the passengers possessed by the black fluid. These mindless people had grown black claws, and even their teeth turned into small black sickles. Now, their bodies hung in every corner of the train. 3 unfortunate passengers had their necks torn apart, while the others had long fled in panic. In this battle, Xing Fei showcased her irreplaceable destructive power. Zhang Zhan proved he wasn't just a slacker when necessary, he was a skilled inheritor. His moves were swift and lethal, effectively using the carriage's hard surfaces and his own body for deadly strikes. From a distance, Jiang Jiwan gave Xing Fei a thumbs up and pointed at the children's corpses, silently boasting, those are my achievements. Xing Fei wore a weary smile on her lips, gesturing around with her thumbs to show Jiang Jiwan their battleground. The dispute between the brothers had started because of Zhang Zhan's relentless pursuit, and finally ended when Jiang Jiwan agreed to introduce him to some pretty girls. Zhang Zhan hoisted the dried corpse onto his back, and the 3 of them followed the long stretch of railroad tracks. They had been walking for an unknown amount of time when suddenly, screams echoed in the distance. They became alert and quickened their pace towards the source of the sound. The scene before them was shocking. Passengers fleeing from the subway were being threatened by a swarm of giant subterranean cockroaches, each nearly a meter long, flapping their wings and snapping their sharp mandibles at the civilians. Not these pests again. Zhang Zhan roared as he charged forward. 6 days ago, you bullied me, didn't you? I'm going to take you down. His eyes flared with rage as he leaped through the crowd, ready to throw a punch when a barrage of gunfire erupted. Bullets rained down, instantly turning the cockroaches into sieves. Zhang Zhan awkwardly retracted his fist, thinking, who is that with such precise shooting? Didn't even give me a chance to show off. Zhang Zhan, came a joyful call from down the passage. A flashlight beam cut through the darkness, revealing familiar faces. Leading them was Zhuang Hao, the platoon leader of the 6th platoon, now equipped with a makeshift mechanical exoskeleton on his previously injured leg. Zhang Zhan, Xing Fei, and little Jiang, you're here too. Zhuang Hao exclaimed excitedly. 6th platoon, Zhuang Hao reporting to Jianghu's squad leader Jiang Jiwan. All 30 accounted for. They all saluted in unison, some with serious expressions, others grinning like children. Jiang Jiwan smiled as well. You're all alive? On this seemingly endless path, unexpectedly reuniting with brothers who had shared life and death was truly thrilling. Zhuang Hao explained, after you went to the hospital, we got tasked with training the militia and couldn't come, which worried the brothers to no end. He leaned in closer to Jiang Jiwan and whispered, little Jiang, you told me to call my parents. They're doing well, thanks to your efforts. Jiang Jiwan patted Zhuang Hao's leg. With your injury, you should be able to retire. Why are you still with the Iron Army? Zhuang Hao chuckled. You risked your life to save me. Retiring like this would be a waste. By the way, you was over at the platform. They uncovered a huge burial altar. His brow furrowed suddenly. Little Jiang, let me take you there. There's something unusual about what's inside the altar. When the civilians caught sight of that distinctive dark green of the Daxia Iron Army, their tense nerves finally relaxed. Some were so overwhelmed by the sudden feeling of safety that they fainted. The soldiers in the 6th row immediately sprang into action, carefully assisting those civilians who had difficulty moving. In the subway tunnel, the silence was shattered by the sound of hurried footsteps. In the darkness, a rescue team was rapidly approaching. Leading the charge was Lin Ran of the Peak Squad, a young prodigy who had graduated from a martial arts academy. In just 3 days, he seemed more mature and robust. His tan skin and noticeably bulkier muscles silently spoke of the grueling training he had undergone. Lin Ran quickly spotted Jiang Jiwan, a smirk of disdain playing at his lips. Second place on the heavenly ranking is quite a status. Commander, you sent over 200 people to save you in the middle of the night, nearly emptying out the new recruits' camp. Zhang Jiwan wasn't one to back down, rolling his eyes at Lin Ran and retorting, third place, and you've been searching in the tunnel for over half an hour without finding anything unusual? He gestured with his thumb toward the dried corpse on Zhang Zhan's back. Ever seen a hybrid of the divine and human races? Lin Ran's expression faltered, but before he could respond, Zhou Zi's handsome face emerged from behind him, scoffing, a divine human hybrid? Zhang Jiwan, if you could handle it, it's nothing more than low-level lackeys. Zhang Jiwan remained expressionless, but his actions spoke louder than words. Suddenly, his left leg pushed off with force, and an iron palm shot straight towards Lin Ran's face. Despite his bravado, Lin Ran knew well of Zhang Jiwan's prowess and quickly dodged to the side. However, Zhou Zi, standing behind him, didn't react in time and was instantly grabbed by Zhang Jiwan. In a panic, Zhou Zi tried to summon his electric powers, but before the sparks at his fingertips could fully form, he felt a sudden sense of weightlessness. Zhang Jiwan easily tossed him into the air, and Zhou Zi's head hit the ceiling hard before he crashed back down to the ground, seeing stars. Zhang Jiwan, don't go too far. Lin Ran roared, and the surrounding air shattered instantly. His super inheritance, Withered Bones, was activating, and this time the air fragmentation was more complete than it had been 3 days ago. Zhang Jiwan tossed Zhou Zi aside, his gaze fixed on Lin Ran. He said, what I deal with are low-level lackeys. So, I just wanted to see if my old squad leader is high-level or just mid-ear now. Lin Ran was momentarily speechless, internally frustrated by Zhou Zi's recklessness. Zhang Jiwan finished speaking and casually walked past Lin Ran. A fierce look flashed in Lin Ran's eyes. I'll reclaim my second place on the heavenly ranking. Without turning back, Zhang Jiwan replied. Then head to Yuzhou and defeat Li Beishue. Lin Ran frowned, puzzled by Zhang Jiwan's words. Zhou Zi, struggling to his feet, gritted his teeth and explained. He means he intends to become number 1 on the heavenly ranking, leaving you and Li Beishue to fight for second. Watching Zhang Jiwan's retreating figure, Zhou Zi muttered to himself, why do I get the feeling he's getting stronger? Lin Ran gave Zhou Zi a hard knock on the head. Put your jealousy aside and train hard. He's basically immune to spells, so your inheritance has no effect on him. Stop thinking about defeating him and focus on your own training. With that, Lin Ran shouted towards Zhang Jiwan, who was disappearing into the darkness, first on the heavenly ranking. Quite the boast. You probably don't know yet, but today Li Beishue injected the breakthrough elixir, becoming the fastest to reach the second tier in Disia's history. Zhang Jiwan ignored him and continued forward, soon arriving at the platform. It was crowded, and Yu Tao stood in the center, observing the stripped-away concrete revealing a mass of white bones, which sent chills down the spine. The entire platform resembled a massive altar, with 12 sunken pits among the bones. At that moment, Athena's voice echoed in Zhang Jiwan's mind. I can sense the scent of divine embryos. This is a hatching altar. There should be 12 demigods like Donald. You're in trouble. Commander Yu. Zhang Jiwan called out to Yu Tao in the distance, contemplating how to convey this critical information. Yu Tao turned, scrutinizing Zhang Jiwan, and asked quietly, did you fall into a four-dimensional realm?
Yes.
Zhang Jiwan nodded in confirmation. Yu Tao's pupils contracted slightly, but quickly returned to normal. He asked calmly, do you know what a four-dimensional realm is? Zhang Jiwan answered smoothly, pointing to the dried corpse on Zhang Zhan's back. That guy confessed everything before he died. He then pointed to the 12 empty cavities in the altar. They likely came from here. Yu Tao focused on the corpse, thoughtful. What is that? It looks human, but the muscle alignment and bone structure are slightly different from humans. I came across someone named Donald claimed he was a descendant of both humans and gods. I didn't like the look of him, so I burned him to ashes, Zhang Jiwan said nonchalantly, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He added, he claimed to be at the ridge level. Make sure to add points for my team. Half human, half god? Yu Tao exclaimed, rushing behind Zhang Zhan to snatch the charred corpse. His outcry drew the attention of those nearby, and several seasoned border guards quickly gathered around. It's truly a child of the gods. One of the guards exclaimed excitedly as he examined the corpse. Even though it's been charred, the muscle tissue is still intact. This might be the most complete demigod specimen in human history. Another guard frowned in confusion. Wait a minute, demigods are born at the ridge level. How did young Jiang kill him? All eyes turned to Zhang Jiwan, the air thick with tension and curiosity. 5 minutes later, a deafening shout echoed through the subway station. Young Jiang, you've broken through? Let me see. Several border guards pushed forward to scrutinize Zhang Jiwan. His muscle structure is perfectly integrated, beyond that of a normal human. Has he really reached the hill level? One exclaimed in awe. The previous record from wilderness to hill was 20 days. Yang Jiang and Li Beishue both took that first step in just 6 days. They're truly unmatched. It seems the existence of the 9 provinces cauldron has accelerated everyone's cultivation, another mused. I've felt a slight shift in my own realm these past few days. I need to call the 5 peaks when we get back. These people had no qualms about calling Jiang Jiwan Yang Jiang in public, though his true identity wasn't fully revealed. Newcomers could only speculate, was Jiang Jiwan the illegitimate child of some powerful figure? Yu Tao remained composed, quickly directing the team to place the corpse in a freezer and load it onto an armored vehicle. He pulled Jiang Jiwan along to the nearest research center. In the vehicle, Yu Tao placed a hand on Jiang Jiwan's shoulder, lowering his voice. I'm taking you to the Jingzhou Research Center. Once we're there, don't act like you do out here. Why? Are they rebelling? Jiang Jiwan asked skeptically, unable to fathom what could intimidate him outside of the general's mansion. Yu Tao put a finger to his lips, sure, and then quietly explained, the research centers in each state are under the Cloth Book Bureau. They're geniuses, but also madmen. Just the 2 deputy directors of the Yen State Research Center once replicated North America's most advanced aircraft and defense systems based on foreign movie footage. He continued, the Cloth Book Bureau has factions in gene research, energy research, weapons research, and the history of the divine race. They're leaderless internally but united externally. They belong neither to the border guards nor to the outcasts. They control the technological, energy, and weaponry advancements of the entire Great Xia. Even the general must show respect to the Bureau's 4 leaders because the border guards and outcasts protect the present, but only the Bureau determines the future of Great Xia. This conversation infused a touch of technological intrigue into the tense battle atmosphere, sparking curiosity and anticipation about the future of this world. The existence of the Bai bookstore has propelled Daxia's technology and productivity to the forefront of the world within just a few decades, and the pace of development continues to accelerate. As Jiang Jiwan listened to Yu Tao's deep voice, a grand vision seemed to unfold before his eyes. Countless researchers in simple attire working day and night, laboratories aglow with the light of the future. Yu Tao continued to introduce, noting that the well-known Daxia scientists, and even some overseas Chinese scientists, were all members of the Bai bookstore. He enumerated the achievements of various research institutes. The Gene Research Institute has endowed Daxia with numerous inheritors, and the device linking to the Jioding, known as the Winding Platform, was their creation. The Energy Research Institute is tackling controlled nuclear fusion. The Equipment Research Institute is developing the Godslayer cannon, and the Divine Clan Research Institute is searching for traces of Eastern deities. Yu Tao lowered his voice further. Some say that the border guards, the unsung heroes, and the Iron Army of Daxia are all striving to buy time for the Bai bookstore. Jiang Jiwan suddenly realized the importance of the Bai bookstore. As an inheritor, he had always felt somewhat detached from ordinary people, although he was still committed to protecting vulnerable lives. Subconsciously, he felt a sense of superiority. Initially, when he heard that even inheritors dared not offend the Bai bookstore, he was somewhat dismissive. It wasn't until Yu Tao explained in detail that Jiang Jiwan realized the Bai bookstore is the foundation of humanity, the culmination of human civilization and wisdom. As they spoke, they arrived at a massive dam spanning hundreds of meters at the junction of Shangtan and Wuhan. The vehicle underwent multiple inspections before reaching the top of the dam. Soldiers carrying a refrigerated box accompanied them in an elevator descending downwards. Listening to the rushing water outside, Jiang Jiwan asked in confusion, why is the research institute built inside the dam? Wouldn't the noise from the water affect the research? Yu Tao explained, the walls of the research institute have a 1-meter thick layer of soundproof material, ensuring quietness. Moreover, the rushing water helps maintain humidity and temperature balance, which is essential for the plants and animals being cultivated in the labs. Most importantly, the dam's water flow provides a substantial amount of electricity. He added, Daxia's hydroelectric power output is 3 times the publicly disclosed data, with 2/3 of the undisclosed power used directly for research. Those scientific maniacs never seem to know the meaning of saving energy. The elevator descended for a full 2 minutes before finally reaching the base of the dam. As the doors opened, a wave of heat rushed in. A hovercraft sped towards them, performing an aerial drift in front of the elevator, with its rear thrusters spewing flames directly at them. The accompanying soldiers seemed accustomed to this, immediately standing against the elevator walls. Yu Tao frowned, instinctively shielding Jiang Jiwan. In contrast, Jiang Jiwan raised his hand to grasp the scorching flames, which coiled around his arm like a whip and were absorbed entirely through his pores. Huh? Yu Tao exclaimed in surprise. When did you acquire this ability? When I advanced to the 2nd tier. Jiang Jiwan replied offhandedly, though in truth, he had repeatedly visualized Athena absorbing the black gold staff and Sidra's fiery blaze in his dreams, and now executed the move as if by muscle memory. Yu Tao widened his eyes, marveling, the ancient inheritance, truly fascinating. Then, he drew a deep breath, his eyes like copper bells, and shouted angrily outside, does anyone have eyes? If you burn young Master Jiang, can you bear the responsibility? Instantly, countless eyes focused on the elevator. Jiang Jiwan's expression froze, and he whispered through gritted teeth, "Weren't you telling me to keep a low profile?" Yu Tao closed his mouth, producing a low, muffled sound from his throat. Young Master Jiang, as the younger generation, you need to be low-key, but as a representative of the border guards, and having brought young Master Jiang here, I must display the dominance of the border guards. He pulled Jiang Jiwan forward, seemingly to demand an explanation. Jiang Jiwan seized the opportunity to survey the space. A vast hall covering about 20,000 square meters, 10 meters high, without pillars, exuding grandeur. The crisscrossing stone structures of the ceiling and walls appear to be a fusion of postmodern architectural art and ancient daxia mortise and tenon structures. Athena's voice resonated in Jiang Jiwan's mind. The architectural structure is impressive, and the soundproofing is well done. Our Olympian temples are artistic, but lack technological sophistication. A 200 square meter temple, and those devotees would happily erect 200 pillars. In his mind, Jiang Jiwan instantly envisioned a Greek temple, not so much a structure supported by pillars as a temple built with pillars. Though it looks magnificent, it always seems like the usable space is smaller than the shared space. Jiang Jiwan originally thought this was simply the aesthetic of the Olympian gods, until today when Athena made an official complaint, making him realize there was more to it. In the vast expanse before him, there was a hustle and bustle. Various types of chariots and flying machines were parked, most of them stripped down to their frames, with workers wielding welding torches, sparks flying as they welded on site. The flying machines were of all sorts, jet-powered, magnetically levitated, and even some with indescribably peculiar designs. Suddenly, a cheer broke the rhythm of work. A test pilot, full of excitement, took off in a flying machine, only to crash awkwardly moments later. This seemed to be a common occurrence, as those around continued with their tasks as if nothing had happened. Hong Huang number 1 thrust engine, 97th test. 5, 4, 3. An excited voice called out, only to be interrupted by a loud bang boom. How did it explode before ignition? A puzzled voice mixed with a hint of frustration asked, "Get me a welding torch. I'll re-weld it for the 98th test." Not far away, a heated discussion about vehicles was taking place. "Boss, listen to me," a young man eagerly explained. "I think given the combat environment of the frontier guards and the elusive ones, they don't need heavy motorcycles. They just need lightweight two-wheeled vehicles." "What kind are you thinking of inventing?" The boss seemed intrigued by the idea. "I think diesel engines are too bulky and aren't suitable for urban combat on two-wheeled vehicles. They should be replaced with electric motors," the young man said excitedly. "Electric motors?" "Yes, electric motors can deliver maximum torque in a short time, paired with a lightweight dual stream." "Isn't what you're describing called an electric bike?" the boss interjected. "Wow, boss, the name you've come up with is so cultured," the young man exclaimed with delight. "Xiao Wang, I think your proposal is great, but have you considered that with the physical strength of the inheritors, using their legs to pedal might be even faster? You could even eliminate the battery," the boss mused. "Boss, you're absolutely right. I'll get right on it." Xiao Wang eagerly prepared to leave. "What the heck are you making?" "I'm talking about a bicycle," the boss shouted angrily. "Your team's research budget for this week is cut by 50. These chaotic and absurd sounds echoed around Jiang Jiwan, who stood dumbfounded at the scene before him. Suddenly, Yu Tao leaped up, effortlessly jumping onto a flaming flying machine, casually pulling the test pilot off. The flying machine couldn't support the weight of 2 people, groaned in protest, and then shut down. "Below!" a voice shouted in frustration. "What's going on? I set it for a load of 3 people. Yu Tao, have you been secretly gaining weight?" Listening to these disordered and ridiculous noises, Jiang Jiwan felt a wave of dizziness. The slight admiration he had just developed for the cloth book bureau shattered into pieces at that moment. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.